Chapter 1. D'Angelo, what happened to your face? Were you in an accident? Chris Holtmann, the head coach of the Ohio State Buckeyes, gazed with concern at his prized player, D'Angelo Russell, whose forehead was wrapped in bandages. Russell's face darkened as he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before responding. No, coach. It wasn't an accident. I just tripped and fell last night while going downstairs. He kept his head lowered. He would never disclose the true cause of his facial injury to the coach. Coach, let's not focus on my injury for now. I'm here to strongly recommend someone to you. Russell was straightforward about his intentions. Oh no, to be precise, it should be a basketball monster. A basketball monster? Chris Holtmann chuckled at the mention of a monster. He took a sip of water, as thoughts of monsters transported him back to his coaching career in 2007. At that time, Ohio State had a superhuman center, Greg Oden. That guy played 32 games in the 2006-2007 season, averaging 28.9 minutes, scoring 15.7 points, grabbing 9.6 rebounds, and blocking 3.3 shots per game. He led the team to the NCAA Finals in March Madness. Unfortunately, Oden was unable to perform at his peak due to a knee injury during the championship game. They ultimately fell short against the formidable Florida team, comprised of Joakim Noah, Al Horford, Corey Brewer, and Taurean Green. In that match, Oden recorded an impressive 25 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 blocks. He was the backbone of Ohio State. Holtmann was convinced that if Oden had not been hindered by injuries at that time, he could have secured Ohio State's first NCAA championship trophy. In Holtmann's eyes, Oden was the true basketball monster. Others simply did not measure up. D'Angelo, you mustn't be joking. Russell insisted. Yesterday, I encountered this guy on the campus basketball court, and his physical attributes are truly extraordinary. He's over 2.15 meters tall and weighs more than 130 kilograms. His muscles are explosive, and his physique resembles that of a beast. His arms look like cannonballs packed with engines. Moreover, a video of him shattering the basketball hoop yesterday has already gone viral on the school forum. And most importantly, he possesses the agility and speed of a guard, along with a vertical leap rivaling that of Vince Carter. Chris Holtmann had been smiling, as the university had many students, and it wasn't uncommon to find someone over 2.15 meters tall weighing 130 kilograms. Even shattering a hoop wasn't particularly surprising, considering the age of the outdoor basketball equipment at Ohio State. It was plausible that an overly aggressive player could accidentally break it. However, Russell's subsequent description made Holtmann's eyebrows furrow with intrigue. Agility and speed akin to that of a guard, and even a leap comparable to that of the dunking champion Vince Carter. What on earth was this? Shaquille O'Neal combined with Carter? If such a player truly existed, the former monster Greg Oden wouldn't even qualify to carry his shoes. D'Angelo, are you certain you aren't jesting? Holtmann's expression turned serious, even though he believed Russell's later descriptions were somewhat exaggerated. Russell's willingness to describe the player in such a manner indicated that this individual must possess extraordinary talent. In reality, Russell's portrayal was not exaggerated in the least. He had even concealed some details. Initially, Russell's new girlfriend had suggested she wanted to see his basketball prowess up close. Boys, after all, enjoy showcasing their talents in front of someone they admire. Thus, Russell eagerly took his girlfriend to the local court. For Russell, who thrived in high-stakes games, dominating weaker opponents was his forte. However, shortly after arriving at the court, a hefty individual with yellow skin and 3 smaller, seemingly inexperienced peers called out, "Join us, we aren't very skilled." Consequently, the entire half-court transformed into a showcase of a yellow monster demolishing the hoop. Not only did it ruin Russell's chance to impress, but it also led to the ancient hoop's destruction. Moreover, at the moment the yellow-skinned giant shattered the hoop's support beam, the backboard struck Russell squarely on the forehead. Thus, Russell was unceremoniously sent to the team's medical room for treatment. Of course, Russell wouldn't dare reveal to the coach that he had been hit by the backboard. Being struck by a backboard? That would surely be a historical first. Coach, believe me, that guy is even more impressive than I described. We've struck gold with him. Struck gold? Holtmann inquired. Are you saying he is considering joining our basketball team? If what Russell said was true, and such a basketball talent existed at their school, Chris Holtmann would undoubtedly extend an olive branch. Absolutely. I can assure you of that. He accompanied me to the medical room yesterday, and we talked for quite some time. He has a strong desire to join our team. He had accompanied him to the medical room. Chris Holtmann suddenly felt that Russell's injury was no trivial matter. Setting aside all the confusion, Holtmann was genuinely excited about this monster from the Middle Kingdom. If he truly is as you described, I would, of course, welcome him with open arms. Moreover, we genuinely need a powerful inside player to complement your skills. Back in the day, Ohio State's journey to the finals against Florida was not solely due to Greg Oden's stellar performance. They also had a playmaking guard, Michael Conley, on the perimeter. The combination of Oden and Conley established the most formidable Buckeyes team in history. If Russell's claims held true, Russell and this inside juggernaut could restore the Buckeyes' glory. That's fantastic. They'll notify him tonight and have him come for a tryout tomorrow. Russell's face lit up with excitement. If that monster could indeed join the Buckeyes, Russell was confident he could turn the entire NCAA into his playground. No one could stand against the dominance of D'Angelo Russell in a playground setting. Don't wait until tomorrow. Holtmann rubbed his hands together, impatiently declaring, "You should inform him right away. Let's arrange the tryout for tonight." All right. By the way, I still don't know his name. His name is Supan. At Ohio State University, in the comfort of dormitory 201, Supan lay leisurely on his bed, browsing NBA news on his tablet with music playing in his ears. Feeling a bit bored, Supan stretched and gazed at the ceiling lamp, beginning to reflect. I can't believe I ended up here just from going downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. Even though some time had passed since his arrival, he still found it hard to grasp the reality of his situation. Indeed, Supan harbored a secret within. He was a traveler from another world. On that fateful rainy night, driven by his craving for nicotine, Supan had gone downstairs to buy cigarettes, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning. When he opened his eyes, he found himself transported back to 2015, becoming an exchange student at Ohio State University. Initially overwhelmed by the novelty of his new surroundings, Supan had since adapted to his new identity. Like many protagonists in novels, he had also acquired a system, the basketball God tier system. To be frank, Supan had read numerous basketball-themed novels before his journey, and he was well-versed in the trope of travelers possessing systems. Supan then began to familiarize himself with the system. The so-called basketball God tier system, as the name suggests, was a journey to become the god of basketball, dependent upon these 10 tiers. Ascending each tier would awaken corresponding rewards. After fully adapting to his new identity, the system allowed Supan to ascend to the first tier. When the rewards were announced, Supan nearly spat out his drink in disbelief. He had received a drop of the primordial blood of the mighty Pangu. Yes, that very being who created the universe, whose left and right eyes became the sun and moon, whose hair transformed into trees, and whose fingers morphed into mountains and rivers, the mighty Pangu. Of course, this drop of blood was a severely diluted version, equivalent to a 900 million reduction that in this stark reality, should a human emerge with the extraordinary ability to pluck stars from the sky and command the elements at will. One can only imagine that scientists will be compelled to subject him to immediate dissection for research purposes. But perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the scientists would drop to their knees, pleading for mercy, lest they be crushed by such a being. After infusing his body with the essence of Pangu, Supan underwent a profound transformation. His height surged to an astonishing 2.16 meters. His weight escalated to 130 kilograms, and he possessed a terrifying wingspan of 2.40 meters. Beyond these physical attributes, Supan distinctly felt that his strength, explosiveness, speed, and other dynamic talents experienced an instantaneous qualitative leap. Of course, the precise pinnacle of his dynamic abilities remained unknown, as he had yet to undergo a professional physical assessment to ascertain the specific metrics. Nevertheless, it was certain that given a chance to showcase his talents, Supan's prowess would undoubtedly astonish the basketball world. And just as Supan resolved to embark on this basketball journey, the system issued its inaugural task. Main mission: lead Ohio State University to victory in the 2-0-1-4-2-0-1-5 NCAA championship. Upon completion, the host would ascend to the second tier of the system, with the reward being maxed out interior skills, which encompass both premier footwear techniques and advanced post moves. At that moment, Pan found himself at a loss for words. It was already mid-March of 2015. Just days ago, Ohio State University had concluded its conference tournament and was on the brink of the annual March Madness. To assert that he should lead Ohio State to this season's championship at such a juncture was nothing short of absurd. After all, he was not even a member of the varsity team yet. What on earth could he possibly lead? To secure a place on the Ohio State team, Pan knew he would have to employ some unconventional methods. Soon enough, he devised a plan. In the 2015 NBA draft, D'Angelo Russell was selected second overall by the Los Angeles Lakers. Russell hailed from Ohio State University, where he undoubtedly wielded considerable influence within the team. By befriending Russell and leveraging his connection, Pan aimed to strongly recommend himself to the head coach. During his college days, Russell was indeed a superstar. However, Ohio State was merely a fleeting participant in March Madness, primarily due to the team's lack of a dominant big man. Pan was confident in his ability to impress Russell. Subsequently, he targeted Russell on the playground, demonstrating his overwhelming dominance in the paint. However, he didn't anticipate that his display would go overboard, inadvertently shattering the basketball hoop and injuring Russell in the process. Yet, it was precisely Pan's formidable destructive capability that convinced Russell of the necessity to have him on the team. For Pan was destined to be the secret weapon of this year's March Madness. I wonder how D'Angelo is faring in his conversation with the coach, Pan mused, reclining on his bed with his hands behind his head and legs crossed, lost in thought. Should I bring the coach something? A calendar definitely won't do. Perhaps a plasma TV? Boom! Just as Pan pondered this, the dormitory door was suddenly flung open. Damn it, Pan exclaimed, startled and recalling the daily gun violence in America. He promptly sat up in alarm. To his relief, it was Russell. You could at least knock before barging in. Knock, Russell replied, puzzled. What unsavory activities are you engaged in within your dorm? Am not like you, who enjoys sewing in the dorm, Pan retorted eagerly. Quickly tell me, how did your talk with the coach go? With the matter of importance at hand, Russell's face lit up with a smile. As I mentioned, I am absolutely determined to fight alongside you this season. I spoke to the coach about you. He is very interested and has arranged a tryout. The tryout is scheduled for tonight. Upon hearing this, Pan smiled with satisfaction. He then patted Russell on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, my friend. I shall treat you to tonight's barbecue. Do you think you can appease me with just one meal?" However, Russell shook his head, declaring, "What I desire is to cut down the nets from this year's finals. In the NCAA, there exists a tradition where the championship winner earns the right to snip the nets from the championship game." In other words, Russell's aspirations have transcended merely making a name for himself during March Madness. He now aims for the pinnacle of the purple forbidden city. Give it your all, and don't falter during the tryouts. Falter? Pan twisted his neck, producing a series of bone-cracking sounds. Make sure to inform the coach to reinforce the basketball hoop in advance. Observing Pan's physique, reminiscent of a terrestrial raptor, and the confidence radiating from him, Russell realized, stand aside, this man is about to show off. The players of the Seven Leaves tree gathered together, awaiting the commencement of tonight's training session. Head coach Chris Holtman sat in his chair, his mind envisioning Pan's presence. After all, despite Russell's accounts, he found it hard to believe that such a monstrous player existed in this world. Behind him, a group of first-year students chattered incessantly. "Hey, have you heard? Someone is coming to try out for our team tonight." "Try out? Don't we already have enough players?" "I heard he's the starting center recruited by D'Angelo." "What does that mean? Am I about to lose my starting center position?" A tall man complained discontentedly. As the current starting center for the Seven Leaf Tree, he eagerly anticipated the upcoming March Madness. Yet now, someone had cut in line. Who could endure that? Without even seeing the newcomer, the man began plotting how to humiliate his opponent and secure his position. I could see that moment. The team's door swung open. From a distance, they could hear Russell's excited voice. "Coach, I brought the person." As soon as he finished speaking, Everyone in the gym turned their attention towards the entrance. Moments later, from the shadow behind Russell emerged a colossal figure. The man slightly bowed his head as he passed through the threshold, surveying the vast court. What on earth is this? Wait, what is his arm circumference? 60, 70. My goodness, I feel like I'm looking at the Hulk. Is there a mythical figure in the heavenly dynasty named Pangu? He probably looks like this. Witnessing Supan's physique, the crowd collectively gasped, especially coach Chris Holtmann, who never imagined that Russell's descriptions were indeed accurate. This guy truly possessed a physique that defied the heavens. Even the seasoned coach, who had witnessed many grand spectacles in the NCAA, was left momentarily dumbfounded. Just one glance made him realize, this fellow is bound to be the backbone of the team. As everyone observed Supan's stature up close, their gazes instinctively shifted to Charles O'Neal, the team's starting center who had just spoken arrogantly. Standing at a height of 2.16 meters, he appeared dwarfed next to Supan, resembling a child beside the Hulk. Despite his formidable name, Charles O'Neal was actually a nimble and mobile center. Though feeling a bit insecure, he bravely continued to boast to the others. Basketball is not merely a game of height and weight. It fundamentally relies on skill and basketball IQ. The group nodded in agreement. Indeed, the NCAA was not lacking in tall players, but those with poor dynamic talent would easily be outmaneuvered by shorter players. This only heightened everyone's curiosity about whether Supan was as exceptional as Russell claimed, capable of shattering the rim. After a brief rest, they began testing Supan's dynamic qualities. D'Angelo, can you add a bit more weight? Is this enough? It's a bit light. We need to add more. More? This is already 230 kilograms. Don't overdo it. Hearing the doubts from those nearby, Supan frowned slightly and moved to the barbell. Adding 2 more plates, he then lay back on the bench press, his arms bulging with veins. With just a grunt, he firmly lifted the barbell. After completing 5 repetitions, the person recording the results trembled as he reported to the coach. Bench press, 250 kilograms. Standing beside him, Charles O'Neal was left dumbfounded. Even if the flying pig or the shark were here, they wouldn't have this strength. When it came to testing vertical leap and speed, Chris Holtmann was practically jumping for joy. The vertical leap exceeded 125 centimeters. What does a 125-centimeter vertical leap signify? To put it into perspective, Vince Carter's vertical leap is only about 105 centimeters, while Nate Robinson, the dunk champion at 175 centimeters, manages just 120 centimeters at his peak. Supan not only reached 125 centimeters, but surpassed Robinson. The key was that he stood at 16 meters tall and weighed 128 kilograms. This was nothing short of a flying bomb. The baseline shuttle run recorded a time of 3.52 seconds. While this did not surpass Derrick Rose or Allen Iverson, it was still slightly better than Russell's performance, leaving everyone astonished. Given Supan's physique, his speed was nearly on par with an F1 racing car. Looking at the score sheet, Chris Holtmann was nearly beside himself with excitement. Supan embodied the strength of a being beyond O'Neal, the speed of Iverson, and the vertical leap of Carter. This was no mere newcomer. It was as if a goat had parachuted into the college scene. Not to say that Supan was merely a compliment to Russell. Even if the 7-leaf tree had only Supan, their worst record would likely propel them into the top 8 of March Madness. Who could contend with such a terrestrial beast in the paint? The crowd turned their gazes toward Charles O'Neal, who now felt uncertain. After regaining his composure, Chris Holtmann directed the team. The final test was straightforward, a 5-on-5 scrimmage. I will assess Supan's practical skills through this scrimmage, which will commence after 10 minutes. Prepare to warm up. Upon the coach's command, everyone rushed to the side to start their warm-up. The rules for the scrimmage were simple. Teams would be divided into 2 groups of 5, with each half lasting 15 minutes, somewhat akin to NCAA regulations. Initially, many players had contemplated going up against Supan to give him a taste of professional-level intensity. However, fortune smiled upon Supan as he was drawn to team up with Russell. As the scrimmage began, Supan faced off against Charles O'Neal for the jump ball. Charles O'Neal, I look forward to your guidance. Before the jump, Charles extended his hand. Supan paused, surveying him from head to toe. Nearly bursting into laughter. Charles O'Neal, what a formidable name. But which part of you resembles Charles Barkley or Shaquille O'Neal? Oh, if you could measure up to Shaquille O'Neal's stature, perhaps you might regain your confidence. Standing at midcourt, the disparity between the two figures became starkly evident. One, Supan, robust like an ox, while the other, Charles O'Neal, appeared almost emaciated. Coach Chris Holtmann tossed the ball high into the air, positioned perfectly between them. Both men, already coiled with anticipation, leapt towards the sky. Charles O'Neal cast a sidelong glance at Supan, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, as Supan's jump faltered slightly, yet in the next moment, he soared upwards, achieving a height that surpassed O'Neal's by a full palm's breadth. In midair, Supan deftly flicked the ball backward, guiding it into Russell's waiting arms. Upon landing, he merely adjusted his balance before charging toward the opponent's basket. Russell, taken aback by Supan's speed post-jump ball, swiftly passed the ball to him. Russell's pass was commendable, lofting the ball from midcourt towards Supan's direction. Charles O'Neal, arriving at the basket a moment sooner, wore a determined expression that I shall reclaim the glory of my starting center position. The center, a bastion within any team's paint, is tasked with protecting the rim, an essential duty for any center. Faced with Supan's advance towards the paint, Charles O'Neal's resolve hardened. He needed to instill unwavering faith in his rim protection capabilities, that I will confront him in the air. Charles O'Neal leapt, lunging towards Supan. Positioned beneath the basket, Supan seized the ball with both hands and prepared to execute a powerful standing dunk. Thud! As the two collided, Charles O'Neal's expression twisted in realization of their vast disparity. In that instant, he felt as if he had crashed headlong into a wall. His entire body seemed to lean backward, while Supan remained unmoved. Not only that, the sheer force propelled O'Neal backward, sending him crashing against the basketball hoop. A sharp crack echoed through the as onlookers gazed upward. They witnessed the glass above the backboard fracturing, ultimately cascading down upon Supan like a flurry of snowflakes. Fortunately, Charles O'Neal had been sent sprawling. For the next moment, the basketball hoop itself was yanked down by Supan's might. The backboard shattered, Supan sidestepped, and the hoop, teetering precariously, collapsed onto the floor, staring at the shards of glass and the fallen backboard. Despair welled up in Charles O'Neal's eyes. Would he be crushed beneath the debris if he had been beneath the basket? Sugu! With tears welling in his eyes, Charles O'Neal clung to Supan's leg, pleading, "You must accept me as your little brother." Supan was taken aback. Having just played a single game, the starting center of the 7-leaf tree team, Charles O'Neal, had surrendered without hesitation. The rapidity of his capitulation rivaled that of Russell when faced with his girlfriend. What kind of situation was this? Moments later, the arena staff arrived at the scene. Observing the incapacitated hoop, they frowned and immediately set to work on repairs. That Supan, feeling slightly apologetic, scratched his head and turned to Coach Holtmann. "Coach, I'm truly sorry. I didn't realize your hoop was so fragile. I just exerted some force. By the way, Coach, do you need me to compensate for this? I don't have any money on me. But could you perhaps put it on Russell's tab?" Russell snapped out of his daze. Incredulity etched on his face as he stared at Supi and, "My God, you're the one who broke the hoop. I pay for it. Are you kidding me? No need to compensate." Coach Chris Holtmann declared grandly, waving his hand dismissively, "It's merely a hoop. We can deduct it from the school's activity funds." Instead of being upset, Chris Holtmann felt invigorated. Such feats as shattering backboards were undeniably thrilling. That it was a testament to absolute power. Without such strength, one could never achieve such a spectacle. Just imagine how this scene would impact the opposing team's morale. It was unfathomable. Chris Holtmann's admiration for Supan grew with each passing moment. Meanwhile, the other players of the 7-leaf tree team buzzed with excitement. They had seen countless videos online of players shattering backboards and breaking hoops, but had never witnessed such an event in reality. Now, with Supan performing this extraordinary feat before them, it felt as if a deity had descended. While the hoop was being replaced, other team members approached Supan, overflowing with incredulous praise. They even reached out to touch Supan's muscles, prompting him to dodge away, suspecting they were taking advantage of him. That moment, Russell, swallowing hard, approached Supan with a look of astonishment. "Su, how on earth did you accomplish that? Thick crab, you just brought down 2 basketball hoops." "I honestly don't know why." Supan shrugged, pouting slightly, responding casually to, "I just dunked hard," and it came down. Russell's expression froze. Momentarily speechless. Was this truly how a person spoke? It was precisely as he had suspected. This guy had turned the tryout into a display of bravado. Not far off, Charles O'Neal sat in stunned silence on the bench. After witnessing the recent events, he could hardly believe that he, standing at 2 meters 16 and weighing 220 pounds, had been physically overpowered by an opponent. Yes, the team's head coach. Chris Holtmann recognized the bitterness in Charles O'Neal's demeanor, but he blew his whistle, calling everyone to attention, and, with a serious expression, addressed them. "This tryout is concluded. I have formed a decision." After speaking, Chris Holtmann cast a meaningful glance at Supan. Likewise, Supan was looking at Chris Holtmann, eagerly awaiting his response. Chris Holtmann turned his gaze back to Supan, quietly inquiring of his assistant coach, Holtmann too, "I recall there is still one full scholarship available at the school. Am I correct?" The crowd immediately stirred with excitement. Everyone exchanged glances, finally directing their attention towards Supan. Every player in NCAA knew that not all students receiving full scholarships were participants in March Madness. But those who did compete in it were invariably full scholarship recipients. After a brief pause, Holtmann too nodded. "Yes, coach, there is indeed one remaining slot." The next moment, Chris Holtmann declared with unwavering resolve, "Submit the application tonight. The recipient of this scholarship shall be Supan. Once repairs are completed, Supan will join the team, and we shall resume training." Dismissed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The implication was unmistakable. Supan was to partake in March Madness. After the dismissal, many veteran players within the team approached the coach. After all, March Madness was a one-and-done elimination tournament. Introducing a newcomer at this juncture would undoubtedly disrupt the team's established lineup and long-standing training regimen. Should any issues arise, an entire season's worth of effort could be squandered. It wasn't that they were excluding Supan. Rather, they believed Chris Holtmann was being somewhat reckless in his decision-making. "Are you calling me to act?" Chris Holtmann cast a cold glance at his persuaders. "I understand your concerns. Thus, we must hasten the process of Supan's adaptation. Let me pose a question. Can any active NCAA player currently restrain him one-on-one in the paint?" The crowd pondered over the multitude of interior players in this year's roster. Karl Anthony Towns, too frail. He would be easily overpowered by Supan. Jahlil Okafor, lacking athleticism. His jumping ability is dismal. Frank Kaminsky? A jest. After a moment of contemplation, the group fell into silence, while a slight smile crept upon Chris Holtmann's lips. Therefore, he concluded, the emergence of Supan will undoubtedly catch all March Madness teams off guard. In that moment, head coach Chris Holtmann was more eager than the players for the arrival of March Madness. Supan will ignite everything. Under Russell's suggestion, Supan decided to move his belongings into Russell's dormitory. After all, the student dorms at the Sycamore Tree consist of 2-person rooms, and Russell had yet to acquire a roommate. "I'll grab the rest downstairs and park my car," Russell hummed to him, twirling his car keys as he closed the dorm door. However, not long after he departed, a knock echoed at the door. Supan looked toward the entrance to see a suspicious young black man. His mind filled with questions. The young man was momentarily stunned by Supan's imposing physique, repeatedly confirming the room number to ensure he hadn't made an error. After a brief pause, the young man cautiously inquired, "Are you D'Angelo's new roommate?" Supan nodded. The young man glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then swiftly pulled a bag from his coat pocket and stuffed it into Supan's arms. "Just return this to him later and let him know his good buddy Johnny stopped by." Before Supan could respond, the young man vanished down the hallway. Holding the item closely, Supan's mind raced with thoughts. Could it be some sort of contraband? He recalled that Russell had no such vices. Yet upon closing the door and revealing the contents of the bag, Supan was taken aback to his surprise. It was merely a few DVDs, not ordinary ones, but rather a collection of adult films from various countries. Moments later, when Russell returned and spotted the DVDs on the table alongside Supan, who wore a sly grin on the couch, he hastily concealed the discs behind his back, his face flushing with embarrassment. Who doesn't have a few guilty pleasures? Watching a little movie isn't a crime, right? Supan, observing Russell's crimson cheeks, leisurely remarked, "Ah, college life is truly wonderful." Upon hearing this, Russell felt an inexplicable unease, unable to pinpoint what was amiss. Meanwhile, Su Pan continued unabated. I used to own a car, approximately 21 years old. Around 1.6 meters in length, in excellent condition, with clear headlights and a well-maintained interior. Not recommended for novices. Only seasoned drivers need apply. Clear headlights, a well-kept interior, aggressive driving. Russell stood there, increasingly sensing that this conversation had layers. A moment later, as realization dawned, a radiant smile broke across Russell's face. Impressive. So you're a car enthusiast as well? What a pleasure. Their discussion grew animated, and after a brief exchange, they discovered numerous common interests. However, like many of his peers, Russell preferred women with ample curves, a shared aesthetic among many black men. This was a point of agreement and divergence for both Su Pan and Russell, while they both admired women of the Kardashian physique. Su Pan also held a fondness for women embodying Eastern beauty. Their bond deepened, prompting Coach Chris Holtman to grow curious about the nature of their relationship. Russell proudly declared, "Oh, it's nothing. We're both car lovers." As the flames of March Madness reignited, it stood as the second most-watched basketball event in the nation, trailing only the NBA.in March. The NCAA garners attention rivaling that of the NBA. This tournament features a total of 64 teams, with all participating teams from the United States divided into 4 regions: Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest. Each region's top seed faces off against the lowest-seeded team. Naturally, the top seeds are the universities with the highest championship potential. The Northwest region's top seed is the University of Kentucky, boasting an exceptionally luxurious roster. Karl Anthony Towns, Devin Booker, Jamal Murray, Trey Lyles, and Tyler Ulis. Truly one of the teams with the greatest championship aspirations this year. The Southwest region's top seed is the University of Louisville, featuring Terry Rozier, Montrezl Harrell, and Damian Lee. The Southeast region's top seed is the University of Wisconsin, comprised of Frank Kaminsky, Sam Decker, and Duhei Dukin. Lastly, the Northeast region's top seed is Murray State University, with Cameron Payne, Jonathan Stark, and Isaiah Canaan. Ohio State's first opponent in March Madness is no less formidable, being the second seed in the Southeast region. Duke University. Upon learning they would face Duke in their opening match, the players from Sycamore Tree gulped nervously, as if preparing for battle. Prior to Su Pan's arrival, they had faced Duke in a scrimmage, suffering a crushing defeat by 20 points. Duke's trio of star players, Jahlil Okafor, Justice Winslow, and Tyus Jones, scored at will, leaving the team unable to compete. In particular, Jahlil Okafor was the shining star at Duke. Having broken numerous freshman records upon entering the university, he was named the Atlantic Coast Conference Player of the Year, National Freshman of the Year, and selected for the first team of the 2015 All-American roster. Averaging 30 minutes per game, he recorded 18 points, 8.8 rebounds, and 1.4 blocks. If one were to inquire about the most formidable player in the Southeast region, everyone would undoubtedly name Jahlil Okafor as a rising star in the NCAA and a highly regarded prospect for the NBA draft. Okafor was known for his fiery temperament. In a pre-game interview, he voiced his frustration to the media. "I don't understand why Duke isn't the #1 seed. Our goal is the championship." Clearly, he regarded the impending match against Sycamore Tree as trivial, fixated instead on the question of why Duke wasn't the top seed. Yet the assertion from Duke University regarding their championship aspirations was not unfounded. In Su Pan's recollection, it was indeed the Duke Blue Devils who claimed the championship in 2015. Jahlil Okafor was selected as the 3rd overall pick in that year's draft, with Tyus Jones earning the Most Outstanding Player award in the Final Four. Justice Winslow became a formidable defensive force in the NBA, even being groomed as the next Kawhi Leonard. Starting off against historical champions, Su Pan rubbed his hands together in excitement. Truly, what a remarkable beginning to a rebirth as we delve into the exhilarating chaos of March Madness. The audience engrossed in the competitions is far from merely a casual group of fans. Countless media outlets and scouts from the NBA have commenced their pursuits, all in search of the next burgeoning star of the league. Naturally, the spotlight shines brightly on Jahlil Okafor, the standout talent from Duke University this year. Meanwhile, ESPN is providing live coverage of the match after the players for both teams have taken to the court. ESPN commentator Amy Johnson, as per usual, begins to introduce the athletes. The Duke Blue Devils remain centered around Jahlil Okafor. Following an overview of Duke University, Amy Johnson's gaze shifts to Ohio State, in stark contrast to the illustrious NCAA powerhouse that is Duke. Ohio State appears somewhat desolate. Aside from D'Angelo Russell, not a single player is projected to be drafted in the top 6-0. To her astonishment, a young player with yellow skin has made his way onto the starting lineup. This year, the Buckeyes have unexpectedly altered their starting center. His face is unfamiliar, seemingly a recent addition to the NCAA, bearing the name Pangu. Perusing the player introduction sheet, Amy Johnson is taken aback to discover he hails from the Middle Kingdom. The commentators are left utterly dumbfounded. While Ohio State may not be a top seed in this year's March Madness, they are nonetheless a formidable team within the NCAA at such a critical juncture. Replacing a starting player is hardly a rational choice. Just as the commentators ponder this, they observe the yellow-skinned player warming up on the court. All eyes converge upon him. Pan's tall and robust physique leaves the fans in awe. This individual is quite imposing. It seems Ohio State is betting on whether he could become the next Yao Ming. Amy Johnson strokes her chin, scrutinizing Pan on the court. Her commentary partner, Mike Breen, quickly interjects, "Are you sure this is the next Yao?" This physique clearly resembles a Chinese Shaquille O'Neal. The onlookers cast a glance at Pan, who indeed bears little resemblance to Yao, but does share a striking similarity with O'Neal. Just as they prepare to delve into a discussion, Pan stands at the three-point line, casually dribbling the basketball before abruptly accelerating toward the hoop. As he nears the free throw line, he takes off with one foot. During his glide, he effortlessly executes a between-the-legs switch before emphatically slamming the basketball into the hoop. Bang! A between-the-legs dunk from the free throw line. Such a maneuver would challenge even many professional dunkers, not to mention Pan's towering height of 2.16 meters and weight of 130 kilograms. Everyone around is momentarily frozen, their gazes towards Pan filled with trepidation. Amy Johnson is left speechless, utterly astonished. After completing this feat, Pan leisurely jogs back to the three-point line, accepting the basketball from a teammate. He accelerates once more for beyond the arc this time. Everyone can clearly see Pan's toes barely touch the ground outside the free throw line as he leaps, executing an impressively extended dunk from the free throw line. The two commentators are left dumbfounded. This is no O'Neal. Could it be that he rivals O'Neal in aerial prowess? This individual from the Middle Kingdom possesses an extraordinary ability to soar. My instincts tell me he will be the X factor of the match. Soon, the game is set to commence. After receiving their assignments from a coach, both teams proceed onto the court. Indeed, Ohio State has chosen Pan to start. With such height and weight, how could they not have him anchor the paint? We eagerly anticipate Pan's performance this evening. On the court, the Duke University squad, led by Okafor, looks down with an air of arrogance upon the Buckeyes as a frontrunner for the NCAA championship. They hardly view Pan and his team as worthy adversaries. Okafor catches a glimpse of Pan, dismissing him entirely and opting to provoke instead. D'Angelo, did you really recruit a player from the Middle Kingdom? Are you conceding before the game has even begun? Russell, overhearing Okafor's condescension, merely glances at Pan before disregarding the taunt. Throughout the encounter, Okafor has yet to acknowledge Pan, which is somewhat justified. After all, Okafor has proven himself formidable during high school and collegiate play, though his future in the NBA remains uncertain. Pan, aware of Okafor's provocations, senses a weighty atmosphere settling over his team. He glances at Okafor, unimpressed that you're quite the character. What's your name? This inquiry leaves Okafor momentarily speechless. He gazes at the enormous poster of himself erected by Duke behind Pan. Even if his vision were impaired, he would surely recognize the figure on the poster as himself. You ask who I am? I am Jahlil Okafor, the projected #1 pick in the draft. Okafor repeats his name in frustration, only to receive a puzzled shake of the head from Pan. Okafor, never heard of you. I do know Oscar, though. This remark nearly sends Okafor into a fit. How could he, the projected top pick in an NBA draft, be unknown to someone from the NCAA? Moreover, Oscar is not even in the same league as him. In just 2 brief exchanges, Pan completely incites Okafor's ire out of course. Pan is well aware of Okafor's identity. He simply seeks to toy with this pompous individual. Meanwhile, Pan's teammates from Ohio State stifle their laughter in the background. Okafor glares at Su Pan, teeth clenched, plotting how to humiliate this yellow-skinned player from the Middle Kingdom once the game commences. After a brief wait, the jump ball begins. The referee tosses the basketball high into the air. Boom. The two leap simultaneously, yet Su Pan's spring is swifter and higher. The commentators are taken aback. The game is underway. Wait, that leap, that reaction, is this guy for real? On the court, Su Pan resembles a rocket, soaring to a height that surpasses Okafor's reach by half an arm. He completes an incredibly visually striking display of aerial dominance. As Okafor descends, he finds himself bewildered. His previous leap, executed with full effort, merely grazed Su Pan's elbow. In an instant, the Duke players snap back to reality. Yet, Su Pan has already sprinted toward the frontcourt. At this moment, the Duke frontcourt remains unguarded. Meanwhile, Russell, positioned far behind at half-court, glances at the basket before mustering all his strength to launch the basketball into the air with his right hand. Whoosh! A near half-court alley-oop materializes. Su Pan, awaiting at the hoop, leaps effortlessly, sending the ball through the rim with finesse. Bang! At this moment, the entire arena erupts. Countless reporters at the sidelines rapidly click their cameras, capturing every moment on the court. Merely 3 seconds into the game, the Buckeyes have executed a fast-break alley-oop. My goodness, what just transpired? Amy Johnson's eyes widen in disbelief. The Buckeyes have already completed their offense. Mike Breen beside her gasps in astonishment. This must surely be a legendary moment in NCAA history. In just 3 seconds, the Buckeyes have secured their first points of the game. The fans present tonight are left utterly stunned. Good heavens, what manner of creature is this? That height, that speed. Could this be for real? Indeed, I discerned at a glance that the player from the 7-leaf tree, positioned as the starting center, is undoubtedly extraordinary. Even with a mere glance, I could perceive his exceptional talent with the keenest of instincts. The NBA scouts gathered on site were likewise astonished by Su Pan's maneuvers. Their eyes brightened instantly, as intuition suggested that an unexpected delight might unfold this evening. On the court, Su Pan, having sauntered back from the front court, reached out to ruffle Russell's hair. In that moment, Su Pan comprehended why Duncan had a penchant for patting others on the head. The sensation of that little hand was truly therapeutic. Nice pass, D'Angelo. Russell grinned in response. I truly hope you emerge soon, or else the title of Assist King for March Madness will belong solely to me. Meanwhile, the players from Duke University found themselves momentarily dumbfounded. However, it wasn't long before Okafor rallied to boost morale. I was too careless, my brothers. Trust me, he won't have another opportunity. Okafor cast a cold glance at Su Pan in the next play. He resolved to retaliate against Su Pan. Upon reaching the 7-leaf tree's half of the court, Okafor had already assumed his position. Positioned low, he skillfully called for the ball from his point guard, preparing to take Su Pan one-on-one. After receiving the ball, Okafor discreetly surveyed Su Pan's physique. Just by Su Pan's build, he surmised that he could not simply engage him in a battle of brute strength. This fellow was clearly a power-type center. Against such a player, one must rely on finesse to prevail. With unwavering confidence, Okafor showcased his footwork in the paint, employing various fakes to seek an opportunity to score. Just as he felt he was ready to establish his rhythm for a hook shot, a figure suddenly soared into the air, arm extended with a whooshing sound. Bang! The outcome was that Okafor fell victim to a common trope in NBA narratives that a back-to-the-basket play inevitably leads to a block. The difference here was that Su Pan's emphatic denial sent the ball soaring into the 15th row of the audience. Spectators hastily dodged out of the way. The referee, standing at the sidelines, was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until several seconds after the ball went out of bounds that he finally blew his whistle, ruling it out of bounds against the 7-leaf tree. Okafor stood frozen in place. In the face of overwhelming talent, all technique becomes meaningless. My God, Su Pan from the 7-leaf tree just executed a superlative block. His remarkable leaping ability allowed him to perform astonishing denials. Let us take a moment to review the replay. This height, this power. I've never witnessed such an athlete in the NCAA. In the commentary booth, the two commentators regarded Su Pan with newfound admiration. Initially, they had speculated that Su Pan might be the X factor of the game. Now, It became evident that he was not merely the X factor of this match, but potentially the X factor of the entire March Madness. Not far away in the stands, a congregation of scouts was equally astonished. They had come to evaluate the prowess of Okafor and Russell, while also taking a glance at Duke's other prospects. Who could have anticipated the emergence of a formidable talent from the Celestial Empire, Supan? This unfamiliar face from the East made a grand entrance, beginning with a thunderous performance, and subsequently defending Okafor one-on-one. It was clear that, at this moment, the focus of everyone's attention converged upon Supan. 2 scout from the San Antonio Spurs began to converse, fixating on Supan. This kid possesses considerable talent. I believe Coach Greg Popovich will undoubtedly appreciate his defensive skills. Absolutely. Tim Duncan would surely enjoy partnering with him in the paint. He would alleviate much of the defensive burden on Tim. On the court, after landing, Supan effortlessly stretched his shoulders. He cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Okafor. I heard you were a potential first overall pick this year. Supan's incredulous inquiry hung in the air as he observed Okafor's puzzled expression. First overall, is that it? These two simple words bore immense impact. Deeply insulting, Okafor's face flushed with indignation, utterly taken aback. Prior to this evening, the entire NCAA was aware that Okafor's name would invariably be in the mix for the title of best center. Who is this Supan? How could he presume to taunt him after merely 2 plays? The next round, Okafor resolved to show him a thing or two. Fueled by rage, he clenched his teeth, determined to devise more strategies to curb Supan's momentum. The optimal tactic for collaborating with a center would undoubtedly be the pick and roll. This strategy would allow the center to efficiently score in the paint while conserving energy. Okafor began to actively maneuver along the perimeter, initiating a pick and roll with Tyus Jones at the top of the arc. However, Okafor merely feigned the pick before swiftly driving into the paint. Whoosh! Jones, understanding the cue, lofted the basketball high into the air. The arc of the throw perfectly positioned it above Supan's head. Many recognized that Okafor was preparing to dunk over Supan's head, responding to Supan's earlier display with an alley-oop. Just as Okafor leaped high to catch the ball, ready to look down upon the soon-to-be victim of his dunk, boom! A shadow appeared directly in front of the basketball. Supan had, unbeknownst to them, already completed his jump, his massive hand forcefully pressing down on the ball. Bang! Okafor felt a sudden, unexpected resistance and pushed down with all his might, only to find the basketball utterly unmoved. In that moment, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He gazed at Supan, who had leaped with him, and felt a surge of unease. As expected, a tremendous force gripped his arms, forcing him to lean backward. Like a ship caught in a colossal wave, Okafor found himself unable to resist. Supan pinned both him and the ball down. This sheer power disparity sent a shiver through the Duke University ranks. Bang Difa! What manner of creature is this? The commentators were left dumbfounded, their excitement boiling over in the broadcast booth. Another emphatic rejection. Supan had once again obliterated Jahlil Okafor's dignity. One might have thought that Supan's string of astonishing performances had already left spectators reeling. Who could have imagined that before the commentators could even finish their thoughts, Supan landed and, without a moment's pause, thundered forward into the opponent's half. Winston from Duke was the first to react, urgently signaling to his teammates to start their defensive retreat. They sprinted back. They cast anxious glances behind them. A 2.16-meter, 130-kilogram behemoth was barreling down the court. No one could hope to impede Supan's advance. He outpaced the power forward, then the small forward, and even the guard, who was left gasping for breath as he struggled to keep up with Supan's relentless charge, where others took 3 steps. Supan needed but a single stride that if it were merely a matter of stride length, it would be manageable. However, this fellow's speed was astonishing. Supan single-handedly transformed this basketball game into a sprinting contest. All the fans were left dumbfounded. I can't be seeing this right. This guy's running so fast. Good heavens. Our Duke point guard can't outrun the opposing center. His explosive speed was terrifying, having just overwhelmed Okafor. He initiated a fast break all on his own. With such a physique, his agility was simply incredible, shattering everyone's perceptions. And then, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Supan left Jones in the dust. completing a breathtaking full-court fast break in just 3 seconds. Truly, 3 seconds of sheer manhood. In relentless pursuit, Russell observed that Su Pan had already reached the basket. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched an audaciously long alley-oop. As Su Pan approached the restricted area, he glanced back at the ball's trajectory and leapt into the air with both feet. Under the astonished gaze of the audience, a resounding bang echoed as Su Pan's hands, akin to iron clamps, secured the airborne basketball. In that moment, suspended in midair, Su Pan pivoted, gripping the ball tightly, and with tremendous force, he smashed it down towards the hoop that a deep thud reverberated throughout the arena, plunging it into a profound silence. Eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd watched as Su Pan shook the rim violently. Just as he was about to release the pent-up energy from his leap, a sudden change washed over his face. Instinctively, he relinquished his grip and swiftly descended from the hoop. In the next instant, a faint sound pierced the stillness of the gym. Creak. The spectators beheld a metal pipe from the rim crash to the floor, followed by the sight of the entire structure collapsing, losing all support and crashing down. Undoubtedly, the hoop had broken once more. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Mike Bryn, his mouth agape in disbelief. Beside him, Amy Johnson was equally stunned, remarking, "This is no longer Shaquille O'Neal from the East. This is a cannonball from the East." The director immediately switched to a camera, capturing the reactions of the audience. Numerous college students, holding cups of soda, stared in astonishment, some with their hands on their heads, their faces etched with fear. The arena, which had been silent moments ago, gradually filled with hushed murmurs, eventually erupting into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. In the NCAA arena, a player had actually shattered the hoop. Many scouts were left dumbfounded, having encountered players of extraordinary talent, but never one so brutally powerful, with a combination of strength and speed. Complemented by an unparalleled innate ability, they were astounded that such a formidable player existed within the NCAA. Unbeknownst to them, as they gazed at Su Pan, their eyes glimmered with fervor. Pens fell to the ground, forgotten in their quest for more information about him. The players from Duke University were equally stunned, with Okafor's jaw nearly hitting the floor. It was Charles O'Neal who approached, lifting Okafor's chin with a hand to close his gaping mouth. "Hey, brother, keep it together. You're a potential #1 pick. After all, surely you've seen more than this," Charles O'Neal teased, a smirk playing on his lips as he relished Okafor's dismay. Meanwhile, the players from the 7-Leaf Tree team were unfazed. Accustomed to such spectacles, they sauntered back to the bench, calmly complaining to Su Pan about his interruption of the game. The last time Su Pan had broken the hoop, it took them a full half-hour to repair it, and by the time it was fixed, they had grown cold and needed to warm up again. Experience, indeed, was rich as for the Duke players. They returned to the bench with a mix of frustration and anticipation. Waiting for the lengthy repairs, their peculiar experience had only multiplied. Mike Krzyzewski, affectionately known as Coach K, had been at the helm of Duke University since 1980, crafting the Blue Devils into a powerhouse in NCAA history. Not only that, but Coach K was also a legendary figure, having led the Dream Team to gold medals. His reputation was impeccable. "Don't worry, kids," he reassured, noticing Okafor's dejection. He loosened his shirt collar and sat beside him, offering wise words of comfort. The aging basketball hoop was clearly in disrepair. Okafor nodded vigorously. While Su Pan's feat of breaking the hoop was indeed astonishing, it didn't imply that Su Pan was superior to him. Clearly, the issue lay with the hoop, not with Su Pan's explosive strength. "I understand, Coach. Trust me. I will give him a lesson," Okafor declared, his fists pumping with confidence. Seeing Okafor regain his composure, Coach K nodded approvingly. However, once Okafor returned to the court, the legendary coach sighed helplessly, turning to Su Pan with a gaze filled with intensity. He was acutely aware that this was not merely a problem with the hoop. Shortly after the game resumed, Okafor too recognized the truth that it seemed that the hoop had little to do with Su Pan's power was genuinely terrifying, overwhelming Okafor from every angle. Upon returning from the timeout, Okafor attempted to exploit his low-post game against Su Pan, relying on skill and strength to score. Yet, the issue was evident. He could not penetrate Su Pan's defenses. Bang! Bang! On his third attempt, Okafor collided forcefully, Finding himself completely immobilized, he felt as though he were battling against a utility pole. Glancing up at the expressionless Supan, Okafor clenched his teeth and exerted himself to create some shooting space. Bang! Despite Okafor's exertion, Supan remained steadfast in the paint. "Stop pushing." Supan's voice rang out. "Your positioning is off. It's uncomfortable." The provocative words echoed in Okafor's ears, turning his vision crimson with rage. Unable to contain himself, Okafor attempted to pivot and shoot. Bang! However, a pair of merciless hands swatted the basketball away from him. Was this truly the level of the projected #1 draft pick? After the exchange, Supan coldly scrutinized Okafor, who was left fuming and speechless, struggling to formulate a retort. "Perhaps it is you who has come here to surrender." The insult from earlier was now returned to him. Okafor felt a wave of darkness wash over him, ready to clash with Supan. Fortunately, Coach K's timely timeout diffused the tension on the court. Back at the bench, Coach K offered no further commentary, simply allowing Okafor to rest while he devised more outside shooting strategies with the team. It was clear to all that relying on interior scoring against Supan was futile. He was like an impenetrable fortress guarding the seven-leaf tree's paint. Those who dared to challenge him would inevitably face failure, much like Okafor. Hitting the perimeter was Duke University's last opportunity. Meanwhile, Okafor sat on the bench, utterly lost. During the previous timeout, he had been brimming with confidence about overcoming Supan. But after several encounters, he was genuinely rattled, acutely aware of the immense disparity in strength. In this era of small ball, Okafor's value lay in his substantial interior presence. He was not a mobile center. He believed he could dominate with his low-post power and dismantle small ball strategies, which was why he had been considered a top pick in multiple drafts. Yet now, he faced a center even stronger than himself. Especially now, during the crucial and exhilarating March Madness, NBA scouts are omnipresent, which has profoundly impacted his draft prospects. The consequences of a loss are unfathomable, that Okafor's forehead glistens with cold sweat. Upon returning to the court, he no longer dares to demand the ball from the point guard. This moment, he seeks not to prove himself superior to Supan, but merely to secure a victory in this match. However, his teammates are mindlessly feeding the ball to Supan in the paint. Supan, undeterred, is dominating the rim, taking on Okafor single-handedly. The crowd erupts with excitement, yet the staff on the sidelines appear pale and anxious. "Take it easy. How can you not be gentle? Goodness, stop pulling. You're here to play basketball, not swing on a playground." Watching the creaking rim, the staff pray that it can withstand Supan's onslaught. Fortunately, the brand new hoop is reinforced and remarkably stable, showing no signs of bending under Supan's immense power. However, the game has devolved into a showcase of Supan's individual prowess. The greatest suspense of the second half is no longer the outcome of the match, but whether Supan will shatter a second hoop. Thankfully, Supan shows some restraint, choosing not to hang on the rim for too long after each dunk, fearing that another exertion might bring down another basket. With just 5 minutes left in the game, Duke University has utterly lost hope of closing the gap, trailing by 28 points. Coach K gazes up at the scoreboard, displaying Supan's astonishing statistics. His expression, a complex mix of emotions. Once a favorite for the championship, they are now on the brink of elimination in the first round. A staggering 45 points, 22 rebounds, and 9 blocks. Just the 45 points alone are enough to dominate the NCAA. Alongside those points, Supan has also contributed 22 rebounds and 9 blocks. Throughout the game, he has completely controlled the paint, with no one able to stop him. Nearby, commentator Amy Johnson takes a deep breath and reports to the audience. Supan has made history in March Madness, achieving the first-ever 45-20 record. Simultaneously, he has shattered the NCAA record for the highest plus-minus value at 47. Moreover, he has also become the player in NCAA history to secure 14 offensive rebounds in a single game. As this news breaks, the crowd collectively gasps. 14 offensive rebounds signify 14 opportunities for second-chance points. The fans of Duke University, once heralded as a powerhouse in the paint, have been dismantled by a non-seeded team. The supporters of Ohio State University see in Supan a beacon of hope for a championship. Likewise, Russell has also delivered impressive statistics tonight. 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 14 assists. His sharpshooting from beyond the arc has been nothing short of spectacular. often casually tossing the ball from three-point range and racking up assists. Russell beams with pride as he engages with the media that I feel fortunate to have a teammate like Supin. You know, we're the best duo in NCAA history. No team can stand in our way. Supin will crush everything. With that, Russell raises his head proudly, his face radiating satisfaction that in stark contrast. The shock of Duke University facing an early exit is precisely what the reporters have been eager to witness. As the game concludes and the commentary continues to extol Supin's performance, reporters swarm around Coach K of the Duke Blue Devils. Coach K, did you ever consider that you would lose in the first round? What do you think? Coach K responds, his expression devoid of emotion in the face of such a foolish question. How would you evaluate this newcomer, Supin? Upon hearing this inquiry, Coach K raises an eyebrow, his hands in his pockets, exuding exasperation. Undoubtedly, he is the primary reason for our upset. Before the game, we were completely unaware that our opponent possessed the NCAA's top-tier talent, even though he has many areas needing refinement. Such as post moves and shot selection, he relies heavily on his natural gifts. However, his sheer talent is already formidable. If given the chance, I would love to coach him for a year. This statement casts a sudden silence over the journalists. Wanting to coach him for a year, is that a public recruitment? Coach K, often labeled as a cold-hearted strategist, has unexpectedly extended an olive branch to a newcomer. Journalists nearby frantically jot down every detail of this conversation. Meanwhile, Okafor clearly lacks Coach K's composure. Being eliminated in the first round of March Madness renders a year of hard work utterly in vain. His dismal performance is now exposed to the scrutiny of scouts. Pain is etched on Okafor's face as despair overwhelms him. Confronted by reporters, he almost screams in frustration. Ohio State University has gone too far. They have a powerful core, yet they've only unleashed it during March Madness. Had I known about him earlier, I could have better prepared. The reporters, witnessing Okafor's breakdown, can only shake their heads in disbelief. Who would have imagined that Okafor, the pillar of the team and a projected first overall pick, would score merely 5 points and grab 3 rebounds today? To me, he resembles a fortified version of Shaquille O'Neal. This comparison of Okafor to a powered-up version of O'Neal becomes a focal point for various media outlets. On the other side, Supin observes the championship system task progress, reaching 16, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Just as he sits on the bench, preparing to rest, reporters flock to him for an interview. This is your debut, and you played so flawlessly. How did you accomplish that? Flawlessly. Supin wipes the sweat from his brow, a smirk dancing on his lips. I remember missing a shot. The reporters stand momentarily dumbfounded. No matter how they ponder, they sense something amiss in his statement. This kid seems to be showing off. How would you evaluate your opponent, Duke University, in their performance today? They actually played quite well. Coach K is a strategic mastermind. Tyus Jones had some impressive drives, and Justice Winslow defended admirably. As for Okafor, he brushes his hair back. Supin falls into a brief silence, a silence laden with significance. Initially, he intended to be impartial, but after much contemplation, all he could recall was Okafor brushing his hair. Primarily, his statistics, 3 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists, left Supin at a loss for words. Nearby, the reporters chuckle, opting not to press Supin further. Instead, transitioning to the next topic. You dominated Jahlil Okafor. Do you aspire to transition from NCAA to the NBA? Upon hearing this, Supin chuckles, playfully teasing. Did you know he was once predicted to be the first overall pick? I defeated him. So shouldn't I be the top pick? This remark elicits laughter from the reporters. This young man truly possesses a humorous wit. However, Supin's next statement sends a chill down the spines of the journalists. Moreover, what I desire is not merely to enter the NBA. I aim to dominate in an instant. The reporters find themselves unsure whether Supin is jesting or speaking earnestly. Nonetheless, one thing is certain. The matchup between Duke and Ohio State has undoubtedly stirred a tempest within the realm of NCAA basketball. What did you say? Duke University lost. On the other side, the star player of the University of Kentucky's Wildcats, Karl Anthony Towns, was utterly taken aback upon receiving the news. He had just learned from his teammate Devin Booker that Jahlil Okafor's Duke University had suffered an unexpected defeat. They were well aware of Okafor's formidable prowess. If Kentucky aspired to clinch the championship, They must triumph over the formidable opponent that is Duke University. Who had they lost to? Towns was eager to uncover the name of this team that had removed a significant obstacle from their path to victory. Leaning back in his chair, a look of relief washed over his face. Towns was acutely aware of Okafor's capabilities. If Kentucky wished to seize the championship, defeating Duke was imperative. However, Devin Booker furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent. What do you mean by clearing the path? They utterly annihilated Jahlil Okafor. Subsequently, in the locker room, as he changed clothes, Booker bellowed, 45 points, 22 rebounds, 9 blocks. Where on earth did that thick-legged giant, Supan, come from? His exclamations left the Kentucky players in a state of astonishment. Were it not for Booker, they might have believed that Duke had simply been careless and inadvertently lost a crucial match. The locker room of the University of Kentucky fell into a hushed silence. A top seed in this year's championship race. Their roster was undeniably stellar, in addition to the projected first overall pick. Karl-Anthony Towns, they boasted talents such as Devin Booker and Jamal Murray. Even in terms of blue-collar players, they had the fundamentally sound Trey Lyles, Tyler Ulis, and Willie Cauley-Stein. This year, Kentucky had both star power and raw talent. The former trio provided offensive firepower, while the latter trio fortified their defensive front, creating the strongest lineup Kentucky had ever seen. Due to the sheer strength of the University of Kentucky, they topped the power rankings. The players were deep in discussion about Supan. Both Towns and Okafor were frequently projected as the first overall picks. However, their styles of play were distinctly different. One leaned towards a perimeter-oriented center suited for the small ball era, possessing exceptional mobility, while the other focused on post play and facilitating within the paint. This Supan, a player from the Middle Kingdom, indeed scored 45 points and grabbed 20 rebounds. Could it be true? If so, wouldn't he be the NCAA's premier center? Don't be ridiculous. What era are we in to judge based on a single game? Yet this Supan truly dismantled the previously projected first overall pick. Towns, too, had once overwhelmed Jahlil. What is the fuss? Our Carl is undoubtedly the NCAA's top center. Indeed, I must teach him a lesson. Kentucky's message was clear. Even if one defeated Okafor, it didn't prove that Supan was the NCAA's leading center. Because there exists a name, Towns. Clenching his fists, Towns felt an intensified desire to prove himself. Just because you triumphed over Jahlil Okafor doesn't mean you can best me, that I too am a candidate for the first overall pick. Towns was prepared that if he were to encounter Ohio State during March Madness, he would ensure to teach Supan a lesson, making it evident to all who truly deserve the title of NCAA's foremost center. Meanwhile, Supan's emergence had captured the attention of teams across the NCAA. On the other side, players from the University of Wisconsin were also discussing Supan, particularly as their next opponent was Ohio State. Wisconsin was likewise one of the formidable teams in this year's March Madness. Sam Decker and Duhé Dukin as core players had formed the offensive backbone of Wisconsin's squad. Each of them contributed an impressive average of 15 points and 6 rebounds per game. The team's leader, Frank Kaminsky, was pivotal. Standing at 2.13 meters, he possessed athleticism rivaling that of a small forward and demonstrated a reliable shooting touch from beyond the arc. He was undoubtedly a rare breed of stretch big man in today's small ball era. During his college years, Kaminsky was rightfully regarded as a collegiate powerhouse. In fact, the legendary Jerry West bypassed Devin Booker and Miles Turner to select Kaminsky. D'Angelo is impressive, but I believe that center will be tougher to deal with. His size is reminiscent of a woolly mammoth. Duhé Dukin lamented with a furrowed brow. Their team primarily relied on perimeter offense, thus they feared teams that excelled in interior scoring. Initially, they believed facing Okafor's Duke would be an arduous battle, only to find Duke eliminated in the first round. Shortly after receiving this good news, they learned that Ohio State, who had vanquished Duke, saw their center explode for 45 points, thoroughly dismantling Okafor. This only heightened their concerns regarding their upcoming match. That's enough. Kaminsky shot an irritated glance at Dukin that we've encountered plenty of oversized college players in the NCAA. Upon hearing this, Dukin fell silent. Indeed, the NCAA had its share of players with imposing physiques and exceptional athleticism. However, their technical skills and basketball IQ often left much to be desired. Among such players, it was not uncommon for at least 9 out of 10 to be deemed failures. The remaining one, while not a bust, would undoubtedly have significant shortcomings. Sitting up straight, Kaminsky confidently spoke to his teammates that in this era, an interior player lacking perimeter scoring is at a distinct disadvantage. When the time comes, I'll make him look foolish. Kaminsky's offensive prowess was indisputable. A T2.13 meters tall, with outstanding skills and touch, he could score like a small forward. Whether inside or outside, he could score with ease. At that moment, a hint of a smile appeared on the faces of the Wisconsin players. Perhaps the formidable Pan, who posed a headache for Duke, will be no match for their sharpshooting squad. Your center is strong. Then I'll just pull him out to play. With that thought, Kaminsky couldn't help but smile. He was eager to show Pan what true offensive prowess looked like. Meanwhile, on the other side, two scouts from the San Antonio Spurs returned to the ATT Center. The Spurs general manager R.C. Buford was anxiously pacing in his office. As soon as the scouts entered, he hurriedly inquired about Jahlil Okafor's evaluation. How did the assessment go? Does his talent warrant our interest? The two scouts exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of resignation, before simultaneously shaking their heads at the general manager. Sir, Jahlil may only be suited for the intensity of college basketball. If he transitions to the higher intensity of the NBA, he may fail to exhibit the capabilities people expect of him. That if we wish to avoid selecting a bust, we should steer clear of him. The word bust caused R.C. Buford to furrow his brow, disappointment evident on his face. The Big Three began to approach the twilight of their careers. The Spurs' performance had waned year after year. They were anxiously scouting for players in the draft, hoping to find the next heir to Tim Duncan, to be molded into a miracle by Coach Popovich during the next decade of success. Compared to Kentucky's towns, the more traditional Spurs naturally leaned toward a classic center like Okafor. In this era of small ball, I firmly believe that introducing a dominant traditional center would bring an end to the small ball phenomenon. However, as it stands, Jahlil Okafor appears to lack the requisite capabilities. Buford's gaze dimmed, and the aspirations of concluding the small ball era seemed poised to be temporarily shelved. But just as manager Buford's enthusiasm waned, Scout Tom Jamie shifted the narrative. Mr. Manager, we have uncovered a candidate far superior to Jahlil Okafor. This individual is bound to win the admiration of Coach Greg, and he is undoubtedly worthy of being the successor to Duncan in the frontcourt. These words ignited a flicker of hope in R.C. Buford's eyes that a prospect more remarkable than the top center in the NCAA, a type that Coach Popovich would favor, the next heir to Duncan's legacy in the paint. With merely 3 sentences, the scout successfully piqued the full interest of the Spurs general manager. Could it truly be this extraordinary? Observing R.C. Buford's skepticism, Tom Jamie refrained from further elaboration and promptly produced his mobile phone. Within it lay a video clip of Pan's game highlights. Mr. Manager, please watch the VCR. On screen, Pan soared through the air with the swiftness of lightning. His agile footwork made it seem as if a high schooler had wandered into a basketball match among elementary students. Particularly the NCAA's touted strongest center, Okafor, was utterly dominated by Pan, rendered powerless against the onslaught. However, just as R.C. Buford was absorbing the footage, he abruptly shut off his phone, unable to contain his exhilaration. No more words. Bring me his dossier to my office. Immediately. Right away. After issuing his commands, Buford reopened his phone, intent on re-watching the game footage. Yet, halfway through, his expression stiffened as a sudden realization struck him. He hurriedly called out to the scout, who had yet to depart. Also, notify Greg Popovich to come to my office. Scout Tom Jamie, witnessing R.C. Buford's animated demeanor, could not help but beam with delight. Undoubtedly, Pan was the candidate the Spurs had been yearning for. Meanwhile, in the United States, as the NBA playoffs were about to commence, the Cleveland Cavaliers triumphed over the Los Angeles Lakers at home. In the Cavaliers' locker room, the already injured Kevin Love was on a brief respite. Dressed in a sharp suit, he welcomed his teammates' victorious return. After a round of celebrations, Love approached Kyrie Irving with a mischievous grin, nudging him playfully. While you're in high spirits, let me share some unfortunate news. Your Duke University has lost. They were eliminated in the first round of March Madness. What? Irving was taken aback. His Duke University, although not the top seed, was certainly a strong contender for the championship. How could they falter so early? Especially with a reliable inside presence like Okafor, it seemed unfathomable for them to be ousted in the first round. There was a player who scored over 40 points and grabbed more than 20 rebounds. Love continued, adjusting his suit as he patiently elaborated. Oh, and he also recorded 9 blocks. Only after hearing this did Irving begin to comprehend the gravity of the situation. To perform such feats during March Madness was indeed impressive. Having experienced the rigors of college basketball and the intensity of March Madness himself, Irving understood the significance of those statistics. As he gradually regained his composure, Love raised an eyebrow. And I should mention, he only missed 1 shot. What? Irving's calm demeanor shattered. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Love. That To scored nearly 50 points while missing only 1 shot. That was an astonishing level of efficiency. Love merely shrugged. Yes, this guy is nearly infallible. Irving was left utterly flabbergasted. To achieve over 40 points while having only missed a single shot was an accomplishment that would set a record in any NCAA team's history. As Irving stood there, momentarily stunned, Love leisurely recounted Supan's remarkable performance that night. You should have seen it. He out-jumped Shaquille and could initiate fast breaks like a guard. His athleticism allowed him to swat Shaquille's hook shot into the 15th row of the stands. Especially noteworthy was that he managed to shatter the rim that evening. Can you believe it? An NCAA player broke the rim. Love grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Meanwhile, Irving felt as though he were listening to a fantastical tale. Jumping to the 15th row, initiating fast breaks like a guard, shattering the rim. And he was a player from our homeland. From astonishment to disbelief, he began to question the veracity of Love's exaggerated claims. Having never encountered such a monstrous talent, this is simply impossible. Irving waved his hand dismissively and pulled out his phone, ready to debunk Kevin Love's embellishments. However, upon opening the news app, he was utterly astonished to find that the sports headlines were overwhelmingly dominated by stories about Supan. Supan had truly exploded onto the scene. Holding his phone, Irving gaped in disbelief, scrutinizing the game footage at that moment. LeBron James approached, glancing at the two before engaging in his customary pleasantries. Oh man. Watching videos again. You guys must have a lot of data to spare. Let me borrow your hotspot. Seeing LeBron coming over to mooch off their data, Irving anxiously beckoned him closer. LeBron, you shouldn't worry about a few bucks for data. There's someone here you will definitely appreciate. James raised an eyebrow, then flashed a broad grin, teasingly responding, someone I'll like. My favorite is Taco. After all, tomorrow is Taco Tuesday. G-I-G-I-G-I. The locker room erupted in laughter as everyone mimicked James's playful jijijai sound in response. Having just won the game, James was in high spirits. He walked over to the two, draping his arms around their shoulders, eager to see what they were watching. Upon glancing down, he was met with the sight of a towering figure soaring through the air, delivering an array of ferocious blocks. Moreover, this player had dominated the court in a mere 3 seconds as he observed how everyone else on the court appeared dwarfed by the video's protagonist. James was left bewildered. Why is this giant playing in an elementary league? Upon noticing the NCAA logo in the upper right corner, he was utterly stunned. Is it even possible to play like this in college? And why does everyone else seem like they belong in elementary school? As he watched Supan, James realized what it meant to encounter a talent one had longed for, but had never known existed. Had he been aware of such a formidable player in the NCAA, he would have certainly leveraged his connections. Before this fellow even entered university, he was recruited into the team. After all, Supan is a native of the Celestial Empire, and there is no necessity for him to undergo the collegiate league experience like local players to make it to the NBA. Supan could have easily opted for social registration, following an international pathway, bypassing the draft to directly enter the NBA. Unfortunately, he's currently playing in college at present. The small ball revolution initiated by the Warriors is sweeping through the league, and this season, the Warriors are exceptionally formidable. The mere thought of the Warriors makes James instinctively massage his subtly aching temples. With Curry, Thompson, and Green, complemented by the veteran Iguodala and the Tar Heel Barnes, such a quintet possesses remarkable three-point capabilities, expansive offensive spacing, and terrifying mobility, an existence that gives the entire league a headache. Even James himself lacks absolute confidence in defeating the Warriors. However, upon catching sight of Supan, he felt a stir of excitement. It is precisely the absence of a powerful center in the current NBA that allows the Warriors to launch incessant outside attacks. This guy may very well become the key to countering this small ball strategy. Wait a moment, he is from Ohio State University. James sees the phone from Irving, scrutinizing the NCAA schedule. 3 days from now, our Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse will host their game. The opponent is the University of Wisconsin. Indeed, the Sweet 16 battle for Ohio State University is set to take place at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Thus, the three exchanged knowing glances. Instant understanding. Buy tickets, meanwhile, on the media side of the Celestial Empire. In this era of rapidly advancing smartphones and the imminent transition from 3G to 4G, nearly everyone can now watch the news via their mobile devices, no longer waiting for broadcasts on television. In a certain university, a lecturer monotonously droned on at the podium. Basketball enthusiast Wang Xiaohu was sprawled on his desk, browsing a sports website, preparing to kill time with the day's NBA news. Little did he expect that upon opening his phone, a notification would immediately capture his attention. Celestial Empire behemoth wreaks havoc in the NCAA. A mad march for the Celestial Empire. A genius player emerges. Disrupting the madness of March. What on earth is this? Has the media lost all dignity? Wait, could it be that the great Zhou Qi, after completing the U18, has gone to the NBA? Wang Xiaohu frowned and muttered. He had never been particularly interested in the American madness of March, but the phrase Celestial Empire piqued his immense curiosity. As he clicked on the video, Wang Xiaohu was utterly astounded. The footage of Su Pan swatting away Okafor shots, coupled with his lightning-fast fast breaks and visually stunning dunks, left Wang Xiaohu questioning his existence. Most shockingly, he even broke the basketball hoop. Is this even human? Soon he was captivated by Su Pan's prowess. Shaking his friends beside him to watch, several fellow basketball enthusiasts were instantly engrossed. Wait, this guy is one of us. His name is Su Pan, and he truly is from the Celestial Empire? No way. He has gone too far. He can snap the rim. Bro, after seeing Zhou Qi, I feel like he's out of the picture. His next game is the day after tomorrow, and we have no classes in the morning. We absolutely must watch. Goodness, with that physique, a collision could leave Zhou Qi in pieces. What a true monster. Moreover, the sports media of the Celestial Empire is inundating the public with the exploits of Su Pan. However, due to the relatively low acceptance of the madness of March domestically, it hasn't garnered much attention. That on the contrary, basketball enthusiasts who have long been active on forums like Hoopu are overjoyed. No one expected that the Celestial Empire had such a fierce competitor. Celestial Empire fans are eagerly anticipating Su Pan's upcoming matches in America. At Ohio State University, Su Pan returned to his dormitory to find Russell sitting at his computer. Grinning foolishly to him, Su Pan coughed a couple of times. Russell abruptly slammed his laptop shut. What is there to be embarrassed about? I already know about your little hobby. Su Pan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he inquired. So, who do you prefer, Kim Kardashian or Khloe Kardashian? Russell, who had been watching intimate photos of the Kardashian sisters, blushed but still replied, Actually, I prefer the younger one, Kendall Jenner. Surprised by this answer, Su Pan remarked, Aren't you usually drawn to exaggerated figures? The more voluptuous the better? That's merely a fleeting thrill. Enjoyment is temporary, Russell retorted, lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke, as if he were an expert on the subject. Those are just for fun. If I were to have a long-term girlfriend or wife, it would have to be someone with a more proportionate figure like Jenner. Su Pan nodded in agreement, recognizing Russell's reasoning. Furthermore, he recalled that Russell's future girlfriend, Laura, indeed did not possess a figure as exaggerated as the Kardashians. Transitioning to this topic, Russell grew curious. You say you're open to any type. If you had to choose one of the Kardashian sisters as a girlfriend, who would it be? After speaking, Russell eagerly awaited Su Pan's response. Kim Kardashian, Khloe Kardashian, or Kendall Jenner. These three are sought after by numerous NBA players. Russell was keen to see whom Su Pan would select. Only children make choices, Su Pan replied calmly. I want them all. Russell was momentarily speechless. Rumor has it that one Kardashian can ruin a player. If Su Pan would have all three, he might end up as a mere shell of a man. Seeing that there was no opportunity to extend the topic further, Russell shifted the conversation back to the upcoming game. Su, let us not dwell on that. In the next game, you will face a new challenge. Frank Kaminsky. Have you heard of him? He's a collegiate powerhouse. You need to be cautious. He has no easy opponent. Frank Kaminsky. The name was not unfamiliar to Supan. Like many white centers, he lacks athleticism but possesses top-notch skills. Moreover, this guy, much like Tyler Hansbrough from a few years back, is a skilled white interior player with decent mobility. Both achieved remarkable success during their collegiate careers. However, you're playing so impressively, yet you're still in your junior year without entering the NBA. The draft predictions have never placed you in the top 3 for a reason. Your talent is simply lacking. And your potential is quite limited. Supan flexed his wrists, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. In the next game, I will make him feel the stark contrast in talent. It is worth mentioning that for tonight's game, the NCAA has garnered new attention and invited the renowned duo of commentators, Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith. Supan's recent highlight reels have gone viral online, attracting substantial interest. The appearance of these two figures will undoubtedly draw even more attention to today's game. If it weren't for the recent buzz surrounding Supan, I wouldn't be here commentating on the NCAA. Charles Barkley said, beaming as he interacted with fans while continuing, "My true purpose for being here today is to test whether the media is just blowing smoke." Kenny Smith nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I've seen the videos online. Supan's athleticism is astounding. I, too, am eager to witness whether he truly resembles a monster wreaking havoc in the NCAA. However, to speak candidly, these two individuals certainly favor players like Supan. As veterans who once battled fiercely in the 80s and 90s, they still appreciate Supan's aggressive and combative style of play." Prior to the match, the players from both teams engaged in pre-game interviews. Kaminsky observed that the majority of the spectators had come to witness Supan's performance, and he was immediately filled with indignation. "Don't even mention that name to me," he declared defiantly before the camera. What era are we in? Still relying on the traditional center's play style. In this day and age, the traditional center has long been rendered obsolete. That I will be the one to usher in the new era of centers. It was evident to all that this NCAA champion held Supan in utter disdain. The atmosphere around the arena was charged with tension even before the game commenced, with palpable animosity between the fans of both sides. As the camera shifted to the Ohio State University side, Supan pointed assertively at the lens, proclaiming, "The traditional center shall never fade away." Wow. This statement starkly contrasted with Kaminsky's earlier remarks, eliciting a roar of approval from the crowd. Clearly, Supan's words resonated with many longtime fans. Despite the current dominance of mobile centers, there remains a substantial contingent of retro enthusiasts who cherish the classical style of play. After all, in their eyes, the tough and resilient center is the epitome of what a true center should be. In the commentary booth, Barkley could not help but raise his arms in exuberance, exclaiming, for that statement alone, "I will be a fan of Supan for a year." Kenny Smith beside him nodded in agreement. This match had transcended the strict definition of a mere March Madness Sweet 16 clash. Charles Barkley continued to amplify the atmosphere, declaring, "This is a battle between traditional and modern centers. I believe Supan can revive the glory of the traditional center." The hype surrounding this game was intriguing. In the stands, Kyrie Irving, wearing a cap, leaned over the railing, jesting about the unfolding drama, while Kevin Love shrugged in silence. Meanwhile, LeBron's gaze was firmly fixed on Supan, seeking the opinions of those beside him. "Do you think this kid can really outrun the guards?" Upon hearing this, Irving and Love exchanged glances that, in the NBA, there are indeed players of substantial size with commendable speed, though they are a rarity. Players like LeBron, who can chase down opposing point guard across the court, are even more scarce. Either they possess speed but lack the requisite bulk to withstand physical play, or they are powerful but deficient in speed. Supan, as a center who perfectly melds static and dynamic athleticism, was a novel sight for them. Perhaps, Love mused thoughtfully as he glanced at the bench of the seven-leaf tree team. But if this kid can shatter the rim, his raw power would certainly be enough to intimidate many in the NBA. Upon hearing this, Irving playfully teased, "I feel like I might get run over by this kid." "LeBron, you'd better call for an ambulance." Love, wrapping an arm around Irving's shoulder, chuckled, "Forget about you. If this kid charges at me with full force, I would need a few days to recover." Yet at this point, Irving suddenly took on a serious demeanor. Observing Supan effortlessly executing dunks, his tone grew grave. "If his skills are genuinely as impressive as they seem, This kid might just help us dismantle the small ball era. LeBron smiled, but remained silent. Currently, the Warriors' small ball strategy was thriving. Should they lose to the Warriors in this year's finals, they would need to bolster their center position. Kaminsky and Supan offered contrasting styles. Aside from the generational differences in their gameplay, Kaminsky was offensively potent yet defensively weak, while Supan, despite his nascent offensive skills, excelled defensively, embodying a profile of strong defense paired with weaker offense. Their distinct styles and characteristics illustrated the considerable divergence between the two. As the conversation continued, the game commenced. The referee scrutinized the two players before blowing the whistle. The basketball soared into the air, and all eyes converged on the center circle. With a resounding thud, as the basketball reached its apex, a towering figure ascended with remarkable grace. Spectators gasped as Supan's leap surpassed Kaminsky's nearly half-extended arm. With an impressive height and wingspan, coupled with exceptional leaping ability, who could possibly best this athlete in a jump ball? With a mighty slap of his palm, Supan directed the ball towards Russell. In the next moment, landing deftly, Supan swiftly shoved Kaminsky aside and surged forward. The bewildered Kaminsky, still processing the play, soon realized Supan had already vanished from sight, forgetting that Supan had utilized this very tactic in the previous game. By the time he regained his bearings, Supan had already created a significant gap, racing towards the free throw line. Observing this, Russell promptly passed the ball. "Hey, this is precisely what I wanted to see," exclaimed commentator Barkley, rising in exhilaration. No sooner had he spoken than Supan launched himself from the free throw line, grasping the basketball mid-air, with his right arm carving a graceful arc above the paint. He executed a fierce dunk. As Supan completed the alley-oop from the jump ball, the arena erupted in cheers. Remarkably, only 2 seconds had elapsed since the game's commencement. In just 2 seconds, one can accomplish a multitude of feats. In the blink of an eye, the previously quiet arena erupted into a frenzy. The astonished gasps of fans nearly punctured the ceiling of the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Barkley, in the commentary booth, exuberantly shouted, "This moment, this is why I came to watch this game." Kenny Smith, left speechless, finally wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with a towel, gazing at the replay in awe. That was outrageously impressive. After years in basketball, this is the first time I've witnessed such a savage form of offense. Extraneous technique, pure raw physical talent. It's as simple as that. It's that brutal. Not only were the two players stunned, but the fans were equally astonished by the unprecedented sights they were witnessing. What they had never seen in the NBA was now unfolding on the NCAA stage, as a college student executed such explosive plays. The fact that Supan had delivered similar performances in consecutive games suggested that this was no mere fluke. Such maneuvers were as instinctual as eating, drinking, or breathing. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers' big three, seated not far away, were left utterly dumbfounded. They had witnessed numerous explosive scoring plays, but starting the game with a free throw line alley-oop was an extraordinary feat beyond comprehension, especially considering Supan's speed. When he took off, everyone else on the court was left trailing far behind. His sheer velocity alone could outmatch the other 9 players combined. Had anyone in the NBA ever accomplished such a remarkable feat? James swallowed hard and turned to his companions, Irving and Love. Irving shook his head. When the two glanced at Love, they found him gaping in shock, his jaw nearly unhinged. Love quickly rubbed his chin to ease the cramp that had set in, then shook his head vigorously. "Never. I dare say. Not even once." The trio fell into a brief silence. In the opening 3 seconds, the sheer force of jumping and speed had allowed for an alley-oop that, if executed in a crucial moment, would designate the player as a potential game winner. Once they recovered from their astonishment, the three resumed their discussion. SU's fast break capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. Love, contemplating his chin, calmly expressed his thoughts. Despite his imposing physique, Su's straight-line speed resembled that of a guard. At this point, Love felt a surge of anticipation, for Su possessed one of the strongest long-passing abilities in the entire NBA. If he could deliver long passes to Su on the court, the visual would be utterly stunning. 2 big men executing long passes. It was akin to Wong Laochi and Sieg Wanquin sharing a toast, or Naruto overpowering Sasuke. A formidable alliance, yet utterly absurd. Meanwhile, James and Irving began to ponder what kind of chemistry would ignite if they teamed up with Sue. The prospects were indeed thrilling from the outset. Sue had commanded attention, leaving Kaminsky feeling utterly humiliated. As the insane champion, someone of Sue's caliber should merely serve as his backdrop, a stepping stone. Yet now, he was soaring above him. Consequently, in the next play, Kaminsky desperately sought to regain his pride. He approached the arc, surveying the surroundings before beckoning to his point guard. As the unequivocal offensive core of the team, Kaminsky wielded unlimited freedom to shoot. He was prepared to teach Sue a lesson from his most favored position at the arc. However, the moment Kaminsky received the ball, he found the three-point line before him inexplicably deserted. Sue, unlike the others, had not approached to defend him and had even deliberately given him some space. This season, Kaminsky boasted a three-point shooting percentage of 40. With no defender at the arc, it was practically an open shot for him. He executed a few fakes, only to discover that Sue still had no intention of closing the distance. Kaminsky chuckled. "You dare to give me space? You have yet to experience the wrath of a new age stretch center." Seeing Sue remain unfazed, Kaminsky decisively launched a three-dash-pointer. The basketball soared through the air with perfect trajectory. Kaminsky's confident smile grew ever brighter. Success! But the next instant, a massive hand obliterated his view of the rim. The lights above seemed to dim as the hand blocked them entirely. Thud! A muffled sound followed. The basketball, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, hurtled towards the sidelines. This resounding rejection jolted Kaminsky awake. In truth, Kaminsky had assumed Sue was allowing him an open three. However, for Sue, that distance was well within his normal defensive range. This proved that a vast defensive reach grants one the freedom to act as they please. What? Just like that, I got swatted. That was Frank Kaminsky's three-pointer. His defensive range is astonishing. Kenny Smith in the commentary booth gasped in disbelief. Beside him, Barkley widened his eyes. Kaminsky likely thought Sue was letting him shoot. Forget this play. Sue was already on the fast break, charging forward. Following Sue's emphatic block, Russell swiftly retrieved the ball just before it went out of bounds. As Sue landed, he immediately initiated a fast break. The combination of Sue and Russell's fast break offense had become one of the most frequently employed strategies for the current team. The moment Sue broke free from the crowd. Whoosh! Russell delivered a perfectly timed pass. SU merely tapped the ball at the three-point line before completing a layup. With 2 strides, he crossed the free throw line, and on the 3rd step, he launched into the air. Boom! After the layup, both feet left the ground, and everyone noticed that Sue's head almost cleared the rim. With both hands tightly gripping the basketball, he forcefully slammed it into the hoop. Crash! This play epitomized what it meant to possess physical prowess. In the commentary booth, Barkley was utterly ecstatic. The rejection of Frank's three-pointer followed by a fast break showcase was yet another display of Sue's brilliance. Oh wow! And it culminated in a two-handed dunk that looked down upon the rim. Oh my goodness! Wait, what's in his hand? Sue's speed was testing the announcer's ability to keep up. As Barkley turned back, he realized that Sue was holding the rim. Standing beneath the hoop, Sue effortlessly lifted the rim with one hand, casting an apologetic glance at the nearby referee. The referee, utterly dumbfounded, had never witnessed such a scene in all their years officiating NCAA games. Holy crap. My God, what just happened? Am I seeing this correctly? Sue actually ripped down a basketball hoop. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith were rendered speechless. They had come to watch Sue, but never anticipated such a display of brutality on the sidelines. Whether it was the surrounding reporters, spectators, or the Wisconsin players in the game, all were wide-eyed, fixated on Sue. Under the collective gaze of so many, Sue hurriedly handed the rim to the referee, complaining that it needed replacing. Only the sideline staff understood. They had prepared a brand new hoop for this game just recently, and now it had been torn down. At that moment, not only was the hoop ripped from its mount, but the backboard also bore fine cracks. The entire rim structure had been rendered utterly unusable by Sue's sheer force. Repairing it was out of the question. A new hoop was the only solution. Charles, I remember that after Shaq, the league reinforced the backboards, right? Kenny Smith wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Barkley, however, raised an eyebrow. Kenny, ever since the reinforcement, Shaq hasn't broken a backboard again. Yet Sue in the last game knocked down the entire hoop, and now he's ripped one off completely. This proves he possesses strength that surpasses Shaq. Is he aiming for an average of one destroyed hoop per game? At that moment, the audience on the sidelines had regained their composure. Suddenly, the entire arena erupted with the sound of chatter. T.O. destroy a basketball hoop in a single game. This man's strength is terrifying. If he slapped me, I'd probably meet my maker. The previous game's hoop was certainly not due to age, or what if memory serves. It seems the arena had just installed new hoops in anticipation of the playoffs. And to think, a brand new hoop had been torn down. Is this man truly aiming for an average of one destroyed hoop per game? Meanwhile, not far away in the stands, has anyone other than Shaq ever ripped down a hoop in the NBA? James asked Irving, who shook his head. When they both turned to look at Love, they discovered he was no longer in his seat. Upon glancing down, they saw Love had somehow knelt on the floor, utterly astonished by the spectacle. Once he regained his senses, Love quickly stood up and replied, "No, it's truly unprecedented in history. Moreover, this is far more exaggerated than O'Neal's feats in his prime, after O'Neal famously shattered a basketball hoop. The NBA adopted the latest specifications for hoops manufactured in the land of the Middle Kingdom. Since then, there have been no records of any damage to basketball hoops. The hoop at the Quicken Loans Arena adheres strictly to the league's regulations, without any discrepancies. This implies that this individual possesses strength that exceeds the maximum capacity of an NBA basketball hoop." The astonishment on James's face was palpable. He found it hard to believe the conclusion he had just drawn. Beside him, both Love and Irving nodded in agreement, validating James's hypothesis. The trio fell into a momentary silence. Strength that surpasses the NBA's maximum capacity. Who in the league could possibly contend with him in the paint? He must be taken down. A fiery determination flickered in James's eyes. This player is the most crucial piece in our championship pursuit. Just a glance at Supin confirmed it for James. He had developed an admiration for this player. Meanwhile, staff at the Quicken Loans Arena approached to inspect the ravaged hoop. After several attempts, they reached a unanimous conclusion. It was time for a replacement, as the staff wheeled out a new hoop from the storage. A group began to make adjustments with a level, while some approached Supin with grave expressions, offering urgent counsel. Their advice was simple yet earnest. Please, be gentle. The staff was acutely aware that if Supin could break one, he could just as easily break a second at this rate. They were unsure if their inventory could withstand the onslaught of just one Supin. However, Supin found it rather peculiar that a grown man was requesting him to be gentle. After an extended pause, the game finally resumed. Yet the new basketball hoop did not help Kaminsky regain his shooting touch. Upon returning to the court, he missed 2 consecutive shots, failing to secure any points in the game. Arriving in Wisconsin, during the 3rd offensive possession, Kaminsky could no longer contain himself. Faced with the open space offered by Supin, he opted not to shoot, but instead dribbled repeatedly along the 3-point line. Is Frank Kaminsky finally going to take Supin one-on-one? Kenny Smith's voice grew increasingly animated. A commentator who occasionally covered NCAA games, he had witnessed Kaminsky's numerous highlight moments over the years. He held a profound appreciation for Kaminsky's offensive skills. Despite frequently playing positions 4 and 5, Frank possessed an adept proficiency in perimeter isolation techniques, making him a source of concern for many teams. Meanwhile, on the court, Supin watched Kaminsky flaunting his dribbling skills on the perimeter, his expression stiffening slightly. Standing at 2.13 meters tall, why was he not playing in the post? Instead, he was showcasing his dribbling skills. Did he think his dribbling was impressive? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Supin's long arm swung like a whip, smack. A resounding slap sent the basketball flying from Kaminsky's grasp, in a flash. Supin lunged forward, retrieving the ball that he then made a long pass to Russell, completing a fast break layup. This sudden steal left Kenny Smith, who had been extolling Kaminsky's virtues from the commentary booth, momentarily speechless. Beside him, Barkley grinned broadly, his eyes crescent-shaped as he relentlessly questioned, "Kenny, what did you just say? What about his so-called finesse?" Barkley teased, "Finesse dribbling that got swatted away. The man who makes a living playing basketball just got slapped down." Kaminsky felt utterly humiliated. He shot a furious glare at Supin. determined not to give up that he still aimed to take Supin one-on-one. "Come on, Frank. Show him what you've got." Many Wisconsin fans continued to support Kaminsky, having witnessed his capabilities firsthand. Yet on the court, Supin was increasingly perplexed. His confusion stemmed from one question. Why was this guy moving so slowly and so keen on flaunting? Was he deliberately giving away opportunities? Watching Kaminsky continue to showcase his dribbling skills, Supin could not help but exclaim, "Are you still showing off?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Supin swung his arm again, disrupting Kaminsky's dribble once more. Just like the previous possession, he snatched the ball and tossed it to Russell for another fast break. The seven-leaf tree effortlessly scored 2 more points. Kenny Smith was left utterly dumbfounded. Another steal, just like that. Barkley struggled to stifle his laughter, covering his mouth to avoid bursting out like a tea that moment. Kaminsky's face visibly reddened, after being blocked at the start and then having the ball stolen consecutively. Anyone would feel their composure slipping. However, Kaminsky, having experienced the rigors of Inset, was not so easily defeated. This time, he played more cautiously, opting for a handoff with the guard, denying Supin any chance to disrupt his dribble. Yet, just as they completed the handoff and Kaminsky prepared to drive, Supin suddenly accelerated, his large hands swooping in. This time, it was even more astounding than the previous smack. Supin's hand snatched the ball away like a net, effortlessly stealing it from his opponent. 3 consecutive steals. The arena erupted in chaos. Even Kenny Smith, who had just been praising him, could not help but shout in disbelief. "What the heck? What are you doing? Frank Kaminsky? If I went out there, I wouldn't get stripped 3 times in a row." Kaminsky stood dumbfounded. What kind of Easter magic is this? My dribbling skills are rendered useless in his presence. How did such high-speed techniques make their way to America? Sorry, I started playing late. After tossing the ball to Russell in the front court, Supin turned to glance at the astonished Kaminsky. "So, is this the style of the modern center?" Upon regaining his composure, Kaminsky looked at Supin, only to find him smiling and inquiring, "Is the modern center's style merely to keep passing the ball to the opponent?" Kaminsky's face fell, drained of color. If the previous attempts had not broken him, then Supin's true damage plus critical hit had utterly shattered his psychological defenses. The air of despair surrounding Kaminsky was almost palpable from this point onward. He appeared completely out of sorts. Conversely, Supin's momentum only grew stronger. During a Wisconsin offensive possession, the point guard weaved through 2 defenders towards the basket. Spotting the 7-leaf tree's unguarded hoop, he felt a surge of excitement and aimed for a layup. Just as he leaped to shoot, he suddenly noticed that the hoop in his line of sight was dimming. Boom! In the next instant, a massive hand mercilessly pinned the ball against the backboard. Another emphatic rejection. The Wisconsin players seemed to have underestimated the difficulty of scoring. Indeed, they were facing a player capable of single-handedly neutralizing their key offensive threats. The commentary booth shifted its tone, lavishing praise upon Supin. Landing gracefully, Supin caught the basketball, looking down at the trembling point guard. After passing the ball to Russell, his calf muscles bulged as he charged toward the opponent's basket like a rampaging rhinoceros. The point guard, realizing the urgency, immediately began to retreat. Spectators watched in awe as Supin's legs seemed to blur with speed, leaving them unable to catch his trailing light. This rapid counterattack drew gasps from everyone present. How could someone of such size move so swiftly? Can he really run like that? What on earth has this person been consuming to grow so tall? Meanwhile, beneath the basket in Wisconsin, Kaminsky stands resolutely with arms outstretched, firmly planted within the 3-second zone that he's prepared to defend, embodying the last vestige of glory as the team's center. Facing Supin head-on, he must thwart his offensive advance. Yet as Supin draws ever closer, beads of cold sweat begin to form on Kaminsky's brow. Standing under the hoop, he can distinctly sense the floor trembling slightly with each of Supin's strides. That moment, a thought flashes through his mind. If he collides with me, will I survive? As he watches Supin approach and leap from just 2 steps beyond the free throw line, Kaminsky falters at the last moment. He raises his hands to shield his head, feeling Supin's arm entwine with his own. Crash! Supin soars through the air, seizing Russell's alley-oop pass with one hand, delivering an incredibly humiliating dunk right over Kaminsky. Boom! Kaminsky is sent sprawling to the floor. A profound silence envelopes the arena in this instant. Everyone realizes the unfortunate truth. Kaminsky is utterly defeated. His draft stock has plummeted. It has been ages since I last played in the NCAA. Has it truly sunk to such depths? Barkley muses from the commentary booth that is this the current standard of college basketball? The audience murmurs in disbelief. Even Wisconsin fans are taken aback, unable to fathom that their star player has been reduced to such a state. In merely the first half, Supan has utterly overwhelmed Kaminsky. Kaminsky's stats for the half: 1 point, 1 rebound. Supan's staggering performance: 28 points, 16 rebounds, and 8 blocks. Notably, Kaminsky's solitary point came from Supan's defensive 3 seconds, and he has yet to earn a single trip to the free throw line. The entire Wisconsin team has attempted 12 shots in the paint, only to be rejected by Supan 6 times, yielding a block rate of 50. Astonishingly, their block rate exceeds their shooting percentage. Meanwhile, the rest of the Wisconsin players, witnessing Kaminsky's dismal stats, can only heave resigned sighs. Sam Decker: 8 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. Dewey Deacon: 5 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist. Not a single player on the team has reached double digits. By halftime, they find themselves trailing by a staggering 25 points. In contrast, the Seven Leaves team thrives, with Russell performing exceptionally well: 10 points, 1 rebound, 10 assists, having secured a double-double early on. However, of those 10 assists, 7 have been directed to Supan. During halftime, Barkley and Kenny Smith engage in conversation. I'm perplexed by the current state of the NCAA. Having played 3 years in the NCAA myself, has it truly deteriorated to this level? Barkley observes Supan resting on the bench from afar, or perhaps it is simply that Supan is extraordinary. Charles: it becomes evident that Supan's prowess has transcended collegiate play. He belongs in the NBA. So, do you believe he will enter this year's NBA draft? This question intrigues not only Kenny Smith but also many viewers. Every player in the NCAA aspires to the NBA stage. Thus, fans are eager to know if Supan will declare for this year's draft. If he chooses to participate, upon hearing this question, Barkley candidly states, then he'll be the reason I watch next season's NBA. Barkley's high praise astonishes many. Kenny Smith continues, Charles, if Supan enters the draft, who might serve as his template? Barkley ponders briefly. Shaq, perhaps? I believe no one fits the Shaquille O'Neal mold better than Supan. However, I feel he possesses even more explosive potential. I believe, Kenny interjects, that a Marvel-style super soldier would serve as Sue's draft template. Puff. Kenny Smith nearly chokes on his words that suggest a Marvel super soldier as a draft template is indeed extravagant. Yet, no hyperbole can adequately convey the impact Supan has had on both men, especially after witnessing his electrifying performance on the court. Compared to the current college game, they are far more curious about how Supan will shine in the NBA. As the second half commences, the already dominant Seven Leaves team plays with even greater ease. Wisconsin labors to narrow the gap, but Supan's formidable defense beneath the basket renders any effective scoring in the paint utterly impossible. The score differential remains stubbornly around 20 points, showing no signs of closing, until the 8th minute of the second half, when Supan completes yet another block against Kaminsky. This marks Supan's 10th block of the game. Kaminsky, sprawled on the floor, exudes a sense of despair. Not far away, the Wisconsin coaching staff displays a similar expression of hopelessness. With the madness of March just around the corner, they had confidence in achieving a stellar performance this year. Who could have anticipated the emergence of the Seven Leaves team? If it were just Russell, they might have believed they could contend with Kaminsky, but Supan has become the pivotal factor, creating an imbalance in the team's strengths. In the commentary booth, Barkley stands, exuberantly calling out to the audience, Supan. He has achieved the second triple-double in NCAA history with blocks. Folks, the last player to accomplish this feat was Shaquille O'Neal. Back in '92, during the first round against Brigham Young University, Shaq recorded 26 points, 13 rebounds, and 11 blocks. That was the first triple-double featuring blocks in Madness history. And today, we witness the birth of the second such record. Of course, I must clarify that Supan's performance is not a mere tally of 10-10-10, nor is it 20-10-10. It is a staggering 42-25-10. The crowd erupts in cheers. Kenny Smith rises from the commentary booth, applauding and congratulating Supan. Nearby in the stands, the Cavaliers' big three blink in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. Taking advantage of their day off, they had come to witness the March Madness games, never expecting to witness the establishment of a new record. "This kid is simply phenomenal," James exclaims excitedly to Irving. "Kyrie, we must do everything possible to acquire him." "LeBron, I think that may be quite difficult," Irving replies with a wry smile, shaking his head. Given Supan's current performance, should he maintain such excellence, it would be impossible for him to fall outside the top 3 in this year's draft. To that point, the pursuit of Supan will extend beyond just their Cavaliers. Suddenly, the two notice that Love has gone quiet. Turning around, they spot Love already down a level, like many fans, capturing this electrifying moment on his phone. Moreover, Love is taking selfies with surrounding fans to prove his presence at the scene. Observing Love transformed into Supan's avid fan, James and Irving cannot help but chuckle. This guy has gone from jaw-dropping astonishment to kneeling in shock, and now he has evolved into a devoted admirer, ready to dance on the court. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Barkley and Kenny Smith notice the excitement among the fans. They see Love's presence and wave to him with smiles. The two then catch sight of Irving and James in the upper tier. Barkley settles back into his seat and playfully teases the audience. "I think we should invite Shaq to join us next time. Let him commentate on Supan's games. 2 super centers with maxed-out talent would surely create an explosive effect." Kenny Smith, standing alongside, concurred, "Your proposal is commendable. I believe it deserves to be placed on the agenda." Following a hearty laugh from Barkley, he imitated Shaquille O'Neal's deep voice, remarking, "When Shaq sees this, he is surely going to exclaim, 'Oh, my boy, who is he?' All right, I concede. He is the love child of Yao Ming and me." Instantly, the audience erupted with laughter. Presently, O'Neal has joined the illustrious commentary team of TNT, further amplified by their collaboration with the NCAA. It would not be entirely improbable to witness O'Neal attending an upcoming game featuring Supan. Supan achieved an astounding 48 points, 28 rebounds, and 12 blocks, shattering the NCAA record for the most impressive triple-double. Particularly, his scoring placed him at the pinnacle for this year's March Madness. His teammate, Russell, also delivered a spectacular performance with 18 points and 18 assists. After the game, numerous scouts approached Russell, eager to learn more about his draft prospects. It can be said that partnering with Supan has significantly elevated Russell's draft stock. Typically, most players entering the draft seek to enhance their prospects through the combine. However, one crucial aspect often overlooked is the ability to pass and court vision, which can only be showcased during actual games. Yet now, with Supan's emergence, Russell's passing prowess is gradually coming to light for the public eye. Being alongside Supan has, to some extent, garnered Russell heightened attention. Many fans eagerly anticipate the duo's forthcoming performances that in stark contrast. The highly touted Kaminsky's performance left much to be desired, scoring merely 1 point and securing 1 rebound throughout the game. Such statistics astounded Barkley, who, noticing the eager gazes of fans awaiting his commentary on Kaminsky, could only scratch his nose. "You know, scoring in basketball is immensely challenging. Frank has indeed made history." This remark elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. If one were to encapsulate Kaminsky's performance in words, it might be, "A flower represents a world, a tree embodies a fleeting life, a leaf signifies enlightenment, and a point and a rebound speak volumes." What drew even more attention was the post-game interview. The number of reporters surrounding Kaminsky was noticeably greater than those gathered around Supan. People generally prefer to witness an individual's fall from grace rather than their ascent to glory. Journalists, seasoned in the media landscape and adept at riding the wave of trending stories, instinctively understand which headlines will sell best. Cameras clicked incessantly as they aimed at Kaminsky at the interview podium. "Frank, how would you evaluate your performance tonight?" A follow-up question quickly followed. "What are your plans moving forward?" "I'm not sure yet." "How do you assess Supan?" Until one reporter's question struck a nerve with Kaminsky. Instantly invigorated, his eyes sparked with intensity. "Supan, what more is there to say about him? He doesn't belong in the NCAA. His presence here is akin to playing in a lower league." Journalists exchanged astonished glances, shocked by how the mere mention of Supan could provoke such a reaction from Kaminsky. The reporter continued pressing Kaminsky. Whom do you consider Supan's draft prototype? Kaminsky glared at the inquisitive journalist. Shaquille O'Neal? No. After a moment of contemplation, Kaminsky earnestly replied, his prototype should undoubtedly be the Hulk. The reporters, observing Kaminsky passionately discussing intricacies of the game, wiped the sweat from their brows. Goodness, a Hulk prototype. Another one has lost it. Meanwhile, in another part of the venue, Supan, freshly showered, was ready to face the media. No sooner had he taken his seat than reporters rushed forward with questions. Supan, hello. Charles Barkley stated that your draft prototype is the Marvel Super Soldier. Frank Kaminsky just claimed it's the Hulk. So, who do you believe your prototype truly is? This question caught the staff behind Supan off guard. As a significant new star in the NCAA, they had assigned personnel to assist Supan in sidestepping overly aggressive questions from journalists. However, this particular question piqued his interest. Generally, no rookie would dare answer such a query, as a poor performance could easily offend the referenced individuals. Nonetheless, Supan declined the staff's assistance, opting to respond himself. Holding the microphone, he appeared to ponder thoughtfully. An intriguing question. I've never really considered it. Super Soldier? Hulk? You know, as a person from the Middle Kingdom, I would prefer to describe myself using our cultural references. That he paused deliberately, then flashed a confident smile, that I resonate more with the image of the Pangu, the creator of the universe. Thus, I believe that the primordial deity Pangu is the most fitting prototype for me. The reporters were left bewildered, unfamiliar with Pangu. However, they caught the word deity and hurriedly jotted down Supan's words. Ready to scour through literature that night to provide fans with an in-depth analysis. One more question. Sue, will you participate in this year's NBA draft? A reporter, disregarding the cue, shouted from the back, in the blink of an eye. The interview hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on Supan, awaiting his response. Assessing the journalists, Supan slowly nodded. Yes. Instantly, a ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. The audience erupted into a cacophony of chatter, eager to glean more news. However, witnessing the chaos, the staff swiftly intervened, cutting the interview short. Everyone present understood one thing. With Supan's declaration, the management of various teams within the league would surely be stirred into action. As the draft approached, the trade market would undoubtedly become bustling with activity. Not far away, the Cavaliers triumvirate observed Supan's departure from a corner of the exhibition hall, clad in sunglasses that LeBron squinted slightly. I maintain my stance. He will be the key to our victory against the Golden State Warriors. Kyrie nodded in agreement that if we acquire him, a three-peat is inevitable. Undeniably, adding such a formidable center would elevate the Cavaliers to a commanding position within the league. However, Kevin Love shook his head with a wry smile. But securing him won't be a walk in the park. His draft position will surely remain within the top three. Love's statement held merit. To acquire Supan, the Cavaliers would undoubtedly need to make significant sacrifices that would necessitate a trade, LeBron remarked, casting a mischievous glance at Love. Kevin immediately became anxious. Come on, it was my recommendation. You don't intend to trade me away, do you? Our roles don't overlap at all. LeBron burst into laughter. Kobe hurriedly pushed open the door to Mitch Kupchak's office. Upon entering, he found Mitch still engaged in an inappropriate conversation with the secretary, uttering phrases like the usual place and tonight. I'll treat you. Ahem, ahem. Kobe coughed thrice before returning to his senses, prompting Kupchak to hastily withdraw his hand. Urgently, Kupchak shot a glance at his secretary, signaling her to leave. Once the door was shut and the secretary had departed, Kupchak, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, began to voice his complaints to his old friend. Look at you. At your age, still in such a rush. What's the matter? Is it those rookies causing trouble again? You seem quite anxious. Perhaps you should calm down first. With a resigned sigh, Kupchak poured a cup of coffee for Kobe. It was evident that Kobe sought him out for a specific reason. Concerns regarding the team. A fervent devotee of basketball, Kobe held himself to rigorous standards and was equally demanding of his teammates. Dismissing the coffee with a wave of his hand, Kobe fixed his serious gaze on Kupchak and declared, I've discovered an exceptional young talent. Kupchak raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The urgency of Kobe's visit piqued his curiosity. "Mickey, I'm not joking. He will be the unequivocal cornerstone of our Lakers' future." Kupchak's brow furrowed in surprise. Given Kobe's age and persistent injuries, whispers of retirement loomed in the AS's career neared its twilight. Kobe seemed increasingly inclined to nurture younger players. This year, he had been actively scouting for a successor within the Lakers. After a moment of contemplation, Kupchak replied, "Kobe, I believe I know who you're referring to. D'Angelo Russell, an outstanding two-way guard who can score and facilitate, but we still need time to evaluate." The Lakers had indeed been eyeing Russell, whom Kobe also admired. However, Kupchak remained puzzled about what had transpired between them to elicit such urgency from Kobe in advocating for Russell. Yet, Kobe shook his head. "Mickey, you've guessed wrong this time, that I'm not talking about D'Angelo. It's the one beside him. Supan. He is the true genius." Kobe's expression was grave. Supan? Kupchak paused, recalling the player who had made waves in his debut by overwhelming Jahlil Okafor. However, since he had only played one game, Kupchak had not paid him much attention. He observed Kobe's demeanor stabilize. Kupchak slowly shook his head. "1 game. Doesn't signify much. Kobe, we've seen players who shone briefly in college. It takes at least 2 games to persuade us for an entire season's goal. Don't you think?" Not disheartened by Kupchak's firm dismissal, Kobe revealed a triumphant smile. "What if I told you he just recorded 48 points? 25 rebounds and 10 assists? At this, Kupchak was rendered speechless. How much? If it were merely 48 points, it would be one thing, but 25 rebounds and 12 blocks. This was akin to treating the paint as his personal domain. Kupchak hurriedly opened news. The front page of the sports section was dominated by reports on Supan that he clicked on a highlight reel, only to be startled by the footage. Hiss, is this guy really 16 meters tall? Such remarkable athleticism. No way, he can block like that. One inhuman vertical leap. Holy crap. WTF. The player opposite him was Frank Kaminsky, right? Kobe, it has to be him. The footage displayed Supan matching up against Kaminsky, captured from multiple angles with the same cinematic flair typically reserved for NBA stars, now applied to this NCAA rookie. After the video concluded, Kupchak leaned back in his chair, unable to quell his excitement. Moments later, he slammed his hand on the table. This Supan must be added to our watch list. With fervor igniting in his eyes, he recognized that Kobe's judgment was sound, as Supan indeed appeared to be a potential cornerstone player for the Lakers, perhaps even the next Shaquille. In Oklahoma, within the Thunder locker room, "Hey, Russell," Ibaka inquired softly, his eyes glued to his phone, addressing Kevin Durant, who sat nearby. "Have you seen the madness of March this year? That player from Ohio State. He is a bit insane. Today, after a loss, Westbrook was already in a foul mood." Hearing Ibaka's inquiries about trivial matters only fueled his irritation, and he retorted sharply, "Surge, with this time, we might as well focus on our slim chances of making the playoffs." The atmosphere in the locker room turned tense. The Thunder found themselves in a precarious situation, on the brink of the playoffs, potentially missing out altogether this year. Harden had departed, and with Durant sidelined by injuries after just 2 games. Westbrook's sporadic availability left the team struggling, now ranked 10th with little hope for postseason play. Noticing Westbrook's disinterest in discussing the topic, Ibaka turned his attention back to Durant. "Hey, KD, have you been following the madness of March today? We read no longer college students surge." Upon hearing the mention of March Madness, Durant's enthusiasm waned. "Instead of watching that, I'd rather peruse a photo collection of Scarlett Johansson." The surrounding teammates chuckled knowingly at Durant's unwavering infatuation with Scarlett. With no one paying him mind, Ibaka lost interest and muttered to himself, "Well, if we could acquire him, why wouldn't we make the playoffs or even contend for the championship?" Besides, he continued, his explosive style is reminiscent of a center version of Russell. At this, Westbrook looked puzzled. "A center version of me?" Other Thunder players glanced over, intrigued that Westbrook's explosive playstyle was well known among his teammates. His reputation as a high-flying, aggressive player was undeniable. Liken a center to Westbrook was quite absurd. "Hey, this is interesting." Westbrook chuckled, moving closer to Ibaka to peer at his phone. "Let me see which college player has captured your interest so." Soon enough, Westbrook found himself completely engrossed. This kid, his smile faded, replaced by intense focus. "Hiss, This kid has some serious talent. Westbrook's eyes were glued to the screen. As Supan delivered a thunderous block, Westbrook nearly gasped. Yet as Supan launched into a fast break with astonishing speed, leaving defenders in his wake, Westbrook felt an uncanny reflection of himself in Supan. That exhilarating feeling of sprinting on the court, leaving opponents behind. Westbrook knew it well. When he witnessed Supan leap from the free throw line, Westbrook's worldview seemed to collapse. Wait, what's this kid about to do? Holy crap. Serge, you're not joking, right? This guy's a center? Westbrook, overwhelmed with excitement, tightly grasped Ibaka's shoulder. Ibaka winced in pain, quickly shoving Westbrook's arm away. Indeed, this guy stands an impressive height of 2.16 meters. On the screen, Supan executed a flawless alley-oop from the free throw line. Witnessing him land effortlessly, without even a hint of fatigue, one could only exclaim, "My God!" With a staggering performance of 48 points, 25 rebounds, and 13 blocks, was this the first triple-double featuring 40 points and blocks? Westbrook's astonishment piqued Durant's curiosity as well. Subsequently, Westbrook's next remark prompted Durant to snatch the phone from him. He had managed to shatter the basketball hoop in consecutive games. Durant, now holding the phone, was utterly astounded after reading the details. The footage repeatedly showcased Supan dismantling the rim, gripping the hoop with one hand. He cast a resigned yet powerful gaze at the backboard, striking a chord deep within Durant's heart. Ferocious, a beast in the paint, a prodigious talent. A plethora of adjectives flooded Durant's mind as he turned to Ibaka in complaint. "Serge, such significant news. Why are you only showing me now?" Ibaka was at a loss for words, his expression laden with innocence. "It was you who just suggested checking out Scarlett's photo collection." Meanwhile, Durant cradled the phone, meticulously scrolling through the highlights of Supan's performance. His demeanor grew increasingly serious. "Gentlemen, if we have the opportunity, we must witness his game live. We have long been in need of such a formidable center." Upon hearing this, both Westbrook and Ibaka nodded in agreement. While Ibaka's rim protection skills are commendable, he primarily occupies the power forward position, which often leaves him challenged against heavier or more versatile centers. If the Thunder could recruit a dominant center like Supan, they would have no defensive worries in the paint, and offensively, he would complement Ibaka perfectly. The Thunder could even become the second alley-oop city in the league, with an athleticism in the paint rivaling that of the Los Angeles Clippers. In just 3 days, there would be an opportunity, as they would face off in the quarterfinals of March Madness at their venue. Ibaka retrieved the phone, showcasing the schedule to the group. Durant and Westbrook exchanged glances. "Is it difficult to secure tickets now?" "Certainly not. Our arena is not a problem when it comes to purchasing tickets." "Let us do it." In the United States, Domantas Sabonis, a pivotal player for the Gonzaga Bulldogs, was engaged in a phone conversation with his father, the NBA legend, the mountain of the world. "Sabonis, Dad, do you know what kind of stats I put up in my last game? 20 minutes on the court, 24 points, 12 rebounds. What a double-double." Achieving such numbers in merely 20 minutes is a feat surpassed by only a handful in the entire NCAA. Young Sabonis proudly shared his performance with his father, who had not attended college. This season, he has been a crucial asset for the Gonzaga Bulldogs, averaging an impressive 21.5 points, 13.8 rebounds, and 6.7 assists, establishing himself as a versatile center in this new era. Such exceptional statistics likely position him for a spot on ESPN's All-American First Team this year. Hearing this, old Sabonis smiled with pride. "That's great, very impressive. You'll soon match your old man's NBA achievements." On the other end of the line, old Sabonis took a drag from his cigarette, entering a boastful mood. Speaking of old Sabonis, he was a true giant who had weathered many storms, as Yao Ming's idol and a Lithuanian basketball legend of the 1990s. He boasted immense size, top-tier basketball IQ, exceptional playmaking ability, and an impeccable shooting touch, traits synonymous with the elder Sabonis. If there was one drawback in his storied career, it was his late entry into the NBA. Having embarked on his professional basketball journey in 1980, he only made it to the NBA in 1996 at the age of 31. The various injuries plagued him, yet he participated in the NBA All-Star Rookie game at that age, setting the record for the oldest rookie in All-Star history. Even then, at 31, Sabonis managed to dominate the league's top center, Hakeem Olajuwon, averaging 23 points and 12 rebounds. leading his team to the playoffs in his second year. Had it not been for external factors, he would have undoubtedly shone brightly in America. Now, his son is making waves in this land where his father once fought valiantly. This should be a day of celebration. Yet old Sabonis felt a tinge of worry. Son, do not let pride consume you. You must exercise caution. Your opponent in the quarterfinals is a player named Pan. I've seen his games, and he is quite formidable. Upon hearing this, young Sabonis felt a flicker of annoyance on the other end of the line. He held the phone, expressing his grievances to his father. Dad, you're getting old. What era are we in? The traditional center approach you championed is obsolete. Today's centers require versatility. Merely excelling in rebounding and shot blocking won't cut it anymore. His ceiling is limited, faced with his son's stubbornness. Old Sabonis could only sigh in resignation that in the last game, Frank Kaminsky had echoed similar sentiments. Please, don't compare me to that guy. Young Sabonis grew even more irate, bluntly retorting, any skill shooting must be backed by exceptional physical attributes. As he spoke, his frustration deepened. As the son of the once revered mountain of the world, he had not inherited his father's imposing stature. Instead, he possessed average static athleticism, standing at 2.08 meters with a relatively short wingspan. Compared to his father, his physical gifts seemed rather mundane. Had he been blessed with his father's 2.21 meter height and 2.30 meter wingspan, fused with his own physique, he would not only be a modern center, but could even rival Kevin Durant without fear. Of course, young Sabonis' talent is merely average when compared to his father. Among white players in the NBA, he is regarded as quite decent. He believes that Kaminsky possesses solid skills, but his lack of dynamic athleticism hampers his ability to utilize those skills effectively. Dad, in the next game, I will show you the correct way to embody a modern center. Just wait for me to dominate Pan. With that, young Sabonis hung up the phone. Old Sabonis listened to the busy signal, letting out a deep sigh of resignation. That it was indeed his son's excessive confidence that sparked a hint of concern within him. He must attend the next game to witness his son's prowess. The mountain of the world mused that in the dormitory of Ohio State University. Pan stood at the door of Russell's room, holding a tablet. After a moment, a voice responded from within, prompting Pan to push the door open. D'Angelo, I have stumbled upon a rather tantalizing website. Would you care to join me in exploring it? Russell, seated before the computer, was currently draped in clothing to cover himself, glancing up with a sheen of sweat on his forehead and a slight flush on his face. Never mind, I'm not in the mood for that right now. Had it been 30 minutes earlier, Russell might have indulged, but he had matured significantly, finding solace in the vastness of the universe and the richness of life's offerings, thus contentedly enjoying the simple pleasures of existence. Observing Russell's almost sage-like demeanor, Pan was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he erupted in exclamation. What on earth are you thinking? I'm showing you the draft prediction board. You're currently ranked second as one of the most esteemed sports columns in the United States. ESPN's draft prediction rankings hold considerable authority domestically. Previously, Russell had consistently hovered between the third and fifth positions. However, with Ohio State's advancement to the Sweet 16, Russell's projected ranking surged to second place. This is entirely justifiable, as Russell is indeed a formidable guard among this year's freshmen, particularly in tandem with Pan. They have formed a dynamic duo akin to the Twin Towers. Averaging 15 assists per game, he stands out as the most adept passer among this rookie class, coupled with Russell's exceptional static and dynamic talents. His rise to the second spot is wholly warranted. Am I second? He mused. Then you must be the first. With our combination, the championship is surely secured. Russell raised his head slightly, seamlessly taking a tablet from Pan's hands. Though his voice grew increasingly subdued, soon, as he scanned ESPN's rankings, a wave of fury washed over him. What? Why is Karl-Anthony Towns ahead of you? How does this softie deserve the top spot? The only aspect that irked Russell was that Kentucky's Towns ranked above Pan, who now found himself in the third position, a spot lower than Russell. These ESPN fools are utterly blind. They simply do not understand you. How can Karl-Anthony Towns even be compared to you? Pan chuckled softly, remaining silent. Had it been a decade ago, he would certainly have claimed the top pick in the draft. Yet the times have changed. The rise of the Warriors has prompted teams to prioritize the importance of space. Space-oriented centers have become increasingly coveted in this league. Players like Towns are gradually gaining more recognition. Towns possesses commendable perimeter skills, impressive mobility, and outstanding rebounding and defensive abilities, making him an ideal center for the small ball era. Nevertheless, Supan was in no rush. Having only played 2 games, he had yet to accumulate as many samples as others, making a lower ranking quite reasonable. However, if he continued to perform at this level, securing the first pick would be akin to taking candy from a child. What Supan did not anticipate was Russell's urgency. Su. In our next game, we face the Gonzaga Bulldogs. Domantas Sabonis is the core player of our upcoming opponents. I hear that he is the son of the legendary Arvydas Sabonis. You must dominate him. Supan was familiar with the younger Sabonis, impressed by his resilience, having endured a brutal play from Draymond Green, yet still taking the court. In a certain sense, he could be deemed a tough guy. Moreover, his fundamental skills and footwork in the paint were solid, and his mobility and playmaking ability were commendable, marking him as a quality interior player for the new era. His only drawback was his slightly shorter stature at 2.08 meters. Though this height suffices for a center in the small ball, as Russell scoured the projected rankings for Sabonis, he muttered, "If we can reach the final 8 and you replicate your last game's performance, you will undoubtedly rise into the top 2, perhaps even claim the number 1 spot." Supan merely smiled. "If I were to rise to the top pick, wouldn't that mean I surpassed you?" Russell paused, then broke into a radiant smile that, "Oh, who are we kidding? If you surpass me, that would be my joy." As the one who had brought Supan to the team, Russell understood Supan's prowess better than anyone. He admired Supan immensely, believing that the media's perception of Supan not being a top pick stemmed from their ignorance or a desire to create sensational topics that in the future, Supan would undoubtedly revolutionize their worldview. "If I could, I would truly love to play brotherly basketball with you in the NBA," Russell said, his eyes shimmering with hope, a silly grin on his face. "I want to be with you forever. I want you as my teammate in the NBA." Observing Russell's infatuated demeanor, Supan felt a shiver run down his spine. "Come on, don't be so nauseating. Didn't you just say you wanted to be the team's leader? How can you still claim that if you're with me?" However, Russell remained unfazed, rationally envisioning their future together, in comparison to being the team leader. "I aspire to be the assist king of the league. Being with you, I will surpass Magic Johnson, Steve Nash, and Jason Kidd, becoming the player with the most assists in NBA history. We will be the most formidable duo in the NBA. You are my human assist machine." Supan couldn't help but twitch his lips at Russell's starry-eyed confidence. Goodness, he's really aiming high. You can't say Russell lacks ambition. Who wouldn't want to lounge for life if given the chance? After all, some are simply born into Rome. Now, Russell felt as though being alongside Supan was akin to being in the lap of luxury. Why is Karl Anthony Towns making headlines again? This guy's topped the NCAA news. Before the game commenced, Russell sat in the locker room, gazing at his phone. Just moments ago, Kentucky had become the first team to advance to the Elite 8, with Towns scoring 30 points and grabbing 15 rebounds, dominating both ends of the court. Many NBA teams are genuinely optimistic about Towns, viewing him as the undisputed supercenter of the new era. The more Russell watched, the more displeased he became. His frustration did not stem from Towns surpassing him as the top pick, but rather from questioning what Towns had done to deserve comparison to Supan. Thus, during the pregame interview, Russell candidly expressed his thoughts. "I believe that NBA executives have a rather narrow perspective." Faced with numerous reporters, D'Angelo Russell maintained a stoic expression. Everyone expected him to publicly criticize the sports media. Yet unexpectedly, Russell voiced his concerns. Supan is truly the number 1 center in the NCAA. He should not be ranked just 3rd. Supan is 100 times better than Karl Anthony Towns. The reporters were taken aback. Although Supan's performance had indeed been remarkable since joining the Twin Towers, it was still early, and he had yet to match the consistent performances of the others over the entire year. Thus, being placed in the 3rd position was already a generous assessment. Moreover, Russell, currently ranked 2nd, publicly championing Supan, could potentially diminish his appeal in the eyes of other NBA teams. Yet Russell did it anyway, genuinely standing up for Supan. Nearby, Supan couldn't help but reflect, in the future, Towns, Russell, and Booker would become the new generation of Banana Boat brothers, forming a close bond. Unfortunately, the three had yet to attend elite training camps to forge their friendship. Little did they know that before the Banana Boat even set sail, it had capsized. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Gonzaga Bulldogs were also undergoing pre-game interviews. Demantis, how do you view the currently surging Ohio State Twin Towers? The younger Sabonis remain calm amidst the barrage of media inquiries that I don't see much need to respond, as we feel no pressure facing them. We possess the most unique roster in the entire league. Our Twin Towers in the paint can even shoot. We have a diverse array of playing styles. As it happens, the reality aligns with what Little Sabonis has asserted. The Gonzaga Bulldogs not only boast the presence of Little Sabonis, but also another NBA draft candidate, Wilt. Despite their relatively modest heights, both players exhibit commendable agility. Their technical prowess is solid, complemented by their ability to shoot from the perimeter, in contrast to most teams within the NCAA. Gonzaga stands as one of the few capable of creating expansive spaces in the paint, allowing for a diverse array of tactical strategies. When faced with teams possessing formidable interior strength, they can rely on their perimeter prowess to break through. Conversely, against teams with weaker interiors, they can leverage their twin towers to secure consistent scoring. Furthermore, Gonzaga is acutely aware that adapting to the evolving game is paramount. Not to mention, they have two modern-era big men. This news swiftly reached the interview area on the other side, prompting reporters to candidly question Su. Gonzaga claims that adapting to the times is essential, and their twin tower formation can effectively counter you. How do you intend to respond to their twin towers? Upon hearing this inquiry, Supan was momentarily taken aback. Twin towers? What twin towers? Do they really have twin towers? Supan's barrage of three rhetorical questions left the reporters bewildered. Did he truly not know his opponent's lineup for tonight? After a nudge from a nearby staff member, Supan finally regained his composure. Though his expression grew increasingly complex, he glanced at the expectant faces of the reporters. Often hesitating to respond, that it wasn't that he lacked a response. He simply didn't know how to articulate one that can two players standing at 2.08 meters truly be referred to as twin towers. I stand alongside Charles O'Neal, both of us towering over 2.10 meters. None of us ever dare to call ourselves twin towers. After calming himself, Supan slowly stated, if they are twin towers, then surely Charles O'Neal and I must be twin Mount Everests. His remark elicited uproarious laughter from the reporters below. Meanwhile, on fan forums, supporters were engaging in playful banter. Those hailing from the homeland tend to be rather subtle in their expressions that I can't shake the feeling that Supan is indirectly throwing shade. Yet somehow, it doesn't feel like an outright insult. How audacious to compare Twin Towers to Twin Peaks. To be frank, Little Sabonis from Gonzaga does possess some talent, while the duo from Chia Tree lacks any notable footwork skills in the paint. If they can score 40 points without footwork, imagine the possibility of 80 points with it. And 80 points? Why not suggest 100, coming close to Chamberlain's record? Truth be told, Supan's athleticism and wingspan do evoke a semblance of Chamberlain's prowess. Indeed, his athletic capabilities are truly remarkable. The matchup between the dual peaks of Chia Tree and the Twin Towers of Gonzaga has generated significant pre-game hype. Consequently, the attention surrounding this match has surged dramatically. At this moment, not far from the stands, the Thunder's dynamic duo has also arrived on site. After witnessing the pre-game interview, Westbrook couldn't help but make a quip that this what they dare to call Twin Towers. I'd say they're more like twin shorties. Just from the highlights, Westbrook discerned that Supan is not an easy interior player to contend with. The Gonzaga Twin Towers seems somewhat comical. Meanwhile, Durant maintained a cautious demeanor. Don't underestimate that guy. He's the son of the roof of the world. He might just have something to offer. As he spoke, Durant's gaze was fixed on the court. Soon enough, he fell silent. From the very first play, although Supan did not execute a fast break following the jump ball, he quickly turned to dominate in the low post, sending Little Sabonis crashing into the stands. Thud! Turning to face Wilt, Supan unleashed a thunderous dunk. The fallen Wilt landed atop Little Sabonis, creating a rather amusing stacking scene. Witnessing this, Westbrook chuckled. KD, is this what you meant by them potentially having something? Who claimed they were devoid of talent? KD's expression turned awkward as he remarked, look at those two having a grand time, stacking themselves up. He certainly did not anticipate that his face would be slapped so swiftly. Numerous fans stood to cheer for Supan, jeering at Gonzaga's interior. As little Sabonis rose from the floor, he could sense the shifting momentum, his expression growing increasingly grim. Damn it, he pulled up his teammate Wiltshire. A glint of cold determination in his eyes. The core player of the team. He needed to reclaim dignity from Supan. Little Sabonis gestured to Gonzaga's point guard, who understood instantly, executing their 3-out. 2-in strategy. With 3 players spreading the floor, Wiltshire positioned himself to engage Supan in the paint, while little Sabonis lingered around the 3-point line, setting continuous screens for his teammates. Chietry's perimeter players were quickly entangled in Gonzaga's screen-and-roll tactics, while Supan, as the towering center, remained vigilant in safeguarding the paint. Following one screen, little Sabonis diverged from the customary path taken by other big men, opting instead for an outward roll to the right corner. This unexpected maneuver granted little Sabonis a perfectly safe shooting opportunity. A slight smirk graced his lips as he decisively released the ball. Chietry, is this it? I merely had to take a slight shot. And they couldn't contain our strategy. However, in a split second, Supan, who had been stationed in the paint, leaped to the right corner, positioning himself in the middle of the paint. He soared into the air, his arms slicing through like a swift steel whip, directly swatting the ascending basketball. Bam! His leap to block the shot occurred at a considerable distance from little Sabonis. The smile on little Sabonis' face froze instantly. No way. Did he just foul me from that far away? Bam! The resounding echo reverberated throughout every corner of the arena. WOW. The commentary booth erupted into sheer madness. Goodness, what explosive leaping ability. How high is that? 3 meters? 3.5? My God, Supan's defensive range allows him to swat away a shot from the corner. Ironically, Supan's emphatic block inadvertently sent the ball into the hands of old Sabonis. Old Sabonis was now in a state of panic, wholly concerned for his son. Not merely because his son was being dominated on both ends of the court, but because upon catching the basketball, he felt a sharp pain in his palm. His hand even tingled with numbness. That is evident how terrifying Supan's strength truly is. No wonder he is capable of shattering basketball hoops. On the court, little Sabonis seemed oblivious to his father's anxiety. Seeing himself get blocked, little Sabonis attributed it more to bad luck. How could anyone execute such an exaggerated block? He was certain he had released the ball too slowly, allowing Supan the time to react. Had he merely shot a fraction faster, that guy would have had no chance to thwart his scoring. Little Sabonis returned to the sidelines to inbound the ball. After completing the inbound, he exchanged a knowing glance with his team's point guard. Having wasted too much time, they had a mere 15 seconds left on the shot clock. With a hand gesture, Gonzaga's point guard understood instantly. This time, after a series of switches, little Sabonis, noticing Charles O'Neal poised to intercept his outward roll, made a sudden cut into the paint, screen and roll. However, upon receiving the pass, the defender who stood before him was none other than Supan. Confronted with Supan's defense, little Sabonis brimmed with confidence as he executed a powerful dribble drive, altering his breakthrough direction. Bam! A double hesitation move left several scouts in awe. What a play! It is indeed rare in the NCAA for a big man to possess such refined dribbling skills. Yet the outcome was bam! With a swift motion, Xiao Sa attempted a jump shot, only to be met with a resounding rejection from Supan, who didn't even spare a glance at his opponent. The moment the opposing player raised his hand, Supan unleashed a powerful swat. Add to the absurdity. The ball deflected right back into the hands of Old Sa Bonus. Staring at the basketball in his grasp, Old Sa wore a bewildered expression, eliciting laughter from the fans in attendance. Even the commentators struggled to contain their amusement, remarking on the sheer coincidence. Supan seemed intent on ensuring that Old Sa Bonus was fully aware of his father's presence courtside. Perhaps Supan was simply trying to give Old Sa Bonus more time in the spotlight. The playful banter from the commentators sent the crowd into fits of laughter, creating a jovial atmosphere throughout the arena. As the camera lingered on Old Sa Bonus, he awkwardly waved at the fans and a number of spectators began to chant, urging Xiao Sa to let his father take the court. Consequently, Xiao Sa Bonus found himself in an even more embarrassing predicament. Standing sullenly on the sidelines, awaiting the next play, as Xiao Sa bonus started to sulk, the crowd responded with jeers. Despite the college game allowing for a 35-second shot clock, Gonzaga University was rapidly running out of time due to Su Pan's consecutive blocks. After the inbound pass, the ball found its way back to Sa bonus, with only 3 seconds remaining on the clock. Facing Su Pan, Xiao Sa made a feigned shot attempt. Whoosh! Su Pan leaped immediately. Truth be told, Xiao Sa's feint had indeed outsmarted Su Pan. Having successfully deceived his opponent, Xiao Sa bonus powered the ball toward the baseline, taking a lateral step. Bam! He retreated and shifted to the three-point line. After having been thwarted twice already, if he could make this shot, he might regain some honor. With an impassive expression, Xiao Sa bonus fixed his gaze upon the hoop, yet an unsettling sense of confusion began to creep in. What was happening? Had the arena lights malfunctioned? Goodness, why was it suddenly so dark? As the overhead lights dimmed, a thunderous sound erupted from the basketball. Upon landing, Su Pan quickly adjusted his stance, barely bending his knees before leaping again. Truly, titanium alloy knees. Failing with his right hand, he swiftly leaped sideways, swinging his left hand violently toward the top of Xiao Sa's head. Just as the ball left Xiao Sa bonus's fingertips, it soared backward like a cannonball. The sound of the block rattled Xiao Sa bonus, causing a slight ringing in his ears. Xiao Sa bonus was poised to shoot. Was he going to take the shot? A feint. He had outsmarted Su Pan. Dribbling, moving laterally, adjusting his shooting position once more. Could it be? Oh my goodness, had he been blocked again? How on earth did Su Pan manage that? As the commentators erupted with excitement, the whistle for the offensive play rang out. Even the referee standing beside Xiao Sa flinched at Su Pan's vigorous block, instinctively pulling back to avoid being struck by the ball at that moment. Everyone, referees, commentators, and players on the bench, gaped in astonishment. None had anticipated that, in addition to his athletic prowess, Su Pan possessed such remarkable leaping ability. And most astonishingly, the ball was once again headed toward Old Sa bonus. Sitting on the bench, Old Sa remained motionless as the ball sailed directly to him. Clutching the basketball, Old Sa appeared utterly dumbfounded. Was this a slap in the face for my son, or for me? When the camera panned to Old Sa, the fans were equally stunned. Old Sa, cradling the basketball, stood in shock. What on earth? The commentators were left speechless, never expecting such a coincidence. Another block that landed in Old Sa's hands that was simply too bizarre. Could it be that Su Pan was doing this on purpose? The entire arena fell silent. Observing the awkwardness, the two commentators began to chuckle as they teased. Su Pan has delivered 3 assists, all to Old Sa bonus. Su Pan's blocking precision was astonishing. Block efficiency. What a novel basketball term. This caused many viewers at home to burst into laughter. Su Pan assisting Old Sa bonus. The commentators were certainly stirring the pot. Wait, what was the director doing? Still focusing on Old Sa? I'm impressed. This director truly knows how to create a scene. The director even went so far as to edit together the clips of Su Pan's 3 blocks directly into Old Sa's hands, adding to the peculiar highlight reel. Meanwhile, Russell, hearing the commentary, turned to Su Pan with a hint of envy. You, my friend, have never delivered such precise passes to me, yet you've managed 3 for that old-timer. Su Pan glanced at the director's deliberately edited video, feeling entirely embarrassed. I swear, it was unintentional. How was I to know it would end up in his hands? Su Pan protested. Who would believe that? You clearly have a fondness for the older crowd. Russell teased. This left Su Pan speechless. He indeed found mature women appealing, as they were understanding, less clingy, and knew how to keep things interesting. However, Old Sa bonus's physique? That was far beyond simply being old. It was more like being an old, hefty pig. Turning back to the game, the 7 Leaf Tree teams struggled to find a good opportunity, having rotated the ball without success. Though Gonzaga's offense was lackluster, their defensive tenacity was commendable. They diligently thwarted every attempt, preventing the 7 Leaf Tree team from penetrating the paint. It was evident that this group had done their homework on Su Pan, cutting off all passing lanes and isolating him in the restricted area. With only 8 seconds remaining, Russell lingered just outside the 3-point line, realizing his only option was to take on the defender alone. The commentators, noticing Russell's movement, eagerly announced, D'Angelo Russell is preparing to make his move. As you know, D'Angelo's one-on-one skills are highly developed. Following a frenetic March Madness, Supan's sharp offensive play had allowed him to focus on facilitating for his team. Now, however, was his moment to showcase his scoring prowess. Thud! Thud! Russell lowered his dribble, maintaining control. Thud! He momentarily slowed his movements before executing a swift change of direction, effortlessly bypassing the defender. The explosive first step left many in the crowd gasping. He passed him. At the instant Russell maneuvered past the defender, he was already in position for a delicate floater. Near the free throw line, no one was in a position to interfere with Russell's shot. Old Sabonis, stationed in the paint, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. As he rushed the contest, he recognized that the trajectory and height of the shot were not indicative of a floater at all. Boom! In the next moment, a massive figure launched into the Supan caught the basketball mid-flight, executing a stunning aerial turn. With a resounding slam, he forcefully dunked the ball through the hoop, causing the rim to creak ominously. Was that a pass? No way, D'Angelo! The commentary was filled with astonishment. Not only the commentators, but even the players from Gonzaga were taken aback by Russell's ability to pass at such a critical moment. The powerful slam dunk left everyone in a state of shock. The staff on the sidelines finally exhaled in relief, having fortified the rim in anticipation of Supan's arrival for the game. Had they not done so, that dunk would have surely rendered the rim unusable. Following this flawless offensive play, the two exchanged a harmonious high five beneath the basket. Weren't you complaining about my lack of passes? Why did you just pass to me? Supan said with a smile as he jogged back to his half of the court. You may torment me 1,000 times, yet I shall still pass to you. Russell replied calmly, I will always be the man behind you. With that, he proudly lifted his chin. Just those words sent a chill down Supan's spine. What was happening with Russell? While he secretly enjoyed the notion of being behind, he preferred to be someone else's back. Moreover, he certainly had no interest in men. A hint of wariness crept into Supan's gaze as he looked at Russell. On the other hand, the players from Chiatri were in high spirits. While the Gonzaga team appeared dejected, as Supan passed by, they stole glances at him, fearful of being noticed. Meanwhile, the scoreboard displayed a staggering 49-25. With Chiatri leading Gonzaga by a full 24 points in just one half, Supan had amassed an impressive stat line of 24 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists, and 7 blocks. D'Angelo Russell also delivered an outstanding performance with 11 points, 3 rebounds, and 12 assists, exemplifying the role of the team's premier playmaker. In stark contrast, Gonzaga, a team known for its efficient inside-out offensive strategy, managed a mere 60 shooting overall. Their star player, Sabonis, had a dismal outing, scoring only 2 points and grabbing 2 rebounds despite attempting 10 shots. Whenever he dared to venture into the paint, Supan was there to send his shot back with authority, contributing to a total of 6 blocks in the first half. Gonzaga's fans were understandably distraught. I can't believe it. If this guy had inherited even half of his father's physique and skills, we wouldn't be facing such a humiliating defeat. I shouldn't have believed that dinosaurs boast about an invincible twin towers. We don't even have a twin tower. The fans began to hold their team accountable. The player under the most pressure was undoubtedly the team's core, Sabonis. During halftime, reporters noticed the elder Sabonis attempting to leave through the player's tunnel. Sensing a story, they rushed to block his path. Arvidas, what do you make of your son's poor performance in this game? Arvidas, do you believe your son's struggles are related to your coaching? What are your thoughts on Supan blocking your son's shot? Was it intentional or accidental? Having navigated the NBA, the elder Sabonis knew precisely how to handle these reporters. Not wanting to provoke further scrutiny, he chose to address a less pointed question. It was merely an accident. He happened to block my son's shot. Supan didn't do it on purpose. You know how unpredictable basketball can be. After answering, he wiped the sweat from his brow. This was the only stance he could take. To suggest Supan intentionally blocked his son would mean admitting his son had been thoroughly outplayed. However, the reporters were relentless. We understand. The elder Sabonis has acknowledged that Supan caused his son to have an upset stomach. After a brief intermission and some tactical adjustment from both coaches, the second half commenced. A 24-point deficit was not insurmountable. During halftime, Sabonis communicated with the coaching staff and prepared to utilize his other offensive skill, facilitation. His facilitation ability was decent, ranking as average to above average in the NBA. As the second half began, Sabonis positioned himself near the free throw line, using his body to set screens for his teammates while keeping an eye on their movements, ready to assist. The commentators, noticing Sabonis' newfound skills, eagerly proclaimed, "Here it comes! Here it comes!" Many fans were puzzled as to why Gonzaga, not deemed particularly strong in the NCAA, had made it to March Madness. Now, they had their answer. Sabonis' facilitation skills could elevate the team to new heights. As this was said, all eyes were on Sabonis, who was poised to make a pass. In the moment of anticipation, his first pass was intercepted by Supin. With a swift motion, Supin's long arms swatted the ball away, leaving the commentators momentarily speechless, exchanging awkward smiles. Sabonis indeed possessed impressive facilitation skills, but let us not forget Supin's exceptional ability to steal the ball. Supin's remarkable reaction time and leaping ability had yet to be matched by Sabonis. However, in the next offensive play, having mentally prepared himself, Sabonis had a better sense of Supin's defensive positioning this time, that he was ready to facilitate again. As Sabonis prepared to pass, Supin leaped, attempting to disrupt the passing lane once more. Yet this time, Supin was unable to intercept it. Sabonis chose to loft the ball high, much higher than his usual passing trajectory. "There's a chance," the commentators shouted with excitement, and many Gonzaga fans clenched their fists in anticipation. The ball found its way to Wilt in the paint, where the perfect alley-oop provided him with an excellent shooting opportunity, pushing Supin far outside. However, just as Wilt prepared to turn and secure 2 points for his team, the commentary took an unexpected turn. "Wait a minute. What the hell?" The agility displayed was astonishing. A fleeting glance revealed Supin, who had just been leaping to intercept a pass, now sprinting toward the basket. The moment the ball left Wiltshire hand, it had yet to even touch the rim. Boom! Supin executed a magnificent block, pinning the ball firmly between the rim and the backboard. The entire basketball became lodged in that narrow crevice. Surrounding players stationed beneath the basket gazed up in awe at the immobilized sphere, their eyes wide with trepidation. OMG! What an extraordinary display of athleticism. How did he, positioned at the three-point line, suddenly return with such agility? The two commentators were equally astonished. His defensive mobility is simply unparalleled. I have never witnessed anyone transition from attempting a steal to executing a block in the blink of an eye. Not only the commentators, but also the spectators were left gasping in disbelief. They had just seen an individual pivot from the three-point line and, in but 2 strides, surge back to the basket. As soon as it became apparent that Sabonis Jr. intended to pass into the paint, Supin was already poised to defend the rim. Good heavens, the mobility of this center, known as the seven-leaf tree, borders on the absurd. How is he even capable of such rapid recovery? Is his knee joint constructed of titanium alloy? No wonder he uses Pangu as a template. It is hardly an exaggeration. At that moment, the substitute players of the seven-leaf tree, witnessing Supin's extraordinary block once more, enthusiastically stomped on the bench, wildly waving their towels. They intermittently shouted encouragements to Sabonis Jr. on the court. "Are you all right, Kay? Should we bring your father in instead?" Meanwhile, Sabonis Jr. found himself utterly flummoxed. Was there truly such a humiliating display? He had witnessed Supin's entire defensive process, a level of athleticism he had never encountered before. Even when facing Towns, he had never felt so utterly helpless. With that thought, Sabonis Jr. cast a pleading glance towards his coach. Turning back, he faced the pick and roll between Russell and Supin, only to watch helplessly as Supin soared above him for a dunk. He had no means to counteract Supin's prowess. This guy had been stationed at the three-point line one moment, and in the next he was airborne in the paint, receiving Russell's pass for an alley-oop. Initially, Sabonis Jr. had considered intervening, but as the game progressed, he exhibited no intent to disrupt. Seeing Supin charging into the key, he simply retreated. He understood that an atomic bomb was not to be trifled with. If this is the way the new generation of interior players operates, then Russell Westbrook and Durant exchanged glances, shaking their heads that it signifies a regression in basketball standards. Durant and Ibaka nodded in agreement. Fully aware of the vast chasm between the two sides, The disparity between Sabonis Jr. and Pan was monumental. This evening, the seven-leaf tree duo had thoroughly dismantled the Gonzaga Twin Towers that no, it was not comparable to Charles O'Neal. Pan alone had utterly overwhelmed both Sabonis Jr. and Wilt. It appears Durant sighed in resignation as he observed the one-sided nature of the contest. Pan exemplifies the true embodiment of a modern interior player. Westbrook and Ibaka nodded in concurrence. Despite Pan's towering height of 2.16 meters and weight of 130 kilograms, his immense physique did not hinder his agility. Rather, it provided the fans with an astonishing visual spectacle. Such a player is unparalleled in the NBA. We must secure him. Otherwise, if he falls into the hands of another team, he will pose a tremendous threat to us. Durant clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. Westbrook and Ibaka wholeheartedly agreed. Should Pan enter the NBA, his impact on the interior game would rival the shockwaves created by O'Neal's arrival in the league. Pan is a beast that devastates the paint. Meanwhile, the elder Sabonis, often referred to as the roof of the world, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. He quietly rose and slipped away unnoticed. Why linger here? After the game, he would have to make excuses for his son. The elder Sabonis could not afford to lose face. The roof of the world had suffered disgrace. When the final buzzer sounded, the fans gazed at the scoreboard with expressions of disappointment in the second half. Pan had played merely 28 minutes, yet managed to score 49 points, grab 28 rebounds, and execute 8 blocks. It was as if he single-handedly dismantled the opposing team. The statistics left many of Pan's fans feeling a sense of discomfort. Their obsessive tendencies flared up, just 2 points shy of 50, 2 rebounds away from 30, and 2 blocks short of a double-digit count. Sabonis Jr., on the other hand, scored only 9 points and secured 8 rebounds. At first glance, his performance didn't appear abysmal. However, those who had witnessed the game understood that 7 of those points and 5 of those rebounds came during the final 10 minutes of garbage time. Sabonis Jr. did not aim to pad his stats, but for the sake of his draft prospects, he felt compelled to make his numbers more appealing. During the post-game interview segment, the Gonzaga press area was already in chaos. Numerous reporters jostled to catch a glimpse of how they would explain the loss as a potential lottery pick. Sabonis Jr. was thrust into the spotlight. Upon his appearance, reporters rushed to him, eager to ask, "Demantis, what led to your overwhelming defeat against Pan?" Hearing such a pointed question, Sabonis Jr.'s face twitched. He shot the reporter a venomous glare. Yet the reporter remained undeterred. They had encountered far worse. They thrust the microphone closer to his lips. "You son of a..." Realizing he had no choice but to respond, Sabonis Jr. collected his thoughts. His first words left the reporters momentarily speechless. "I do not dispute Pan's formidable skill, but my knowledge of him is woefully insufficient. If my coach had provided me with more game footage of Wang Mian, I would have undoubtedly performed better." The reporters were left with a barrage of question marks. Did he just blame his coach? At such a young age, he was already deflecting responsibility. Please give a 5-star review and send a screenshot to customer service for a cash rebate of $3. Thank you. After being thoroughly outplayed by Pan, he shifted the blame onto his head coach. The head coach, incredulous, stared at Sabonis Jr., but at this point, silence was his only option. The reporters exchanged glances. Perplexed. "How do you feel about your father attending the game to watch you? He has since left the venue." Everyone was curious how Sabonis Jr. would respond. However, he remained composed, explaining in a calm tone. "It was precisely my father's presence that made me anxious and increased the pressure. Had he not come, I would have undoubtedly performed better." The crowd erupted in jeers. Sabonis Jr. had truly lost his mind in his quest to enhance his draft stock. He even blamed his father. Is it possible to stoop lower than this? As the reporters pressed on, "You are the beacon of hope for the Lithuanian national basketball team. How do you view the future of the Chinese national team with Pan in their ranks?" Sabonis Jr. rolled his eyes at the reporter. "We are still young and not yet at the national level." Even this question has been deftly evaded by young Sabonis, leaving the reporters at a loss. Following the conclusion of this match, a great uproar was stirred within the realm of Chinese men's basketball. A rallying cry emerged. "Extinguish the Lithuanian Bulls' brilliance. The Chinese men's basketball team rises." The news of Su Pan's triumphant victory over young Sabonis during the frenzied month of March swiftly reached domestic shores. Major media outlets, including Tencent, Weibo, Sohu, and Hupu, began to fervently disseminate reports on Su Pan's overwhelming defeat of Sabonis. The descent of a remarkable deity had arrived, leading the team to an unprecedented 3 consecutive victories. The glimmer of hope for Chinese men's basketball triumphantly overshadowed that of the Lithuanian Bowl. The new beacon of hope for men's basketball, China surpasses Lithuania. The basketball prowess of the Chinese people has once again risen. As a representative of China, Su Pan has navigated such intense competition in the United States. Leading his team into the semifinals, he has even shattered numerous NCAA records, igniting a wave of Su San Feng fervor. Although fans may not be well-versed in NCAA intricacies, they are undoubtedly familiar with the Lithuanian Bowl. As a formidable contender on the international stage, Lithuania is renowned for its prowess. Su Pan's ability to confront and conquer the emerging Lithuanian talent is enough to send ripples through the domestic basketball community. Fans see in Su Pan a glimpse of the future. In an instant, forums erupted with excitement. In a way. Is this for real? Nearly 50 points in a single game. Hold on, why have I never heard of this person before? Is he being groomed in the U.S.? I always thought our men's basketball was in decline, yet it seems they've secretly developed a weapon. When is he coming back? I must go to the airport to welcome him. It can be said that Su Pan's popularity has surged in the country, akin to a sudden rise in fame akin to that of a certain celebrity who has not taken any enhancement pills. Now, Su Pan is a household name. Meanwhile, the Chinese Basketball Association has felt considerable impact. They have yet to formally engage with Su Pan, but are acutely aware of the overwhelming strength he possesses. Such a remarkable player as Su Pan has yet to have a live broadcast of his games in China. Therefore, it has become imperative to arrange a live broadcast of a Su Pan game. Consequently, the Basketball Association worked tirelessly through various connections overnight to negotiate broadcasting rights with the NCAA. It appears they are determined to secure the broadcasting rights. The NCAA officials were left dumbfounded. Upon waking up that morning, they noticed a line of vehicles from the Chinese embassy parked outside their headquarters. In the context of the American environment, NCAA officials might have thought they were about to face a hostile takeover. Thanks to the efficiency of domestic operations, within just one night, CCTV5 reached a temporary broadcasting agreement with the NCAA, ensuring full coverage of Su Pan's upcoming semifinal match. Furthermore, CCTV5 dispatched commentators Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia to the scene to bring fans the live broadcast of Su Pan's game. As the night passed, platforms such as Sports News and others urgently announced the news of Su Pan's live broadcast. The following morning, many fans were astonished by the barrage of news flooding their screens. Wait, there's a live broadcast. No way. 5 channels are broadcasting it directly? What about the originally scheduled matches, including the men's football game? No way. Can men's football even compare to Su Pan? They should just have a few more sea cucumbers. It's better to watch my Su Dai's game. As a basketball fan in our country, I wholeheartedly agree. Me too. Once this news broke, all Chinese basketball fans eagerly anticipated the next semifinal match. Meanwhile, in the United States, having led the team into the top 8, Su Pan had already become a superstar at Ohio State University. During training sessions, many people came to catch a glimpse of him. Some media outlets even began recording programs on the sidelines to promote Su Pan. After finishing training with Russell, it was already quite late, and the two were preparing to return to their dormitories to hi. Su Pan. Hey, campus hero. Hello, Su Pan. Your chest muscles are impressive. Several girls unfamiliar with Su Pan proactively greeted him. Su Pan responded with a smile. You too, your chest muscles are no small feat. Along the way, many people enthusiastically greeted the two, especially as they passed by the girls' dormitory, where numerous girls were leaning out of their windows to watch. Some even began to flirt from a distance, seemingly eager for closer contact. With the major competition approaching, the two had little time to indulge in such distractions. Nevertheless, they could overhear some girls whispering about Su Pan. Look, it's Su Pan. Su Pan. Who's that? How can you not know Su Pan? He's incredibly handsome, and not just handsome. He's built, muscular, and just massive. A blonde American beauty suddenly blushed and whispered to her friend. How do you know? Have you seen him? Of course. I've not only seen him, but Who would believe such nonsense? But you can't deny it. When I saw him, I thought, you're so annoying, Tracy. You're making it sound so good that I can't help but want to try. Hearing the discussions around him, Supan's lips curled into a slight smile. Meanwhile, Russell was visibly frustrated as he noticed that many of the girls were of the type he particularly liked. The status of the team's star player had clearly shifted to Supan. After they had walked away, Russell began to grumble to Supan about what had just transpired, lamenting that Supan had interfered with his chances with the girls, as Supan merely chuckled. Choosing not to contest the matter, upon returning to their dorm, Russell habitually opened his computer and logged onto a website. However, a news alert caught him completely off guard. Sue, come check this out. Thick crab. Soup bun. Come here quickly. Russell hurriedly opened the door, calling out to Supan outside. What's the rush? As Supan entered Russell's room, he saw Russell excitedly pointing at the computer screen. I found an incredibly thrilling webpage. You have to see this. However, Supan nonchalantly remarked, what could be so thrilling that I haven't seen? With your limited experience, you're making a fuss over nothing. As he leaned in a glance at the webpage. He initially thought it was just another racy site. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was news from domestic media on an international website. The announcement of CCTV5's broadcasting agreement with the NCAA was prominently displayed on the homepage. Clicking on the news confirmed that the next match featuring Supan would indeed be broadcast in its entirety. That you're genuinely making waves now, Russell exclaimed proudly, seated before the computer, continuously scrolling through the webpage. It's because of you that China has reached a broadcasting agreement with the NCAA. No exaggeration. In all my life, I've never seen the NCAA grant broadcasting rights to any other region. They're the first person to change their stance. Supan was taken aback by this news. The NCAA's broadcasting rights are typically tightly controlled, mostly authorized to local networks without international engagement. This shift in policy indeed signified a remarkable exception. Moreover, what thrilled Russell was not merely the broadcasting arrangement. He opened another website that recorded the draft rankings compiled by various media outlets, including ESPN. Russell excitedly pointed to the freshly updated rankings. Your draft stock has now surpassed mine, climbing to second place. They even produced a draft report about you, Sue. Although this is merely a preliminary report, his family has consistently been quite accurate, as Supan was momentarily taken aback. Let me take a look. To be honest, Supan felt a twinge of curiosity about how this group of professional sports media would evaluate him. He lowered his head, scrutinizing the draft report provided on the website. Name, Pansu Supan. Height, 2.16 meters wingspan, 2.40 meters weight, 130 kilograms. Just seeing these figures brought a smile to Supan's face. The static talent assessment seemed rather precise. He wondered who had released the physical test report. With a chuckle, Supan leaned in closer to examine the more detailed analysis. Let us see how they appraise me. Strengths. The player possesses historically exceptional dynamic talent. Complemented by remarkable static attributes, he can keep pace with guards on the court, and his impressive vertical leap grants him a formidable defensive range. Additionally, the player exhibits an outstanding defensive instinct, adept at keenly detecting the opponent's shooting timing. However, his shooting judgment still requires refinement. Nevertheless, his elite second jump ability more than compensates for this. Upon reading this report, Supan shrugged. Without participating in the combine, or more accurately, without undergoing professional NBA testing, preliminary reports tend to be quite simplistic. Like most media outlets, they were extolling Supan's athletic prowess. Conversely, Russell nearby appeared somewhat astonished, exclaiming, "My goodness, historically exceptional dynamic talent. Why didn't TI receive such an appraisal? It must be you." The two then glanced at the section on weaknesses. Here, the evaluations were noticeably sparse. Weaknesses: the player has not demonstrated interior skills commensurate with his physical attributes. The primary reason for this may stem from the current competitive intensity, which hampers his ability to fully showcase his talents. Upon reading this, Russell was left speechless. It was the first time he had seen a critique that seemed to provide excuses for Supan. What bothered Supan the most was that within this highly specialized draft report, an unusual name appeared among the template players. Draft template: Shaquille O'Neal, David Robinson, Pangu. Upon seeing the name Pangu on the draft report, Supan nearly spewed out a mouthful of salt soda. Good heavens, I was just making a joke. Is there really someone who included Pangu in this? Pan mused that perhaps hundreds of years from now, someone might inscribe his name into the Shanghai Jing. On the other side, in Los Angeles, within the Lakers general manager's office. Have you heard? Kobe eagerly spoke to Kupchak. That guy Pan has won again, and his stats are still terrifying. Kupchak smiled wryly and nodded. As the Lakers general manager, he would certainly keep an eye on this potential star. Yet it was evident that the Lakers leader was far more excited than he was. He's playing against the son of the roof of the world. You've seen him, his skills are quite mature, but he scored 49 points and grabbed 28 rebounds. Plus, he had 8 blocks. I believe if we miss out on him, we might regret it for a lifetime. Just like not selecting Michael Jordan in '84, Kobe continued to extol Pan's virtues in Kupchak's ear, attempting to draw more of his attention. Rest assured, Kupchak reassured the exuberant Kobe, I have already included him in our top-tier plan for this summer. The so-called top-tier plan signifies players the Lakers must acquire this summer. Kupchak scrutinized Pan's name on the list, continuing nonchalantly. What we can confirm now is that as long as we secure the first overall pick in this year's draft, we will select Pan with that pick. Essentially, the Lakers management had reached a unanimous consensus. Given the chance, they would undoubtedly vie for Pan. Kupchak envisioned a combination of Kobe and Pan, believing that the SK duo would rival the legendary OK duo. Hearing this, Kobe finally breathed a sigh of relief. We have the opportunity to closely observe Pan. His semi-final match will take place at Staples. Kobe glanced at the NCAA schedule on his phone, but he understood that this was the best chance to watch Pan play up close. Kupchak nodded in agreement, with narratives of underdogs rising and prodigies emerging. Spectators were eager to discover which team would ultimately revel in triumph. That a few days later, Pan's semi-final match commenced, pitting him against UCLA. UCLA, representing the University of California, is one of the Ivy League institutions known as California University. UCLA specifically refers to the University of California, Los Angeles, as a prestigious academic institution. It has also excelled in basketball. Recent alumni include Zach LaVine, while further back are Russell Westbrook, Kevin Love, Darren Collison, and Drew Holiday. Even further back, legends like Reggie Miller, Baron Davis, and the NBA's greatest center, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, emerged from this university. Their NCAA team has won 11 national championships, ranking first in NCAA history, making it one of the super elite schools. This year, their star player is Kevin Looney, future champion center for the Warriors, complemented by TJ Leaf and Aaron Holiday on the perimeter. The three core positions are center, forward, and guard, marking this as the most renowned school Pan has faced since entering the NCAA. On the day of the match, a wave of fans from the Middle Kingdom made the vicinity of the Sycamore Tree locker room buzz with excitement. Pan. Pan, look over here. Here, the chorus of standard Mandarin and friendly Chinese voices compelled Pan to turn. Not far away, teacher Zhang Weiping was waving to him alongside an interview team. Although he had known that CCTV5 would come to interview him today, the sight of teacher Zhang and Yu Jia still filled Pan with warmth. Hello, teacher Zhang, teacher Yu, look at this young man, so polite, Zhang Weiping beamed, standing beside Pan, praising him to his partner Yu Jia. Yu Jia too wore a look of encouragement, patting Pan's back in support. We are currently at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, where we can see that many fans have arrived to witness the NCAA March Madness. Tonight, Ohio State University will face off against the prestigious UCLA. We have the pleasure of inviting the highly anticipated Pan for an interview. Hello, Pan. Teacher Zhang Weiping reached out for a handshake. After the handshake, Pan smiled and waved at the camera. Hello to all my friends back home. That moment, many viewers in front of their TVs were filled with excitement. They had risen early to catch a glimpse of Pan's game, eager to witness what this overseas player from the Middle Kingdom could demonstrate in a foreign land. Now, all fans across the nation were aware that there exists a draft template for a Middle Kingdom player named Pangu. This statement left Pan utterly speechless. That was merely a jest. Why did these guys take it seriously? Observing Pan's discomfort, teacher Zhang Weiping thought he might be nervous in front of the camera and smiled, giving him a reassuring pat on the back. However, we all know this is just a joke. I also brought a nickname that the fans back home have given you. They believe your defensive prowess is unparalleled, with no center able to score in your guarded area, akin to an impenetrable fortress. Coupled with your formidable stature, they have dubbed you the Great Wall. Zhang Weiping exclaimed cheerfully, Su Daqiang, what do you think of this nickname? Su Daqiang, Su Pan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he hurriedly declined, No, no, no. I cannot bear that. Are there any other nicknames? Not fond of it. Teacher Zhang Weiping chuckled, exuding confidence. No worries. There's another one. Our fans in the Celestial Empire believe that your aerial maneuvers and domineering dunks resemble a dragon soaring through the clouds. Hence, we affectionately refer to you as Yunlong. Upon hearing this, Su Pan's lips twitched. Goodness, is there not a single respectable nickname? Yunlong. However, he couldn't help but acknowledge that his personality did bear some resemblance to Li Yunlong. I think, Su Pan faltered, contemplating for a moment, let's pass on Yunlong. I prefer Daqiang as it's more down-to-earth. Although these two nicknames were somewhat rustic and amusing, they did reflect the admiration the fans held for Su Pan. Still, Su Pan felt a bit speechless. Jordan is called Heir, Duncan is known as the Big Fundamental, and James is referred to as the King. Each of them possesses a commanding presence. Yet here he was. With increasingly abstract nicknames, is abstract culture the trend this year? If not, perhaps I should revert to Pangu. After concluding this humorous interview, Su Pan proceeded to the court to warm up, ready to embrace the upcoming match. Meanwhile, local reporters soon spotted Kobe's presence. Kobe, which team do you think will advance? UCLA, Kobe replied without hesitation. When a throng of reporters pressed him for reasons, Kobe elaborated, their roster is more balanced, with centers, forwards, and guards all of NBA caliber. After dealing with the annoying reporters and seeing them drift away, Kobe immediately turned to Kupchak and remarked, Kevin Looney is in for a rough night. He simply cannot handle Su Pan. Witnessing the entire exchange, Kupchak could only chuckle at the absurdity. Even though Kobe claimed to favor UCLA, he was subtly misleading the reporters in his quest to pursue Su Pan. He was doing everything to shield the truth. Kupchak, reclining comfortably, gazed down at the court. So, do you believe Ohio State will win by 20 points tonight? Kobe shook his head. Not just 20. UCLA doesn't even have a top 5 draft pick this season. They could very well face a more devastating loss. Just then, the game commenced, and Su Pan naturally won the tip-off against Looney in the blink of an eye, to the astonishment of all Lakers fans. Su Pan swiftly surged forward, crash, an alley-oop right at the start, immediately granting his team the first 2 points. Once more, the rapid 3-second fast break was on display. Whoa! Kobe leaped up from his seat in the audience. You cold-blooded, cold-blooded! Kupchak was sweating profusely, surveying his surroundings. This guy is far too uncomposed. During the interview, Kobe had deliberately downplayed his interest in Su Pan. If the reporters caught wind of it, they would surely realize that the Lakers had their eyes set on Su Pan. Fortunately, Su Pan's jaw-dropping play had captured everyone's attention on the court, leaving no one to notice Kobe. Even without being told, anyone could see from Kobe's expression just how fond he was of this young talent. Kobe quickly realized he had lost his composure and hastily sat down. However, as he reflected on Su Pan's previous play, he found it increasingly astonishing. This young man's game is exhilarating. Hooray! Su Pan executed another alley-oop at the start. Meanwhile, at the commentary booth in the Celestial Empire, Zhang Weiping had begun to perform a skit. Our fans might not be fully aware, but right after the opening tip-off, initiating an alley-oop is actually Su Pan's signature move. Just look at this speed, this jumping height, this commanding dunk. It's simply like Yunlong emerging from the sea. Goodness, exclaimed Yujia beside him, that you've even brought in the phrase Yunlong out to sea. Impressive. However, many fans from the Celestial Empire were genuinely taken aback by Su Pan's play. Whether they followed the NBA or the CBA, they had never witnessed anything like this. This moment truly showcased Su Pan's individual talent. Many were discussing fervently, is this our player from the Celestial Empire? My goodness, has Wilt Chamberlain been reincarnated? It was utterly exaggerated. The opposing team was left in shock. How could they react? Everyone saw it. He covered half the court in 3 seconds. Who wouldn't he be astonished? Fans from the Celestial Empire marveled in awe back at UCLA's offensive end. UCLA had earlier acknowledged Su Pan's extraordinary physical gifts. While they had mentally prepared themselves, experiencing it firsthand left them dumbfounded. Is this really a human being? Fortunately, the coach quickly adjusted, calling the surrounding players to regain their focus. When it was UCLA's turn to attack, they executed their pre-game strategies methodically in the commentary booth not far away. Yu was also supporting UCLA. Yet, as expected of a prestigious school, their offensive rotations were impressively fluid. After witnessing several of Supan's games, it was clear that Chietree's overall quality was still inferior to many NCAA teams. Their tactical movements and coordination lagged behind those cultivated by elite schools. The current UCLA Bruins displayed a seamless execution of their tactics. After a screen and roll, the point guard passed the ball directly to Looney, who faked a move and turned for a layup. "Good play," Yu exclaimed. The movement of this offense, the timing of the cut, boom. Before he finished speaking, Looney was swatted away by Supan from the side. Now it was time for teacher Zhang Weiping to shine. He set down his thermos. Another block. Supan averages a staggering 8 blocks per game. He has truly established an impenetrable zone in the paint. That block from behind was simply spectacular. Daqiang is coming. This. Yu was left speechless. Yunlong out to sea. Daqiang is coming. This is undoubtedly the most eccentric basketball commentary ever. Following this, UCLA attempted 3 times to penetrate. Yet each effort was effortlessly thwarted by Chietree. On one occasion, under the pressure from Supan in the paint, the basketball was passed back and forth, with no one daring to confront Supan's defense and become the next Looney. In such a lopsided match, the fans collectively gasped in disbelief. And no matter how aesthetically pleasing UCLA's ball movement was, in the end, this is a basketball game. If you can't score, what's the point? On the sidelines, teacher Zhang Weiping took a couple of sips from his thermos and then shifted his tone that UCLA's tactical execution is indeed commendable. However, the disparity in player talent is simply too vast. Even if you give Zhuge Liang a bunch of weaklings, he wouldn't be able to claim victory. Yet Supan was different. He was a one-man army. Yu nodded vigorously at this moment. After most of the Chietree players had warmed up their shooting, the ball finally found its way into Supan's hands. The strategy was straightforward. Let Supan go one-on-one against Kevin Looney in the low post. With the height difference, Supan should easily overpower Looney. Upon witnessing this, UCLA's coach was more excited than anyone. He leaped up, bellowing at the UCLA players on the court, "Double team. I want a double team on him." The players from UCLA swiftly maneuvered on the court, compressing their formation. Oh dear. Right from the outset, they have double-teamed Supan. Teacher Zhang Weiping, commentating from the booth, gasped in astonishment. Being double-teamed in the very first round signifies the immense offensive threat that Supan poses. UCLA seems utterly helpless against him. On the court, Supan remained impassive, gazing down at Looney, who was bracing himself against Supan's waist. The concept of a double team was not unfamiliar to him. He had encountered it several times in previous games. Typically, Supan would adhere to the original strategy, prioritizing passes that offered a higher probability of scoring. However, today was different. Just off camera, countless fans from the Heavenly Empire were eagerly watching this match. Supan slightly lowered his stance, exerting all his strength to engage in a contest with Looney. Bam! The expressions of the 2 UCLA players behind Supan shifted dramatically. They both seemed to falter under Supan's advancing footwork into the paint. Yet the interior double-team defense could not completely thwart Supan. Bam! Supan stabilized his base and, with a surge of strength, forcefully pushed aside the 2 defenders before launching a thunderous dunk, simultaneously drawing a foul from Kevin Looney for a hand check. A wave of gasps erupted both inside and outside the arena. Kobe, seated courtside, leapt to his feet once more. "Mickey, this is what I came to see." Kobe excitedly turned to Kupchak, exclaiming, "Only players who can attract double teams can bear the weight of superstar-level offensive prowess. Not to mention he can break through the double team. Look." At that moment, Kupchak grabbed Kobe's shirt, his eyes scanning the surroundings. I know, just stay calm." Kobe, after taking a moment to compose himself. Kobe's gaze burned with fervor as he observed Supan on the court. Goodness, witnessing Supan had even unsettled the usually composed Black Mamba. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Supan, curious about how many more miracles this miracle boy could conjure. The Seven Leaves team initiated an offensive play centered around Supan. Everyone deliberately slowed their pace to create space for Supan and Russell. The UCLA players appeared to brace themselves for the impending showdown. They could clearly see that the dual core of 7 leaves was about to make their move. That SUPan advanced to set a screen for Russell. The UCLA players were fully prepared to counter the impending offensive from the two, but just as SUPan had sprinted a couple of steps, he suddenly executed a backdoor cut, instantly shaking off Kevin Looney. Looney was left bewildered. Where's the screen? What happened to screen? With Looney's slow reaction, SUPan's rapid feint had left him in the dust. It'd be by the time SUPan reached the free throw line. Looney was still rooted in place. However, at that moment, Russell, the intended passer, wore a frozen expression as he observed the arc of his pass, his face growing increasingly grim. "Oh no," he thought. "This one's on you, Su." Russell felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had released the ball too early and too high. That SUPan was just beginning his leap when Russell had already tossed the ball. Many others had also recognized the blunder. The earlier thrill of SUPan's swift cut had evaporated. "Damn, are you testing my physical limits?" SUPan assessed the already errant pass, still eager to attempt an alley dash oop. As everyone watched SUPan descend, it was evident he would struggle to reach the ball. The throw had been too quick and too high. By the time SUPan landed, the ball might just be approaching the rim. Not far away in the stands, Kobe shook his head with a wry smile. Too forced. Even Usain Bolt wouldn't be able to remedy that. Yet in midair, SUPan suddenly switched to his left hand. With half of his body already behind the backboard, he pivoted and snagged the basketball with his left hand, flipping his wrist to forcefully slam the ball into the hoop. Clang! That shot bore an uncanny resemblance to Michael Jordan's signature scorpion kick. With tremendous momentum, SUPan nearly propelled himself off the court. Thankfully, his left hand gripped the rim, mitigating his body's inertia. However, the rim itself groaned under the intense impact. The entire audience fell silent, frozen in disbelief as they watched SUPan land safely. When they regained their senses and viewed the replay, they witnessed SUPan executing a superhuman catch in midair, his head nearly behind the backboard. Yet he flawlessly rotated in the air, transitioning from his right hand to his left, forcefully completing the dunk. On the court, everyone was left in stunned silence. Scouts quickly jotted down a note. This SUPan possesses the potential of a great emperor. Ian, Lakers. Come to the Lakers. UCLA, situated in Los Angeles, should have been their home court. But after that shot, it transformed into SUPan's domain. Not only did the UCLA players feel it, but domestic forums also erupted in excitement. What the heck? An actual scorpion kicking game. Michael Jordan performed it for show. But this brother is doing it for real. Dude, this is way more exaggerated than Jordan's. He did it from the front, while this guy did it from the side. Indeed, had SUPan been even a moment later, his arm would have hit the backboard. Don't even mention it. That shot gave me chills. Michael Jordan, a well-known dunker among domestic fans, had his dunks recognized worldwide. To replicate an opponent's signature dunk in-game through an alley-oop was enough to send all fans into a frenzy. In the stands, Kobe and Kupchak were both left dumbfounded. Kupchak swallowed hard. With that level of distortion in the air, Kobe, could you pull off that move? Setting aside the game context, even in practice. Can you? After a prolonged silence, interrupted by Kupchak, Kobe finally shook his head. Don't even talk about me. Not even a guy like McGee could pull it off, let alone this kid is a center. To be frank, Kobe gazed at SUPan's physique, nearly brought to tears with desire. I could see that moment. Kupchak also felt his scalp tingle. After decades in the NBA, SUPan's emergence had profoundly challenged his understanding of basketball. They exchanged a knowing glance, listening to the cheers of the fans. Deep down, they understood that SUPan was their top target this summer. That shot had undoubtedly shattered the morale of the entire UCLA team. The Staples Center had been completely transformed into the home court of Ohio State. The players on the court also lacked enthusiasm. By halftime, a significant point gap had emerged, with the Ohio State 7 Leaves team amassing 55 points, while SUPan alone scored 32 points. Additionally, he recorded an astonishing 16 rebounds and 7 blocks. Whenever SUPan's presence graced the paint, other players were rendered irrelevant. The 7 Leaves merely awaited SUPan's scoring, while the UCLA Bruins could only watch helplessly as he added to his tally. UCLA scored a mere 33 points in the first half, with Looney contributing only 4 points. The interior defense had been thoroughly dismantled. It was evident that Su Pan would not be the next Yao Ming. Teacher Zhang Weiping, brimming with excitement, informed the audience. He might not even become the next Shaquille O'Neal, for he possesses talent surpassing O'Neal's in a greater height. Su Pan is the Pangu of the Heavenly Empire. He feeds himself with salt. Setting aside the hackneyed references to Pangu, this surpasses the accolades bestowed upon O'Neal, intensifying the anticipation among fans for O'Neal's commentary on Su Pan's NCAA match. Meanwhile, over in New York, O'Neal is engaged in a one-on-one practice session with a female basketball companion at a club. Despite his roots as a center, O'Neal's ball handling skills are remarkably refined. After concluding an exhilarating one-on-one drill, O'Neal relaxes on the edge of the bed, savoring a cigar in the lingering warmth. Beside him, his female counterpart sighs in exasperation, lamenting, "Another day of theatrics. How can someone of such a formidable physique be so diminutive?" At that moment, O'Neal's phone suddenly rings. It's a call from the director, whom he refers to as that son of a beat college game. O'Neal pauses, taken aback. The director is suggesting he commentate on a March Madness game. He had previously heard from Barkley that this year's tournament is particularly thrilling. However, given their disparate historical standings, O'Neal is not overly concerned with such minor contests. Shaq, the director, insists, this year's March Madness is unlike any other. There's a guy whose talent rivals your own. The prospect of comparing a college player to himself piques O'Neal's interest. After all these years in the NBA, many emerging traditional centers have drawn comparisons with O'Neal. Yet none have come close to his caliber during his rookie season, that he relishes witnessing the helplessness of these burgeoning talents. Director, don't jest. I'm not fooling around. This guy weighs about the same as you. And that's terrifying. The director interrupts O'Neal, and upon hearing the serious tone, O'Neal realizes the director is not joking. Could it be that a traditional center of substantial weight is finally emerging in this era of small ball? Although O'Neal remains skeptical, as the league is currently dominated by mobile centers, he is eager to see what this player is truly capable of as the second half commences. UCLA maintains its original tactics, double-teaming Su Pan, but to no avail. The disparity in size and strength within the paint renders their efforts futile. The double team proves ineffective. From the commentary booth, Zhang Weiping observes as Su Pan wreaks havoc within UCLA's interior defense. Exclaiming, to halt Su Pan's offensive onslaught, UCLA would require at least two players standing 2.15 meters tall. Regrettably, they lack such players. With only 6 minutes remaining in the game, Su Pan has already amassed 48 points and 29 rebounds. The entire arena anticipates his impending 50-point milestone, as well as the prospect of reaching 30 rebounds. After all, in his previous game, Su Pan recorded 49 points and 28 rebounds, leaving many perfectionists unsettled. Stop him! You must stop him! The UCLA head coach bellows hoarsely down on the court. UCLA seems to treat this as their last line of defense, fervently striving to prevent Su Pan from scoring another point or grabbing another rebound. For them, the outcome of the game is inconsequential. They're solely focused on denying Su Pan the 50-point and 30-rebound feat. Noticing the relentless targeting of Su Pan, Russell opts to draw some defensive attention away from him, shifting the focus onto himself. After receiving the ball, Russell chooses to initiate a play from the perimeter. Following a series of flashy dribbles, he attempts a step-back three-pointer. Bang! Unfortunately, the shot fails to find the net. Russell shakes his head in disappointment as the ball bounces off the rim. Boom! At that moment, Su Pan elevates above Kevin Looney to snatch the offensive rebound, executing an impressive behind-the-back grab. Moreover, not only does he secure the rebound, but he also completes a second jump. As Su Pan leaps, Looney realizes the precarious situation and instinctively protects his head with both hands. Crash before the astonished audience, Su Pan delivers a thunderous dunk over Looney. The director, captivated by the ferocity of the slam, immediately calls for a replay. As the camera zooms in, it reveals Su Pan's powerful thrust, with his lower body colliding forcefully against Looney. The dunked-on Looney curls up, clutching his head, utterly defenseless. The sheer impact sends him sprawling, bent over, stumbling towards the baseline. The crowd erupts in ecstatic cheers. The director, grinning from ear to ear, swiftly provides a second slow-motion replay. However, this angle inadvertently alters perceptions. It appears as if Looney is deliberately presenting his rear, while Supan forcefully arches forward. The director is momentarily taken aback. The director responsible for the broadcast, in a fit of frustration, strikes the back of his own producer's head with his clipboard. "What the hell?" he exclaims. "That position looks just like what my wife did with a neighbor last night." "This is scandalous." The startled producer quickly cuts away from the scene, switching to more innocuous shots. Simultaneously, this remarkable play allows Supan to achieve the unprecedented feat of 50 points and 30 rebounds in NCAA history. The American commentators are utterly exhilarated. Ladies and gentlemen, 50 points, 30 rebounds. Supan continues to shatter records in the NCAA. This is the most astonishing statistic in the annals of March Madness. The fans are equally electrified, their fervent cheers echoing throughout the arena. The excitement reverberates even into the adjacent studio of CCTV5. Despite the production team's attempts to adjust the background noise, the chants of Supan resonate clearly. In front of the camera, Zhang Weiping beams with satisfaction. He deliberately waits for the sound levels to stabilize so that viewers can fully appreciate the crowd's exuberance. Once the background noise diminishes, he passionately exclaims, "Hey, you must have heard the excitement from the fans. My voice is completely drowned out by their cheers. This is Supan. He represents our homeland on the NCAA stage." Scoring 50 points and 30 rebounds, American fans refrain from using the name Pansu, instead calling out Supan directly. Meanwhile, fans from the homeland are astounded in the very first live broadcast of Supan's game. He delivers a sensational 50-point and 30-rebound performance. The Hoopu forum collapses instantaneously. Both the app and website become inaccessible as the entire platform succumbs to the overwhelming joy of the fans in the NBA forum. Supan's name floods the screen. Wow. 50 points, 30 rebounds. My Su Daqiang. Our Su Yunlong. I propose we negotiate a collective immunity from criticism for Supan. Anyone who speaks ill of him should be banned. I second that. I agree. Men who bring honor to their country should not be disparaged. The NBA forum swiftly passes this resolution. From now on, anyone who dares to criticize Supan will face a permanent ban. The young star has already secured free reign in the homeland. At the Staples Center, fans chant MVP. Supan becomes the first player to receive MVP shouts before even joining the Lakers. Russell, equally exhilarated, rushes over to Supan, throwing himself into his embrace. This is Staples. Kobe is still on the sidelines, and you're already receiving MVP chants. Supan, MVP, MVP, MVP. Russell also raises arms high. Joining the fervent cheers of the fans, Supan smiled faintly. What was there to gloat about amidst the MVP chants? What I truly desire is to become the genuine MVP of the NBA. Coach Holtman was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, as this marked one of the most exhilarating victories he had experienced in many years. Moreover, none of the UCLA players managed to score in double digits. Anyone daring to enter the paint was guaranteed to receive a resounding rejection from Supan. In contrast, on the side of the Seven Leaves team, Russell recorded 15 points, 2 rebounds, and 18 assists, yet again achieving an impressive double-double in assists. Supan, on the other hand, dominated with an astounding 50 points, 30 rebounds, and 8 blocks. However, after he reached the 50-point and 30-rebound milestone, the coach opted to substitute him. For otherwise, he might have pursued even higher statistics. After all, it's wise to leave a little room for future encounters. Supan did not press the coach to allow him to continue enhancing his stats. Meanwhile, in the stands not far away, Kobe observed Supan's statistics on the scoreboard. Lost in thought, the value of NCAA games should not be underestimated. A reservoir for future NBA talent. Most players here are striving toward professional aspirations. Even if many do not make it to the grand stage of the NBA, they often find their way into competitive leagues, such as those in Europe or Australia. To be frank, had he been his rookie days, it would have been a challenge to score 50 points on the college stage. Yet Supan achieved 50 points and 30 rebounds as effortlessly as one might sip cool water. Kobe understood the implications that Supan was more formidable than he had been upon entering the league. Let us move. We have matters to attend to. Kobe sighed. Capturing Supan will not be an easy feat. Nearby, Kupchak, having just finished a phone call, beckoned Kobe a tee the moment the game concluded. He had informed the team management to pursue Supan by any means necessary. Kupchak's thoughts mirrored those of Kobe. If they failed to pursue Supan now, it would be akin to neglecting Jordan in his prime. Kobe nodded in agreement. He couldn't deny that, following this game, acquiring Supan would indeed be a formidable challenge. However, he did not leave. Instead, he ventured into the players' tunnel to seek out Supan. Upon his public appearance, Kobe immediately drew a frenzy of excitement. What is Kobe up to? Wait, is he heading to the Seven Leaves locker room? It seems so. Kobe was about to meet the rookie. Fortunately, the surrounding staff reacted swiftly, clearing the area to prevent too many media from catching sight of Kobe. Upon arriving at the door of the Seven Leaves locker room, Kobe composed himself and gently knocked on the door. "Who is it? Come in," came Supan's languid voice from within. As Kobe pushed the door open and entered the room, all eyes instantly turned to him. The locker room fell into complete silence. The players of the Seven Leaves were utterly astonished. Clearly, they had not anticipated that a superstar for the Los Angeles Lakers would grace their locker room. Kobe smiled and waved at everyone. "Hello, everyone." With that, the locker room erupted in excitement. Some jumped, some cheered, and others tossed their clothes in elation. "Kobe, can I shake your hand? Kobe! Oh my God! Mom, look behind me. Who is it? It's Kobe Bryant." Several players even began calling their families to share the moment, as not everyone had the chance to enter the NBA like Supan and Russell. For most of them, a professional basketball career seemed far-fetched. Kobe was indeed a legendary figure in their lives. Supan respected Kobe immensely. However, when he encountered him, he did not react as many starstruck fans would. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor, offering a subtle smile as a welcome. In contrast, Russell stood nearby, eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to shake Kobe's hand. Yet, Kobe had no inclination to acknowledge anyone else at that moment. He walked directly toward Supan, completely overlooking Russell's extended hand, and greeted Supan with a handshake. Russell felt as if a few crows had flown over his head. Nevertheless, unlike Russell's overzealous admiration, Supan offered merely a simple smile in return. Noticing the maturity and composure beyond Supan's years, Kobe raised an eyebrow. "That you've played remarkably well, young man. You've garnered MVP cheers here. You are more popular than I am. I haven't even made it to the NBA yet." Supan smiled faintly. "You've been hailed as MVP here for nearly 20 years. The exchange was a clear display of mutual respect and humility." Observing Supan, Kobe's face lit up with delight, growing increasingly fond of him. However, his visit was motivated by personal interests. After all, this was Supan's moment of celebration, and he could not linger for long. Kobe leaned in closer to Supan and whispered, "Would you like to come play for the Lakers? I believe you would enjoy the vibrancy and enthusiasm of the fans here in Los Angeles. And of course, the beautiful women in Los Angeles would surely adore you." Supan felt indifferent about which NBA team he would join in the future, as long as it was not in a city that lacked resources. Los Angeles was certainly a viable option, particularly with Kobe's last remark about the city's women. Supan thought to himself, "I want to play for 10 of them." Kobe raised an eyebrow at Supan. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both breaking into radiant smiles. Before Supan could respond, Kobe patted him on the back. "Take your time to think it over. The doors of LA will always be open for you." After their conversation, Kupchak rushed into the locker room, urging Kobe to leave quickly. Turning back, Supan then noticed that Russell still had his hand outstretched, his smile frozen. Supan gently lowered Russell's arm. "Put it down. Isn't that uncomfortable? Your body is almost stiff as a zombie." That moment, the pain was known only to Russell. Previously, the Lakers had shown interest in him, and there had been mutual admiration. Yet now, he felt completely overlooked. "Didn't you Lakers have high hopes for me? This is all fade." After a brief period of tidying up, the Seven Leaves team prepared to participate in post-game interviews. Coincidentally, the UCLA players were also making their way out. The two teams encountered one another in the narrow corridor, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. To everyone's surprise, Kevin Looney called out to Supan, leaning in to ask in a hushed tone, "Are you really going to enter the NBA draft this year?" "Yes." "Why?" Kevin Looney nearly burst into tears at the response. He had been projected to be a second-round pick, hovering around the 50s, and would be incredibly fortunate to rise into the 40s. With Supan's emergence, his chances of making it to the NBA were now uncertain. Looney even contemplated whether he should play another year in college. When Supan appeared at the press conference, the entire venue erupted with excitement. Su, you scored 50 points, 30 rebounds, and 8 blocks today, a serious-looking reporter inquired, notebook in hand. You were just 2 blocks shy of achieving the first-ever triple-double with 50 points in NCAA history. Along with 30 rebounds, don't you feel a sense of regret? Upon the utterance of those words, Coach Holtman's expression transformed dramatically. Even Supan managed a couple of chuckles. What sharp inquiry it was. Clearly, this question was quite ordinary, essentially probing whether Supan might harbor grievances against the coaching staff. Should Supan's response betray any hint of regret, the media would undoubtedly seize upon it the following day, crafting sensational stories. Furthermore, such inquiries would likely proliferate in the future. I have never concerned myself with my statistics. Supan offered the reporters no opportunity to entrap him. I've always regarded data as mere fodder. The journalists in attendance remained undeterred. The fans are eagerly anticipating your super triple-double of 50 points. So, when can we expect you to deliver such a feat? Goodness, they have even enlisted the fans in their queries. Supan cast a cold glance at the reporters. That depends on the intensity my opponents can bring. Perhaps it will be in the next game. Perhaps it will be in the next game. The figures Supan mentioned, 50 points, 30 rebounds, and 10 assists, seemed as effortless as sipping cool water. Without delving into the thoughts of the journalists, many fans gasped in astonishment. Following this interview, both Holtman and Russell gave Supan a thumbs up in unison. Neither had anticipated Supan's adeptness in handling the media. After all, American sports media is notoriously ruthless, often resorting to any means necessary to fabricate exclusive stories. In contrast, the media in our homeland tends to be much gentler towards its own. Supan's performance post-game was fervently shared by numerous media outlets in our country. Headlines proclaimed, "The future pillar of men's basketball, NCAA's Mad Trio scores 50 plus 30, but another outlet reported, 50 plus 30. Supan shatters NCAA records, pride of the Chinese community." And yet another stated, "Supan's 50 plus 30 leads the team to the Final Four. Our nation's basketball emperor, the one true god of the Mad Trio." In the fan community, Supan's fame skyrocketed nationwide. "Dad, Supan, true god. Is there anyone else? 50 plus 30? This is even more astonishing than Yao Ming. My goodness. With you 18 Supan, what business do other countries have? Woe is me. Basketball Association, you've kept this from me for so long. I never imagined you were biding your time. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Our Chinese men's basketball team has risen. Even Supan's advancement has significantly improved the Basketball Association's reputation. Faced with fans who had criticized them just last month, the association was left bewildered. Having tasted success, they decided to wholeheartedly support Supan. It is safe to say that within the entire sphere of Chinese basketball, no one is not looking forward to Supan. During this brief intermission, the teams for the Final Four of Madness March have all been determined. The team most predicted to clinch the championship is undoubtedly the University of Kentucky, the current strongest team in the NCAA. Their roster is not to be underestimated. Jamal Murray, Devin Booker, Trey Lyles, Willie Cauley-Stein, Karl-Anthony Towns. This is a complete NBA starting lineup. Not to mention that 3 of these players are future NBA All-Stars. Yet surprisingly, the second-ranked team is not the currently surging Ohio State Buckeyes, but rather the Louisville Cardinals. This university, also located in Kentucky, is currently deemed the second most likely to clinch the NCAA championship. Rather than winning the title, most sports media believe they are most poised to reach the finals and compete against Kentucky. The team boasts 3 star players, Terry Rozier, Damian Lee, and Montrezl Harrell. The Louisville Cardinals are also the adversary Supan's team will face in the Final Four inside the dormitory of Ohio State University. Russell glumly lamented to Supan while holding a tablet. Our next match is against some tough opponents. That Montrezl Harrell plays a very aggressive style that he and Terry Rozier are like 2 brutes. Supan has yet to face these 2, but Russell encountered them last season. Facing the Louisville Cardinals, Russell had certainly been put through the ringer. Clearly, that was not a pleasant memory. Moreover, these 2 are notorious for their hard-nosed play in the NCAA. Supan, however, paid no heed to these warnings that he was aware of Terry Rozier, a well-known two-way guard in the NCAA, who had also left some classic memories in the NBA, notably performing well against LeBron in the Eastern Conference Finals in 2018. Under the mentorship of Coach Joe, he averaged 20 points per game, yet his skill level is rather mediocre, excelling mainly in chaotic situations. Montrezl Harrell is an exceptional blue-collar player in the small ball era. Although he was merely a second-round draft pick, his rebounding instincts and defensive awareness are undoubtedly above average in the NBA. His competitive attitude is remarkably tenacious. Supin, you need to be cautious. Montrezl is 2.08 meters tall, with remarkable athletic ability and a dirty playing style, Russell warned worriedly. Upon hearing this, Supin was taken aback. 2.08 meters. ISNT, he's just above 2 meters. Then it dawned on him that Harrell had chosen to exaggerate his height to enter the NBA. And then there's Damian Lee. Damn it, Supin, did you know? He's the boyfriend of Stephen Curry's sister. Russell exclaimed angrily, slamming his fist on the table. If he could become Curry's brother-in-law, he would undoubtedly gain limitless resources. Yet, that fortune did not fall into his lap. Montrezl Harrell and Terry Rozier are both fierce defenders, tough and relentless. Damian Lee, like his brother-in-law, is a sharpshooter from beyond the arc. Supin. The next game will not be easy. Hearing Russell's ongoing complaints, Supin was left speechless. 2 second-round picks, one of whom hardly sees the court in the NBA. This the caliber of players that can intimidate you. You are the 3rd overall pick in the draft. You are as soft as a brother who hasn't taken Viagra. To prepare for the semifinals. The entire Ohio State University team was incredibly tense. Meanwhile, Supin remained unfazed, completely oblivious to any sense of crisis. He could not comprehend why this group was afraid of 3 players whose reputations exceeded their actual capabilities. With a 3-day rest period, Supin even took the opportunity to engage in late-night training with the school's beautiful girls every evening. This evening, Supin even arranged for 2 luxury cars to practice his ball-handling skills. The cars, standing at 1.72 meters tall and weighing 60 kilograms, with a pair of round headlights, must be at least D-class. After finishing his ball-handling practice this evening, I will dedicate myself to the competition. The next time you practice with me will be after I secure the championship. Supin turned to retrieve protective gear from the drawer. Regardless of whether in actual combat or training, safety first. Protective equipment is indispensable. It's all right. The 2 ball-handling partners exchanged glances with Supin, personally stepping forward to help him put on the protective gear. WTF, what a thick gift. The 2 female basketball friends widened their eyes, covering their mouths in ecstatic disbelief. Seeing their astonished expressions, Supin reveled in the moment, just as the warm-up concluded and both sides prepared for intense competition. The 2 partners proposed a pause to change their outfits. After all, playing basketball often leads to physical contact, and it is reasonable to have a few spare clothes ready in case of rips or stains. However, when the 2 emerged from changing, Supin's eyes widened in shock. In no way. They were wearing Harrell's and Rozier's jerseys. Gazing at the 2 female friends now clad in their jerseys, Supin couldn't help but chuckle. You 2 are giving me a preview of the competition. Supin, with the ball at his feet, made a decisive move towards the center, using his left hand to shield against an opponent while his right hand deftly controlled the ball amidst fierce competition in the narrow confines of the penalty area. Meanwhile, on the other side, Russell sat alone in his dormitory, gazing at the ceiling, consumed by thoughts of Supin, enveloped in a deep sense of envy and resentment. The day of the match arrived. Set to unfold at Madison Square Garden in New York, the premier basketball city in the NBA. It was also a significant venue for the Madness semifinals, attracting a plethora of entertainment stars. Among them was the Knicks star player Carmelo Anthony, whose popularity in New York was undeniable. Upon his appearance, the crowd erupted in cheers, and numerous reporters flocked to him, eager to hear his thoughts on the forthcoming game. I have a good feeling about Ohio State winning, he remarked, and the reason is simple. They have Supin. If Supin were to enter the NBA now, there would undoubtedly be a team offering him a $30 million contract immediately. He is the sole true prodigy in college. It was evident that Melo held a great admiration for Supin, and it seemed that the entire Madison Square Garden was filled with his fans. Wow! As Melo's words echoed, The crowd responded with thunderous applause. It is well known that March Madness does not distinguish between home and away games. The venue was divided into two sections, each supporting different teams. Tonight, 80 of the audience consisted of Ohio State supporters, or rather, fans of Supan. During warm-ups, Supan responded to the excitement of the crowd with impressive maneuvers, showcasing his skills that even Dwayne Wade would hesitate to replicate. Numerous female celebrities in attendance could be seen squealing in delight, including the renowned Will Smith, who sat in the front row with his son, quietly awaiting the game. The venue was also graced by many socialites from New York, all eager to seize any opportunity for the camera. Among them, the most captivating were the Kardashian sisters, Kim and Khloe Kardashian, who flaunted their figures before the lens while whispering about the game. "Sis, you call me over just to watch an NCAA game?" Khloe queried, perplexed by Kim's excitement. "It's not even the NBA." Recently, Khloe had frequently heard her sister mention Supan, and upon searching online, discovered he was merely a college student from China. A college student worthy of her sister's infatuation? Kim, noticing Khloe's reluctance, felt a surge of indignation. "But that's because you haven't seen his live games. He is the epitome of a true warrior." Khloe chuckled inwardly, thinking to herself that the toughest men in the NBA, once she applied a slight pressure, could easily falter in a season. After dismissing various media inquiries, Khloe accompanied Kim to their seats, still expressing her dissatisfaction. "I want to see who could possibly captivate you so completely." "Still a warrior?" Just as Khloe's words left her lips, a resounding thud resonated from the basketball court. The entire hoop trembled under the immense force. The sound alone suggesting the structure might soon break. Khloe's expression froze as she turned to the center of the court, where a formidable figure was dominating the rim. Instinctively, she tightened her legs and straightened her posture. Her gaze fixated on Supan. "Sis, is that him?" Khloe swallowed hard, momentarily forgetting to glance at Kim. "Who else could possibly enchant me?" Kim replied proudly, equally transfixed by Supan, her gaze seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Khloe immediately felt parched. The sight of his powerful muscles, robust thighs, and irresistible charm, coupled with an overwhelming aura of masculinity, left her flustered and dazed. Noticing her sister's unusual demeanor, Kim quickly roused her from a reverie. "You're practically drooling." "Yes, mine. Don't even think about competing with me." Khloe, witnessing Kim's declaration of ownership, hastily shook her head. "I'm not competing. I'm just a bit stunned. But what?" Kim paused, slightly taken aback by Khloe's words that if Supan wasn't considered a true man, then no one could surpass him. Yet in the next moment, Khloe bit her finger, her eyes glued to Supan, nearly shimmering with desire. "But whether he is genuinely a man, sis, I must experience it myself before I can tell." After much anticipation, Hensei finally welcomed the esteemed commentator Shaquille O'Neal to the stage, alongside Charles Barkley. The two stood at the commentary booth, smiling and waving to the fans. O'Neal seized the microphone, addressing the audience. "New York fans, hello. Let me be frank. If it weren't for Supan, I wouldn't be here commentating on the NCAA today. Regardless of whether it's the NBA or college, among all the center players, I only acknowledge Su that he embodies the essence of a traditional center. Like Barkley, O'Neal, one of the four great centers of the 1990s. Favor traditional centers like Supan, that he expressed disdain for the majority of modern centers who failed to impress him, even openly stating on multiple occasions that if he were to play 20 years ago, he would dominate all current starting centers. Those new-age, space-oriented shorter centers don't even come close. Conversely, on the other side, Montrezl Harrell was being interviewed. Though I may be significantly shorter than Supan, you know what? I'm not a space-oriented big man. Height has never been my weakness. I'm known for my toughness. Harrell's basketball mantra was centered around strength. Through his determination and vigor, he had become one of the top interior players in the NCAA. Surrounding reporters eagerly scribbled notes, many hoping to witness Supan's fall from grace in tonight's match. As the players concluded their warm-ups, the game commenced. During the jump ball, the sight on the court evoked gasps from the audience. Harrell barely reached Supan's chest height, showcasing the most adorable height disparity as they stood at center court. Although Harrell was officially listed at 6'10", in reality, he barely reached 6 feet 8 inches in shoes. It is well known that 6 feet 8 inches is a rather peculiar measurement. Like a whimsical illusion, it can appear taller or shorter at the commentary booth. The NCAA commentators alongside O'Neal were quick to defend Harrell. Despite the significant height difference between Harrell and Supan, his vertical leap is absolutely top tier in the NCAA. Many teams have underestimated Harrell in the paint, suffering greatly as a result. Let us hope Supan doesn't find himself in the same predicament. Numerous NCAA fans nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while Harrell stood only 6'8", his jumping ability, speed, and enthusiasm were indeed elite during his college years. Even when faced with a towering opponent standing at over 2.10 meters, he remains undaunted. Coupled with his exceptional rebounding instincts and tenacious defensive attitude, he is poised to carve out his niche in the NCAA. However, Harrell's toughness did not afford him an advantage during the jump ball. When confronted by Supan, all of his strengths transformed into weaknesses. From the very first jump, Harrell began to question his existence. The two leapt almost simultaneously, but Supan soared higher and faster, his elevation surpassing Harrell by nearly half an arm's length. Wong Defa, this fellow possesses an astonishing vertical leap. Harrell couldn't help but wonder if Supan could leap from a toilet stall to snatch toilet paper from an adjacent cubicle. As Harrell regained his composure, he felt a gust of wind sweep past him. Supan sped by, poised to make a play. Was it happening again? Another aerial relay from the jump ball. Did the Cardinals anticipate this? In the commentary booth, the announcer leapt to his feet in excitement, while the bewildered Shaquille O'Neal furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to grasp why all the fuss. But in the next moment, he noticed a figure racing across the court, and his mouth fell agape in astonishment. What on earth? So fast! On the court, Harrell's expression stiffened as he turned to his teammate, shouting, "Defend!" after issuing his command. He positioned himself directly in front of Russell. Chasing Supan was futile now, but if he could effectively guard this passer, he could still thwart the fast break. Clearly, Russell did not anticipate Harrell's attempt to block him. His habitual alley-oop pass was met with considerable interference, and as he gazed at the ball's trajectory in the air, his expression soured. This was a disaster. Nice. Harrell's lips curled into a slight smile. Under his disruption, Russell's pass was notably flawed, landing far too low. Even if Supan managed to catch it, he would be near the free throw line. By that time, the Cardinals would have already retreated on defense. He would have to dribble out to the perimeter to reorganize the offense. However, just as all the Cardinals players breathed a sigh of relief, Supan launched himself like a rocket, given the ball's low trajectory. Supan had to leap sooner to catch it, otherwise he would never reach the rim. Thus, he performed a breathtaking 360-degree dunk in midair above Madison Square Garden. Yet his takeoff point was quite far, nearly touching the free throw line. Before anyone could marvel at Supan's otherworldly jumping ability, he caught the basketball with both hands and completed the dunk. Bang! After that emphatic slam, Harrell was left utterly dumbfounded. A 360-degree spin coupled with an alley-oop. He had never witnessed such aerial prowess from any athlete before. Capable of running, jumping, and executing dazzling maneuvers, Harrell suddenly pondered. This guy was beyond merely leaping to pilfer paper from the next stall. He could also spin 360 degrees in midair while executing a dunk. He had dated many physically explosive partners, but had never encountered one of this caliber. The opening play showcased a fast break followed by a 360-degree spin alley-oop. Was this level of body control even real? Khloe Kardashian watched the replay on the large screen above, captivated by Supan's display of physical grace, revealing his personal allure in its entirety. The visually striking impact made Khloe suddenly comprehend why her sister Kim Kardashian was so enamored with Supan. If the situation called for it, she wouldn't hesitate to openly compete with her sister for his affections. Khloe Kardashian gazed at Supan on the court, greedily licking her lips, her lower lip's lipstick nearly consumed. She was truly tempted. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Barkley observed O'Neal's astonished expression and hastily gestured to the surrounding cameras for a close-up. "Shaq, what about it? Can you pull off that move?" Barkley, grinning with mischief, looked at O'Neal. Seeing Barkley stirring up trouble, O'Neal reflexively slapped the back of Barkley's head. "Charles, don't even think about it. Rest assured, even if I were to write a will, your name would definitely not be included." Barkley laughed heartily. With O'Neal causing such a ruckus, The surrounding fans were also in stitches, and the atmosphere in the venue was electric. After a moment, Barkley remained undeterred and pressed on. "Shaq, I'm serious. Do you think you could do it?" Noticing Barkley's earnest inquiry, O'Neal stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That if you're talking about a long-distance alley-oop, I could have managed it a decade ago. But to say I could do it like him, with a long-distance alley-oop and a 360-degree spin, I suspect you're dreaming." Upon hearing this, Charles Barkley wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite O'Neal's current bulk, he remembered the time when he had just entered the league and was quite lean. Back then, O'Neal was agile and capable of executing various highlight reel dunks and alley-oops. If O'Neal spoke so highly of it, one could only imagine how extraordinary that dunk truly was at this moment. Even Carmelo Anthony, accustomed to grand spectacles, found himself momentarily speechless. Sitting in the VIP section, he was granted an up-close view of the entire sequence. When he witnessed Supan preparing to leap from the free throw line, Anthony mused whether the young man had installed rocket boosters. However, upon seeing Supan execute a 360-degree spin alley-oop mid-fast break following the jump ball, Carmelo Anthony was convinced that this kid's thighs were indeed powered by rocket fuel. After years in the game, he had never encountered such a feat. Clapping his hands, Anthony shook his head in disbelief. This guy was truly remarkable. Yet once seated, he lost interest in the game and instead fell into deep contemplation. Recently, the Knicks had set their sights on a draft prospect named Kristaps Porzingis. This player was not American and was not in the NCAA, but he possessed incredibly unusual physical gifts. Anthony had seen the scouting report on this young man, standing at 2.22 meters with an impressive wingspan. Although his weight was somewhat lacking, making him appear slender, his skill set was entirely focused on perimeter play. With a refined ability to handle the ball and shoot from distance, scouts predicted he could potentially become the next Kevin Durant. This captivated the Knicks management. However, Anthony believed that Porzingis is becoming the next Durant was utterly absurd. The heights Porzingis could achieve in the future would never reach such lofty aspirations. The NBA was not devoid of tall players. What concerned them most was not their talent, but the risk of injury. Although Porzingis preferred to avoid the paint, reducing the risk of injuries associated with it, the frequent reliance on perimeter shooting, coupled with occasional drives to the basket, posed a far greater risk of injury than playing safely in the paint. At that moment, Anthony scrutinized Supan on the court, stroking his chin thoughtfully. However, this young man was different. He was the only one capable of inflicting injury on his opponents. If I were to join forces with him, the very thought sent a shiver through Anthony's mighty frame. The IT reminded him of the formidable OK duo that instilled fear throughout the NBA in the early 21st century. He had spent his youth watching the OK combination dominate the court. One an unstoppable force in the paint. The other a relentless sharpshooter from beyond the arc. The mere contemplation ignited a fiery passion within him. If he could acquire Supan, their partnership could very well secure a championship title at the twilight of his career's peak. Anthony glimpsed a flicker of hope in his pursuit of a championship. In this moment, he began to ponder how best to persuade the Knicks to abandon their pursuit of the white Durant and instead redirect their focus towards Supan. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment in the VIP box at Madison Square Garden, New York Knicks general manager James Dolan was also engrossed in the game. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, coffee cup in hand, intently observing the athletic Supan on the court, his eyes sparkling as if he had discovered a new frontier. Dolan eagerly turned to the team's external scout behind him. "Do you think Kristaps Porzingis could execute that move?" "Impossible." The scout shook his head. "No player can accomplish such a feat." After a brief pause for contemplation, the scout added, "Not just NBA players. No one in the world can replicate that move." Upon hearing this, Dolan's excitement only intensified. His gaze remained fixated on Supan, completely oblivious to anything else happening around him. It is well known throughout the NBA that the Knicks possess a fervent desire to clinch a championship more than any other team. To revitalize the franchise, they are willing to expend immense financial resources. Just as their conversation concluded, Supan leaped powerfully over Harrell, executing a one-handed dunk with ferocity. This astonishing display left the two commentators in awe. "Charles, honestly, I adore this guy's style of play. He is so flamboyant. Shaq, no one would refuse such a charismatic player. No one." The breathtaking dunk sent the crowd into a frenzy, as fans revel in such raw and aggressive offensive maneuvers. Harrell glared at Supin, who met his gaze defiantly, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips, igniting sparks of rivalry between them. Even the referees sensed that a skirmish might erupt any moment. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, the Kardashian sisters were utterly captivated. Their eyes were glued to Supin, occasionally swallowing hard in anticipation. I can assure you, this guy is leagues above Lamar Odom, Khloe Kardashian remarked, her cheeks flushed as she reiterated. Indeed, that's the kind of prowess I mean. Kim Kardashian, unabashed in her admiration for Supin, chimed in, just look at his physique. I genuinely wonder if he could reach 28. The two ladies scrutinized Supin's loose basketball shorts, speculating on the possibilities. Ugh, sister, that's too risky, Khloe exclaimed. Khloe, you don't understand. I crave that exhilarating sensation. Simultaneously, this remarkable play captured the attention of others. In the VIP suite, James Dolan wore a radiant smile. This guy is quite the audacious personality. Indeed, he declared. New York needs someone like him. The scout wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had seen his fair share of flamboyant players, but they often turn out to be troublemakers. Carmelo Anthony was no easy character either. The prospect of these two joining forces was daunting. Boss, I believe his personality might pose a challenge. The scout attempted to caution Dolan. Yet Dolan, with a furrowed brow, sharply retorted, what do you know? If he were timid, he wouldn't belong in the NBA. But boss, enough with the buts. McGrady was just as brash, and the Knicks missed out on him. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. The scout understood that Dolan had invoked Michael Jordan in comparison to Supin, signaling that further persuasion was futile. That a moment later, Dolan recognized his tone had been excessive and added, I understand your concerns, but money is meant to be spent, right? If he is willing to join Knicks, I will gladly bear any financial burden. With that, Dolan shifted his focus back to the game. As they conversed, the Cardinals organized another offensive play. This time, they centered their strategy around Rozier, seeking scoring opportunities from the perimeter rather than relying on Harrell for penetration. Rozier constantly set screens for Harrell, and after two successful switches, he found himself matched up against the defensively vulnerable Russell. Russell's defensive skills were not elite, and his lateral movement was lacking, making him ill-equipped to handle Rozier's assault. Soon enough, Rozier barreled into the paint. Near the edge of the key, he deftly utilized his signature finesse to nudge Russell aside, preparing for a contested layup, just as Rozier elevated his right hand to execute the shot. A shadow leaped from behind him. The height of Supin's leap left Rozier astounded, capturing the moment on camera as his lips formed the words WTF. With tremendous force, Supin slapped the basketball against the backboard. The loud thud echoed throughout the arena, the sheer power propelling the ball toward midcourt. The crowd gasped in unison. Kim Kardashian's face flushed with excitement as she bit her lip. This is the strength I desire. I want to be swept away by him. In the next instant, Supin showcased his speed advantage. Upon landing, he glanced at the ball's arc before sprinting toward the frontcourt. Realizing the urgency, Rozier turned to pursue the ball, only to find Supin effortlessly keeping pace and then surpassing him. A profound sense of despair washed over him. He couldn't jump high enough, nor could he outrun Supin. By the time Supin reached midcourt and seized the basketball, Rozier still trailed by 2 or 3 steps. With the ball in hand, Supin took a single dribble before launching into a magnificent dunk just before the free throw line, an electrifying Showtime moment. WOW! Shaquille O'Neal exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. Charles, did I just see that correctly? He was a step inside the three-point line. O'Neal sprang to his feet, eyes glued to the overhead screen, and gasped, did he just clear the entire court? A dunk from the free throw line. Beside him, Barkley had also risen. Craning his neck to catch a glimpse of the action, he grasped the microphone on his headset, his tone laced with disbelief. Shaq, the times have changed. If the scout report indicates you are his template, then the real deal is like Shaq with a rocket booster attached to his backside. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena had already reached a fever pitch. The exuberant cheers of countless fans surged like a tidal wave, echoing for a full minute. Not a single soul in attendance could bear to remain seated upon witnessing such a spectacle. The fervent cries of Knicks supporters reverberated from all corners. Edo, New York. New York welcomes you. Just like the previous game at the Lakers' home court, the fans had fully embraced Supan as a member of the Knicks. Supan, come to New York. At this instant, the players of the Cardinals finally grasped that no matter how terrifying the rumors surrounding Supan had painted him, and how formidable he appeared on the court, it was only when they faced him in direct confrontation that they could truly appreciate the dread he instilled. Merely 10 minutes into the match, a sense of despair began to take root in the hearts of the Cardinals. As they attempted to attack, Supan stood resolutely beneath the basket. Anyone daring to challenge him head-on was met with an emphatic rejection, even in the subsequent minutes of the first half. When the Cardinals' point guard managed to penetrate the paint, a mere glare from Supan caused him to tremble and pass the ball to a teammate, and one wished to embarrass themselves at Supan's expense. On the defensive end, regardless of Russell's various one-on-one attempts from the perimeter, the mere presence of Supan in the paint sent shivers down their spines. As long as Russell could pass the ball to Supan, he would undoubtedly score for the team. Gradually, the mental fortitude of the Cardinals players began to crumble by the second half. The morale of the Cardinals had completely disintegrated, a 20-point deficit, compounded by Supan's unstoppable performance, left the team in a state of despondency in the latter half of the game. Their defense against Supan was merely FAD as the clock wound down to the final 8 minutes. Ohio State's Buckeyes had already amassed 78 points, while the beleaguered Cardinals could only muster 50, a staggering 28-point gap. Another massacre was unfolding. After delivering a thunderous block on Terry Rozier, Supan had already racked up 48 points and 30 rebounds. Along with his 10th block at that moment, the crowd erupted in exhilaration. The NCAA commentators were on their feet, roaring with excitement. 48 points, 30 rebounds, 10 blocks. If Supan scores in the next offensive possession, he will become the first player in NCAA March Madness history to achieve a 50-point triple-double with blocks. The miracle continued, and we were about to witness a historic moment. On the sidelines, Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley shared their astonishment. "Shaq, can you believe it? This guy is just a college player." "Charles, he deserves to be in the NBA. He shouldn't be wasting time in the NCAA." I too found it perplexing why this group of scouts only recognized this rising star when he reached March Madness. The future unequivocally belongs to this young man. I wholeheartedly agree. Both men fixed their gazes upon Supan on the court, ready to spring to their feet in applause. Celebrating his record-breaking achievement, it was a foregone conclusion that Supan would secure the 50-point triple-double record. It was merely a matter of whether it would be this possession or the next. This miracle belonged solely to him. However, just then, after the Buckeyes inbound the ball, the commentator's tone shifted to one of panic. "Wait, what is he doing?" Supan was charging down the court with remarkable speed. Should he complete the basket, he would become the first player in March Madness history to achieve a 50-point triple-double. On the court, Supan positioned himself near the three-point line after the inbound. As a traditional big man, shooting from beyond the arc was not his forte. Nearby, Harrell wore a grave expression, having been thoroughly dominated by Supan throughout the game. But as a representative of toughness, he refused to give up and remained determined until the final whistle. This tenacity is why he would later be cherished by many teams despite being a second-round pick, fully aware that he could not contain Supan. Harrell nonetheless chose to guard him fiercely. He stood at the perimeter of the paint, arms outstretched, poised to intercept Supan. Suddenly, Supan barreled toward the basket, while Russell quickly coordinated with him. Their duo posed a dual threat, making it impossible to discern whether the play would culminate in a finish from Russell's left or Supan's right, an alley-oop, or a finish by Russell. Harrell assessed both angles of the attack, ready to defend. His focus landed squarely on Supan. This time, it has to be Supan scoring 50. Another high-flying alley-oop. Harrell's resolve hardened as he positioned himself to disrupt Supan's leap. But at that moment, the trajectory of Russell's pass left Harrell momentarily frozen. It wasn't the high lob he anticipated, but a standard bounce pass. Yet when Harrell turned back to locate Supan, his pupils dilated in alarm as Supan soared into the air, gliding effortlessly in that instant. Harrell comprehended the reality. This wasn't merely about surpassing 50 points. Supan intended to deliver a posterizing dunk, immortalizing this historic moment. With a thunderous crash, Supan barreled into Harrell, sending him sprawling out of bounds before executing a two-handed slam, marking his 50th point of the game. Everyone around stood in disbelief, hands covering their mouths. No one expected Pan to achieve his final 50 points in such a manner. This was not just a push out of bounds. It was an utter disregard for ethical boundaries. Countless reporters captured this moment, and Harrell unwittingly became the backdrop to this historic event. The crowd erupted in applause as Pan finished the game with 50 points, 30 rebounds, and 10 blocks, establishing the most formidable statistics in March Madness history. This singular play shattered the Cardinals' remaining morale, leading them to surrender entirely until the final buzzer. As the final whistle blew, the players of Ohio State celebrated while their coach wept tears of joy. They had advanced. They were headed to the finals. The last time the Buckeyes reached the finals was 58 years ago, a time when Coach Chris Holtmann was still in diapers. Wait, why again 58? Fortunately, after helping Pan achieve 50 points, the Buckeyes showed no interest in extending the lead further, resulting in a final margin of only 25 points. Harrell, with 8 points and 8 rebounds, emerged as the most outstanding interior player in this year's March Madness after facing Pan. Although his performance was not particularly eye-catching, no fan would underestimate him. In contrast, teammates Rozier and Damian Lee offered disappointing stats. Rozier managed only 9 points, 1 rebound, and 6 assists, failing to contribute meaningfully to the team. Meanwhile, Damian Lee scored a mere 6 points, falling short of the expectations placed upon him. On the Buckeyes' side, Russell tallied 12 points, 2 rebounds, and an astounding 21 assists, setting a new record for assists in March Madness. Simultaneously, Russell also broke the NCAA record for the highest average assists in a single March Madness tournament. One was a king of assists, while the other claimed titles for scoring, rebounding, and shot blocking. The emergence of these dual kings propelled the Buckeyes to the pinnacle of success. As the game concluded, in the elevated VIP box, James Dolan smiled and patted the shoulder of the team scout that we must act swiftly. The battleground for Pan will undoubtedly be rife with competition. This year, we cannot afford to be complacent. James Dolan watched the jubilant Seven Leaves Tree team celebrating below, releasing a resigned sigh. Prior to this match, he had entertained the notion that they could draw closer to Pan through alternative means. Yet, the moment the game concluded, James Dolan comprehended the reality. To win Pan's favor, they must offer him far more than mere promises. This sentiment echoed not only for the Knicks, but also for other teams. After years of anticipation, the NBA had finally welcomed another player who could incite a frenzy throughout the league, akin to Shaquille O'Neal, Tim Duncan, and LeBron James. Among the attendees was a notable guest, Carmelo Anthony, who, indifferent to the gazes of those around him, made a beeline for Pan postgame. Upon their meeting, he warmly shook Pan's hand and embraced him. "Hey buddy, how are you feeling today?" "Not too bad," Pan replied, slightly taken aback by Melo's affable demeanor. Meanwhile, Russell cast an eager glance, hoping that Anthony might extend at least a handshake or a hug in his direction as well. However, Anthony paid him no mind, engaging in cheerful conversation with Pan instead. Russell stood frozen, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he turned to inquire of Charles O'Neal beside him. "Hey, who is Pan?" "The scoring champion, rebounding king, and shot-blocking king of the NCAA tournament," Charles responded. Russell's excitement surged, leading him to follow up. "What about me?" Charles paused, contemplating before replying, "Teammate." Russell fell silent, despair settling in as he realized no one seemed to recognize that he was also the assist leader of the tournament. "Hey, our assist king." Just then, a familiar voice called from a distance, "I'm coming right over." Russell's eyes reddened as he spotted Pan beckoning him. Indeed, it was only Pan who remembered his accolade as the assist king. "My Sue." Meanwhile, Melo found a moment to converse with Pan about the game. Pan reciprocated his enthusiasm, but then Melo shifted the subject. "Sue, would you like to come to New York for some fun? It's a big city." Taken aback by Melo's hopeful gaze, Pan momentarily hesitated, recalling the previous game when Kobe had also extended an olive branch. How intriguing it was that 2 NBA superstars had reached out to him in succession. From a certain perspective, it seemed many teams in the NBA were now closely monitoring his every move, a promising sign for his prospective professional career. Noticing Pan's silence, Melo assumed he was pressuring him too much and hastily clarified. There's no rush to decide. After all, you still have the finals to prepare for. Don't stress. Relaxing before the finals is key. Back in my day, I won a championship and the most outstanding player award during March Madness. Hearing this, Supan couldn't help but smirk at Melo's attempt to impress. Yet, it was undeniable that Melo had been a true force in college. Perhaps his greatest claim to fame lay in those collegiate years. Despite being heralded as one half of the 0-3 twin stars alongside LeBron, the reality was that several other players from the 2003 draft class had shown even brighter. Unfortunately, Melo's narrative had grown increasingly awkward. Having never touched a championship, nor even made it to the finals, with his sole accolade being a scoring title. Now, he found himself in the twilight of his career, observing the celebrating youth on the court. Carmelo Anthony felt a tinge of melancholy. After a moment, he rose to pat Supan on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. "I won't keep you. We'll end our chat here for now. Also, if you ever need anything, feel free to call me. You know I have some connections at Supan." Expressed gratitude, shaking Melo's hand in farewell. Truly, it was the socialite Melo who had connections in the industry. Once Melo departed, two unfamiliar figures caused a stir among the 7 Leaves Tree players. Louisville Cardinals? Montrezl Harrell and Terry Rozier. What are they doing here? Surely, they aren't here to stir up trouble. The players' hostile glares made the two newcomers uncomfortable. Nevertheless, they approached Supan directly. Upon reaching him, the pair extended their hands for a handshake and offered their congratulations. "Congratulations on making it to the finals. Dude, you're incredible. Losing to you, I have no qualms. Looking forward to meeting you in the NBA." It became clear they were here to extend their well wishes, although the Cardinals have been decisively defeated by the 7 Leaves Tree. Harrell and Rozier had fought valiantly until the very end, unlike the weaker opponents Supan had faced previously. "Congratulations on advancing to the finals, but you better prepare well. Karl Anthony Towns is no slouch." Harrell had already been impressed, of course. "I believe in you. Go defeat them and prove we aren't that bad." Undoubtedly, this evening belonged to Supan. The final showdown would undoubtedly garner significant attention. "Sue, you've reached the finals. Yet your expression reveals no joy." The reporters noted Supan's placid demeanor, which even bore a hint of seriousness. "You see, this is merely an ordinary victory," Supan shrugged, articulating, "for our journey is far from over. Only a championship is worthy of our smiles." Observing this level of composure in a college player was astonishing to many reporters. Had they not been on the NCAA stage, they might have mistaken him for a seasoned NBA star. Meanwhile, countless fans in China, upon hearing his words, beamed with pride. This young man is destined for greatness. Indeed, his unpretentious nature, even in boasting, is refreshingly unique. I find myself eagerly anticipating the finals, hoping he claims the ultimate championship. The final championship? That seems a tall order. The opposing team could very well be Kentucky. While the previous 7 Leaves Tree might have faltered, the current team had proven they could hold their own. Regardless of the outcome, the charisma exuded by Supan and his every gesture was captivating. That night, it was evident that the 7 Leaves Tree players were solely focused on preparing for the finals. As Supan prepared to leave through the players' tunnel with his teammates, two figures suddenly blocked his path. Supan regarded the Kardashian sisters, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, with a hint of confusion. "Where are you headed, Sue?" "Back to the locker room, of course. What else?" Without further ado, Kim Kardashian cut to the chase that we've been following you for quite some time and would love to befriend you. Would you do us the honor of dining with us shortly? At her words, the other 7 Leaves Tree players were left wide-eyed and nearly speechless, a late-night dinner invitation. And from the Kardashians. No less. The crowd gazed intently at the Kardashian sisters before them, as fellow luminaries in the NBA sphere, who wouldn't yearn to make the acquaintance of the Kardashian clan, particularly Russell, who found himself swallowing hard at this moment. His preferred type undoubtedly aligned with someone like Kim Kardashian, possessing a figure that was nothing short of divine and a stunning visage, exuding an aura of mature allure. Khloe Kardashian was no less impressive. While her looks might not quite match Kim's, her physique was explosive, promising an entirely different experience. And now, astonishingly, these two were extending an olive branch to his brother, Supan. Could it be that he too? Yet, the Kardashian sisters seemed utterly indifferent to the gazes of those around them. their sole focus fixated on Su Pan. Russell sensed this and refrained from intruding, recognizing that to decline their overtures would be to show a lack of decorum. Very well, then. With such overt advances, Su Pan could only smile in acquiescence, exchanging contact details with them. Upon returning to the locker room, Su Pan distinctly felt the weight of the stares directed at him. A mixture of envy and jealousy, with an undercurrent of barely concealed resentment. He aptly embodied the adage, fearing that a brother might suffer while simultaneously dreading his success. When news of Su Pan's acceptance of the dinner invitation reached them, the collective gaze of his peers seemed to strip him bare in that moment. Charles Oakley hurriedly slipped something into Su Pan's pocket. As Su Pan felt the hard object, he discovered it was a box of children's bubblegum. Raising his head, he noticed the way everyone averted their eyes and hastily interjected, "Hey, we're just going out for dinner." The group exchanged glances, none daring to respond, merely nodding silently. They were all adults. "After all, are you trying to fool children here?" Russell approached Su Pan, casting him a complex look. "When we get back to the hotel, I'm going straight to bed. I'll leave the door open for you. Whether you return or not is up to you." Su Pan was exasperated. It was merely dinner, yet these fellows were overthinking it. A glance around revealed some pretending to wipe away tears. "Don't be so dramatic. It's just dinner. Su, the Kardashian sisters are exceptionally formidable. We're about to enter the finals, so tread carefully," Russell warned with a complex expression that if you let the Kardashians drain you dry and then falter in the finals. "You owe me another year of playing together. We must win the championship before you step into the NBA." His words resonated with several teammates. "Exactly. Su Pan, take it easy tonight. I'm different. I'll put in the effort to bring my share along." Russell felt particularly tormented, losing his favorite goddess to Su Pan, and if their rivalry with the Kardashians resulted in a finals loss, it would leave him with neither the goddess nor the championship. A definitive loser. Su Pan found himself speechless. He couldn't fathom why the Kardashian sisters would divert their attention from the NBA to a college player like himself. After a round of freshening up and securing a leave from the coach, Su Pan departed the arena. He had arranged to meet the Kardashian sisters in a private room of a five-star restaurant. Upon arriving and settling in without even ordering, Kim Kardashian eagerly relocated to sit beside Su Pan, unveiling her ambitions. With unreserved candor, she declared, "Su, I am very fond of you. Your looks are remarkable. Your physique is stunning. And you possess limitless potential. You have a girlfriend?" Su Pan was taken aback. Was she truly this direct? Although he had anticipated such an encounter, he hadn't expected it to unfold so swiftly. Yet Khloe Kardashian, feeling slighted, interjected, "Su, I've been paying attention to you long before Kim. I'm not as pragmatic as my sister. Regardless of whether you become a superstar in the future, I am willing to be with you." Seeing her sister competing with her, Kim became flustered. "Khloe, you're still young and inexperienced. I'm a seasoned woman who lacks experience. My figure outshines yours. Su, trust me. I can offer you more than Khloe can." You know what I mean? No one could have predicted that within this private room, the Kardashian sisters would be blushing and vying for the attention of a single individual. Observing the bickering sisters, Su Pan felt overwhelmed. "Both of you, please stop arguing to address them directly. I have never intended to choose between the two of you." The Kardashian sisters felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. It seemed Su Pan wasn't particularly interested in either of them. However, what Su Pan said next left them speechless. With unwavering conviction, he proclaimed, "I want both," despite the media knowing that the victor of this match would undoubtedly be the favored champion of the year. The University of Kentucky, the performance of the entire Kentucky team nonetheless astonished everyone. Towns showcased his talents offensively, racking up 22 points, 13 rebounds, and 6 assists, along with 3 blocks, proclaiming his versatility with a three-point shooting percentage of 60. Equally impressive was Devin Booker, the renowned dual-threat guard in the NCAA, averaging 20 points per game in the tournament. Historically, many NBA players of note have only managed to score 17 or 18 points in similar scenarios, making a score above 20 a testament to formidable offensive prowess. Moreover, Kentucky had 5 players scoring in double digits, delivering a crushing performance in the aftermath. Numerous sports analysts favoring Kentucky openly declared in their segments, "Who cares about Ohio State's results? For them, simply reaching the finals is a gift from the heavens. They had only Supan and Russell, while Kentucky had a wealth of talent. Towns could perfectly match up with Supan, and Booker alongside Murray would undoubtedly catch Russell off guard. Furthermore, they boasted talents like Willie Cauley-Stein, Trey Lyles, and Tyler Ulis that on the day of the finals, everyone would comprehend the true meaning of teamwork. Many Kentucky fans proudly held their heads high. This year's Kentucky team could be regarded as the strongest in NCAA history. Looking back, no previous year could rival the caliber of Kentucky's current roster. The reason some sports analysts openly banded together, even with a hint of indignation, stem from the draft order changes released by ESPN after the semifinal. Once firmly seated at the top, Towns had now been relegated to second place. While Supan ascended to the first position, Russell remained steadfast at third. This sparked fervent discussions among fans, with many from the East expressing concern that I see that Towns looks quite formidable. Supan may find this match challenging. Not only Towns, but Murray and Booker were also no pushovers. Would Russell be able to perform? And then there was Willie Cauley-Stein, projected to be drafted between 6th and 10th. Definitely a lottery pick. No worries. Even in defeat, we have our reasons. What kind of roster does Towns compare to mine? It's hard to say, but I have faith in Supan. I believe in his abilities. He will surely succeed. Go, Yunlong. Prior to the competition, numerous media outlets forecasted that this year's NCAA tournament could potentially reach unprecedented heights due to the showdown between Supan and Kentucky. This anticipation has rendered this year's NCAA finals even more captivating. Concurrently, as the final season approaches, the management teams across the NBA are restlessly gearing up. Almost the instant the semifinals concluded, both strong and weak teams began to assess their assets. Regardless of the team, there exists a singular thought among all: the necessity to acquire Supan in the meeting room of the Los Angeles Lakers. The management team perused their reports alongside their assistants. General Manager Kupchak scrutinized the gathered members. Before long, a proposal emerged. Manager, I believe we could leverage this asset to negotiate with the Heat and subsequently attempt to secure additional draft picks. Kupchak, holding the recently presented plan, furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that if we fail to acquire Supan, we could settle for a combination of Towns and Booker or Russell and Collison? A smirk crept upon the lips of one Lakers executive, eagerly awaiting Kupchak's commendation. However, Kupchak waved his hand, signaling the individual to return to their seat. Once they were settled, he rose and emphatically rapped the conference table. The clamor of the meeting room abruptly ceased. Kupchak cast a cold glance around the room. Let me reiterate, all trade plans must prioritize the pursuit of Supan. Any alternative strategies shall only be activated if we are unable to secure Supan. Do you understand? His stern admonition left no doubt regarding his unwavering determination to acquire Supan. As the team members displayed expressions of resignation and resumed their planning, Kupchak's assistant approached him with a furrowed brow. Manager, could this be too extreme? There's no need to gamble the entire team. Kupchak glanced at his assistant and sighed helplessly, gazing out the window. This summer, our objective must be Supan is the foundation of the Lakers for the next decade. The assistant inhaled sharply. Kupchak had orchestrated numerous outlandish trades in the past, such as acquiring Karl Malone and Gary Payton to form the Lakers, F4, or trading for Odom in the deal for Shaquille O'Neal, and later bringing in Pau Gasol, along with signing the notorious Ron Artest. In that moment, the assistant perceived Kupchak's relentless ambition to chase a championship. That it was not just Kupchak who had his sights set on Supan. Within the management of the Cleveland Cavaliers, the atmosphere was equally frenetic. General Manager David Griffin, defying consensus, admonished his team that we possess a trio of stars. If we can add Supan while maintaining our current roster, we can surely defeat the Warriors. I must secure Supan by any means necessary, even if it involves questionable tactics. Griffin was acutely aware that without a championship victory, the trio would likely disband within 2 years, making any future championship pursuits uncertain. However, acquiring Supan would provide them with a lasting legacy, even if the trio eventually dissolved. Simultaneously, the Knicks convened a high-level meeting, with James Dolan bearing a serious expression. There is no one more suitable for us this summer than Supan. Forming a lineup with Melo and Supan is our paramount objective. other teams, including the Mavericks, Thunder, and Spurs, regardless of their standings. Also entered the fray to contest for Superlative in an instant. The league was abuzz with excitement and hidden currents. Fans were eager to express which team they wished to see Pan join in the comment section. For now, his primary focus should be on the NCAA championship. The day after his interactions with the Kardashian sisters, Pan returned to his hotel. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a palpable tension in the air. Glancing towards the living room, he noticed Russell seated on the couch, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I specifically left the door open for you last night, yet you chose not to return. Pan." With a cheeky grin, plopped down on the sofa. D'Angelo, don't overthink it. I swear nothing happened with the Kardashians. I simply had too much to drink and found a place to crash. This only fueled Russell's ire further. I consider you a brother. Do you truly take me for a fool? Keep pretending. You went out drinking and ended up with multiple bruises on your neck? Quite the even distribution, I see. As he spoke, Russell's tone took on a hint of a whimper. "That we agreed to drive luxury cars together. Yet you not only took my goddess, but also stood up and kicked her." Pan sheepishly touched the conspicuously visible hickeys on his neck, scratching his head awkwardly. Yes, he had indeed spent some time with the Kardashians, but it was hardly excessive. Only 5 instances. Kim Kardashian was astute enough to recognize that Pan was preparing for the finals, so she refrained from pressing further. However, this minor detail had no bearing on Pan's mindset. He suspected her restraint stemmed from a fear of him. After a brief moment, Russell composed himself and tossed a document to Pan. "All right, enough of this. Our finals opponent has been determined. It's Kentucky." Pan perused the meticulously compiled materials on Kentucky by the coaching staff. Suddenly, he snapped the dossier shut, revealing a triumphant grin. "I've waited a long time for this day. The path to conquest is just left to these fellows. Next week, we shall tear apart the number 1 pick." Russell echoed with equal fervor. Yet Pan interjected with a correction. "Nah, be precise. It's the former number 1 pick." Russell paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. Pan's attitude and demeanor instilled considerable confidence in Russell. As the finals approached, the atmosphere at Ohio State University became palpably tense. CCTV5 was prepared to broadcast the event in its entirety. As a marquee matchup, this game had garnered unprecedented attention. Beyond the borders of the United States, many in the Middle Kingdom were also eagerly anticipating Pan's performance. Before the game commenced, CCTV5, known for its approachable style, decided to conduct a pre-game feature on Pan in his homeland. Commentators Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia arrived at Ohio State University, aiming to delve deeper into Pan's life. They intended to document his experiences in order to enlighten more fans in the Middle Kingdom about Pan's living environment in the United States. Upon entering Ohio State University, they were astonished to discover that it differed significantly from their expectations of a typical university. While students typically don casual attire for classes, today, the campus was remarkably uniform in appearance. "This school's uniform is quite distinctive," Zhang Weiping remarked to a nearby staff member from CCTV5. But however, as they approached, it became evident that this was not a uniform at all. Rather, it was the basketball team's attire. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was all Pan's number 58 jersey. In the school, everyone is donned in similar attire, leading to an initial impression that it might be a uniform. What is particularly amusing is the way numerous fans have adorned their jerseys, especially the female supporters. Some sport oversized jerseys that drape over their figures, transforming them into makeshift dresses. Others have tailored their outfits with cinched waists and fitted designs, evoking the silhouette of a bodycon dress. There are even some daring female fans who have altered their round-neck jerseys into V-necks, with a few going so far as to create ripped styles, boldly revealing their curves. The two observers were left dumbfounded, momentarily mistaking the scene for a fashion school. Nevertheless, Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia found joy in witnessing the spectacle. Pan enjoys a remarkable level of popularity at the university, which is indeed rare. In the United States, it is uncommon for foreign players to receive such warm welcomes. The level of admiration for Pan indicates that he is likely thriving in the university environment, at least free from any form of bullying. The group inquired enthusiastically about Pan's whereabouts, and upon realizing that fellow countrymen were there to interview him, the locals kindly offered to lead the way. A lively discussion ensued among the group about how to conduct the interview. Eventually, they encountered Su Pan in the cafeteria. His towering figure stood out conspicuously among the crowd, allowing Zhang Weiping and the others to quickly identify his location. However, upon seeing Su Pan, the crew from CCTV 5 was left in utter shock, their mouths twitching in disbelief. The scene surrounding Su Pan was indescribable. He sat at the center, surrounded by 8 beautiful women, sharing their lunch in a manner reminiscent of a cinematic emperor. It was a veritable feast, a hedonistic display of indulgence. Each of these 8 young women was dressed provocatively, exuding stunning beauty and alluring figures, their eyes glinting with intrigue as they gazed at Su Pan. Were it not for the public setting, it seemed likely they would have engaged in playful antics right then and there. "Su, try my fishball," one girl offered, presenting a fishball to Su Pan. "Oh, I like you, so eat more." Another chimed in, "Your sausage looks delicious. Let me have a taste." She took a sausage from Su Pan's plate and, after a bite, declared, "It's quite good, though a bit tough and large. I can hardly fit it in my mouth." The other girls, witnessing this, eagerly expressed their desire to join in. "I want to try too. I'm up for the challenge." "Your boiled eggs must be tasty as well. I'll take 2 to share." The crew from CCTV 5 stood frozen in place. The idyllic visions they had conjured before arriving, of hard work, diligence, and frugality, shattered in an instant. The cameraman approached Zhang Weiping, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Teacher Zhang, can this footage even be aired?" Zhang Weiping was momentarily at a loss for words. You not know whether it could be aired herself? As they watched several girls gradually inch closer to Su Pan, even unabashedly experiencing his abs, Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia exchanged glances, both shaking their heads with a weary smile. My goodness, what a spectacle. Meanwhile, the NBA's regular season concluded smoothly, paving the way for an exhilarating playoff season. This year's first round garnered significantly less attention than in previous years, with notable teams like the Lakers, Thunder, Heat, and Knicks failing to reach the playoffs. Many fans eagerly anticipated the Eastern and Western Conference Finals, particularly the potential clash between the Cavaliers and Warriors in the first round, the 2 most likely championship contenders. The Cavaliers and Warriors both swept their opponents. The Cavaliers defeated the Celtics 4-0, and the Warriors triumphed over the Pelicans 4-0 in these series. LeBron James showcased his formidable skills, while the Warriors continued to lead the new ERAS. These matches concluded, the excitement surrounding other teams waned, shifting the fans' focus toward this year's NCAA Finals. In the days leading up to the NCAA Championship at the Los Angeles Lakers training facility, head coach Byron Scott completed his final task for the season, preparing to enter a rare period of vacation. However, as he was about to leave the gym, he was startled by the repeated sound of basketballs bouncing on the court. Someone's still here. The season has ended. Who will be training at this hour? Moments later, the gym fell silent. Byron Scott curiously approached the training area. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Kobe Bryant resting on a bench, glistening with sweat, clearly having just finished a workout. "Kobe, why aren't you on vacation yet?" Byron tossed a bottle of chilled water to Kobe. Kobe caught it and nonchalantly replied, "I'll have plenty of time to vacation after I retire." Noticing Kobe's calm demeanor struck Byron as odd. Upon closer inspection, he saw Kobe intently watching game footage of Su Pan on a tablet. Byron, observing Kobe's furrowed brow, chuckled and teased, "You're still keeping an eye on him." "I see." Without hesitation, Kobe openly expressed his admiration for Su Pan, eagerly showing Byron a segment he had just watched. "Look at this play," he urged. Byron, intrigued, leaned in to examine the footage. The scene depicted a simple defensive maneuver by the opposing team. Su Pan, positioned between the free throw line and the paint, an ideal spot to showcase his athletic prowess, delivered a series of spectacular blocks. Despite the simplicity of the play, Byron's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He anticipated that move perfectly. He remarked. Kobe's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued to praise Su Pan's instinctual defensive awareness and agility. "Byron, his defensive instincts and mobility surpass all historical DPOYs in the NBA." Byron gasped, recognizing that such exceptional offensive reading ability alone could carve out a prominent place for Su Pan in the NBA. Yet, Kobe's admiration did not cease there. "I can't help but think of him often. Moreover, He possesses offensive energy that surpasses Shaq's. He could easily compensate for my diminished abilities at this stage that I believe together we could reach new heights. Kobe's implication was unmistakable. If the Lakers were to pursue Supan, they could forge a new K.O. combination, rekindling the glory of the early 21st century. Although he might no longer reach the heights of the original K, the pivotal O could evolve into a more formidable P. Kobe envisioned leveraging his extensive experience to mentor the rookie Supan, enabling him to achieve remarkable feats in his inaugural year. Byron Scott fell into a momentary silence, recalling the dominance he had witnessed during the peak of the original K. Duo, their overwhelming force still lingered in his memory. Kobe, Byron inquired quietly, studying Kobe's focused gaze fixed on the footage. The NCAA finals are just around the corner, taking place at the NRG Stadium in Houston. Would you like to join me to watch? Kobe paused, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement that, of course, besides there's no relevance for us in this year's playoffs, it won't hinder our opportunity to enjoy the game. The two individuals reached a consensus and agreed to prepare for their journey to Houston at the appointed time. After all, this year's NCAA tournament has proven to be rather extraordinary. In fact, they are not the only ones taking action. Others share their sentiments as well. Almost 80% of NBA teams have already established their objectives for this year. Ultimately, all eyes are fixated on Supan. As the madness of March approaches its grand finale, a flurry of news emerges. Carmelo Anthony teams up with LeBron James and heads to Houston, while James Harden and Dwight Howard have been spotted near the NRG Stadium. With the Thunder missing the playoffs, Durant, Westbrook, and Ibaka have arrived at Houston's airport. General managers and coaching staff from the Cavaliers, Mavericks, and Spurs have also landed in Houston. All these headlines reflect the influx of NBA players and team executives heading to Houston, driven by a singular purpose: to witness the exhilarating NCAA championship. 3 days later, the NCAA championship officially commences at the NRG Stadium in Houston. The decision to hold the finals at NRG was a last-minute decree from the NCAA's higher-ups. Initially, they intended to select venues that had established partnerships, but this year is different. The NCAA's popularity has far surpassed their expectations. Before the NCAA could reach out, sports arenas across the United States were already inquiring about hosting. The rationale for choosing NRG is straightforward. It is one of the largest venues capable of accommodating a vast audience. Covering an area of 9,000 square meters, Houston's NRG Stadium can seat 795 spectators, and has previously hosted the illustrious Super Bowl. In terms of both size and reputation, it is well suited to match the fervor of this year's NCAA finals. However, even the nearly 72,000 seat capacity of NRG Stadium is only just sufficient for this year's championship. When the NCAA opened ticket sales, all tickets were sold out within a mere 5 minutes, within just a few days. The NRG Stadium was temporarily converted into a basketball court. The finals are on the verge of commencing. In a locker room before the match, Supan had changed into his attire and was about to silence his phone and place it in his locker when a message popped up. "Sue, the nightclub party and 5-star hotel are all set, just waiting for you to celebrate your victory." The message was from the Kardashian sisters, who had been persistently reaching out to Supan, eager to schedule their next meeting. Fortunately, the sisters were considerate enough to refrain from asking him to meet before the finals. After just a few days apart, their eagerness led them to proactively arrange a meeting time, leaving Supan feeling both amused and exasperated. Truly, the Kardashian sisters are relentless. Without responding, Supan shoved his phone into the locker and turned to leave. Nothing is more important than the impending championship. At the venue, media cameras swept across the sidelines in pursuit of their moment in the spotlight. Numerous female celebrities gathered. Some sought visibility for future job opportunities, while others genuinely had an interest in basketball and accompanied their families. Of course, a small faction had ulterior motives. Jessica Alba sat in the VIP section, gazing intently at the court, ultimately locking her eyes on Supan, her gaze igniting with fervor. And Hathaway, sitting beside her, observed Jessica's rapt attention. The woman, hailed as the chocolate beauty of Hollywood for her role in the Fantastic Four, appeared completely entranced. "Sister, is that player from the Celestial Empire the one you've been enamored with lately?" "Little guy." Jessica shot an quizzical look. "Do you have any idea how imposing his physique is?" There's nothing small about his talent. And Hathaway certainly understood what Jessica meant, as she had been urged by her friend to leverage connections to secure 2 NCAA tickets, and had also procured 2 tickets at a high price through a friend and initially believed Jessica intended to treat her kids to a game. She never anticipated that Jessica Alba wanted to see the man herself. This realization left, and somewhat speechless, at that moment, Anne's attention was drawn to Sue Pan on the court. Upon seeing him for the first time, she gasped, covering her mouth. Goodness, is he really that large? Clearly, Sue Pan's impressive stature exceeded her expectations. Jessica noticed her friend's astonishment and proudly remarked, "Otherwise, why would I be so eager to come?" At 32, Jessica exuded a youthful charm, yet her age lent her a certain mature allure. At 27, and though a Hollywood princess with striking beauty, still bore a youthful appearance, the 2 women, with their unparalleled charisma, captivated the attention of those around them, drawing their focus away from the game. Never underestimate him. Despite being from the Celestial Empire, he possesses an extraordinary talent akin to an NBA legend, that he is destined to become a world-class superstar and will undoubtedly amass great wealth. And I have never experienced anything of this magnitude. It would likely be overwhelming, Jessica teased, tugging at Anne's heartstrings, and cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled and retorted, "Isn't that just your type?" This topic caused Jessica's expression to turn somewhat melancholic. "I've heard that people from the Celestial Empire have certain biases regarding age. I'm 11 years older than him, so the likelihood of anything substantial happening is slim. IT might just be a fleeting experience. But you're different. You're only 6 years older than him. What's that saying from the Celestial Empire? A woman 3 years older holds the golden brick. You two could explore a connection." With a bright future ahead of him and an impressive physique, Jessica's enthusiasm was palpable. The 2 women, bound by their shared traits, found themselves resonating with each other's perspectives, and Hathaway couldn't help but admire Jessica's ability to recall that ancient saying. Yet as she gazed at Sue Pan warming up on the court, her heart raced with excitement that I want to see just how much star potential this genius possesses. Meanwhile, on the court, Russell Westbrook dribbled the ball a few times before abandoning his warm-up, opting instead to perform high knees in an effort to calm himself. However, the deafening cheers from the crowd sent his nerves into overdrive. The match was about to begin, and Russell was trembling, uncertain whether it was due to excitement or anxiety. After warming up for quite some time, he struggled to find his rhythm. Glancing over at the seemingly unfazed Sue Pan, he quietly asked, "Sue, aren't you nervous?" "Nervous? Why would I be nervous?" Sue Pan replied, his gaze fixed on the players from the University of Kentucky. His tone calm. "The ones who should be nervous are them." Russell gazed at Sue Pan's calm demeanor, feeling a profound admiration from the depths of his heart. This was the first time he had played on such a grand stage after years of competing in the NCAA, and against none other than the University of Kentucky. Russell was acutely aware of Kentucky's formidable strength. Sue Pan had only been in the NCAA for a month, yet his composure was akin to that of a seasoned veteran, prompting Russell to reflect on the stark differences between individuals. Conversely, Sue Pan had a keen understanding of Russell's predicament. The University of Kentucky boasted talents like Towns, Booker, Murray, Willie Cauley-Stein, and Tyler Ulis, with 5 NBA starters and a promising draft pick. Trey Lyles on the bench. This lineup was nearly equivalent to an NBA starting 5, with 3 future NBA All-Stars among them. Any college player would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Hey, D'Angelo, do you know what gummy bears are?" "Gummy bears? Aren't they something to eat?" "No worries. You'll find out shortly." As the match was about to commence, both teams abandoned pre-game interviews and focused solely on the contest. Kentucky made slight adjustments to their starting lineup to secure the win, deploying Ulis, Murray, and Booker in the backcourt, with Willie Cauley-Stein at power forward and Towns at center. This strategic arrangement clearly indicated Kentucky's intent to utilize a 4-out, 1-in approach to counteract the interior firepower of the 7-leaf tree, pulling Towns out to stretch the floor against Sue Pan. The Kentucky coach paced the sidelines, his gaze fixated on the impending confrontation between Sue Pan and Towns. Undoubtedly, this duel was the highlight of the evening. The game commenced with a resounding jump ball. Towns approached the jump ball with utmost seriousness but still lost out to Sue Pan in terms of height. The two leaped almost simultaneously, yet Sue Pan soared significantly higher. With his remarkable wingspan, Towns had no chance to touch the ball as Pan effortlessly tipped it back into his team's possession. Upon landing, Towns wore a look of astonishment. The height of this young man was staggering. If one were to describe Pan's height with the phrase, "Do not underestimate the youth," it would be terrifyingly so. In that moment, Towns grasped the significance of stature. The seven-leaf tree initiated a fast break within 3 seconds. A signature move of theirs. Boom! Pan did not disappoint the fans, sprinting swiftly down the court. However, it was evident that Russell had underestimated Towns' athleticism. Towns matched Pan's speed almost instantly. This caused Russell's desire for a quick pass to be completely distracted by Towns' sudden presence. As Russell regained his focus and glanced up, his expression froze. Oh no! Good grief! He had messed up! Russell, already out of sorts tonight, miscalculated his pass, which veered wildly off course, while his intent was to direct the ball towards the hoop. It was now heading perilously close to the edge of the backboard, hurtling toward a group of reporters behind the basket. The Kentucky players exchanged knowing smiles at the sight of the ball's trajectory. An opportunity. Towns noticed the ball's path and redoubled his efforts to catch up with Pan, hoping to disrupt his jump. Yet it is often said that behind every spectacular alley-oop, there lies a glaringly poor assist. Pan glanced at the ball soaring through the air, planted his foot firmly on the floor, and leapt. Boom! With a graceful stance, his legs slightly bent, he propelled himself skyward. The ball, which had been destined for the backboard's edge, was snatched by Pan with one hand in midair. He effortlessly executed a 360-degree spin before slamming the ball through the hoop. Clang! 2-0. OHHHHH. Thick crab. An alley-oop coupled with a 360-degree spin. This was a performance worthy of a perfect score at a dunk contest. What on earth was he doing? A spacewalk. The crowd erupted, fans rising from their seats to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. The arena was alive with excitement. Media cameras clicked incessantly, while fans cheered with unrestrained enthusiasm. Many scouts present were furiously scribbling notes. The significance of height and core strength was perfectly illustrated by Pan's opening 2 baskets on the sidelines. Kupchak and Kobe stood with their mouths agape, their expressions filled with disbelief. My goodness. If Pan enters the NBA rookie season and participates in the dunk contest, Kupchak wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Kobe, what do you think? Don't even bring that up. Kobe's expression stiffened. Kupchak awkwardly clarified, no, what I mean is if this guy were to compete in the dunk contest now, he would undoubtedly take home the championship. Everyone knew that Kobe had won the dunk contest in his rookie year, yet that title was often regarded as the least prestigious in history, a fact Kobe himself was reluctant to mention. Meanwhile, not far away in the stands, Jessica Alba and Anne Hathaway were left speechless. Alba swallowed hard, unable to tear her gaze away from Pan, while Hathaway covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary. See? This is what Pan's core strength can achieve, Alba proudly proclaimed. Hathaway remained silent, her initial expression unchanged, though the flush on her cheeks now extended to her ears. At that moment, Anne Hathaway began to worry about her own petite stature. If Pan would unleash his electrifying prowess on her, would she not be left utterly speechless? WTF? Having witnessed the entire sequence from a close distance, Karl-Anthony Towns stood frozen in place, clutching the basketball, his demeanor one of utter bewilderment. He was completely taken aback. Previously, he had only seen Pan's highlights online, but now he truly comprehended the magnitude of his talent. Nearby, Russell wore a sheepish yet exhilarated expression as he gave Pan a hearty shove. Thick crab, you are absolutely insane. A 360-degree dunk in mid-air. That's simply outrageous. Pan, slightly speechless, ruffled Russell's hair. If you had passed it properly, I wouldn't have needed to go 360. What is this madness? Russell, instead, flashed a playful grin, claiming, I was just trying to showcase your talent to the fullest. Pan's lips twitched in irritation, left without words. For the last time, this was precisely what Russell had said, promising after the game that such a mistake would never happen again. And yet, what an unfortunate turn of events on the court. After Kentucky resumed play from the sideline, they advanced leisurely towards the seven-leaf trees territory. Towns nodded at Booker, who instantly understood his intent. Having allowed their opponents to score, it was imperative to retaliate. Towns was determined to return the favor to Supan, preparing to take him on one dash on dash one, AS the perennial NCAA #1. Towns exuded confidence with the ball in hand that he faced Supan, showcasing an array of flashy moves, triple threat, fakes, hesitations. After 3 attempts to find an opening, Supan remained utterly unfazed. Realizing he had exhausted his options for a breakthrough, Towns resorted to a low-post backdown. However, his expression soon shifted to one of concern. He positioned himself for the backdown, exerting all his strength against Supan. Bang! The initial collision was met with complete immobility from the opponent, seizing the opportunity as he retreated. Supan surged forward 2 steps, forcefully pushing him out of the penalty area. His expression stiffened, summoning all his strength. Bang! Bang! He collided twice more from behind. Subsequently, Towns donned a mask of anguish, for he found himself utterly unable to withstand Supan's force. It felt akin to crashing into a wall. Su de Chong, indeed, lived up to his name. At this moment, Towns' inner turmoil was palpable. Moreover, after 3 consecutive back-to-back attempts, Supan took the opportunity to counter-push, physically shoving him out of the penalty box and beyond the 3-point line. The commentators were left dumbfounded. Is there such a maneuver? To be pushed out to the 3-point line while trying to post up? Stop pushing, Supan stated expressionlessly, facing Towns. It's not working there. What the hell? Towns exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, gazing up at Supan, his face flushing with embarrassment. In his moment of confusion, Supan showed no mercy. With a swift motion, he knocked the ball away and posed a soul-searching question. Is that all you've got? Thus, the hallmark of a new era center is a lack of lower body strength. Could it be that these new age centers are all suffering from renal deficiency? This term pierced Towns' heart like a steel needle. He had seen the draft reports. Some scouts were somewhat tactful, noting his insufficient physicality. Others were blunt, offering no niceties and simply labeling him as too soft. Upon hearing Supan insinuate his renal weakness, Towns' mind raced with the implications. Wong Defa, he thought, recalling his time at the University of Kentucky, where he had always played a minimum of 20 minutes. Supan, upon hearing this, scrutinized Towns with a dubious gaze. Why the rush? I didn't even ask you that. This seemingly trivial exchange undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to Towns' psyche. Consequently, in the next round, Towns proactively switched positions with Carlista, preparing to defend against Supan. Originally, the strategy for Kentucky involved Carlista defending while Towns focused on offense, alternating to wear down Supan's stamina. However, witnessing Towns' furious demeanor, Carlista willingly ceded his position. The commentators, observing this scene, quickly rallied the crowd's excitement. Here it comes. This marks the first offensive and defensive clash between the key players of Kentucky and the 7 leaves tonight. In the previous offensive round, Towns had not fared well. Yet, as they transitioned to defense, we could look forward to his performance. After all, Karl-Anthony Towns is one of the rare new age centers in NCAA who excels in both offense and defense. The audience's gaze was fixated on Towns. He spread his arms wide, poised at the edge of the key, ready to confront Supan's offensive advance. Bang! Supan, with his back to the basket, elevated one hand to catch a pass from Russell. Glancing at Towns over his shoulder, in the NCAA, Towns' defensive prowess was commendable. With his height, long arms, and remarkable athleticism, he frequently delivered crucial blocks. Indeed, many scouts noted his strong rim-protecting ability, excelling in help defense and shot blocking. "Sue, be careful," Russell shouted from the court. Yet, Supan merely smiled. He was well aware of the type of player Towns was. His shot-blocking skills were indeed decent, but Towns' flaw lay in his lack of physicality. He warned me to be cautious. Hearing Russell's caution, Towns felt elated, looking down at Supan from his height. You should indeed be careful. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming force surged forth. Towns felt his footing slip and a sharp pain in his chest. What did you say? Supan inquired, relentlessly backing him down. Towns, exerting every ounce of strength, turned crimson, having no time to respond. No, wait. Speak up. Don't just remain silent. Towns, pushed along by Supan, was left in a state of disbelief. He understood Supan was strong, but he never anticipated it would be to such an overwhelming degree. It felt as if he were grappling with a hydraulic press. As Supan continued his backing down. Towns felt utterly powerless from the soles of his feet to every strand of hair. Bang, bang. In this manner, everyone watched in astonishment as Supan bulldozed Towns into the paint without a moment's pause. Clang! He crashed into the basket, swiftly pivoting to deliver a powerful dunk. 4-0. The Kentucky fans were left stunned. Supan's backing down against Towns was astonishingly effortless. It was akin to a truck reversing without restraint. Pure brute force. Eon. The commentators were already ecstatic, standing at the edge of the commentary booth, excitedly shouting to the audience. Now that is what true post play looks like. False post play, being pushed from under the basket to the three-point line. True post play, a direct assault to the core, striking decisively. This intense display ignited the entire arena. On the sidelines, Jessica Alba and Anne Hathaway were visibly enthralled, their excitement palpable. American women inherently admire strength. Supan's raw, aggressive play exuded masculinity. The two women gazed at Supan with glazed eyes, lost in thought on the court. Following Supan's score, Towns felt entirely numbed, especially with Supan trash-talking while attacking. He experienced both a mental and physical onslaught. Booker, observing Towns' disheartened state, clenched his teeth in determination. Towns' mindset was faltering. It was now imperative for him to shoulder the offensive burden in the next offensive round. Booker called for Carlista to set a screen, aiming to dominate Russell's position. As an equally outstanding dual-threat guard this year, Russell ranked first in the NCAA, with Booker trailing closely behind, though Russell had a higher draft position. Booker was no slouch. However, Devin Booker's shooting touch at the start was lackluster. His mid-range attempt clanged off the rim, bouncing out a stroke of luck. The rebound fell perfectly into Towns' hands. An opportunity had presented itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Towns seized the ball and shot, preparing for a second-chance score. Bang! Just as Towns lifted his hand to send the ball toward the basket, a massive hand descended upon the basketball. The sheer force pressed the ball downwards. Nearby at the commentary booth, Zhang Weiping exclaimed in excitement. Towns' second-chance effort has been emphatically blocked by Supan. Towns was furious inside. Why is he everywhere? After Supan forcibly denied his attempt, another serendipitous moment occurred. The ball bounced on the ground, not veering out of bounds. Towns quickly scooped it up with one arm, positioning himself to prevent anyone from stealing it. He glanced at Supan from the corner of his eye. The opportunity was once again at his fingertips, and this time, Towns wasn't about to act rashly. He initiated a feint to trick Supan into jumping, followed by a second dribble before releasing the shot. The fluidity of his movements led everyone to believe the basket was assured. Yet in the next instant, Supan, with one hand pressing against Towns' back, swatted the basketball away with a resounding slap. Bang! Supan delivered a merciless rejection. Towns' face turned pale. The basketball lingered momentarily on the backboard before plummeting towards the ground, once again heading in Towns' direction. This time, Towns reacted swiftly, snatching the ball before it hit the floor and sprinting towards the baseline. But if I can't score down low, I'll just pull out, just as Towns turned to shoot quickly. A massive dark hand obscured his vision. Bang! The ball had yet to leave his hands when Supan's palm soared in for a resounding block. The basketball grazed Karl Anthony Towns' scalp before crashing heavily onto the bench behind him, plunging the arena into an eerie silence. Within just a minute of the game's commencement, Supan had already delivered 4 spectacular blocks. WOW! In the next instant, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The seven-leaf tree bench rising in unison, excitedly waving their towels. The commentators were nearly shouting, "OH! God!" In one possession, 3 consecutive blocks. Tonight, Towns has become Supan's personal blocking tool. Even the esteemed coach John Calipari from Kentucky was left utterly astonished. He had once believed that Towns and Supan would be evenly matched, if not that Towns would possess a distinct advantage due to his shooting prowess. Yet, at this moment, his perspective shifted. It became abundantly clear that Towns could not conquer Supan single-handedly. In the ensuing 2 minutes, the team attempted to rally around Towns for 2 offensive plays, yet he failed to respond effectively, compelling Kentucky to shift their focus to outside shooting. Fortunately, Thanks to the efforts of Booker and Murray, the team managed to cling to a narrow lead as the game ticked past the 18-minute mark. Ohio State had surged ahead by 8 points to SUPan unleashed a barrage, amassing 28 points, 15 rebounds, and 9 blocks. The Ohio State fans were eagerly anticipating SUPan's 10th block of the half. Just one more block, and he would secure an unprecedented halftime triple-double in NCAA history. As fate would have it, just before the half concluded, Towns, the dual-threat machine, provided SUPan with the opportunity he had been waiting for. SUPan finally encountered a chance for a block. With a resounding bang, Towns attempted a hook shot over Charles O'Neal, but SUPan, providing help defense, swatted the ball away once more. The immense force sent the ball soaring to midcourt, leaving the entire arena momentarily stunned. The commentator jubilantly declared that SUPan had achieved the first halftime triple-double in NCAA history. However, before the commentator could finish his sentence, SUPan dashed to the front court, just a step beyond the free throw line, and executed a thunderous under-the-leg dunk, extending the lead to 10 points while simultaneously recording 30 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 blocks, all within a single half. Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed historic figures in the realm of March Madness. As the halftime statistics for SUPan were unveiled, the commentator announced, in just one half, he has notched 30 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 blocks. He is the fastest player to achieve a triple-double of blocks in March Madness history. Soon after, the lights signaled the end of the first half to SUPan's remarkable stats of 30 points. 15 rebounds and 10 blocks became an eternal classic. Trailing by 12 points, Kentucky retreated to the locker room. Once inside, the coach turned to Towns that in the first half, he had accumulated only 4 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists, thoroughly dominated by SUPan. Towns avoided the coach's gaze, his mind racing with the impending storm of reprimand. He is exceptionally skilled. We all underestimated him. Yet, after a moment of silence, the coach merely instructed those around him. Do not give up. We must double-team SUPan in the second half. Towns was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting disbelief. He expected the coach to remain composed despite his dismal performance. Winning against the 7-leaf tree seemed a daunting task, yet the possibility of a comeback remained to double-team SUPan. The strategy was clear. Better to let the other players score than to allow SUPan to flourish. As the second half commenced, the 7-leaf tree opted for a methodical offensive approach. Having prepared their tactics as SUPan positioned himself to receive the ball in the paint, Calhoun and Towns swiftly advanced to double-team him. The commentators, observing the unfolding situation, grew increasingly excited. Clearly, Kentucky had made targeted adjustments following halftime that Kentucky's objective was unequivocal: to stifle SUPan and prevent him from gaining momentum. As SUPan struggled to make headway in the paint, Kentucky's coach wore a slight smirk. However, in a shocking turn of events, despite the double team, SUPan bulldozed through Calhoun with his left shoulder and Towns with his right, pivoting for an easy layup. The coach's smile vanished in an instant. What just happened? The commentators were now even more animated. This was a double team, and SUPan had dismantled it with such ease in the face of 2 defenders. He continued to score 2 defenders. SUPan thrived on the double team. The Kentucky fans were left in stunned silence. They had mirrored the coach's strategy, opting for a double team on SUPan, yet this inside powerhouse seemed impervious to such tactics. On the sidelines, the entire Kentucky coaching staff's minds were racing, seeking a solution to this conundrum. Turning their attention to their own offensive possession, Kentucky's strategy was straightforward. Towns positioned in the corner. Calhoun set a screen, allowing Booker an opportunity to drive. Booker delivered, successfully sinking a mid-range shot, providing a much-needed sigh of relief for the fans that Kentucky's second-half adjustment also involved initiating plays through Booker and Murray, yielding promising results. However, during the subsequent offensive possession, as Booker attempted another mid-range jumper, a shadow darted in, disrupting Kentucky's rhythm. SUPan emerged from the side for help defense, delivering a resounding slap to the ball. Bang! This was no ordinary block. It was a firm, definitive rejection. As the ball ascended, SUPan seized it mid-air, as if picking an apple from a tree. The Kentucky fans gasped in disbelief. SUPan's help defense was nothing short of terrifying. Before Booker even sensed his presence, SUPan had made his move. Boom! Even more astonishing, after grabbing the ball in midair, Su Pan executed a single-handed pass before descending. This fluid motion was executed seamlessly, as if it were second nature to him. The sheer power and agility he displayed defied belief. Was this man not only equipped with springs in his legs, but also incredible core strength? What sorcery was this? The commentators were beside themselves with excitement. Devin Booker stood bewildered, grappling with the reality of facing such a formidable opponent. Was he a gymnast? Could he perform any maneuver he desired? On the court, officials repeatedly replayed the stunning block. The image of Su Pan soaring through the air, effortlessly snatching the ball from Booker's grasp, was akin to a celestial ballet. Upon landing with a swift flick of his right arm, he completed the long pass. After several replays, the audience could only gasp in awe at Su Pan's graceful physique. Such natural athleticism, such core strength, it was simply extraordinary. Even during the replays, Towns' expression of sheer terror was captured in vivid detail. The likes of Anne Hathaway and Jessica Alba were left agape, and Hathaway stood frozen, contemplating that core strength could trade for 100 iPhone 8 Plus models. Jessica suddenly felt a deep sense of regret. Realizing her mistake in inviting Anne Hathaway to witness this, Su Pan's incredible prowess rendered him a perpetual motion machine on the court. How could one possibly share Su Pan with anyone else? However, just as the two lovely ladies were in a state of bewilderment, a large dark shadow came soaring towards them. It turned out that during a recent offensive play by the University of Kentucky, Jamal Murray had made a blunder, his shot being swatted away by Su Pan, sending it flying out of bounds. Seizing the moment, Su Pan dove for the ball, inadvertently crashing into Anne Hathaway, planting a kiss directly on her lips. The entire arena was momentarily stunned. The broadcast director at NRG Stadium panned the camera, and when the audience recognized it was Anne Hathaway, an uproar erupted. Good heavens! Is that truly Anne Hathaway? My goddess! And next to her is Jessica Alba. Oh my! They came to watch the game. Yet, as the camera lingered on Anne Hathaway's flushed face, her gaze upon Su Pan almost electrifying, the director seemed to hear the sound of many hearts breaking. Even Su Pan felt an overwhelming chill from behind him, that a quick glance back revealed that not only his opponents, but even his teammates regarded him with a hint of murderous intent. Particularly Russell, who, tear-streaked and anguished, shouted at him, "You scoundrel! Get off him! Stop kissing her!" Russell was thinking, just days ago you were with Kardashian, and now you're switching partners. What a cad! To be fair, this was merely an accident. When Su Pan lunged for the ball, he was unaware of the situation on the sidelines, rolling uncontrollably. He could have halted at the edge, but instead he tumbled right into Anne Hathaway's embrace. As he looked up, and was merely concerned for him, and their eyes met perfectly. Su Pan was overwhelmed by the delightful scent wafting from her, locking eyes with Anne Hathaway. Meanwhile, Jessica clenched her fists, watching the two with a mixture of envy and resentment. Su Pan hastily scrambled to his feet, apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I hope you're right. I'm fine." And Hathaway replied, her cheeks still crimson, whispering, "But you must take responsibility." Jessica was genuinely frantic. Regret flooded her as she recalled her earlier impulse to assist Su Pan when he dove, inadvertently grabbing him. In that moment, she regretted it immensely. She should never have invited Anne Hathaway to come and even suggested that she meet Su Pan. Why did she share this magnificent specimen with others? Su Pan, not wishing to dwell on the matter, also apologized to Jessica before striding back onto the court. The two women gazed longingly at his retreating figure. The broadcast and commentary team were thoroughly amused, expertly capturing every detail of this round. Fans were left with a clear view that not only had Su Pan kissed Anne Hathaway, but he also had physical contact with Jessica. The commentators fanned the flames of excitement, exclaiming, "Su Pan is scoring on the court and off the court too." Countless fans were left heartbroken, especially those supporting Kentucky. Su Pan was not only dominating their beloved team, but also attempting to woo their goddess. Once Su Pan departed, Anne Hathaway exhaled deeply and playfully remarked to Jessica, "Thank you for bringing me to see Su Pan play. I've completely fallen for him." Jessica gritted her teeth, replying angrily, "I regret bringing you here. Otherwise, Su Pan would definitely be my prize." Little did Anne Hathaway know, With a mischievous glint in her eye, she leaned towards her friend and softly inquired, "Come on, tell me the details. What are you talking about?" Seeing Jessica's flustered demeanor and frown, "Don't act as if I didn't TC. I witnessed everything." Jessica, hand on her forehead, muttered, "I feel a bit dizzy." "Dizzy? What does that mean?" "I have a fear of large objects. They terrify me." With that brief interlude concluded, both teams returned to the game. SU Pan's block had left the entire Kentucky team feeling disheartened. The paint had effectively become a no-fly zone. Anyone daring to approach this area would undoubtedly find themselves on the receiving end of Su Pan's wrath. In the second half, Towns completely abandoned the inside game, opting only to support teammates from the perimeter. No one dared to venture near Su Pan's defensive zone. Kentucky was left with only the option of outside shooting. As the ball found its way to Booker, he faced Russell's defense with confidence. With a series of dribble moves, he executed a step-back jumper. Ordinarily, mid-range shots were his forte, renowned as the mid-range king in the NCAA. However, Su Pan's consecutive key blocks had already cooled Kentucky's shooting touch. Bang! Booker's outside shot missed, leading to a fierce scramble for the rebound. Towns attempted to dart in for an offensive board, but upon seeing Su Pan elbowing Collins far out of the paint, he hesitated, his breath catching in his throat. He panicked. Before Su Pan could secure the rebound, Towns began shouting to his teammates, "Get back! Get back!" His feigned busyness successfully deceived Kentucky's players, who remained oblivious to Towns' inaction. After Su Pan violently snatched the rebound, Seven Leaf initiated a counterattack. SU Pan drew a double team inside before assisting Russell on the perimeter. Bang! Russell's three-pointer missed. Boom! While Collins and Towns were still searching for the ball's trajectory under the basket, Su Pan leapt ahead of them. Wham! Su Pan soared high, snatching the offensive rebound and completing a putback dunk. The commentators, observing the despair on the audience's faces, continued to stoke the fire. Clearly, and Hathaway and Jessica have empowered Su Pan even more. The three commentators shared knowing smiles. While the audience couldn't discern Towns' lack of contribution, many on the sidelines noticed. NBA executives unanimously marked Towns' name with a cross on their draft candidate lists. While Su Pan's name received 10 check marks, not only the NBA management but also numerous scouts drawn by the spectacle shook their heads in resignation. They scribbled notes on Towns' scouting report. Mediocre performance in low-post offense. Lacking toughness, average explosiveness, and prone to falter under pressure. The question of who truly deserved to be the top pick, Su Pan or Towns, had become indisputable. The game continued. Within 3 minutes of the second half, Su Pan had already racked up 5 rebounds and 3 blocks. Shortly after, due to Kentucky's double-teaming strategy, Su Pan tallied 3 assists, bringing his total to 8, even in an area he was least proficient. My goodness, the statistics were almost unbelievable that SU Pan had now amassed 33 points, 20 rebounds, 10 blocks, and 8 assists. He was on a trajectory toward a quadruple double of 40-25-10-10. In the forthcoming match, Su Pan exhibited an even more astonishing performance. On the defensive end, aside from a few distant assists on the perimeter, he single-handedly stifled nearly every position within the three-point line. Whenever Su Pan was near the basketball, the players from the University of Kentucky were relegated to merely passing the ball. This compelled Kentucky to compress their offensive timing to the last 7 seconds on nearly every possession, often resulting in hasty shots. Conversely, on the side of Chietri, Su Pan wreaked havoc in the paint, while his teammates increasingly found their rhythm. Although everyone had opportunities to shoot, they were more inclined to let Su Pan take the shot, for even when faced with tight defense, his shooting percentage surpassed that of their open attempts. Su Pan scored with fervor. His quest for points was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. As the final 5 minutes of the game approached, Su Pan's statistics soared to 52 points, 28 rebounds, 12 blocks, and 9 assists. Scoring 52 points came as no surprise, nor did the 28 rebounds, for Su Pan had accomplished such feats before. Everyone was acutely aware of his formidable capabilities. However, he was just 1 assist shy of making history, becoming the first player in March Madness to achieve a quadruple-double. And a super quadruple-double at that, with over 50 points. Moreover, it was highly likely that he would also secure 30 rebounds. The crowd erupted in fervor. What did it matter to them about Kentucky or Chietri? At this moment, Only Supan supporters filled the arena, all eager to witness him achieve this extraordinary milestone on the court. The University of Kentucky had laid all their cards on the table. Winning the game was inconsequential, but Supan must not be allowed to set this daunting record against them. The intensity of their defense surged exponentially. Not only did they double-team Supan when he had the ball, but even when he was off the ball, Towns and Collins were glued to him. Yet the players from Chia matched their determination. They resolutely refused to take a shot unless it was facilitated by Supan. The 9 players on the court entirely centered their play around Sup and at that moment. Supan received the ball in the paint and assisted Russell on the perimeter. Bam! As Russell caught the ball. The entire crowd rose to their feet, craning their necks to see the outcome. Everyone anticipated the result. If this shot went in, Supan would secure his 10th assist. Russell felt the immense pressure. He adjusted himself on the perimeter and launched a three-pointer. Alas, the pressure proved overwhelming, and he missed. Russell's failure to convert a wide-open shot left the commentators anxiously distressed. Boom! However, Supan managed to shove aside Towns, leaping high amidst the towering players in the paint to snatch the crucial offensive rebound. Supan. That marked 29 rebounds. What to do next? Reorganize the offense? Or pass it back to D'Angelo Russell? Once again, they found themselves in the same position. Amidst the excited shouts of the commentators, the fans' hearts, which had just settled, soared once more. Russell felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Never did he imagine that he would play such a pivotal role in Supan's historic achievement. The pressure multiplied in the face of the crowd's anticipation. Russell again failed to make that critical shot. Sighs of disappointment echoed around the arena. The fans were utterly disheartened. Boom! Yet, beneath the basket, Supan shouted at his Chia teammates. "I've got the rebound." Once more he pushed past the encroaching Towns, grabbing the offensive rebound from above both their heads. 30 rebounds achieved. Towns was nearly in tears. Underneath the basket, he couldn't secure a single basketball. In one possession, Supan had already claimed 2 offensive rebounds. Then, amidst the crowd's anticipation, Supan passed the ball to Russell once more. But this time, Supan shouted at Russell, "Damn it, don't be nervous. Shoot right over Towns' face. Shoot hard." Russell, clutching the ball and feeling Supan's trust, felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Brother," he thought, looking at Supan's face, "I can't shoot either." This time, Russell calmed himself and took a steady shot. Swish! Finally, after 3 attempts, he found nothing but net. The moment the basketball swooshed through the hoop, the commentators erupted. Russell shot it. He finally made it. With the assist to Russell, Supan tallied an astonishing quadruple-double. 52 points, 30 rebounds, 12 blocks, and 10 assists. Moreover, it was a super quadruple-double with 50 points and 30 rebounds that we witnessed history. The cheers from the crowd swelled like a tidal wave towards the center of the court. This shot utterly shattered Kentucky's confidence. The Kentucky coach slumped onto the bench, utterly spent, his eyes reflecting despair. The players on the court wore expressions of defeat. Booker and Murray clenched their fists, directing their fiery gazes at Towns. Both had performed exceptionally well in this game. Booker patted Murray on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Brother, achieving such results in your first year in the finals is already commendable." Murray's lips curled into a bitter smile. This year, with Booker and Towns entering the draft, Kentucky would lose its formidable strength next year. This season marked Kentucky's pinnacle. Yet at this moment, the score gap had widened to 18 points. They had no chance left. Upon returning to the court, the Kentucky players had chosen to concede. Chia graciously allowed their offensive possessions to stretch to the very end of the shot clock. In the final minute of the game. The Chia bench had already commenced their celebrations. Colorful flags and streamers were raised aloft, with some even rushing to the stands to rally the fans in chants of "We are the champions." The instant the final whistle sounded, confetti rained down, and the DJ played jubilant tunes. Not far away, at the CCTV 5 commentary booth, commentator Zhang Weiping's eyes glistened with emotion as he excitedly shared with domestic fans. Perhaps many domestic fans were unaware that prior to the commencement of March Madness, Chia was deemed one of the teams with the lowest chances of winning the championship. Conversely, Kentucky was universally recognized as the champion of the year. Yet they had accomplished an astonishing upset, delivering the greatest upset in NCAA history. The player at the heart of this miraculous achievement was Su Pan, a name that many NBA teams would remember for years to come. Ahead lay an even broader and more promising path awaiting his stride. As his words faded, chaos erupted on the court. The Ohio State University players rushed forward to embrace Su Pan as the crowd swelled. Su Pan's teammates piled onto the ground in a celebratory heap. Everyone reveled in the exuberance. Ding! Trapped beneath a mountain of bodies, Su Pan heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on capturing the NCAA championship and completing the second phase of your objectives. The rewards for the second phase are now activated. Maxed out interior skills, maxed out footwork skills, and maxed out finishing moves. The system's voice concluded as Su Pan gazed at the system interface that a small golden figure ascended from the first step to the second. It has finally arrived. The subtle smile graced Su Pan's lips as he reflected on the past month. The system had finally made significant advancements if the first phase had merely showcased physical aptitude. The second phase had bestowed upon him remarkable technical enhancements within the paint. It was time for the formidable talents of the NBA to witness the finesse of his skills. Meanwhile, on the court, CSU pulled off a shocking victory against the heavily favored Kentucky, undoubtedly becoming the most sensational news at this juncture. Even before the final whistle blew, CSU had already secured their triumph. Major media outlets clamored to report on the remarkable achievements of CSU, and many fans unfamiliar with the NCAA flocked to watch the live broadcast upon hearing that Kentucky had indeed succumbed to CSU. On the court, Su Pan led his teammates in triumphantly lifting the championship trophy. They gazed at the banner congratulating CSU on their 2015 NCAA championship. They were momentarily struck dumb. Astonishment filled the air. How could Kentucky lose so decisively? What had happened to Towns? 3 NBA lottery picks and 6 draft selections could not outmatch a combination of Russell and Su Pan. Throughout the game, Towns had been thoroughly outclassed by Su Pan. There was nothing left to say. Towns had seemed to relish the playful dominance of his counterpart on the court. Just then, the audience turned their attention to the host ascending the stage with the MOP trophy. A terrifying quadruple double of 52 points, 30 rebounds, 12 blocks, and 10 assists was announced. Everyone knew to whom this coveted MOP trophy rightfully belonged. The commentator, brimming with excitement, declared, "You all know who this trophy belongs to." The only player in NCAA history to achieve a quadruple double in the finals, Su Pan. Su Pan accepted the trophy with a radiant smile, lifting it high above his head. He delivered his MOP acceptance speech. He adhered to the conventional formula: gratitude, reflection, assertion, and future aspirations. Those around him beamed with joy. However, as the moment drew to a close, Su Pan raised the trophy with one hand and shouted into the camera, "NBA, here I come." The moment those words escaped his lips, the smiles of numerous scouts in attendance froze. Not only them, but many NBA executives present wore solemn expressions that appeared to be a declaration from Su Pan about his ambitions for the NBA. But it also signified that another battle was about to commence. The NCAA season had concluded, but the fierce competition for Su Pan had officially begun. While fans celebrated CSU's victory, several teams had already begun preparations. In a VIP room, Kobe wore a serious expression as he inquired of Kupchak, "Mitch, how many assets do we have left? I do not wish to miss out on this player. You can see that acquiring him would be tantamount to securing our future." Kupchak's face reflected concern. "We still have a few first-round picks for players. We could trade Roy Hibbert and Carlos Boozer." Upon hearing this, Kobe shook his head. Clearly, these assets would not suffice to contend for Su Pan. The Lakers needed to enhance their offerings. In another nearby private room, Carmelo Anthony anxiously questioned his owner, "Boss, compared to other teams, we lack any significant competitive advantage." James Dolan replied sternly, "I know. Therefore, I will place all Knicks players on the trading block. Except for you, that I understand he is our future." Hearing this, Anthony felt a slight relief. Even if it required a substantial trade, they needed to secure Su Pan. Meanwhile, in the Thunder's VIP suite, the atmosphere darkened. Their team lacked sufficient assets to trade for Su Pan that if they were to make a hard swap, only Durant and Westbrook matched Su Pan's value. However, trading a proven star for an enigmatic player was undoubtedly a reckless option. Few teams would be foolish enough to make such a move that Su Pan's caliber is too high. We simply cannot acquire him, Durant sighed, realizing they faced a formidable adversary on their path to future championships. Even if they desired him, the team would not invest heavily in pursuing Supan. Not just the teams present that day, many others have begun discreetly contacting higher-ranked draft teams, contemplating how to orchestrate a trade. The entire NBA began to stir following Supan's declaration of his intent to enter the draft. That day, many teams beat reporters received strict orders from above. You may freely report on normal team matters. But if you dare to leak anything regarding Supan, the team will terminate our collaboration unilaterally. Many reporters gasped in shock, realizing that a storm of intrigue and rivalry concerning Supan was about to engulf the NBA. The last time the league experienced an earthquake-level draft was back in the golden generation of 03. This time, the league was set to tremble once more at the NRG Arena after handling the media frenzy. The excited members of CSU prepared to depart. As the architect of their championship victory, Supan naturally led the team back to the locker room. However, just as they were about to enter the players' tunnel, two individuals intercepted Supan's path. He was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Anne Hathaway and Jessica. Had they come after him? A simple kiss would not suffice, would it? He gestured for his teammates to head back first, and they exchanged knowing smiles. I apologize. That was truly an accident, Supan said. However, Jessica confronted him boldly. You took advantage of me. Do you think an apology is enough to resolve this? Supan frowned slightly. But Jessica's triumphant smile caught his attention. How about this? You owe me a debt of gratitude. Seeing Jessica joke with him, Supan responded with a smile. If it truly means a debt of gratitude, then I would gladly oblige. The two engaged in a delightful exchange, occasionally sharing flirtatious glances. Just as they were about to exchange contact information, and Hathaway interjected, exasperated clearly, I'm the victim here. If anyone should be owed a debt of gratitude, it should be me, she admonished Jessica, who then softened her demeanor. Ahem, let's not make this awkward. Just treat me to a meal sometime. Jessica smiled awkwardly, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one noticed her earlier lapse. However, their conversation soon resumed its usual rhythm. After a brief chat, both women congratulated Supan on his championship victory, expressing their eagerness to see him play in the NBA, promising to attend his games. After exchanging contact details with the two stunning women, Supan departed with a smile. Having garnered the admiration of two top-tier beauties was undoubtedly a lucrative gain. Moreover, as he prepared to play in the NBA, having them cheering from the sidelines would boost his morale immensely. As he pushed open the door to the changing room, a bucket of water was promptly poured over him, leaving him thoroughly drenched. Following this, the entire team of Chia Tree joyously sprayed champagne at him, encircling him while chanting exuberantly. The scene of everyone swirling around him, cheering boisterously, could easily be mistaken for some sort of sacrificial ceremony, if recorded in silence. Supan, not one to indulge this rowdy bunch, summoned the strength of a one-on-two showdown against Towns, pushing one player aside with an arm while seizing a nearby bucket to engage in a playful water duel. The post-match celebration in the Chia Tree changing room transformed into an impromptu water festival. After the revelry, everyone collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion. Not far away, the coach of Chia Tree wiped the water stains from his glasses, removed his suit, and turned to the group, declaring, Tonight, you're all dismissed. Enjoy your holiday. Go wild. No sooner had he spoken than everyone rushed to his side, initiating a second wave of celebration with the coach's dismissal. The team hurried to the showers to tidy themselves up. By the time they reached the entrance, they could no longer contain their excitement and erupted into cheers. Russell pulled out several packs of gum from his bag to distribute among the group. Damn it, he lamented. You got to enjoy yourself out there, and I didn't experience a thing. I can't take it anymore. I'm heading to the nightclub tonight. I want my own one-on-two. Laughter erupted around them. Russell affectionately draped his arm around Supan's neck, playfully thumping his chest. That I hear the nightclubs in Houston are fantastic. Sue, care to join the fun? You're late, Supan replied with a slight smirk. I already have plans for the night. The group was taken aback. None of them had anticipated that Supan had already arranged something for after the game. When it comes to such matters, it seems Supan always has it all figured out. You already have a reservation? How come I didn't know? Who is it with? Russell's expression stiffened. as a roommate. He was oblivious to Su Pan's prior arrangements. I doubt you want to know. What are you joking about? What am I worried about? The Kardashians. When Su Pan revealed the answer, Russell's face turned a shade of green. He stared at Su Pan for a long moment, unable to utter a single word. Jealous, my friend? Su Pan teased, glancing at the dejected Russell that a Mercedes-Benz Vito awaited at the entrance, ready to depart shortly. They'll cover the expenses tonight. Just decide whether you're in or out. Russell, feeling utterly defeated, could barely muster a response. However, the other teammates from Chia Tree were left in shock that Su Pan was still in his early 20s, yet he was already mingling with the likes of the world-renowned Kardashians. Meanwhile, they were still spending their own money to book tables. The disparity was staggering. Moments later, as the others began to board the vehicle, Su Pan turned to the solitary Russell by the roadside. Inquiring once more, D'Angelo, I'm asking you again, are you coming or not? With gritted teeth, Russell finally relented. Fine, let us go. The group erupted in laughter, and one could refuse this celebratory night out at Tea Times Bar in Houston. The players of Chia Tree arrived, basking in their championship glory. Before even stepping inside, they were greeted by rows of luxurious sports cars and the pulsating beats of a DJ. They quickly immersed themselves in the intoxicating allure of nightlife. At the entrance, Kim Kardashian and Khloe Kardashian had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Su Pan exit the vehicle, the two women rushed forward, linking their arms through his, practically eager to draw him into their embrace. Su, you must be exhausted after the game. Sister, what are you talking about? After such a long match, who wouldn't he be tired? The sight of the two women vying for attention left a crowd of onlookers utterly captivated. Is that a Kardashian? Who is that in the middle? Goodness, what a figure! Under the admiring gaze of the crowd, Su Pan, accompanied by the Chia Tree team, stepped into the nightclub, with the Kardashians footing the bill. The group indulged without restraint, drinking, dancing, and reveling in the night. The Kardashian sisters remained close to Su Pan, handing him drinks left and right. Especially under the dim lights, their glances at him were practically tantalizing. Had there not been so many people around, it was evident a more intimate encounter would have ensued. They partied until the early hours of the morning, around 2 a.m., as the night began to wind down. Su Pan noticed that Russell had found himself a girl, indeed his type, curvaceous and alluring. However, there was one slight issue, is she not almost as dark as coal? As they prepared to leave, Su Pan turned around, chuckling as he teased Russell. D'Angelo, I hope your performance tonight is more accurate than on the court. The mention of this made the surrounding teammates burst into laughter, all recalling Russell's poor shooting performance earlier that day. Russell looked at Su Pan, who was surrounded by the Kardashian sisters, and retorted, I hope you can break through the double team and slam dunk just like you do on the court. Their eyes locked. Both men were aware of the battles they faced that night. With the NCAA season concluded, Russell and Su Pan returned to school, resuming their routine of daytime practice and evenings spent watching NBA games together. This year's playoffs were rather dull, lacking any excitement in the Eastern and Western Conference Finals. The upcoming finals, however, featured a captivating matchup between the Warriors and the Cavaliers. After watching the first two games, Russell was already feeling the adrenaline of this thrilling finals. Su, this year's finals is absolutely riveting. Su Pan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the first two games of the 2015 finals ended in a 1-1 tie, marking the first time in NBA history that both games went into overtime. Su, who do you think will win the championship this year? Su Pan pondered for a moment. If Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving remain healthy, they have a fighting chance. Otherwise, the Warriors will likely defeat the Cavaliers 4-2, but it's the Cavaliers. How could that happen? Russell clearly disagreed, unwilling to believe that LeBron would falter so easily. Su, you've clearly not watched enough NBA. We must rely on the predictions of local experts. The Warriors are in their first finals, while LeBron has years of finals experience. If it's 4-2, I'll treat you to a fruit platter from 1998. Hearing Russell's bold claim, Su Pan merely smiled in silence. Russell was adamant that the Warriors had no real chance. Although the Warriors were formidable, their lack of finals experience would ultimately lead to defeat. A week later, he found himself eating those words. The Cavaliers lost to the Warriors 2-4. All right, I apologize. I should have doubted you. You guessed correctly. Even the score. Russell's face turned red with embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated Sue Panna's prediction would be so spot on. So, what about your promise? Where's my fruit platter for 1998? Russell replied, I don't understand what you're saying. And with the conclusion of the NBA Finals, only one great mystery remained: the impending draft. The long-awaited NBA draft lottery has finally arrived. The three teams that languished at the bottom of the standings last season, the Minnesota Timberwolves, New York Knicks, and Los Angeles Lakers, boast the highest probabilities of securing the coveted first overall pick. However, other teams are not without hope. Many front offices are placing their faith in the representatives they sent to the lottery, hoping for a stroke of divine intervention that could secure the top selection. The management of the three bottom-dwelling teams from last year exude confidence, firmly believing in their chances to claim the first pick. Soon, the lottery commenced, and amid the anticipation of the crowd, the draft positions began to emerge. The Timberwolves, as the team that finished at the bottom of the league last year, seized the first overall pick with their initial draw. The side of the management from the other two teams, visibly frustrated, was palpable. The Lakers expressed their disappointment, as did the Knicks. Nevertheless, James Dolan remained unfazed. He believed that even if they missed out on the first pick, securing the second overall selection with their dismal record of just 17 wins last season would still be a boon. With his eyes fixed on the large screen, James Dolan awaited the official announcement. After a prolonged moment, the results were revealed. The Lakers management erupted in jubilant cheers. Although they did not secure the first pick, they had clinched the second overall selection. In stark contrast, James Dolan's expression darkened instantaneously. Damn it, we could only manage third, he exclaimed, irate that someone must have neglected to pray before leaving home that day. Around him, several executives shivered in silence, wary of provoking his ire. However, as the announcement of the third pick unfolded, the tension in the room escalated. Everyone braced themselves against the piercing gaze of James Dolan, who appeared ready to unleash his wrath. When the third pick was revealed, it belonged to the Philadelphia 76ers, who had defied expectations to claim the position despite predictions placing them at 7th. What the hell? At that moment, James Dolan was utterly bewildered. I was the second to last season, winning only 17 games, and I end up with the fourth pick. The faces of the representatives from the top three teams beamed with joy, while the Knicks donned expressions of agony. The Timberwolves, however, reveled in their good fortune. The moment they secured the first pick, their phones began to ring incessantly with trade inquiries, all targeting the prized asset of the top selection. The Timberwolves, clutching their first overall pick, were in no rush to trade it. They preferred to assess the sincerity of other teams' offers first. If the offers proved compelling, they might consider relinquishing the top pick. After all, they were still in the process of building their team around the first overall selection of Andrew Wiggins, nurturing his development alongside Zach LaVine and Ricky Rubio. With the addition of a few more exceptional role players and an all-star, the prospects appeared promising. Immediately following the draft lottery, the Knicks convened a meeting in the conference room. James Dolan sat gravely in his chair, while the management and players below engaged in heated debate. Our draft position isn't ideal. I believe we shouldn't jeopardize the future of the team. One argued that we could utilize a backup plan. Porzingis would be an excellent choice. What are you joking about? We have a chance at the top pick. You want Porzingis? We can't mortgage the next decade for this guy. Another retorted. Indeed, Carmelo Anthony is aging. We need immediate impact. James Dolan listened silently as the discussions grew more heated. He knew well that the odds of selecting the coveted prospect with the fourth pick were slim. At that moment, he rapped his fingers on the table to restore order. Once silence reigned, he turned to his assistant and inquired, "Are there still trade opportunities?" The assistant appeared uneasy, but replied, "Theoretically, yes, but it depends on what the Timberwolves are asking for." James Dolan nodded. If they could package the fourth pick with some players, it might be worthwhile to pursue a trade. However, surveying the Knicks roster, he realized that aside from Carmelo, there were no standout players to offer. The eyes of the assembled executives turned toward James Dolan, awaiting his decision. After a brief moment, Dolan's voice resonated through the room. J.R. Smith and Iman Shumpert are both available for trade. With clenched teeth, he resolved, "Furthermore, we can offer substantial financial resources." The room gasped collectively. It was clear that the Knicks were prepared to make significant sacrifices to facilitate a trade. Simultaneously, the Lakers emerged as formidable contenders in the trade game. The bad news was that they were just shy of the top pick. The good news was that the Timberwolves' commitment to developing the prize prospect was wavering in conversations. The Timberwolves had hinted at their interest in the Lakers' second pick. During the meeting, Mitch Kupchak addressed the Lakers' management with determination. "This is non-negotiable. Do not contest." He cast a steely gaze over the room, that if the Timberwolves do not select the prospect, we will take him with our second pick. If they do, we will initiate a trade. Roy Hibbert, Carlos Boozer, Julius Randle. Everyone except Kobe is on the table, he declared. The executives gasped in shock. Several were prepared to object, but the ferocity in Kupchak's eyes silenced them. He surveyed the room, speaking deliberately, if necessary. Even this year's second pick can be included in a trade. His words were a clear indication of his resolve. This was not just Kupchak's decision. It was also about Kobe's unwavering commitment. Although there were numerous talented players available in this draft, none could compare to the allure of the prospect. With Kobe aging, the Lakers recognized that securing this player was paramount for their future. Simultaneously, many other NBA teams shared similar sentiments regarding the coveted prospect, leading to the commencement of a fierce bidding war. Meanwhile, in an Ohio State dormitory, D'Angelo Russell jested with the prospect, "You're headed to Minnesota." SU remained silent. Russell chuckled inwardly, reveling in his own fortune. The prospect had a significant likelihood of being the first pick, which would land him in the desolate expanse of Minnesota, while Russell himself could potentially join the Lakers. Confronted with this reality, Sue felt a sense of resignation. Although he did not have a strong preference for large cities, he fervently hoped to avoid Minnesota. After all, not only was it remote, but the market was also particularly small, making it difficult to attract talent. That if he were to go there, he would be confined to playing for the Timberwolves for 3 years until his rookie contract expired. You could only wish that Minnesota was not his fate. Time flew by. On July 30th, the eagerly anticipated NBA draft unfolded, captivating fans both domestically and internationally as they analyzed the draft landscape and speculated on which players teams might favor. Without a doubt, the consensus was that the first overall pick would be Sue. However, some media outlets speculated that the Timberwolves might opt for a different player, potentially trading away the opportunity to select Sue in exchange for greater assets. Amidst the palpable anticipation, the draft day had arrived. In the United States, at the end of June 2015, the Barclays Center in Brooklyn witnessed the official commencement of the 2015 NBA Draft. That evening, outside the NBA venue, the aspiring players donned custom-tailored suits, accompanied by family members or agents, as they made their way to the draft event. Also present were the management teams of various franchises, eager to extend a warm welcome to the newcomers joining their ranks. SU Pan, dressed in an elegant black suit, walked alongside Russell towards the green room. Upon entering, they were greeted by a gathering of individuals exchanging pleasantries at the entrance. "Long time no see, Sue," exclaimed Harrell, his expression one of surprise as he playfully squeezed Sue Pan's firm bicep. SU Pan responded with a smile. "You look just as impressive, despite having faced each other on the court." The rapport between Harrell and Sue Pan remained amicable, largely due to Harrell's sportsmanlike demeanor that resonated with Sue Pan. Moreover, during their time together at the joint workouts, they forged a bond in preparation for the rigors of the NBA. Harrell had begun a regimen to gain weight. Aside from Harrell, many of the new draftees gazed at Sue Pan with a hint of animosity. Among them was Kaminsky, who had braved the decision to enter the draft as a senior, and Sabonis, who averted his gaze nervously. Okafor, upon spotting Sue Pan, quickly distanced himself, while Towns seemed to sidestep the limelight, as if to avoid being overshadowed. Before long, the draft commenced in earnest as Sue Pan and Russell settled into the green room. Awaiting the proceedings, the atmosphere was tinged with tension as the draftees took their seats, the dim lighting casting shadows over their youthful faces, concealing the excitement and anticipation beneath their calm exteriors. "It's happening! It's happening! The draft is in session." Sue Pan, Karl Anthony Towns, and D'Angelo Russell were poised as the frontrunners for the top 3 picks of the year. Notably, Sue Pan, hailing from the Middle Kingdom, was projected to be the second player from his homeland to be selected first overall, following in the footsteps of the legendary Yao Ming. Sharing the same position of center, the question lingered whether he could replicate the impact Yao had on the NBA. Meanwhile, in a nearby dimly lit studio, ESPN was broadcasting live across the nation. The draft, a perennial highlight of the NBA calendar, garnered extensive media coverage, showcasing the faces of these promising athletes to the viewing public. Once everyone was seated, NBA General Manager Adam Silver confidently approached the podium. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Barclays Center, where we gather to witness the 2015 NBA Draft." He began, his familiar words resonating in the air. Behind him, the large screen displayed the draft order. After delivering a lengthy opening address, a team of staff hurried onto the stage. Adam Silver took hold of an envelope, slightly peeling it open to reveal a knowing smile. The audience held their breath in anticipation. Though some had their suspicions, Silver's smile amplified the tension in the room. Could it be? The first pick is not Sue Pan. As the 2015 NBA Draft unfolded, the Minnesota Timberwolves announced their selection with the first overall pick. Adam Silver dramatically opened the envelope. From Ohio State University, hailing from the Middle Kingdom, playing the center position, Sue Pan. As the words left his lips, Sue Pan's visage appeared on the screen, accompanied by the unmistakable logo of the Minnesota team. Cameras swiftly turned to the green room, where Sue Pan stood, shaking hands with Russell, Towns, and Booker before striding confidently toward the center stage. He smiled as he shook hands with Adam Silver, donning the Timberwolves cap as he stepped into the spotlight. In the ESPN studio, commentators erupted with excitement. There's only one possibility. It's Sue Pan. Leading the Seven Trees to victory in March Madness, he triumphed over the heavily favored Kentucky team. Sue Pan's ascent to the top pick is a testament to his undeniable talent and hard work. A formidable scorer with explosive athleticism and keen defensive instincts, he stands as this year's premier rookie that I believe he will continue to showcase his gifts on the grand stage of the NBA. Simultaneously, the media in the Middle Kingdom was in a frenzy. Countless fans celebrated as another player from their homeland secured the coveted first pick in the NBA. He did it. He did it, exclaimed commentator Zhang Weiping, wiping away tears of joy. Although Minneapolis may not be a large city, its snowy landscapes are breathtaking. For fans wishing to see Sue Pan play, they could also take in the picturesque winter scenery. Sue Pan's achievement was solely the result of his own prowess. Wherever he goes, we will always rally behind him. Sue Pan is indeed the pride of the Middle Kingdom at that moment. Russell, observing Sue Pan return from the stage, couldn't resist a teasing remark. "Congratulations, Sue. You've become the first pick and will be playing in a major city now." While Minnesota isn't bad, it shares a tier with teams like the Pistons, belonging to a less glamorous market. Say goodbye to the vibrant nightlife. Sue Pan shot Russell a sidelong glance, but an instinctive feeling told him that this narrative was far from over. Timberwolves GM Scott Layden had suddenly become a highly sought-after figure, with team representatives clamoring for an audience. Layden, in turn, was raising the stakes, refusing to entertain any offers below market value. Before long, the Knicks submitted a trade proposal, offering the fourth pick and J.R. Smith. Layden dismissed it with a wave of his hand. "What do I need J.R. Smith for? That neurotic player is of no use to me. That MY team already has Andrew Wiggins. You think a mere fourth pick and J.R. will suffice for Sue Pan?" Dream on. As time passed, the Knicks sensed the Timberwolves' silence. James Dolan sent a text message suggesting, "If J.R. Smith isn't appealing, we could substitute him with Amon Shumpert." Layden glanced at the message and swiftly replied, "How about Carmelo and the fourth pick?" Dolan nearly exploded with frustration upon reading that response. "Are you serious?" Just then, the Oklahoma City Thunder reached out to the Timberwolves as soon as the call connected. Before they could present their offer, Layden abruptly interjected, "You want Sue Pan?" "Sure," the Thunder GM replied, eager to negotiate, "but we need someone who can match his talent." "How about KD?" Layden's bold request left the Thunder GM Presti momentarily speechless. The idea of trading an MVP for a rookie was audacious. Realizing the absurdity of his demand, Layden offered a more reasonable counter. "KD is a core player you wouldn't easily part with. Let us do this instead. Russell Westbrook and Steven Adams. What do you think?" Had it not been for the moral constraints of humanity, Presti would have relished the opportunity to confront Scott Layden directly. Is this truly the price one can demand? Naturally, Presti was unwilling to comply. If one were to propose a trade involving Adams along with other players for Supan, he might entertain the idea. However, the duo of Dewey 2 is the very foundation of the Thunder Point 2 MVP caliber players, traded for a mere rookie who has yet to prove himself. And you expect to throw in the master of rebounding, Adams as well, who is truly out of their mind here. Meanwhile, an array of offers continue to flood in front of Scott Layden Sterling. Simultaneously, on the Lakers' side, a gathering of prominent figures convened in the designated lounge prepared by the organization. General Manager Mitch Kupchak, Assistant Manager Pelinka, Player Development Operator Magic Johnson, Head Coach Byron Scott, and the Lakers stalwart Kobe Bryant surrounded the table, meticulously assessing all the assets currently at their disposal. The proposed trade for Supan was, without a doubt, one of the most significant deals in recent years, second only to the Lakers' acquisition of Shaquille O'Neal. Kobe stood at the edge of the table, scrutinizing the gathering. I believe the time has come to act. Mitch Kupchak inhaled deeply, his demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. I don't think they will refuse. The others nodded in agreement. Yet, faced with a transaction of such magnitude, Kupchak merely penned a note containing a single statement. Our bottom line is, anyone can be chosen, except Kobe did on the other side. After Scott Layden had communicated each team's asking price, many were rendered silent. Supan was indeed a rare find, yet Layden's exorbitant demands could easily dismantle an entire team. Given the significance of the situation, the majority chose to deliberate further that moment. Upon receiving the Lakers' offer, Layden's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. What does Mitch mean by this? Numerous staff members from the Timberwolves gasped upon reviewing the Lakers' proposal. The Lakers had presented several distinct offers: Lynn Shaheo, Julius Randle, and Roy Hibbert. The second overall pick along with Carlos Boozer and Hibbert, Jordan Clarkson, Jordan Hill, and Boozer with Hibbert. Each offer brimmed with sincerity, far exceeding the values proposed by other teams. In this trade, players were at their peak, with immediate impact like Roy Hibbert, Carlos Boozer, and Lynn Shaheo. There were also young talents with a promising future, such as Randle and Clarkson. Each player, when considered individually, could yield significant value in the league. Scott Layden instantly grasped the Lakers' intentions. They were clearly signaling that everyone, except Kobe, was on the trading block. Moreover, the Timberwolves were in dire need of interior players. Thus, each offer included 2 interior players that it appeared the Lakers had adeptly tapped into the Timberwolves' desires. Consequently, Layden drafted a list for his assistant, instructing them, I want this lineup. The Lakers' proposal had stirred Layden's restless ambitions. At the draft venue, proceedings continued as the Lakers, holding the second overall pick, took their time to decide. Countless fans' eyes were fixated on the Los Angeles Lakers as the 5-minute selection window approached its conclusion. They finally reached a decision. When D'Angelo Russell received the envelope from the staff, he beamed as he relayed the news to the fans. The 2015 NBA Draft. The Los Angeles Lakers select guard D'Angelo Russell from Ohio State University with the second overall pick. Numerous media analysts shared knowing smiles that, as expected, the Lakers had chosen Russell. Down below, Russell was practically ecstatic, for he was on the verge of playing in Los Angeles. Los Angeles. Oh, Los Angeles. Russell jubilantly bounced over to Supan. Brimming with pride, I'm going to play in Los Angeles. Brother, when I visit Minnesota, you must take me to experience your winter wonderland. After all we have in Los Angeles are nightclubs, shopping malls, and Hollywood. There's nothing like that. Supan rolled his eyes at Russell. When that time comes, I'll deliver a 58-point blowout package, guaranteed to satisfy. The draft continued. With the third pick, the Philadelphia 76ers decisively selected Karl Anthony Towns as Supan felt a flicker of anticipation about the future of the 76ers. The butterfly effect had finally taken shape. The 2014 NBA Draft. The 76ers had chosen Joel Embiid with the third overall pick, but Embiid was sidelined for the entire 2014-15 season. Selecting Towns now would mean forming a super interior duo of Embiid and Towns. That interior could indeed be intriguing, Supan thought to himself. Ultimately, with the selection of Brandon Dawson in the 60th pick by the Pelicans, the draft concluded smoothly. All the rookies donned their draft caps. Although some players were not entirely satisfied with their draft positions, they remained filled with excitement and anticipation for their impending NBA journeys, as everyone prepared for a group photo on stage. A staff member approached with an envelope. "Mr. President, a trade has occurred." Adam Silver, preparing to depart the stage, paused momentarily upon hearing the staff member's report. Soon, he opened the envelope, and upon reading its contents, his expression shifted slightly before regaining composure. Just now, the first trade of this draft had transpired. The parties involved were the Timberwolves, holding the first overall pick, and the Lakers with the second. In an instant, Russell, who had just been reveling in the prospect of joining the Lakers, found himself frozen in disbelief. Others around him cast puzzled glances at the individual who had been flaunting his Lakers cap moments ago, that Russell's gaze turned vacant as he looked toward Adam Silver on the stage. No way. Did I just boast, only to be headed to Minnesota? Am I the fool here? Panic surged through him. Just moments ago, he had mocked Supan, and now he found himself the jester. Many of the new draft picks in the arena displayed expressions of surprise. It is quite customary for teams to engage in trades before and after the draft concludes. However, it is rare for the top two teams to swap picks directly. Yet such occurrences had indeed transpired the previous year. In 2014, the Cavaliers had just selected Andrew Wiggins with the first pick and subsequently traded him for Kevin Love. The repetition of such an event within 2 years had journalists buzzing with excitement. Countless media members flocked to the NBA's press room, eagerly awaiting official news. After the draft concluded, Russell, donning his Lakers cap, sat anxiously in the locker room, but he harbored fears of being traded to the Timberwolves. His ears were perked like antennas, listening intently to Adam Silver's announcement of the trade details. The Timberwolves sent Supan and Thaddeus Young. The Lakers dispatched Jordan Clarkson, Wayne Ellington, Julius Randle, Carlos Boozer, and Roy Hibbert. Oh my God! Upon hearing the trade details, Russell erupted with joy. This was a whirlwind of emotions, akin to a roller coaster ride. Not only was he not leaving the Lakers, but he was also becoming teammates with Supan. Su, fate has decreed we cannot be separated. Russell's heart raced with excitement. Happiness had arrived with an unexpected flourish. In the studio, the announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? Supan has truly been traded. I had assumed he would follow in Wiggins' footsteps, seeking a star player from the Lakers in exchange. This is undoubtedly one of the most outrageous trades, an unseasoned rookie traded for 5 starters. I was left utterly dumbfounded. 2 exchanged for 5. The Lakers must be playing a colossal game here. Indeed, to swap Supan before he has even proven himself. Has the Lakers organization gone mad? To acquire Supan, they relinquished an entire starting lineup. Sports media outlets were abuzz with disbelief over this transaction. It's no exaggeration. Those 5 players collectively rival a single starting player, while Clarkson and Randle may technically still be considered rookies. The former is progressively realizing his potential in the league, and the latter was drafted 7th overall, boasting future all-star caliber potential. Moreover, the contributions of Boozer and Hibbert are self-evident, though they may no longer be in their prime. Their elite offensive and defensive twin tower combination is a rare find in the league. As for Ellington, who somewhat fills the numbers, he is a tactical asset, capable of averaging 10 points per game as a quality blue-collar player. Placing these 5 individuals in the NBA could indeed form a formidable starting lineup. When the news reached the online realm, fans were equally astonished. The Timberwolves supporters were elated, reveling in the possession of both a premier interior and exterior player. Yet, the trade of Supan left them in a state of bewilderment. Although they acquired a plethora of players with potential and all-star experience, it was still quite shocking. Meanwhile, the Lakers had just selected Russell, believing him to be the heir to Kobe's legacy, only to be met with an unexpected counterattack, ultimately securing Supan. However, if we assess the situation pragmatically, this trade appears to benefit both parties. The Timberwolves may have parted with a prodigious talent, yet they acquired precisely what they desired. Currently, the Timberwolves are in dire need of competent interior players. With Supan's arrival, they will require time to develop him. Conversely, the Lakers have provided them with 3 interior players in one fell swoop, including former All-Stars Boozer and Hibbert. Though averaging only 23 minutes over the past 3 seasons, they have still managed to deliver stable outputs of 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists. Roy Hibbert serves as the defensive cornerstone, contributing an average of 10.1 points and 7.6 rebounds last season. With their skill and experience, these 2 will certainly compensate for the Timberwolves' youthful inexperience. Additionally, They have acquired the promising power forward Randall A.S. last year's 7th overall pick. Randall arrived at the Lakers with lofty expectations, receiving mentorship from Kobe. The groundwork has been laid for him, allowing the Timberwolves to potentially reap the rewards of future prowess. This trade has effectively solidified the Timberwolves' grasp on the next 5 years. Once several rookies mature, the Timberwolves could ascend to the ranks of a super team within the league. As for why the Timberwolves did not pursue Russell. The rationale is quite straightforward. Their need for Russell is not particularly pressing, nor do they possess the bandwidth to develop another rookie. After all, the Timberwolves have the prodigious Rubio, whose passing abilities surpass those of Russell. With him orchestrating the team, there is no concern regarding their playmaking issues. Timberwolves general manager Scott Layden reclined in his chair, leisurely lighting a cigar. He beamed at the freshly inked trade report on the table. "I knew it," he proclaimed. "While we may have lost Supan, we have secured our future. Put it bluntly, when we aim for the championship in the future, we must express our gratitude to those wonderful individuals in Los Angeles." With that, laughter erupted in the room. The Timberwolves were already eagerly anticipating the upcoming season. Their starting lineup appears extraordinarily luxurious. Rubio, Zach LaVine, Andrew Wiggins, Julius Randle, and Roy Hibbert. Rubio will serve as the playmaker. LaVine, Wiggins, and Randle have begun to showcase their offensive prowess. Whether in shooting or finishing, they are all of above-average caliber within the league. Each of them can consistently contribute over 15 points per game. Most crucially, they are all still brimming with potential. If they shine in the upcoming season, they could easily surpass the 20-point mark and emerge as star players in the league. Meanwhile, the veteran Hibbert will anchor the team while also functioning as a blue-collar player. While nurturing the rookies, their bench will undoubtedly leave other teams drooling. Scorers like Clarkson, Boozer, and the veteran Kings Garnett and Prince bolster their ranks. The Timberwolves are set to become a formidable force in the new season. 3 years, Scott Layden declared, raising 3 fingers, resolutely addressing the others. Within 3 years, I will ensure the entire league remembers the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Timberwolves raised their champagne glasses, celebrating the successful trade. The Timberwolves agreed to this trade entirely due to the promising lineup and their future prospects. Conversely, the Lakers put forth such an offer for a simple reason. They were solely focused on acquiring Supan. Meanwhile, not far away, in the CCTV studio, the staff of CCTV5 were left utterly speechless by the freshly announced trade. "No way, am I seeing this right?" Zhang Weiping thought to himself. Utterly a loss, he had spent considerable time extolling the virtues of Minnesota, nearly transforming it into a winter wonderland. Yet now, he was informed that Supan was headed to Los Angeles. And Los Angeles didn't even require an introduction? Nevertheless, out of professional integrity, and because Bryant also held a fondness for Kobe, Zhang Weiping promptly reassured the fans. What a whirlwind we've experienced. However, Los Angeles is indeed a fantastic city, and he gets to play alongside Kobe. I anticipate Supan leading LA to renewed glory, crafting a legendary legacy of his own, highlighting a crucial point. Zhang Weiping cleverly employed a distinctive phrase. Alongside Kobe, Supan, donning the Timberwolves cap, felt somewhat awkward amidst the crowd. They could sense the peculiar gazes directed at him. Some appeared to pity him, while others were filled with envy. Being the newly drafted first overall pick only to be traded away so swiftly is a painful ordeal for any player entering the NBA. Take Wiggins from last year. For instance, he performed admirably with any team, but upon joining the Cavaliers, he transformed into a phenomenon, unstoppable in his prowess. Yet for Supan, he was here to play basketball, not to pose as a model. It mattered little which team he joined, as long as his teammates were decent. We're truly on the same team in the NBA now, Sue. This is fantastic. I can finally assist you again. Just then, Russell, sporting a Lakers cap, bounded over, excitedly calling out to Supan, "Brother, you have no idea how much I've missed you." Supan pushed away Russell, who attempted to leap onto him, expressing his annoyance. "Damn it, how did I end up on the same team as you again? What bad luck." Russell, undeterred by Supan's complaints, chuckled and nudged him playfully with his elbow. "Brother, don't be disingenuous. You have no idea how heartbroken and sad I felt when I heard you were heading to Minnesota." Supan regarded Russell, who feigned a pained expression, raising an eyebrow skeptically. "Are you really that upset?" Sue, you're too devious. I, D'Angelo, am not that kind of person. No such thing. Get lost. Once we're in LA, you better practice your passing skills and not test my physical limits. Two individuals shared laughter and conversation. It must be said that the opportunity to rekindle connections with Russell in the NBA is truly a matter of fate, preordained by the heavens. Ding. The system detects that the host has been selected by an NBA team and is about to embark on a professional basketball career. Triggering a system task, main task. Within the first complete month after entering the NBA, achieve the title of Player of the Month. Upon completion, the host will ascend to the second tier of the system. The reward for this second tier is a golden finger, surpassing the ball-handling finesse of Kyrie Irving, Allen Iverson, and Stephen Curry. The host's ball-handling skills and dribbling techniques will be elevated to an unprecedented level in history. At that moment, Supan's mind was finally graced with the long-awaited task from the system. The Player of the Month for the first month of the NBA season, a slight smile played at the corners of Supan's mouth. To secure the Player of the Month award in his rookie season is no small feat. Even a powerhouse like Shaquille O'Neal only managed to earn the Player of the Week accolade in his first week in the NBA. Yet the distinction of Player of the Month still eluded him. Achieving this remarkable feat would render him an unparalleled figure in history. However, Supan craved the thrill. It appeared that the first month in the NBA was destined to be eventful. Supan contemplated, shifting his thoughts from the system back to the present. The draft had concluded. Regarding the outcome of the trades, Supan felt a sense of satisfaction. First, the Minnesota Timberwolves had a rather conservative coach. The venerable Saunders, who favored perimeter players over those in the paint. Wiggins was being molded in the likeness of Jordan and Kobe under his guidance. The situation upon his arrival was uncertain. Moreover, if history held true, this year marked a pivotal moment in Wiggins' career, as his mentor, Saunders, had passed away, leading to a diminished focus on Wiggins and a greater pursuit of playoff success. Consequently, Wiggins had not received substantial playing time in the first 5 years of his career, ultimately becoming a marginal player on the team. Rather than entering a team on the brink of chaos, the Los Angeles Lakers presented a far superior option. Los Angeles, a grand city with a storied legacy, offered heightened exposure and greater commercial value. Additionally, with Kobe nearing retirement, joining the Lakers positioned him as a promising future star, poised to inherit the mantle from Kobe. After the conference concluded, the usual protocol involved meeting with team management for a brief introduction. However, Supan was taken aback to find nearly the entire management team of the Lakers present. This included General Manager Kupchak, Assistant GM Pelinka, Special Advisor Magic Johnson, Head Coach Byron Scott, and the Lakers emblem. Kobe at a gathering of such luminaries was indeed a sight to behold. Gazing at the familiar faces arrayed before him, Supan momentarily froze. Russell, standing beside him, was utterly stunned, having never encountered such grandeur. As the door swung open, the group eagerly approached Russell and Supan. "Good evening. We welcome you on behalf of the Lakers fans." "Hello, Supan. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival." The members of the group stepped forward, greeting Supan with enthusiastic handshakes. Witnessing this, Russell felt a surge of excitement as well. Standing next to Supan, he too extended his hand in readiness to shake hands with the dignitaries. Yet, much like the previous instance, a similar occurrence unfolded. Kobe's gaze was solely fixated on Supan, entirely disregarding Russell's outstretched hand, not even granting him a glance. Russell felt a pang of despair. Twice now. Twice. "Kobe, don't expect to receive any assist from me this new season." Ultimately, it was Magic with his heightened emotional intelligence who noticed Russell's frozen smile and the way he stood there in bewilderment. He awkwardly returned to shake Russell's hand. Russell felt a lump in his throat, beginning to regret joining Supan's team. Supan's allure was no exaggeration. He could indeed overshadow the entire squad. Meanwhile, as the crowd continued to welcome them, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly lively. Kobe looked at Supan, his affection unmistakable as he declared, "I am eagerly anticipating the new season with you by my side." Byron Scott also expressed his excitement, saying, "Like Kobe, I too look forward to the experience of coaching a super talent that Supan." Kupchak, witnessing the warm reception from the two, quickly interjected, "I have long asserted to the team that you are our unequivocal first choice this summer." Immediately, Magic, who had just approached, also extended a handshake to Supan and then humorously remarked, "I might not be able to secure my position as the league's premier point guard anymore. This." Supan was taken aback. "I am a center. You're a point guard. We are worlds apart." It was then that Magic humorously pulled Russell closer and elaborated, "With you here, D'Angelo Russell's average assists per game may never dip below 12. He is destined to become the assist king in NBA history. Together, you will bring multiple championships to the Lakers. My historical standing may soon be eclipsed by D'Angelo Russell." What a remarkable display of emotional intelligence. Magic's verbal artistry was truly impressive. Just as Supan engaged in conversation with these luminaries, a voice interrupted their discourse. "Hey, what about me?" The group paused momentarily. Turning around, they saw Montrezl Harrell bounding excitedly toward them, waving at everyone. Russell, who typically did not associate much with Harrell, furrowed his brow at this moment, as Supan, too, was surprised. "What is Harrell doing here?" Kupchak, noticing Supan's confusion, leaned in to explain quietly. It turned out that the Lakers had selected Harrell with the 27th overall pick in the first round. Logically, the Lakers should have opted for a player like Larry Nance Jr. or that position. They even had alternatives like Looney and Josh Richardson on their list. However, Harrell's impressive performance during the playoffs in March, coupled with his tenacious spirit, left a significant impression on the Lakers management, leading them to choose him. Simultaneously, they also selected Norman Powell with the 34th pick in the second round. Seeing these two join the team, a faint smile crept upon Supan's lips. Originally, the Lakers had nearly exhausted their entire roster to acquire him. Now, with no one else to utilize, the addition of these two immediate contributors was like a gift from heaven. Although both were projected as second-round picks, Harrell was a high-quality blue-collar center, capable of injecting vitality onto the court and handling all the dirty work within the team. With the departures of Randall, Boozer, and Hibbert, Harrell could indeed fill the role of a power forward AS for Norman Powell. His reputation as one of the few second-round picks to make a significant impact in the league preceded him. In his prime, he was among the league's elite 3 and D players, and he possessed commendable isolation skills, capable of averaging 21 points in 25 minutes per game, an ideal candidate for the sixth-man role. Thus, the Lakers roster for this year's draft came together. Norman Powell, Montrezl Harrell, D'Angelo Russell, and, of course, the true protagonist, Supan. Looking at his 3 draft teammates, Supan suddenly felt that the absence of from his name made him seem somewhat out of place. Under the guidance of General Manager Kupchak, the group faced the media for interviews. "Su, you have entered the historic franchise of the Los Angeles Lakers. This is an exhilarating outcome. What do you have to say about it?" The journalist's eyes gleamed with anticipation as they awaited his response. "The championship banners of Los Angeles have gathered dust," Supan stated casually into the microphone. "My arrival is to raise a brand new banner at Staples." Upon learning that Supan has joined the Los Angeles Lakers, fans have already commenced their jubilations. Compared to Supan's prior move to the Minnesota Timberwolves, the populace of the Celestial Empire fervently hoped for his transfer to the illustrious Lakers. After all, that team boasts their old acquaintance Kobe, alongside a plethora of other resounding and illustrious names that in the future, Supan is destined to join the ranks of greatness, becoming synonymous with Los Angeles. The domestic Hoopoo forum has erupted with excitement. Goodness gracious, Supan has truly joined the Lakers. This transaction is splendid. The prospect of Kobe and Supan teaming up? The second generation of the OK duo. Perhaps it should be dubbed the PK duo. However, it is worth noting that the Lakers are somewhat bereft, having lost numerous key players. Yet, what does it matter? With Supan, Kobe, and Russell, the trio is more than sufficient. Indeed, it is not the quantity of players that matters, but rather their quality. Finding role players to complement the roster is all that is required. This situation is akin to visiting a foot massage establishment. Would you prefer 5 50-year-old chain-smoking, matronly women to attend to you comfortably, or would you opt for a 170-centimeter pure-hearted young lady to evoke the feelings of your first love? The gentleman upstairs truly understands. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, some mainstream American media outlets have conducted an analysis of this trade. Their scrutiny led to a definitive conclusion. The Lakers are engaging in a high-stakes gamble. They have exchanged an entire starting lineup for Supan and Cedric Young. Last season, Young averaged 14 points and 5 rebounds, standing at 2.04 meters as a power forward. His playing style is somewhat unremarkable, making him a standard role player without issue. However, in this transaction, his role is primarily one of balance. The Lakers, in their pursuit of Supan, have astonishingly relinquished numerous young, promising, and experienced players with considerable skill. This is utterly outrageous. Even before the new season has commenced, several teams have begun to sing the Lakers' woes. With the aging Kobe, 2 NBA rookies, and a medley of miscellaneous role players, are the Lakers truly the prime candidates for the #1 draft pick this year? This remains to be tested in the arena. In contrast, the Timberwolves lineup hardly requires validation through gameplay. That it is simply formidable. Take Clarkson, for instance, last season's rookie first-team member who averaged 12 points, 3 assists, and 3 rebounds, possessing refined one-on-one skills, making him an exemplary bench player with immense potential. That in the second unit, he would be an ideal candidate for the 6th Man of the Year award. Boozer, averaging 12 points and 6.8 rebounds, though aging, still possesses considerable prowess. Wayne Ellington, hampered by injuries last season, averaged 11 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 4 assists when healthy, also serving as a quality role player similar to Clarkson. Roy Hibbert, who joined the Lakers not long ago, managed to average 10 points, 7 rebounds, and 1.6 blocks. Randall, who suffered a season-ending fracture last year, remains undeniably talented, expected to average over 15 points. Not to mention the Timberwolves, who currently boast Rubio, averaging nearly 10 assists. The future superstar Andrew Wiggins, and the rising star Zach LaVine. The Timberwolves have nearly declared their rebuilding plan a resounding success. Meanwhile, the Lakers have gambled heavily, sending away 5 players, 3 roles, and 2 promising rookies to acquire Supan. The pressure now rests on Supan's shoulders. It is up to him to prove himself worthy of the Lakers' audacious gamble in the upcoming season. Conversely, the Lakers appear unconcerned by these developments. Supan is the entirety of their plan. Following the conclusion of the draft, the Lakers management promptly invited Supan to Los Angeles. The swift signing of a contract extension indicates the Lakers' genuine admiration for Supan. In the presence of NBA officials and accompanying reporters, Supan signed a 4-year rookie contract, with the 4th year being a player option. The contract amounts to $28 million over 4 years, averaging $7 million annually, closely rivaling many mid-tier contracts in the league. Notably, this $28 million contract represents the highest average rookie contract since the introduction of new rookie contract regulations in the NBA. Supan has become a pre-tax billionaire. Furthermore, numerous sports brands are eagerly eyeing Supan, poised to seize the opportunity. Russell, too, has signed a 4-year, $23 million contract with the Lakers, similarly structured as a 3-1 deal. Both players have officially joined the Lakers. This news, revealed by team reporters, sent shockwaves throughout the league. 4 years for $28 million. The Lakers have gone mad. The deal includes performance incentives. If triggered, the contract exceeds $28 million. Wait, Russell, who fell just 1 draft position, only received $23 million. Goodness gracious. Supan's contract surpasses Russell's by a whopping $5 million, enough to sign another role player. The Lakers are truly hemorrhaging funds for Supan. Having executed a 5-for-2 trade, along with a substantial contract, if he performs well, it is likely he will be extended early in the 2nd year. It is evident that the Lakers have staked 4 years of their future on Supan. After submitting the signed contract to the NBA, the entire Lakers management felt invigorated. They had never experienced such a euphoric sensation. Kupchak, Magic Johnson, head coach Byron Scott, and Kobe took Supan and Russell on a tour of the Staples Center. At that moment, Staples Center was silent, yet the 20,000 empty seats conveyed an air of solemnity and reverence, instilling a sense of responsibility in every Lakers player who set foot there. Above the Staples Center, 17 championship banners hung, illuminated under the lights, showcasing the legendary purple and gold era. Both we and Boston boast 17 championship banners, tying for the league's best. Kupchak stood tall and confidently shared with Supan. As a Lakers legend, Magic Johnson patiently introduced the 2 newcomers to the history behind each championship banner. When discussing the era led by Magic, Russell excitedly exclaimed, "I know. The Showtime era. I grew up watching you play." Kobe, observing Russell's flattery towards Magic, smiled and jested. From childhood, I was nearly your age when Magic played. You weren't even born yet. Russell's face flushed with embarrassment. Magic chuckled and patted Russell on the shoulder. When the conversation turned to the Lakers' duo, Kobe gazed at the banners, lost in reflection. Once Magic concluded his narrative, Supan smiled and remarked, "I'm aware of all this. However, the latest banner has not been raised in 6 years." Kobe, snapping back to reality, appeared somewhat melancholic. To be precise, "We haven't reached the finals in 6 years," a rather gentle expression. "Wouldn't you say, Kobe?" Coach Byron Scott chimed in with a wry smile. "We've even missed the playoffs for 2 consecutive years." In that moment, everyone shared a resigned laugh. Following Kobe's Achilles tear and knee fractures, recent years have indeed marked a low point for the Lakers. Sue, "Before your arrival, we had already conferred," Byron Scott said. Placing a hand on Supan's back, "that in the upcoming season, you will be the team's primary offensive and defensive cornerstone. I understand your intent, Coach." Supan nodded, surveying the expectant gazes of those around him. Flashing a subtle smile, "that my role as the core of the tactical approach is to lead the Lakers out of this trough and back to the pinnacle." The Lakers' collective spirits soared at his words. This attitude is exactly what the Lakers need in a player. The higher-ups of the Lakers are convinced that even if it cost them an entire starting lineup to acquire Supan, it was entirely worth it. Supan is the Lakers' savior. At the end of July, the Lakers will engage in a photo shoot for their jersey unveiling. However, to the surprise of all the team members, Supan has chosen the number 91. Russell gazed in astonishment as Supan retrieved the pristine jersey from his bag. "I only learned today that you are a fan of the worm." Dennis Rodman, "No wonder your rebounding and defense are so formidable." Several Lakers players gathered around, their expressions revealing a hint of astonishment upon seeing Supan holding the 91 jersey. 91. "Why choose 91? Are you a fan of Rodman? I thought you would opt for a more flamboyant number like 1. Supan smiled slightly. "It has nothing to do with Dennis Rodman. I simply have an affinity for that number." Before his time travel, Supan had watched numerous quality videos and is a seasoned Mr. 91. Mr. 91. As the NBA Summer League approaches, generally, most rookies and newly joined players will participate in this league to gel with the team and ascertain the player's potential. However, Supan did not participate and has been training with the team instead. The Lakers seem to have complete confidence in Supan. Rather than subject him to such a league, it is more beneficial for him to adapt swiftly to the pace of NBA games. The Lakers have high hopes for the upcoming season. Besides Russell, Kobe, Supan, and Cedric Soares, the team also includes Harrell and Norman Powell, 2 rookies selected this year. Additionally, the existing roster features Jeremy Lin, Jordan Hill, Nick Young, Wesley Johnson, and Soccer, who is humorously referred to as the cornerstone of the team by Lakers fans, among others. The Lakers lineup is rather awkward. It cannot be classified as one of the top teams in the league. Yet it is not among the worst either. It can only be described as mid-tier. Fans are eagerly anticipating the Lakers' performance this year, with many engaging and spirited discussions. It seems this year's lineup is not as bad as anticipated. Indeed, it's quite decent, but will Supan start right away? Of course he will start. Otherwise, what was the point of bringing him in? What about Russell? Russell will definitely start too, if we have 2 rookies and 2 aging players. What kind of game would that be? Indeed, the injuries to Lin and Kobe are quite severe. Meanwhile, the Lakers coaching staff finds themselves in a precarious situation. They're currently troubled, as the starting lineup has yet to be finalized. Before the season commences, they must establish the Lakers starting 5 for the new season. Initially, the coaching staff envisioned a lineup of point guard Lin, shooting guard Russell, small forward Kobe, power forward Cedric Soares, and center Supan. However, if this starting lineup is deployed, the perimeter defense would be weak. Kobe's current defensive capabilities are merely average in the league, occasionally reaching a high level, but he cannot maintain that intensity throughout the game. Russell and Lin's defensive skills leave much to be desired. They exist, but in limited quantity. Conversely, if Russell assumes the role of point guard, Kobe takes shooting guard, and Cedric Soares fills the small forward position. The power forward spot would fall to either Jordan Hill or Harrell. While this adjustment would enhance the team's defense, it would significantly diminish their offensive capabilities. From small forward to center, none possess three-point shooting skills, leading to a constricted offensive environment, making it challenging for Supan to showcase his talents. This matter occupied the coaching staff and management for 2 to 3 days of deliberation. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. Reinforcements were essential. The focus must be on acquiring players for the small forward and power forward positions. The good news is that the Lakers still have some salary cap space. During a Lakers upper management meeting, the atmosphere was tense. In the past 2 years, the team had been plagued by injuries, reaching a point where there were no available players in a game against the Cavaliers. They had to let the second-round pick Soccer continue playing despite accumulating 6 fouls, as substituting him would leave the team with only 4 players. After enduring that ordeal, they traded away nearly all usable players to acquire Supan. Now, in attempting to establish a starting lineup, they could only create a mismatched roster. If we aim to progress further in the playoffs, we must seek reinforcements. Kupchak tapped the table lightly, surveying the room's occupants. Unfortunately, our salary cap does not allow us to trade for a superstar. After calculations, we can only afford to sign a near all-star caliber player. With that statement, everyone comprehended Kupchak's intent. As the general manager, he hoped the others would contribute ideas. Byron Scott, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly. A near all-star? That's a tall order. What near all-stars are available in the market? Even if we want them, they won't be willing to part with them, as Byron Scott indicated. This year marks one of the most challenging trading seasons in NBA history. Eastern Conference teams have a high probability of reaching the finals, provided they can overcome the Cavaliers in the playoffs. To secure a chance at the finals, Eastern teams are unlikely to release players carelessly. The situation in the West is even worse. Apart from the rising Warriors, the Thunder, Clippers, Spurs, Rockets, and even the quietly surging Trailblazers are all formidable playoff contenders. It can be said that there are no strong stars available in either the trade or free agency markets. Even if there are, they are quickly snatched up by various teams for reinforcement. That a collective sigh of resignation echoed in the room. That moment, a comment from Magic Johnson captured everyone's attention. I have an intriguing candidate. All eyes turned to Magic. With a serious demeanor, he elaborated, Paul George. He made his return from injury last season, playing only 8 games with an average of 8.8 points. His market value has declined significantly. However, I believe he can regain his form, and if we act swiftly, we might seize a great opportunity. The room fell silent. A gamble. Once again, it was a high-stakes bet. Some say Paul George's career is over, while others argue that he merely suffered a fracture, and the images of his injury were more harrowing than the actual impact on his future physical condition. And one knows how much of his prowess he will retain upon his return. Yet, in the current situation, the Lakers have no alternatives. With the Warriors surging and LeBron in his prime, the league's landscape over the next 3 to 4 years is likely to revolve around these 2 teams. Acquiring a star player will be exceedingly challenging. If the team does not seek reinforcements, securing a foothold in the league may prove difficult, and the Lakers might struggle to retain Supan, who possesses a player option in the 4th year. Ultimately, the Lakers reached a consensus to explore Paul George's trade market, as long as George can return to 80 to 90% of his previous form. The combination of Russell, Kobe, and Paul George in the perimeter would be quite formidable. In the paint, Supan could pair with Cedric Soares or Harrell, or perhaps they could acquire another versatile power forward. The Lakers could truly contend for the championship. Meanwhile, Supan did not participate in this summer league, primarily because the Lakers did not wish to reveal his capabilities in the NBA just yet. This has sparked considerable anticipation among the media regarding this year's top draft picks performance. After a lengthy wait, the new NBA season is about to commence in late October. The highly anticipated 2015 to 2016 NBA regular season officially begins. NBA fans worldwide are buzzing with excitement. After the Warriors' rise and their decisive victory over LeBron James and the Cavaliers in the finals, the era of small ball has officially commenced on the inaugural day of the season opener. Both the Warriors and the Cavaliers made their appearances as a powerhouse from the Western Conference, and currently the league's top team in overall strength. The Warriors showcased a dazzling display of 3-point shooting, dominating the Pelicans throughout the game. The team amassed an impressive 65 points in the first half, while the Pelicans, led by the formidable Anthony Davis, attempted to stage a comeback in the third quarter. Ultimately, however, Curry's remarkable 40-point performance allowed him to clock out after 3 quarters, resulting in the Pelicans losing their first game of the year. As the defending champions from last year, the Warriors remain the frontrunners for the championship this season. The second highlight of the day featured the Cavaliers, led by LeBron James, facing off against the returning Windy City Rose, Derrick Rose, as the youngest MVP in league history. Rose's comeback this season is certainly a focal point, with fans eager to see him reclaim his peak form and deliver a jolt to the league reminiscent of his MVP days. However, the matchups on the first day were fiercely contested. With Kyrie Irving still sidelined, James led the Cavaliers in a narrow 2-point defeat against the Bulls, where the Bulls had 5 players scoring in double figures, leaving James with a valiant but fruitless 25 points. As the first day of the season opener concluded, the excitement continued into the second day, where the NBA scheduled an astonishing 12 games. Nearly all 30 teams in the league took to the court over these 2 days, marking a rare occasion of such a compact schedule in recent years. Today, the newly formed Los Angeles Lakers are set to play their inaugural game against the Phoenix Suns, a team that had previously struggled last season. Adding to the spectacle, Supan will face off against the former Defensive Player of the Year, Tyson Chandler. Hello everyone, the announcer Zhang Weiping welcomed viewers to the first week of the 2015 to 2016 NBA regular season, featuring the Los Angeles Lakers against the Phoenix Suns. I am commentator UJIS. Supan's debut approaches. CCTV5 has also provided substantial coverage by dispatching a dedicated commentator to the venue, allowing fans to experience the atmosphere of his first appearance. Viewers could hear the thunderous cheers from the Lakers' home crowd, creating an electrifying ambience for tonight's matchup. Indeed, the atmosphere is quite lively. However, Supan's opponent tonight is no simple adversary. Tyson Chandler is a familiar face, having been recognized by many fans through his encounters with Yao Ming. I believe I can play in the NBA. Don't you think? The commentary booth erupted in laughter. For domestic fans, Tyson Chandler is a well-known figure. It was at the age of 17 that Yao Ming gained the confidence to enter the NBA through his encounters with Chandler. Nonetheless, one cannot underestimate the prowess of Tyson Chandler. An 11-time NBA champion, he was the best defensive player during the 2011 to 2012 season, a 3-time selection for the All-Defensive Team, and once chosen for the All-NBA team, with his towering stature and formidable interior defense. Although Chandler may have aged and seen a decline in some abilities, his defensive skills remain sharp. Facing such a caliber of opponent in his first game, everyone feels it is time to test Supan's offensive capabilities. He will be challenged by a former Defensive Player of the Year. International media have voiced skepticism, with many American fans expressing doubts about Supan's prospects. Discussions and forums reflect this sentiment. While I acknowledge that Yao Ming once easily triumphed over Chandler, not everyone possesses Yao's exceptional talent. Moreover, the current Chandler is not the young, inexperienced player he once was. He is now seasoned and astute. Indeed, starting against Chandler raises concerns about the rookie's prospects this year. Many fans believe that Supan's debut may very well extend the rookie wall phenomenon that it takes years for a talent like Yao Ming to emerge. I doubt Chandler will falter in the same manner twice. As numerous fans have pointed out, Supan's adversary in his first battle is of a completely different caliber than the centers he dominated in the NCAA. I have witnessed countless gifted young players, he remarked. Anthony Davis, DeAndre Jordan, Cousins, Noah, many talents. Before the game commenced, Tyson Chandler was also approached by reporters regarding Supan. When asked about his intentions for the upcoming match, Chandler smiled for the cameras and my task is to give this young man a taste of physicality. Chandler clearly did not regard Supan as a formidable threat, even though Yao Ming had previously overwhelmed him. They were contemporaries. In contrast, Supan stands before him as a mere rookie. Particularly since Supan is a bulkier center, Chandler is aware that he may not face many challengers of his caliber in the league. Subsequently, reporters also interviewed Supan. Chandler mentioned he is ready to give you a taste of physicality, at a rite of passage. What do you have to say? Just tell him to be prepared. Supan replied with a slight smile. I am also ready to experience the level of competition that comes with being a DPOY. The reporters were taken aback by his calm demeanor. As this year's top draft pick facing off against the DPOY, Supan's composure was commendable. After the pre-game interviews and warm-ups concluded, the moment of truth arrived. The Lakers lineup featured Lin Shaheo, Russell, Kobe, Cedius Young, and Sue Pan, while the Suns fielded Eric Bledsoe, Devin Booker, Brandon Knight, P.J. Tucker, and Tyson Chandler. The home crowd was electrified, eager to witness the new partnership between Kobe and Sue Pan, curious about their performance on the court. As the jump ball commenced, many in attendance gasped in astonishment. Standing at 2.16 meters, Tyson Chandler is regarded as one of the more robust centers in the NBA. Typically, opposing centers appear diminutive in his presence. Yet, on the court tonight, two towering figures stood side by side. Sue Pan did not appear significantly smaller than Chandler, and in fact, seemed to possess a more robust physique overall. Chandler was momentarily taken aback by Sue Pan's imposing stature. Although he had heard exaggerated accounts from Devin Booker prior to the game, he did not anticipate such a remarkable sight that he scrutinized Sue Pan's powerful arms, narrowing his eyes. His instincts told him that tonight would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. "I know what you all are looking forward to," shouted the TNT commentator Barkley, equally excited. "Like you, I am eagerly anticipating whether Sue Pan can replicate his insane opening jump ball alley-oop on the NBA stage." Indeed, as Barkley indicated, Lakers fans were eager to witness that moment of magic. With a resounding thud, Sue Pan effortlessly triumphed in the jump ball against Chandler. In terms of leaping ability, the former champion paled in comparison to Sue Pan. Following the jump ball, Sue Pan immediately sprinted down the court, with Chandler hot on his heels. After a summer practice, Kobe finally executed a perfect alley dash oop that Russell could easily throw long passes to Sue Pan. However, upon entering the NBA, teams will undoubtedly disrupt such opening plays. Consequently, the Lakers caught the Suns off guard as Sue Pan tipped the ball to Kobe. In fact, the Suns' defensive focus was primarily on Russell. Neglecting Kobe's position, with a swift glance at the paint, Kobe lofted the ball high and away. Tyson Chandler threw himself desperately to block Sue Pan. A thunderous collision occurred as Sue Pan and the recovering Chandler collided mid-air. Crash! Moments later, Sue Pan executed a powerful two-handed dunk upon landing, knocking Chandler to the ground. Such a thrilling display electrified everyone in attendance. This was the moment I had been waiting for. Sue Pan indeed completed the jump ball into an alley-oop. As the commentators erupted in cheers, they suddenly sensed something was amiss. "Wait, what is going on? Tyson Chandler, why has he collapsed and remains on the floor?" On the court, Kobe excitedly raised his fist, having played in the NBA for nearly 2 decades. He had never executed such an offensive jump ball directly into an alley-oop for a teammate. It was simply exhilarating. "Well done, Sue, but next time I shall pass a tag quicker." Just as Kobe had exchanged a fist bump with Russell, he heard Russell's plaintive voice behind him. "Come on, boss," Russell lamented. "Throwing an alley-oop to Sue is my assignment. Then let us alternate." Kobe, still reveling in the moment, paid no mind to their banter. The trio continued to retreat on defense when suddenly a whistle pierced the air. Looking up, they realized the Suns had called a timeout. They were left bewildered, only to turn and see Tyson Chandler unexpectedly sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The broadcast team also sensed something was amiss and immediately cut to instant replay. The camera zoomed in, revealing that after colliding mid-air with Sue, Tyson's body had gone limp, collapsing onto the court without the strength to get back up. The speed of the incident had left everyone oblivious to what had transpired between the two players. Was he attempting to feign an offensive foul? Surely not. After years in the paint, he must be aware of his positioning within the 3-second zone. It seemed unlikely that a foul could be called here. Had Tyson Chandler lost his wits? Wait, something feels off. Brothers, why is the medical team entering the court? This doesn't appear to be an act. Oh my goodness. Fans who had been passionately discussing the game moments ago now stood in shock. Even the commentators nearby were taken aback. The Suns' medical staff rushed onto the court, indicating that the situation was far from simple. Surely, the Phoenix Suns wouldn't have a player injured in their opening game? Let us hope for Tyson Chandler's swift recovery. We must await further updates. Those watching the game were left speechless, their gazes converging on the now crowded paint area. Merely 5.8 seconds into the game, the Suns had called a timeout, and it appeared that Tyson Chandler had lost consciousness. The Suns players were in a state of panic. Initially, when the veteran fell to the ground, no one thought the worst. But as Sue and the others began to retreat, the referee signaled for Tyson to inbound the ball. only to receive no response. It dawned on everyone that something was amiss. The Suns quickly called a timeout. And upon discovering that Tyson had fainted, the team's medical staff sprang into action, bringing various supplies onto the court. Tyson Chandler slowly regained consciousness, only to see the team doctor extending 2 fingers in front of him, shaking them. "Tyson, can you see how many fingers there are?" The normally fiery Tyson, in a moment of frustration, grabbed the doctor's hand. "Stop shaking them. I can still see." With assistance, Tyson Chandler rose from the floor. In truth, he was still somewhat dazed, his mind clouded. He had not been prepared for the unexpected collision with Sue, leading to a brief moment of unconsciousness lasting several seconds. Once fully aware, he realized he had just fainted. Upon returning to the bench, head coach Jeff Hornacek inquired with great concern, "Are you okay?" Tyson placed a cold towel on his forehead and nodded through gritted teeth. "That I'm fine." Coach Point One must acknowledge Tyson's toughness. After exhaling heavily, he felt he had recovered. "I just wasn't ready to." It was now time for the former champion to strike back. As the timeout concluded, Tyson re-entered the game. Seeing that he was all right reignited the crowd's enthusiasm for the match. After all, this was a showdown between the newly minted #1 pick and the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, a spectacle no one wanted to miss. The fans in attendance and the commentators were eagerly anticipating Tyson's performance. Who would emerge victorious? As the Suns initiated their offense, Booker, thrilled to face his idol Kobe, prepared to take him on one-on-one. Kobe welcomed Booker's challenge with a smile. However, it was evident that Booker was overly excited. After utilizing a screen from a teammate, his shot was executed with excessive force. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Underneath the basket, Sue and Tyson immediately began to jockey for position, their eyes locked onto the ball. The Suns had recruited Tyson primarily to secure rebounds, as they aimed to develop Devin Booker. It is worth noting that Tyson had averaged 9 rebounds per game last season, and his considerable mass gave him a distinct advantage in positioning. Yet, below the basket, Tyson's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Despite having secured position against Sue, he felt as though his feet were dancing a wild jig. Tyson distinctly sensed his body gradually shifting, each time he attempted to readjust his stance. He found himself moving further away from the hoop. When he finally regained awareness, he realized he had been pushed out of a favorable position that Sue, relying on sheer strength, steadily forced Tyson aside. Slap. Sue didn't even need to jump. He merely extended his arm and effortlessly claimed the rebound. For those on the court, the sensation might not have been as pronounced. However, fans watching from the heavenly perspective were left astounded that my goodness. They watched in disbelief as such a large center was shoved out of the paint by Sue with the ease of moving a brick. You didn't even bother to leap. "Ah, this is shocking," exclaimed commentator Zhang Weiping from the CCTV5 studio, posing a soul-searching question. "You had claimed the defensive rebound without even jumping, leaving the champion in an awkward position." At this moment, Tyson Chandler indeed felt both embarrassed and astonished. This kid's strength is absolutely staggering. He felt as though he was facing a bulldozer, being crushed beneath its weight. What worried him even more lay ahead. As the Lakers initiated their offensive possession, he would soon contend with Sue's strength in the low post. As Kobe approached the front court, he passed the ball to Sue, having just faced Sue in a one-on-one battle in the paint. Tyson was now acutely aware that Sue's strength was not something he could withstand head-on. After years in the NBA, Tyson found himself contemplating a shift towards a more skillful approach to secure victory. Facing Sue, who had his back to him, Tyson gritted his teeth, using his arms to firmly press against Sue's waist, preventing him from exerting force with ease. However, Tyson had clearly underestimated Sue. Bang! Sue merely shifted forward a bit, creating a sliver of space, and with a sudden drop of his body, he harnessed the strength from his legs and torso, leaning back forcefully. In that instant of impact, Tyson realized his fate was sealed. The former champion's dignity was at stake. The disparity in strength was entirely insurmountable. After pushing Tyson aside, Sue executed a deceptive pivot. With his elite post footwork on full display, he deceived Tyson Chandler's defensive balance, turned to face the basket, and executed a thunderous dunk. Bam! Tyson, rooted beneath the basket, had barely enough time to jump before Sue swiftly dunked over him, If there were a perfect posture for being dunked on, it would undoubtedly resemble this. I heard you wanted me to experience the intensity of the DPOY. Just as Tyson was grappling with the bitter reality, Sue's voice jolted him from his stupor. Sue looked at the champion and shook his head. If I don't savor this moment, it would appear that I lack appreciation for the finer things. However, is this all there is to the DPOY? Is this all there is? These words pierced Tyson Chandler's heart deeply, leaving the veteran champion struggling to catch his breath for much of the first quarter. Yet, Sue was undeterred. He came to the Lakers to win games. The home crowd erupted in cheers as he executed his offensive play. As the first quarter concluded, Sue had played 12 minutes, scoring 20 points, grabbing 8 rebounds, and blocking 4 shots. His shooting percentage was nothing short of astounding, 10 for 10. With not a single miss, such remarkable offensive efficiency that even Kobe took the initiative to hand Sue Pan a towel and water after the first quarter. Russell went as far as to place a drink right in front of Sue Pan, exclaiming, "Big pot, drink up." Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received official notification from the NBA. Sue Pan, with his astounding 20 points in a single quarter, has set a new record for the highest scoring quarter in an NBA debut. Boom! The fans erupted in a thunderous roar, their excitement palpable. Facing former best defensive player, the great Tyson, Sue Pan's 20 points in a single quarter have etched his name into the annals of NBA history. Staples Center's crowd began chanting Sue Pan's name in unison. The Lakers' own commentators. They too were fervently explaining the significance of the moment. Not only is this a record for a debut quarter, but Sue Pan is also on the verge of surpassing Wilt Chamberlain's debut record of 43 points. It's worth noting that this record has stood for over 50 years in the NBA. The fans grew even more exhilarated. The highest debut record in the NBA is 43 points, set by Chamberlain, who not only shattered the debut scoring record with 43 points, 28 rebounds, and 3 blocks, but also established the debut rebounding record. This record has remained untouched for over half a century. All basketball enthusiasts around the globe are eagerly anticipating Sue Pan rewriting this historic milestone. My goodness, he already has 20 points, just 23 points shy. Goodness, this year's #1 draft pick is rather astonishing. The prospect of 43 points seems highly feasible, and 28 rebounds is also within reach. A prodigy, a celestial being has graced us. The Timberwolves have proven to be rather foolish. How is it that every fortunate event seems to favor the Lakers? I am utterly impressed. Following the trade of Divac for Kobe, the Lakers have crafted yet another masterpiece. On the other side, Timberwolves general manager Scott Layden is also watching the Lakers game, but he appears tense, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The better Sue Pan performs, the more foolish his draft day trade appears. Scott Layden is filled with regret, wishing he had known Sue Pan would display such talent in the NBA. Even if the Lakers had offered them Kobe, they would never have considered trading Sue Pan. But now, the die is cast. He can only silently pray that Sue Pan is merely a fleeting phenomenon. By the way, how is our team faring in today's game? Scott Layden inquired of his assistant. Well, our debut opponent is quite formidable. The Thunder. If all goes as expected, the assistant hesitated. If all goes as expected, what? We are getting crushed. With over 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, we are already down by 22 points. Scott Layden felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly losing consciousness. Yet, as the team's general manager, he had some resilience. After somewhat calming his nerves, Scott Layden took a deep breath. How many points did Julius Randle score? And what about Roy Hibbert's stats? After all, their draft day trade was centered around the young rookie Randle and the former All-Star center Hibbert, although Randle played only 4 games last season. His potential is promising, making him a valuable power forward. If they hadn't lost to Sue Pan by such a margin, it wouldn't seem so dire. Manager, the assistant replied with difficulty. Roy Hibbert scored 6 points and 4 rebounds. Scott Layden furrowed his brow and pressed on. What about Julius Randle? Randle currently has 16 points and 6 rebounds. Scott Layden exhaled slightly. Not that Randle's performance was commendable, but at least it wasn't a total disaster. The assistant, however, added quietly, but Randle is shooting 4 for 16. Scott Layden nearly spat blood. A shooting percentage of 25. This is outrageous. Randle, who taught you math? 16 shots for 16 points means I have a 100 shooting rate. In that moment, Scott Layden repeatedly chanted within himself, "Supan, please do not break the record. Do not break Chamberlain's debut record." Yet the performance on the court is beyond his control, as the first quarter concluded. The Lakers were riding high on their momentum. In contrast, the Suns, who have built their season around a rookie, were struggling, particularly against the Lakers, who seemed to possess an inexplicable buff against them. Kobe had previously delivered 2 game-winning shots against the Suns. Whenever Kobe is present, the Suns fans experience trepidation. The chemistry within the team, both on and off the court, felt amiss, leading to a lackluster offensive performance from the Suns in the first half. Before long, Supan surpassed the 36-point milestone in the first half, just 8 points away from breaking Chamberlain's record. In the third quarter, Supan shifted his focus to rebounds and defense. Then, he disappointed Scott Layden. With over 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Supan executed an alley-oop, securing his 44th point of the game. Upon witnessing this play, the Timberwolves general manager felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over his head. His heart sinking. Ladies and gentlemen, at the moment Supan broke the record, the commentators leaped to their feet in jubilation. Standing before me is the highest-scoring player in an NBA debut. Supan has shattered Wilt Chamberlain's debut scoring record. The Lakers fans were ecstatic, for they had finally found the future of their franchise. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves fans were venting their frustration at their management. Without comparison, there can be no harm. Now, they only wish they could rewind time to that draft moment and prevent their management from trading Supan. In this game, on the Suns' side, Eric Bledsoe scored 14 points, 1 rebound, and 3 assists. Brandon Knight added 12 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist. P.J. Tucker contributed 9 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists. Devin Booker brought hope to Suns fans with 18 points, 1 rebound, and 7 assists, while Tyson Chandler's 4 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 blocks left them in despair. The most pressing issue was that once hailed as a DPOY, Tyson allowed Supan to operate freely. On the Lakers' side, Jeremy Lin and Russell, the dual point guards, delivered standard performances. One with 8 points, 1 rebound, and 7 assists. The other with 10 points, 1 rebound, and 6 assists. As the team star, Kobe still managed to contribute a solid 20 points. 1 rebound, 3 assists, and 2 steals. However, it was not the once mighty Pete Kobe who dismantled the Suns. Rather, it was the true dominator, Supan. Supan finished the game with a staggering 48 points, 29 rebounds, and 8 blocks. It was Supan who rendered this match exceptionally effortless. The in-house commentator, Barkley, was equally exhilarated, sharing with the audience, "Supan's performance surely lives up to his number 1 draft pick status. 48 points. 29 rebounds, 8 blocks. What a remarkable feat. What kind of monster has the Lakers managed to acquire? And we have witnessed history." Meanwhile, the other commentators were equally thrilled, announcing to the audience the records officially recognized by the NBA. Supan not only broke the record for the highest single-game score in an NBA debut, but he also set the record for the highest number of rebounds and blocks in a debut. The only disappointment is that he fell just 2 blocks short of a triple-double, making him the first player in NBA history to achieve a triple-double in his debut. Ladies and gentlemen, a player even more extraordinary than Wilt Chamberlain has emerged tonight. Many fans are ecstatic. The last time Chamberlain's record stood unchallenged for 50 years. Even after Chamberlain's passing, no one could surpass it. Now Supan has created a new legacy, one that will endure alongside the Lakers. On the other side, during the post-game interview, as tonight's MVP, reporters naturally flocked to Supan. Su, this is your NBA debut. What does it feel like to play in the NBA? With a white towel draped around his neck, Supan nonchalantly remarked, "It feels quite good. The competition here is fierce, and I sweated a lot." After speaking, he deliberately wiped the sweat from his forehead with the towel. In response to Supan's comments, the reporter's lips twitched as OU scored nearly 50 points, grabbed almost 30 rebounds, and blocked nearly 10 shots, while going up against the heavyweight champion Tyson. And your only takeaway is that you sweated a lot. Someone call for help. We have a show-off here, but I have no evidence, after calming himself. The reporter continued to smile and inquire, "Su, you set numerous records in your NBA debut tonight. Do you think you will surpass Wilt Chamberlain in the future?" "Records? What records have I broken?" Supan replied, utterly bewildered. The records for debut points, rebounds, and blocks previously held by Wilt Chamberlain. You didn't know? The reporter was taken aback. What the heck? Supan exclaimed. Is the NBA debut record so low? Just 48 points, 29 rebounds, and 8 blocks to break a record? Seriously? Supan genuinely had no idea that he had shattered so many debut records during his game. This interview left the reporters at a loss for words. Their instincts told them that the NBA was about to welcome a new king of show-offs. Meanwhile, Kobe also participated in a reporter's interview. Kobe, Supan broke Wilt Chamberlain's records as his senior. Do you have anything to say? Wilt Chamberlain? Kobe chuckled. The NBA is about to re-enter an era of outside shooting tremors. This guy Supan is even more terrifying than Shaq and Wilt. The reporters were left speechless. This was Kobe's assessment. And he had once teamed up with Shaquille O'Neal to form the indomitable Shaq-Kobe duo. Kobe understood just how fearsome O'Neal was in his prime. Thus, the weight of Kobe's evaluation was truly significant. Now, envisioning Kobe in his twilight years alongside Chamberlain, many began to anticipate the Lakers' performance this season. As the match concluded, news flooded the media. American sports outlets headlined a story about Supan, the new number 1 pick's debut. Scoring 48 points, 29 rebounds, and 8 blocks was astonishing. He broke records that have been sealed for 50 years. The potential of Supan was beyond our comprehension, heralding the arrival of a prodigy who may surpass Wilt Chamberlain. Illuminating the NBA with the light of Asia, American fans were left dumbfounded. They had seen exceptional rookies, but none quite like this. My God. Not 18 points, but 48 points. I thought 28 points was impressive. And this guy scored 48. Don't you think 29 rebounds in his debut is even more outrageous? Spare a moment's pity for the heavyweight champion, the best candidate for boosting confidence in the Middle Kingdom. The young faced Yao Ming and now encountered Supan. How much debt did Tyson owe in his past life? Fortunately, Supan did not utter that phrase. Stop, flip through the newspapers, and take a look. On the second page of the NBA report, there was an exclusive interview with Supan.NBA official. Supan, were you nervous during your debut, since it was your first time in the NBA? Supan, yes, I was definitely nervous. How could I not be? NBA official, how did you overcome it? Supan, by listening to the advice of the older generation. NBA official. Oh, what kind of advice? Supan, I was a bit worried before playing, but after facing Tyson Chandler, I felt I could compete in the NBA. NBA official. Now, one must wonder about Tyson Chandler's psychological shadow area at this moment. Simultaneously, the domestic scene was equally vibrant. Fans who witnessed Supan's record-breaking debut were equally thrilled. As a representative of Chinese fans, Supan enjoyed an exceptionally high-profile treatment at home on the well-known CCTV Evening News. A few minutes were deliberately devoted to report Supan's achievement of 48 points, 29 rebounds, and 8 blocks in the NBA, a remarkable feat that shattered a 50-year-old record. Not only that, but Supan was also personally commended. Fans were overjoyed, exclaiming, "Wow, brothers, we've gone viral." Even CCTV praised us. It's my Supan making waves, featuring on CCTV during his NBA debut. The second coming of Chamberlain teaming up with Kobe to conquer the NBA. I can't even imagine how wonderful the Lakers games will be this year. Indeed, I've been a fan of Supan for a long time. I have been a supporter for 8 years. 8 years, and you dare call yourself a diehard fan. I've been a fan since day one. Calm down, you two. Supan has only been in the league for less than a year. Chamberlain, Yao Ming, Supan. 3 generations of pride for Chinese centers. The Chinese men's basketball team is rising. Brothers, they're the mix-up, laughing to death. What the heck is this Chamberlain pride of China? The basketball realm of the Middle Kingdom was in a celebratory uproar. Supan had become a source of pride for Chinese basketball. An era belonging to Supan was setting sail, riding the winds and waves. Karl Anthony Towns also made his NBA debut tonight, efficiently scoring 20 points, grabbing 8 rebounds, and blocking 3 shots, thus dispelling the skepticism from various media outlets prior to the game. Before the game, many media outlets had relentlessly discussed Towns' dismal performance in the NCAA. Many Philadelphia fans lost confidence in the Towns selected by their team upon hearing about his weak inside game and poor defensive abilities. However, Towns' outstanding performance left all fans astonished, as the core of Philadelphia's rebuilding efforts. Towns was also pleased with his performance, but he quickly returned to the locker room. eager to check how the media was praising him. But as soon as he logged onto the news website, he was met with a full-page depiction of Pan, leaving him frozen in place. What is going on? Did I open the wrong website? Why is it Pan? 48 points, 30 rebounds, and 8 blocks. No way. I clearly opened the NBA site. Why does it keep showing news from 6 months ago about the NCAA? Towns repeatedly refreshed the page, confirming he wasn't on the NCAA site, and then he froze completely. Memories from 6 months ago flooded back. The fear Pan instilled in him during that championship game was still vivid. The opponent must have been a pushover. After all, this is the NBA. Otherwise, how could Pan have achieved such numbers? He then clicked on details and saw that the player defending Pan was none other than Tyson Chandler, a former DPOY. At that moment, Towns' mind went blank. Wong Defa? How could this guy treat the NBA like March Madness? Just then, the equally impressive Nerlens Noel was humming a tune as he walked back to the locker room. Spotting Towns in a daze, he chuckled and turned to tease his teammates and coach. Look at this young one. He plays one good game in the NBA and gets all worked up. Carl, you did well tonight, scoring 20 and grabbing 8 in your debut. I can only imagine what you'll do next. Noel patted Towns on the shoulder. However, when he turned back, he noticed Towns was completely unresponsive. Noel was puzzled. What's wrong? Is he really that excited about a 20-8 performance? He plopped down beside Towns, ready to offer some words of encouragement, but then he noticed Towns' illuminated phone screen. Upon closer inspection, the headline was about Pan's record-breaking achievement that night. Ugh, it's that guy again. The NCAA incident was 6 months ago. Why are you still hung up on it? Wait a moment. 48 points, 29 rebounds, and 8 blocks? In the NBA? This has left Noel utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. As Noel gazed at the dazed Towns, he discreetly glanced at the news on his phone and discovered that the player matched up against Pan was Tyson Chandler. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on Noel's brow. Initially, he had hoped to console Towns by suggesting that he could also dominate lesser opponents like Pan, but the reality was that Pan was a DPOY, and that was beyond his capabilities. The teammates in the locker room also recognized the impact this revelation had on Towns. Brett Brown, the head coach of the 76ers, approached and gently patted Towns on the shoulder. Carl, don't dwell on this that I in my eyes. You're every bit as good as he is. Moreover, you have us. Norris Noel also placed a hand on Towns' shoulder. It's all right, brother, I can help you take care of Pan. You know my defensive prowess. This is the NBA, not the NCAA. Together, we stand a great chance. Upon hearing his teammates' encouragement, Towns finally snapped back to reality, casting a grateful glance towards Noel, standing at 10 meters tall. Noel is a center known for his remarkable mobility. Despite his future performance not being stellar at that time, within the league's environment, his individual defensive ability was undeniably among the very best. As a center, he is one of the few in the league today possessing both interior and perimeter defensive skills that in his rookie season, he posted frightening statistics of 1.8 steals and 9 blocks that, if there is a single drawback to his game, it would be his lack of offensive capability, a deficiency that the arrival of Towns this season could potentially remedy. The 76ers management also recognized Noel's immense talent. If Noel and Towns could join forces, they would undoubtedly form a formidable new age twin tower in the paint. Last year, the 76ers selected Joel Embiid, but his injury-prone nature has severely undermined their trust in him after he was sidelined for the entire previous season and faced another knee injury this summer, leading to 2 consecutive seasons of absence. Thus, at least until Embiid's return, the interior duo of Noel and Towns is their primary focus for development, especially given that both are centers with exceptional mobility, one primarily responsible for offense and the other for defense. By surrounding them with capable ball handlers and 3 and D players, they could craft a team that is undoubtedly the answer to the small ball era. This arrangement would at least ensure that even if Joel Embiid were to turn out to be a colossal disappointment, the combination of Towns and Noel could still guide the 76ers back on track. Moreover, the matchup between the 76ers and Lakers would soon be upon them. Just 7 days later, the 2 teams would meet for the first time this season at the 76ers home court. Many 76ers fans were fervently anticipating this clash. Brothers, I have a feeling that Karl Anthony Towns will perform splendidly in his debut. Although he may not surpass Pan, their styles are entirely different. Towns lost to Supan in college, but their NBA teammates are not the same. With old Kobe, the underwhelming Jeremy Lin, and a mere passer like D'Angelo Russell, how could the Lakers expect to defeat us? I support Carl in seeking revenge against Supan in the NBA. After a triumphant season opener, many 76ers fans began to envision a bright future, heightening their enthusiasm for the rematch between Supan and Towns. There is even a growing confidence that Towns might not necessarily lose to Supan. The morale of the 76ers soared. However, at this moment, many fans across the league were even more eager for another matchup involving the Lakers. Lakers versus Timberwolves. This year is heralded as a golden year for interior prospects. Beyond Supan and Towns, there are also high-caliber players like Okafor and Porzingis, coupled with the Warriors' rise in the small ball era. Every team is in need of a strong interior presence to counteract the Warriors' dominance. It could be said that the primary focus this year is indeed the interior game. The Timberwolves were initially poised to secure a top-tier center. Yet they squandered that opportunity. Many spectators, eager for a chuckle, noted the Timberwolves' dismal defeat today with their newly acquired interior reinforcements, Roy Hibbert and Julius Randle, underperforming. This only added to their amusement. Everyone was keen to see the expression on the Timberwolves' management. The key point is that the Lakers' next game, the third of the regular season, would be against the Timberwolves. The drama was palpable. This game would serve as a test of Timberwolves general manager, Layden's resolve. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if the Timberwolves suffered a crushing defeat and Supan delivered another explosive performance, Layden could very well find himself in jeopardy of being dismissed. Tonight, the Lakers would face their first away game of the new season in Salt Lake City against the Utah Jazz. On the plane, the atmosphere was lively with laughter and chatter. After all, the Jazz have not been a strong team in recent years, and their star player, Gordon Hayward, is not known for exceptional athleticism. Coach, what are you worried about against the Jazz? We're about to secure our second consecutive victory. Russell boasted confidently to Byron Scott. Little did he know that his words were overheard by drowsy Kobe, who promptly removed his eye mask. With just one piercing glance, Russell shrank back, obediently returning to his seat. Even though Kobe was no longer in his prime, his presence still commanded respect. However, once back in his seat, Russell did not remain idle. He turned to inquire of Jeremy Lin beside him. Lin, how do you think the Jazz will fare? Lin pondered before shaking his head. They're average, but their young center is quite intriguing. Hearing this, Russell grew excited that I know that Rudy Gobert, the French tower. Just then, a chilling voice came from behind Russell. It was Kobe. D'Angelo, do not underestimate your opponent. Such words should not reach my ears a second time. The atmosphere on the plane shifted to one of seriousness. Russell instinctively recoiled. Meanwhile, Kobe had lost any desire to continue resting. He was scrutinizing Supan from a distance, letting out a resigned sigh. Byron Scott seemed to sense the concern weighing on Kobe's mind. Prior to the game, he had already discussed this matter with him, the Jazz's center, Rudy Gobert. While his offensive skills leave much to be desired, his rim protection is unparalleled, and he is likely to become a future Defensive Player of the Year. When Gobert first entered the league, he was considered one of the least effective centers. Yet, as the season progressed and the Jazz elevated him to a starting role, Gobert began to shine defensively, averaging 2.4 blocks and 9.8 rebounds. Had he not spent half of last season as a backup, his block average could very well have exceeded 3.0, and his rebounding would have surely reached double digits. The Lakers had considered acquiring Gobert during the offseason, which explains their familiarity with him. However, Supan, as a rookie, is facing the former DPOY in his first game and the future DPOY in his second. For any rookie, this is a hellish start. This is not advantageous for Supan's development in the NBA. Nevertheless, if he aspires to become a legend, facing challenges is an inevitable part of the journey. What is particularly intriguing is that the Jazz have actually entered the fray for Supan this summer, even placing Gobert on the trading block in their pursuit. However, the Jazz's bargaining chips leave much to be desired. Rudy Gobert and Gordon Hayward. The Timberwolves deemed the potential of these two players alarmingly limited. Thus, they completely disregarded the trade proposal. In other words, Rudy Gobert was merely an ancillary piece in the quest for Supi as the plane was about to land. Russell could be heard boasting in the cabin. Rudy Gobert is about to face Wilt Chamberlain. Laughter erupted among his teammates. Just as Russell was poised to continue his monologue, he suddenly noticed the grave expressions on his teammates' faces. Turning around, he saw Kobe standing behind him. Having just returned from the restroom, under Kobe's piercing gaze, Russell dutifully returned to his seat. Nearby, Byron Scott let out a long sigh. These kids nowadays, he mused, recognizing that Russell, after winning a game, was clearly riding high on a wave of arrogance. Yet this was understandable for a rookie who was still marveling at the wonders of the NBA. Upon their return, Kobe found himself seated next to Supan. Rudy Gobert, that guy, is nicknamed the French Tower. His defense is unparalleled, even surpassing Tyson's, he remarked, as everyone began to preoccupy themselves with their respective tasks. Kobe leaned closer to Supan and lowered his voice. However, I discussed with Byron about giving you more opportunities to go one-on-one against him. Since you aspire to be a superstar, you need to hone your skills against top-tier defense. The moniker French Tower indeed piqued Supan's interest, prompting a slight smile. But let us not forget, I'm still the Pangu of the Celestial Empire. Kobe raised an eyebrow in surprise, merely smiling without a word. Observing Kobe's reaction, Russell couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why don't you call him out for acting tough? He thought, feeling the sting of double standards. Meanwhile, in Salt Lake City, Gobert was half-heartedly addressing a call from the team manager regarding the game. Anger simmered within him, as he was acutely aware that the Jazz had been positioning him as a mere trade asset this summer. I've only been in the league for 2 years, and you already want to put me on the shelf? The Jazz had promised him a path to stardom just last season, only to turn around and seek to trade him for Supan. After dismissing the manager's call, Gobert's cold gaze fell upon the announcement for tomorrow's game. He resolved to make an impression in the upcoming match. He would ensure Supan understood what it meant to face the strongest interior defender in the new era of the league. Consequently, this matchup, which initially garnered little attention, was granted prime time for a nationwide broadcast. The collision between Gobert and Supan captivated many fans' interest. The NBA would not let this opportunity slip by. On the other side, after a bumpy ride, the Lakers arrived at the Salt Lake City airport. As Supan disembarked, he was met with an unexpected sight. In the airport lobby stood a woman with flowing blonde waves and sunglasses. Her slender figure accentuated by a form-fitting black knit dress and thigh-high boots, showcasing her flawless physique. And Hathaway, Supan recognized her instantly. "Who are you waiting for?" he inquired. "Who do you think?" and shot back. "If not you, am I waiting for D'Angelo Russell?" Russell's expression froze, feeling utterly humiliated. What the hell? He thought, suddenly feeling out of place. Kobe gives me no respect on the plane, and now the goddess does the same off it. I'm a second overall pick. Why is my status so low? Around him, his Lakers teammates shot him envious glances. Bro, just kill me. Give Supan a boost. Can I join you? I'm a single guy. And it's in Hathaway. Wow. Supan, take it easy tonight. As Supan felt the piercing gazes of his teammates, cold sweat broke out on his back. Kobe, having just exited the terminal, raised an eyebrow at the scene. I've played nearly 20 years in Los Angeles, and I've never seen an Hathaway come watch me play, let alone at the airport. Nearby, Russell whispered, if you hadn't team-married Vanessa, she might have come to see you. Kobe nodded in realization. Soon after, Supan finished speaking with an Hathaway and boarded the team bus to the hotel. Turned out Hathaway was in Salt Lake City for a business advertisement and took the opportunity to watch Supan's game. Thus, this evening, Hathaway would be present at the game. Supan settled into the bus. He couldn't help but crack his knuckles, producing a satisfying sound. With such a beautiful spectator, I cannot falter. Before long, the much-anticipated Jazz versus Lakers game commenced. Supan's debut did see him triumph over Tyson Chandler. But come on, Tyson was already in his 30s. What was there to boast about? During the pre-game interview, Gobert addressed the cameras, seemingly venting his frustration over being treated as a trade asset. I am the true super defender of the new era, he declared confidently, a smirk playing on his lips. I will show him what DPOY-level defense truly is. As soon as these words escaped his mouth, the reporter's eyes lit up. This was precisely the kind of pre-game bravado they craved. Gobert's statements were promptly disseminated across various platforms, prompting many fans to furrow their brows in confusion. In the Celestial Empire, many fans were left scratching their heads. Rudy Gobert? Who is this guy? Meanwhile, In the live broadcast room, sport commentators Yang Yi and Wang Ming expressed their nervousness about Su Pan's upcoming match against Gobert. Recalling his remarkable emergence last season, AS, one of the few towering centers in the league, Gobert had made a name for himself with astonishing shot-blocking abilities, instilling fear in many teams attempting to penetrate the paint. Yang Yi awkwardly introduced Su Pan's opponent. Now, let us not even discuss Gobert's offense. His defense is undoubtedly elite. He is nicknamed the French Tower. Just listen to that. Wang Ming nodded vigorously in agreement. Last year, Gobert started 37 games, averaging just 26 minutes on the floor, yet he managed to contribute 2.4 blocks per game. This year, he's a dark horse contender for DPOY, an all-defensive first team. As the season opener neared, Gobert had already racked up 12 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 blocks. Su Pan must not underestimate him. Even the female host, dressed in a sultry miniskirt, blushed and nodded vigorously in agreement. Upon hearing this, many viewers began to worry. What? The Jazz's center is that formidable? I remember Gobert being quite mediocre, the subject of many jokes across the league. That was then, this is now. Don't keep dragging the past into the present. Su Pan is just unlucky, facing 2 DPOY contenders in his first 2 games. Don't be so pessimistic. Even the champion boxer was taken down by Su Pan. Let us not get into that. It's a different situation since we're from the Celestial Empire and we have our own advantages. Soon, the game commenced. Players from both sides strode onto the court, with Su Pan and Gobert standing at center court. Gobert, one of the few towering centers in the league with a long wingspan, matched Su Pan's stature almost equally. Setting aside their dimensions, in terms of length, Gobert and Su Pan were indeed comparable. Many spectators sensed that tonight's contest was destined to be a fierce battle. In the broadcasting studio, the 2 commentators expressed their astonishment. In terms of physique, Gobert's height and reach were no less than Su Pan's, so let us observe their performance on the court. First, let us focus on the jump ball. Hoping to secure an early lead, as soon as the words were spoken, both players leapt into action simultaneously. Although their static attributes were quite similar, in terms of dynamic abilities, they were worlds apart. Bang! Su Pan's remarkable leaping ability allowed him to effortlessly seize the opening jump ball. It became evident that, when airborne, Su Pan was indeed a sight to behold, leaving Gobert in a dummy the moment the jump ball was completed. A familiar scene unfolded before the eyes of the crowd. Under the watchful gaze of the Salt Lake City fans, Su Pan took gigantic strides. Boom! In less than 3 seconds, he had already traversed from midcourt to the vicinity of the opponent's paint. Whoosh! With a swift flick of his wrist, Russell set Su Pan in motion for a leap. The alley-oop was executed flawlessly. Once again, the familiar opening alley-oop was perfectly completed. OMG! The fans from Salt Lake City were left astonished. They had never witnessed such an exaggerated fast break before. The coaching staff of the Jazz were equally bewildered. In the brief moment they looked down, the Lakers had already scored, although they had heard tales of Su Pan's terrifying alley-oops. They did not anticipate that Gobert would be unable to thwart this individual. The arena fell into silence at that moment. In the broadcasting studio, Wang Ming's eyes widened in excitement as he spoke animatedly. Even in the face of Rudy Gobert, Su Pan's explosive opening play had left an indelible mark. This was rapidly becoming Su Pan's signature move. At this rate, the fans might even bestow a nickname upon it. Yang Yi beside him breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Gobert was not adequately prepared for his matchup against Su Pan. Yet, Yang Yi was mistaken in reality, Rudy Gobert was indeed well prepared for the confrontation with Su Pan. On the contrary, he had made thorough preparations. The only reason Su Pan managed to execute the alley-oop was that Gobert simply could not keep up. The Su Pan speed was astonishingly swift, akin to that of a velociraptor. In an instant, Gobert felt a wave of unease wash over him. Tonight was going to be a challenge. However, the challenges were far from over. During the Jazz's offensive possession, Gordon Hayward's pick-and-roll jumper was initially on target. Moreover, Hayward had kept a keen eye on Su Pan's positioning, opting for the jumper only after confirming that Su Pan had retreated into the paint. Just as he released the shot, a shadow loomed overhead. Su Pan, soaring from the paint, swatted the ascending basketball with a mighty slap. Whack! Su Pan's emphatic rejection sent the ball flying. Standing beside Su Pan, Gobert had a clear view of the terrifying distance Su Pan leaped from. He merely glanced at his teammate's position, only to turn back and find Supin already airborne, sending the basketball careening away. First, it was Supin's speed, then his vertical leap. The combination of these two elements left Gobert in disbelief. Turning his attention back, Supin established position in the low post, facing Gobert directly. Here it comes, the one-on-one between Supin and Gobert. The moment has arrived to test Supin's offensive prowess. This also served as a moment to evaluate Gobert's defensive capabilities. In the broadcasting studio, the commentators engaged the viewers, directing their focus toward the action unfolding in the paint. Everyone eagerly anticipated the first direct clash between these two titans tonight on the court. Gobert planted his feet firmly, exerting all his strength, gritting his teeth in determination. Now he could only hope that his power would be sufficient to contend with Supin in terms of speed, vertical leap, and reflexes. He was clearly at a disadvantage. The more Gobert pondered the matter, the more his scalp tingled with apprehension. Were they ready? Just then, Supin's voice resonated. Here, I come, in the next moment. A shoulder charged towards him. Boom! In an instant, Gobert was overwhelmed by an intense urge to retreat to France. Supin's collision nearly transported him to another realm. Without mercy, Supin launched himself upward, forcefully dunking over Gobert. The ferocity of the dunk, combined with its sheer momentum, sent Gobert crashing to the floor. Gobert sat there, stunned. After colliding with Supin, he realized that he was no match for Supin's strength that I heard to the future Defensive Player of the Year. Supin grasped the rim and, once his momentum subsided, landed smoothly. He surveyed the dazed Gobert on the ground, far inferior to Tyson Chandler. Within the span of a minute, Gobert's perspective had completely shifted. From speed to vertical leap, and now to strength, Supin was simply too formidable. Engaging in a head-to-head confrontation would be akin to digging his own grave. Simultaneously, in the broadcasting studio, Yang Yi and Wang Meng's earlier tension evaporated in an instant. Wang Meng observed the situation on the court, chuckling. Initially worried about Supin, he was now amused as Supin effortlessly bulldozed through. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi also laughed. The French Tower is getting dominated live. The two commentators elicited laughter from numerous viewers in the studio. The comment section was inundated with exclamations about the French Tower being overwhelmed. Even Mina, who was watching the game nearby, waved her little fists, silently echoing that sentiment. But on the court, it was now the Jazz's turn to attack. Hayward could hardly tear his gaze away from Supin. Supin's ability to contest shots was simply too formidable. Experience told him that he could not afford to shoot recklessly as he had in the past, lest he be met with a punishing rejection. This time, he opted to run a pick and roll with Gobert, drawing Supin out before feeding Gobert the ball. However, even feeding Gobert could not be done carelessly, for interference could easily arise from others. Hayward and Gobert exchanged knowing glances. Whoosh! After completing the pick, Hayward chose to execute an alley-oop pass. As it turned out, raising the arc of the pass proved effective, as Supin's attempt to intercept it fell short. This provided Gobert with the perfect opportunity to cut inside and receive the ball. Bang! The ball landed in Gobert's hands. Had it been anyone else defending, Gobert would undoubtedly have slammed it home with a two-handed dunk. But just as Gobert took a step to gather the ball, disaster struck. The very Supin who had just leapt to intercept the pass was now sprinting back into the fray. As he returned, his block was instantaneous. This time, Supin's leap reached even greater heights, his right hand extending towards the basketball. Bang! Gobert felt the ball slip from his grasp. As he looked down, Supin had single-handedly snatched his basketball. Landing smoothly, boom! The arena erupted in chaos. Spectators clutched their heads in astonishment, their gasps echoing throughout. Wang Defa. In the blink of an eye, he had transitioned from intercepting a pass to swatting a shot. His athletic prowess was simply terrifying. This was not merely an issue of vertical leap. His mobility was utterly outrageous. On the sidelines, not far from the VIP seats, and Hathaway, her cheeks flushed with excitement, stood up fervently applauding, her eyes sparkling with delight as she had completely succumbed to being a devoted fan of Su P and AT that moment. Having successfully executed a cap grab, Su Pan leisurely tossed the ball forward. Passing it to Russell as he initiated a fast break. He waved and smiled at Hathaway in the stands. The broadcaster thoughtfully captured this interaction, leaving Wang Meng and his companions utterly dumbfounded. "What is going on?" they exclaimed. "Su Pan, aren't you supposed to be playing? How can you be flirting with a girl on the court?" As they watched the Lakers score effortlessly while Su Pan maintained his playful interaction with Hathaway. Wang Meng and Yang exchanged knowing glances that it dawned on them that despite their pre-game jitters, Su Pan was treating the competition with utter disdain. Flirting on the court? He was undoubtedly the first in NBA history to do so. Turning back to the Lakers' offensive play, Kobe held the ball and called for a strategy. This time, they employed the same tactics as the Jazz, a screen and roll leading to an alley-oop. The Jazz quickly recognized this and attempted to tighten their defense. But they were regrettably a step too late. The same strategy yielded a drastically different result as Su Pan swiftly penetrated the paint, soaring high. Crash! In the blink of an eye, he emphatically dunked over Gobert. Beep! Simultaneously, Gobert's defensive effort collided with Su Pan's arm, sending him to the free throw line. Though both plays aimed for an alley-oop, the outcomes were strikingly disparate. Jazz coach Quinn Snyder nearly lost consciousness in his seat. Realizing that had they been more resolute during trade negotiations, Su Pan might very well have been a member of the Jazz. This truly the future DPOY. After completing his free throw, Su Pan glanced at Gobert and remarked, "You've single-handedly diminished the standard for the DPOY." Upon hearing this, Gobert was taken aback. The sting of such words felt like a dagger to the heart. Yet, just when one might think things couldn't get worse, Russell, who had missed all the excitement, finally rushed over to celebrate with Su Pan while simultaneously complaining to Kobe, "Boss, aren't you a one-on-one player? Why do you keep passing to Su Pan? Can't you score a few yourself? Stop feeding him." Observing Russell, who was oblivious to the recent events, Gobert felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. "You truly are my good brother." In that moment, Gobert even contemplated treating Russell to a lavish dinner in France. However, Russell's next words nearly made Gobert choke. "I'm the team's point guard. Don't steal my assists. Su Pan's alley-oop was too easy, and I want to assist him." This left Gobert utterly speechless. "Am I now just a machine for you two to rack up assists? Goodness, is there not a single sane person on this team?" In the first quarter, the Lakers displayed a dominating performance, while the Jazz could only muster a pitiful 13 points, with Hayward in the team's second scoring option. Favors contributing the sole points. The Lakers, on the other hand, exploded with 35 points, creating a 20-point lead by the end of the first quarter. Su Pan notably recorded 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 blocks in just one quarter, achieving a double-double in record time while also delivering 4 blocks. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Pan has once again shattered records. He has become the first player in NBA history to post a double-double in both his debut and second games. Achieving this feat within a single quarter, Su Pan has indeed entered the NBA as a record-breaking machine. Witnessing such a dismal performance, many Jazz fans closed their eyes, unable to bear the brutal reality of the game. In the broadcast studio, Wang Meng humorously quipped, "Gobert has been turned into a punching bag." The concerns of fans regarding Su Pan dissipated entirely due to his remarkable first-quarter performance. That moment. The Lakers' management was also engrossed in the game. General Manager Kupchak swirled his wine glass, a radiant smile gracing his face, thoroughly pleased with this year's audacious trade. After savoring a couple of sips of coffee, he let out a contented sigh and turned to converse with Magic Johnson. It has been proven that even the potential future Defensive Player of the Year cannot contain Su Pan in one-on-one situations. We were right. The future of the league belongs to Su Pan. Magic Johnson nodded in agreement, though his words carried a hint of regret. Su Pan's prowess had been compellingly validated, yet the current roster still lacked completeness. In fact, Gordon Hayward is part of my plans. However, acquiring him will not be easy given his skill level and potential. Kupchak furrowed his brow slightly. Following the acquisition of Su Pan, the Lakers' strength had rapidly improved, and they had found a clear direction for future development. Yet, competing for the championship with the current lineup would be a formidable challenge. However, should they manage to secure effective reinforcements, they would instantly become contenders. Gordon Hayward stands out as the prime candidate in the Lakers' plans. Once a highly regarded player with the Jazz, he averaged 20 points per game last season and possesses commendable one-on-one and off-ball skills. He is poised to potentially become a superstar in the future. His character is humble, ambitious, and he does not dominate ball possession that if he were to join the Lakers, Kobe would undoubtedly appreciate him. In post-retirement, he and Pan would likely form the Lakers' dual core. Thus, in each game of the first half of the season, the Lakers not only aim for a higher ranking, but also seek to identify their next acquisition. The challenge of securing Gordon Hayward is considerably greater than that of acquiring Paul George. Kupchak sighed, shaking his head. Moreover, I still believe he does not possess the same height as Paul George. Magic Johnson nodded in agreement. You are correct. In the current NBA trade market, Hayward's value as a small forward has remained consistently high due to his developed skills. Conversely, Paul George, having suffered a devastating injury, has seen his value plummet from being a top 3 small forward to possibly the 10th, or even lower, and team dares gamble on whether he can return to his pre-injury form. If we truly wish to trade for Hayward, the Lakers will undoubtedly need to offer more valuable assets than those for Paul George. Kupchak scrutinized the players on the court. MJ, what do you think of that undersized power forward, Derek Favors? Magic Johnson paused for a moment, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The Lakers were not only searching for a small forward, but also a power forward. While Sadie Osman's abilities were decent, he had a low ceiling and struggled under pressure in critical games. Derek Favors of the Jazz averaged 16 points and 8 rebounds last season. Though he shares the same height of 2.04 meters with Osman, he possesses a commendable mid-range shooting ability, gradually evolving into a proficient stretch four. I don't believe his functionality exceeds that of Osman, and his three-point shooting hovers just above 30, Magic Johnson remarked, shaking his head as he observed Derek Favors on the court. I'm not willing to gamble that he'll improve his three-point shooting to 40. If we opt for a smaller power forward, three-point shooting is an essential skill. To speak candidly, Cedric Young is also practicing his three-point shooting. If we were to bring him on board, we might as well wait for Cedric Young. Kupchak nodded in agreement. The advent of the small ball era has had a profound impact on interior players. However, it is not the twilight of the traditional center as perpetuated by the media. After all, the so-called twilight of the center simply stems from the absence of a dominant superstar center in recent years. The true positions most affected are the small forward and power forward spots. The blurring of these two roles has led to an increasing demand for players in the 3 and 4 positions to possess three-point shooting abilities to create spacing. Currently, the most elusive asset in the league is a forward capable of shooting from beyond the arc. MJ, what do you think of their power forward PJ Tucker during the last game against the Suns? I have always believed in his potential. Magic Johnson immediately broke into a smile that I have been observing him for quite some time. Although he is shorter in stature, he possesses tremendous strength, excels in rebounding, and has an impressive three-point shooting accuracy of over 40%. If we could integrate him into our team, it would indeed enhance our capabilities, particularly in expanding Sue's space in the paint. So, you also think he has potential? Kupchak seemed surprised, having assumed you might be concerned about his height. In that moment, Kupchak and Magic reached a consensus. PJ Tucker appears to be their most promising option for a power forward. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in conversation, the first half of the game came to a close. The score difference had reached 22 points. With Sue having already amassed 40 points, 21 rebounds, and 6 blocks in just one half. His 20 rebounds and 40 points in a single half both set new records for NBA rookies. No one expected that after breaking Zhang Dashuai's record in his debut, Sue would surpass Zhang's performance in his second game. The media was in a frenzy, having reported on the NBA for years without witnessing such a phenomenal player. Although a significant portion of Sue's 40 points came from the team deliberately giving him the ball to attack Gobert, his astonishing 85% shooting accuracy in the paint made it clear to everyone that as long as the ball is in Sue's hands, he can convert it into points. As the second half commenced, the Jazz seemed utterly demoralized, and Coach Snyder had completely surrendered. The game concluded with a score of 118-92 as the Lakers triumphed over Salt Lake City, marking 2 consecutive victories to start the new season. In this match, Sue played merely 22 minutes, yet scored 48 points, grabbed 26 rebounds, and recorded 8 blocks, although these stats did not show a significant improvement compared to his debut. It is important to note that Su hardly played in the second half. Many fans, upon seeing these numbers, felt a surge of anxiety. If he could just add 2 more blocks, Su would have achieved a historic triple-double of 40 points, 25 rebounds, and 10 blocks, becoming the youngest player ever to do so. Alas, he fell short by just 2. Of course, everyone knows that while Su's triple-double may be delayed, it will certainly not be absent. Even the commentators, upon witnessing these statistics, jested with smiles, remarking on how, in the twilight of Kobe's career, he was able to shatter the notion that he would never pass the ball, thanks to Su. Many fans erupted in laughter, as numerous Kobe enthusiasts had never witnessed their idol so willingly sharing the ball. It was evident that on the court, Kobe was patting Su's back with a look of affection in his eyes, underscoring his desire to do so. When the post-game interviews commenced, Russell was the first to rush in front of the camera, lamenting to the fans, "I must have seen a ghost. I thought I was going to be the Lakers' future playmaker. But instead, I've become a scorer." Russell also performed admirably in this game, contributing 22 points and 8 assists. Kobe and Russell set a new record together, with at least 15 of their combined 26 assists going to Su. A memorable moment unfolded on the court when, after assisting Su, Kobe patiently took the time to talk to him. For nearly 5 minutes, Kobe joyfully passed the ball to Su, while Russell was left to engage in one-on-one plays. Their roles within the team as tactical structure had completely reversed. Onlookers saw Russell, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, "Before I came here, it was all set. I was supposed to be the Lakers' point guard, but they've turned me into a shooting guard." The crowd roared with laughter at that very moment. As the game concluded and before the post-game interviews had finished, articles began to flood the news that in consecutive games, Su had astonished the basketball world. The combination of Su, Russell, and Kobe created an exceptional synergy, with Su elevating both Russell and Kobe's performances, even remedying Kobe's previous tendency to play blindly. Many Lakers fans began to anticipate that in his later years, Kobe could transform into a master facilitator of the league. On the other side, reporters sought Su for an interview. "Su, you've come so close to achieving your first career triple-double, just 2 blocks shy in both games. When do you think you will secure that elusive triple-double?" "It's hard to say," Su shrugged with a smile. "The data I achieve depends on my opponent's performance. That could be 10 games from now, or maybe even the next one." That the fans were momentarily taken aback. They selectively ignored Su's earlier comments, fixating only on the last phrase. Next game, the Lakers are set to face the Timberwolves at that moment. Excitement surged among the fans. The forums erupted with speculation. What did Su mean? Was he preparing to take on the Timberwolves? It seemed like he was just 2 blocks away. Could this be a chance for him to settle the score for the trade? A grudge? The Timberwolves traded him away, and Su should be happy about that. Not hold a grudge. They laughed. Perhaps Su is ready to deliver a grand gift to the Timberwolves in an instant. Fans were laser-focused on the upcoming game against the Timberwolves. Their curiosity piqued as to whether Su could secure his first career triple-double at their expense. The reporters were equally exhilarated. After all, witnessing the number 1 pick dominate the franchise that passed on him would make for an enticing headline. As the game approached, no team was more frenzied than the Timberwolves. General Manager Scott Layden was reading online articles praising Su, and he felt on the verge of losing his mind. The players he acquired were not necessarily poor, but they paled in comparison to Su. One could easily predict that the Timberwolves forum would be filled with vitriolic comments. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Scott opened the forum and glanced at the first post, which caused his expression to freeze. Damn Scott Layden. If only his brain were fully developed, he wouldn't make such a foolish trade. Scrolling further, he found over 400 responses, each one more scathing than the last. Some even penned lengthy essays to send to the Timberwolves management, collectively petitioning for Layden's dismissal. From the fans' perspective, Scott could understand their frustrations. After all, before the draft, fans were thrilled at the prospect of selecting Su. Envisioning a dynamic duo of Su and Wiggins, and feeling a championship was within reach. Yet in just one night, it all vanished. Su was gone. The dream team was lost. The highly anticipated duo of Randall and Clarkson has proven to be 2 veritable black holes for ball possession. On the court, Wiggins, who was a focal point for development last year, scarcely touched the ball. Roy Hibbert, merely a lumbering giant, offered little more than a stout defense while meandering through offensive plays. while one cannot claim he contributed nothing. His input can only be described as limited. It seems that excessive criticism breeds a sort of immunity. Bryant had initially believed his mental fortitude was robust enough to withstand the vitriol. He was curious to see how fans would lambaste him. However, as he scrolled through the comments, his expression grew increasingly grim. I find solace in having a general manager like the one at the Timberwolves. Had I known earlier, we might have made a trade. He is an honorable man. Indeed, had we known, we could have swapped last year's Finals MVP, Iguodala, for Subban. Trading a Finals MVP for a #1 overall pick hardly seems like a loss. Does it? Damn it, what are Warriors fans doing here? Stirring up trouble. Scott Bryant slammed his fist on the table. It was painfully evident to everyone that last year's Finals MVP debacle was an utter fiasco. Even if a trade were to occur, they would undoubtedly offer Subban in exchange for Curry. Wait, there are still rational voices. I believe the Timberwolves general manager is quite commendable. The corners of Scott Bryant's mouth lifted slightly, surprised that someone chose to side with him. However, this post was riddled with ellipses, necessitating a continuous scroll to uncover the subsequent commentary. Upon reaching the end, Scott Bryant encountered a statement. As a Lakers fan, I am elated. Glancing at the opposing Lakers surrender, also known as the Spirit of Mamba, Scott Bryant nearly fainted in front of his computer. Fans from various teams visiting the Timberwolves forum made the Timberwolves supporters feel like mere clowns for others' amusement. Meanwhile, Timberwolves fans were left to vent their frustrations. Public outrage had reached a boiling point. Were it not for the Timberwolves' stringent protection of management's personal privacy, one might have found die-hard Timberwolves fans lurking outside his door, poised to exact vengeance on the team's primary scapegoat. I could see that moment. The phone on the desk rang. Already incensed, Bryant answered the call without a second thought, unleashing a tirade that I said, "Don't disturb me. I am busy. Can't you comprehend human speech?" Yet in the next instant, Scott Bryant's expression froze as he carefully cradled the phone. "No, boss, let me explain." The busy signal on the other end left Scott Bryant sitting in stunned silence. The boss had only uttered one imperative. The next game must be a victory. The implication of this statement was unmistakable. Having relinquished Subban and with the Timberwolves' recent acquisitions falling short of expectations, losing to the Lakers could very well jeopardize his position. The game against the Lakers was just 2 days away. Bryant could only hope for a miracle if they could triumph over the Lakers. Everything would be manageable. On the other hand, Subban remained blissfully unaware that his explosive performance had been a source of considerable distress for the Timberwolves general manager. He was currently enjoying a delightful evening with Anne Hathaway. Such a beauty! How could Subban possibly decline an invitation to dinner? The chosen location was rather intriguing, a luxurious high-rise hotel in Los Angeles, renowned for being a favored haunt of Hollywood stars and local elites. Many notable personalities maintained fixed accommodations here, some even establishing long-term partnerships to secure a personal suite. Although it was a hotel, the rooftop restaurant offered an exquisite dining experience. The choice of venue for a first date was subtly suggestive. Seated by the window in a private room on the top floor, Subban marveled at the nearby night skyline, with the splendid Los Angeles lights twinkling below. Had he been in Minnesota, such sights would be entirely out of reach. In Los Angeles, luxury cars, beautiful women, and stunning views abounded. What could be more delightful? Subban raised his glass of red wine, first offering apology to Anne Hathaway. "I've been meaning to apologize in person. I truly regret my recklessness during the finals." No sooner had the words left his lips than Anne Hathaway's cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. "A bit reckless is fine. I like it. What did you say?" "Nothing. I was just saying, given your sincerity, it seems the promise you made to repay me was genuine. I see that." Subban lifted his wine glass, casting a glance at Hathaway. This evening, she dazzled in a classic black gown, adorned with a crystal necklace that accentuated her flawless, swan-like neck. Illuminated by the ambient light, she exuded an air of Hollywood royalty, a blend of innocence and subtle elegance. The title of America's sweetheart was well-deserved. With such evident attraction, Subban wasted no time in responding with conviction. Subban, never tell lies." Thus, Subban and Anne Hathaway enjoyed a meal together before proceeding to the hotel for more private matters. However, This was, after all, a hotspot for Hollywood celebrities. Aside from diners, numerous others with cameras awaited the perfect moment to capture a shot as the couple exited the restaurant en route to their room. Reporters managed to seize the moment. That night, sensational headlines about Su Pan flooded the media, with stories of Hollywood's new darling and the NBA's #1 pick succumbing to a lure dominating the narrative. The most attention-grabbing headline read, "Beauty and the Beast." The photograph featured Su Pan holding Anne Hathaway's hand, making their way into the room. The imposing figure of Su Pan juxtaposed with Hathaway's petite stature created a striking visual impact. Many American men found their dreams crushed that night as they gritted their teeth, trying to forget the shocking report they had just witnessed. The following day, as Su Pan emerged from the hotel, he appeared invigorated, though his attire concealed the fierce injuries on his back. Nevertheless, last night he had left the hotel wearing soft slippers, but today he found himself stepping out without having properly donned his shoes. As he walked, discomfort soon set in, prompting him to lean against the wall to put on his shoes. The paparazzi, who had been lurking for hours, were now wide-eyed with excitement. Here they come. A major scoop was finally at hand. The photographers quickly captured the moment and sent it to news outlets, but editors opted to crop it to focus solely on the upper half of their bodies, in their quest for sensationalism. They prioritized views over the allure of the goddess. WY Noon, a headline emerged. Shock. NBA's new #1 pick Su Pan left weak-kneed by Anne Hathaway, reduced to wall support. This news rapidly ascended the media's trending charts, with numerous outlets following suit. Even the Beast cannot escape the princess's tight defense. Exhausted and drained, Su Pan has been rendered powerless. After an intense contest with the beauty, the #1 pick is left in a state of utter depletion. The uproar was felt not only in the NBA sphere, but also reverberated throughout the American entertainment industry. "I told you to ease up. If you break it, you and I are finished." Sigh. The Lakers had mistakenly judged character. They were infatuated with allure before even entering the league. Wait a minute, didn't Su Pan have a fling with a Kardashian before arriving? Which one? The Kardashian family. Known for their defensive prowess? Kim or Khloe? Can I mention both? Good grief. If he can maintain such performance after two, what would happen if he didn't get involved? Who recognizes Su Pan? I want to acknowledge him as my big brother. Not for any other reason than his sister-in-law. I am resolute about this big brother of mine, that if Su Pan can't hold on, I'll step in for him. Form a line, I was here first. Yet, at this moment, Su Pan remained oblivious to the whirlwind surrounding him. Last night, he had been busy practicing ball control with Anne Hathaway. Until the early hours of the morning, he had not succumbed to slumber, only to find himself hastily boarding a flight to Minnesota later that afternoon. How could he possibly find the time to attend to such matters? Upon his arrival at the airport and stepping onto the plane, he noticed the complex expressions on his teammates' faces, particularly the peculiar glances they exchanged, imbued with a mix of suspicion and envy. The odd stares left Su Pan feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Byron Scott gently patted Su Pan's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Su, if you're feeling unwell for tonight's game, it's perfectly acceptable to take a breather." Su Pan blinked in surprise. "I'm perfectly fine. Really, I have no issues at all." Kobe, sitting beside Su Pan, spoke earnestly. Though there are many unsavory examples in the NBA, like Michael Jordan's gambling and Magic Johnson's hedonism, they managed to silence the critics with their victories. Su Pan nodded, acknowledging the truth in Kobe's words. Indeed, many superstars in the NBA indulge in a lavish lifestyle, yet still manage to secure wins. After all, how could Magic Johnson have contracted HIV if he were not living recklessly? And Jordan was a VIP at the Atlanta Gold Club. Yet, why was there no backlash? Because they could clinch championships. If Harden and Howard were to hold a multitude of titles, no one would dare call them nightlife royalty. Su Pan remained non-committal, perplexed as to why Kobe and the coach had suddenly chosen to address him in this manner. Most curiously, both wore expressions that seemed to convey, "We understand that moment." Russell approached with a grin to Su. "You truly are versatile, able to indulge with the Kardashians, yet also stand your ground against Annie's petite frame." "No worries, my friend. We all get it. What you need most now is some quiet recovery." Russell exchanged knowing glances with Kobe and the others, placing a hand on his own waist. "What the hell are you talking about?" Su Pan was utterly bewildered, unable to decipher the cryptic words of his teammates. However, a sudden realization struck him. How did Russell know about Anne Hathaway? He quickly checked his phone and was astounded. There were sensational headlines about his supposed physical frailty, with phrases like too weak to stand and the first pick completely drained, along with references to his kidney issues. Some even claimed he had lost 15 pounds overnight. What the hell? The barrage of shocking news left Pan reeling. It was only when he saw the accompanying image of someone leaning against a wall that he fully grasped the prowess of American journalists. In that instant, he comprehended why his teammates had looked at him in such a manner. Pan chose not to explain, but instead fixed them with a fierce gaze, his expression icy. Rolling his neck in defiance. What's wrong? Russell had never seen Pan like this before. Nothing, Pan replied coldly. He felt it was time for the world to witness his wrath. After all, both he and Anne Hathaway were leading figures in their respective realms, and news of their encounter spread like wildfire across the continent. Jessica Alba, busy in Los Angeles, trembled upon reading the news. Damn it, she seethed, clenching her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury. Anne Hathaway, you were quicker to act than I was. I haven't even had a chance to approach Pan in Los Angeles yet. And you've already shared a hotel room with him. Jessica suddenly realized that Hathaway was not to be underestimated. While she had attempted to orchestrate a connection between them, Hathaway had taken the initiative, leaving her with no opportunity. Once Pan returned to Los Angeles, it would be her turn to make a move. Moreover, if Pan were to falter in the upcoming game due to being drained, the blame would rest squarely on Hathaway's shoulders. She deserved nothing less than condemnation. Meanwhile, in the Minnesota Timberwolves locker room, the assistant coach entered with a troubled expression. Hey, do you guys know? Pan might not perform well in today's game. Not perform well? What does that mean? Forget it. Just check the news for yourselves. A crowd quickly gathered around the assistant coach. After reading the reports, laughter erupted amongst the Timberwolves players. Initially, they had worried about being overshadowed by Pan's current momentum. But seeing the headlines put their fears to rest, especially Randall and Hibbert, who exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions saying, "We get IT as the players who would most likely face Pan in the game." They had expected a formidable opponent. Little did they know, he had fallen prey to matters of the heart. He couldn't possibly be suffering from impotence, could he? Randall stifled a chuckle. This is divine intervention. If tonight they could exploit Pan's vulnerability, it would provide the management and fans with a satisfactory explanation. Roy Hibbert feigned maturity, letting out a dramatic sigh. The youth of today truly worry me. In Minnesota, I've already had 5 starts. He then flashed a mischievous smile, glancing at his teammates. And Hathaway's physique seems rather delicate too. Good grief. If she could reduce Pan to this state, the lad must truly be lacking. His words elicited knowing smiles from the locker room, as everyone understood the underlying implications. With Hibbert broaching the subject, the others couldn't resist joining in. Boozer, while changing his jersey, teased, I have considerable experience playing against players from the East and I know them too well. Their stamina is indeed lacking. After 2 good games, they usually reveal their true colors. And let us not even mention spending so much time with a beauty like Anne Hathaway. Boozer turned, pretending to struggle, clutching his knee as he exaggeratedly exclaimed, "I can't take it anymore. Quick, help me. Where are the meds?" This sent the Timberwolves into fits of laughter. The atmosphere in the locker room became jubilant. Randall, eager to fit in, shared his own experiences. Looking at him now, I'd wager he went 5 rounds last night. I suspect he has turned into a zombie. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter, albeit less boisterous than before. Randall's comment, while not erroneous, left many Timberwolves players feeling a bit uncomfortable. Why were they in the NBA? Apart from providing for their families, it was undoubtedly for the luxurious lifestyle filled with fast cars and beautiful women. But the issue was Hathaway was a Hollywood A-lister. She wouldn't even glance at them when out and about. Yet, she was entangled with Pan, a rookie just making his mark in the league. In 5 rounds in one night? Unbelievable. Although they mocked Pan verbally, they secretly envied him. If they had even a fraction of that experience, they would feel they had missed out. One less opportunity would haunt them for months. While they laughed on the outside, their hearts wept that moment. They wished to see Pan thoroughly humiliated. Nevertheless, the Timberwolves players might jest about Supan, but Randall and Hibbert were resolute in their intention to teach him a lesson during the game. Especially Randall, who yearned to show Supan what a true man was capable of. As a former key player cultivated by the Lakers, he has now been traded to the Timberwolves as a bargaining chip. Departing from the bustling city of Los Angeles, he has arrived in the frigid climes of Minnesota, a place so inhospitable that even the birds would hesitate to defecate there. The Lakers' decision has left Randall feeling utterly humiliated. Although he played only a handful of games last season due to a mere fracture, he firmly believes he is destined to be a future superstar. This lingering resentment fuels his desire for vengeance. On the court, he aims to take it out on Supan, proving that the Lakers made a grave error in their judgment. Clad in his jersey, Randall's eyes blaze with intensity as Supan. Here I come. Meanwhile, in the Timberwolves' office, General Manager Scott Layden, clutching a newspaper, is also smiling. War trade? Such fortuitous circumstances. Fortune has not forsaken me. Supan. It seems that Providence favors the astute. A radiant smile spreads across Scott Layden's face as he leans against the wall for support. How on earth are they supposed to play? The young Timberwolves might just run Supan ragged. Regardless, after today, his job is secure. Before the game commences, the Lakers players arrive at Target Center, oblivious to the vibrant atmosphere outside. Typically, Minnesota is considered a small market in the league, geographically isolated and lacking star power. Outside of the playoffs, it is challenging to guarantee a full house during the regular season. However, today is different. The matchup between the Lakers and the Timberwolves, coupled with the buzz surrounding the #1 draft pick, is further amplified by the narrative of Supan and Hathaway. This piques the curiosity of many Timberwolves fans, eager to see how their former #1 pick performs on the court. Yet since Supan has been traded to the Lakers, these fans secretly hope for his dismal performance, seeking solace in the belief that the trade was not a loss. Thus, an unprecedented scene unfolds in NBA history. A throng of Timberwolves fans, anticipating Supan's performance, brandish an array of signs while fervently chanting his name. At first glance, one might mistake them for supportive fans. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the Minnesota fans have crafted various signs with phrases such as, Supan is weak, Su needs support, Su is powerless, and quick, take kidney supplements. The journalists present are left astounded. The last time they witnessed Timberwolves fans this fervent was a decade ago during the playoffs. This is truly unprecedented. The era of the Splash Brothers and the Golden State's Iron Triangle has officially come to an end. Perhaps this will be the most frenzied game ever in Minnesota's home history. The announcers in attendance feel the unprecedented fervor in the atmosphere. It is hard to fathom how Supan will perform amidst such a cacophony of boos. The pressure on a rookie who has only played 3 games in the league is undoubtedly immense. Even the announcers did not anticipate such sensational headlines before the game began. During warm-ups, a fearless reporter approaches Supan directly. Su, it seems the fans of Minnesota are not particularly friendly towards you. Can you explain the meaning behind those peculiar chants? The reporter is clearly intent on mocking Supan. Nevertheless, in response to the reporter's taunts, Supan simply states, shut your mouth and enjoy. With this remark, the boos intensify in the distance. Kobe shakes his head slightly. Even he did not expect that a regular season game could evoke such playoff-like intensity. Originally, Kobe intended to offer some words of comfort to Supan, encouraging him to relax. But upon witnessing Supan's unwavering focus, he realizes his efforts are unnecessary. Before long, the game begins. The starting lineups are announced. For the Timberwolves, the starting roster includes Ricky Rubio, Zach LaVine, Andrew Wiggins, Julius Randle, and Roy Hibbert. The Lakers maintain their original lineup of Jeremy Lin, D'Angelo Russell, Kobe Bryant, Julius Randle, and Supan, amidst the continuous jeering and chants from the fans. The players take to the court. The referee tosses the ball into the air, and the game is underway in the jump ball. The 30-year-old Hibbert is no match for Supan. With an expressionless demeanor, Supan prevails in the jump against Hibbert. He then prepares for a fast break, opting for his signature alley-oop. Although Hibbert was once a member of the all-defensive team, he no longer possesses the agility of his prime and has never been an agile center. Hibbert attempts to block, but alas, he is powerless to stop Supan. who glides past him effortlessly. However, Randall is different. His mobility has always been his forte, and the team has assigned him the task of impeding Pan's offensive drive. Randall swiftly closes in truth. His mission is not merely to stop Pan, but to delay his advance until Hibbert can recover on defense, forcing Pan to abandon his inside attack. Logically, this is the optimal strategy. Yet tonight, Pan is evidently more formidable than the previous two games. With Randall keeping pace beside him, he chooses to leap from just inside the free throw line. Randall is in pursuit. Can Pan really attempt to score from this position? What? He takes off from the free throw line. The commentators are left speechless as they witness Pan ascend. Even Randall, running alongside him, is astounded. No way, are you really going to dunk from there? Are you a helicopter? The next moment, Randall feels the light above him dim as he looks up to see Pan soaring above him. In response, he instinctively leaps to intercept. For Randall, there are two pieces of news. The good news is that Russell's pass was slightly off, a bit too strong. The bad news is that he has underestimated Pan's athletic prowess. As Pan leaps into the air, he uses his extraordinary wingspan to snatch the wayward ball back with one hand. Simultaneously, he delivers a thunderous dunk, propelled by an overwhelming force toward the basket. Bam! In this moment, anything obstructing Pan's path is obliterated, and Randall is no exception. Spectators watch in awe as Randall, caught in midair, is almost carried into the paint by Pan's sheer momentum. Crash! The sound of the dunk reverberates throughout the arena, leaving the audience in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Pan, despite Russell's errant pass, compensates with his athleticism and delivers a ferocious dunk over Randall. In their aerial confrontation, Randall is sent crashing out of bounds. Not only that, but after completing the dunk, Pan grips the rim and performs a pull-up, his sinewy arms flexing to showcase his raw power. What the hell? The fans at Target Center are left dumbfounded. Silence envelopes the arena. How could he possibly execute such a dunk with an empty body? As Randall was struck, it felt as though he had been hit by a truck. Sitting on the ground, he felt as if his insides were churning violently. A tightening in his stomach nearly made him retch. In that fleeting moment of impact, Randall realized the grim truth. He had been duped. It had to be false information. This certainly did not resemble the state of someone suffering from kidney deficiency and weak legs. If this was indeed a manifestation of such a condition, then a mere bump would undoubtedly have sent him to his demise. The crux of the matter was, even if he were to conserve his energy, he could never execute such an outrageous maneuver. To collide with an opponent at the free throw line and achieve a mid-air tomahawk dunk. A drug test. A mandatory drug test. Was he perhaps under the influence of something extraordinary before the game? Randall gazed up at Pan, his eyes filled with trepidation. My God! The commentators were momentarily at a loss. A tomahawk dunk from the free throw line, and it was an alley-oop. Pan had just elevated his signature move to an entirely new level. The commentator beside him nodded in complex agreement. No, this is not possible. I can't help but feel that Pan does not appear to be in a state of decline. The commentary took a sudden halt. They had seen the rumors prior to the game. Yet as professional commentators, they were unable to discuss such topics live, having to navigate around sensitive terms. Nevertheless, Pan's initial dunk had indeed delivered a colossal surprise. That is my man, in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, and Hathaway was engrossed in the live broadcast of the game, and upon witnessing Pan's opening dunk, she immediately erupted in excitement. And oh way, I still want to, as Hathaway moved. A sharp pain coursed through her body. Only she understood how formidable Pan truly was at that moment. She was utterly unable to rise from her bed. Weak legs? Absolutely impossible, though she had not witnessed the actual events. The photographs made it clear to Hathaway, who navigated the entertainment world, that the journalists were deliberately instigating trouble. Pan, just go for it. Oh yeah, beautiful, just like that. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, Jessica Alba was beside herself with excitement. Back home from work, clad in pajamas and perched on the couch watching the game, she instinctively crossed her legs, her gaze fixated on Pan on the television. I knew it. Sue could never be outmatched. He only possesses the ability to outmatch others. observing Pan as he grasped the rim, elevating his body, his explosive muscles radiating irresistible male hormones. She cursed under her breath. Damn it, how did that little girl and get to him first? Jessica resolved to fight for her claim to Pan. On the court, with a thunderous sound, Pan released the rim and landed gracefully, casting a glance at Randall, who was avoiding his gaze on the ground. He surveyed the surrounding fans, whose earlier boos had vanished into thin air, replaced by an almost palpable silence. In this quietude, Pan could sense the astonishment and reverence emanating from the fans at the center court. Then, placing his hand to his ear, he mimicked Allen Iverson's iconic gesture, adopting a listening pose. At this moment, the crowd fell into an even deeper hush. The gesture carried a straightforward message. My hearing seems to be failing. I can hardly hear the boos anymore. The fans were indeed shocked and displeased by Pan's grand entrance. The possession changed. Once the team had established their position, the prodigious Rubio held the ball high and began directing traffic. Following a tactical call, the Timberwolves players executed cross movements. Randall, responsible for setting screens, used his body to block Jeremy Lin, glancing at the paint with residual frustration from having been humiliated by Pan. Positioned under the basket, he stood ready to assist his comrade, the perfect outlet for his pent-up emotions. After a screen was set, Randall gathered his strength and charged toward his teammate, ready to exact revenge and reclaim his pride. Seeing Randall barreling towards him, the ever-vigilant Syed Young prepared himself for the impending collision. Randall received a pass from Rubio and forcefully shoved Young aside with sheer strength. The impact left Young staggered, his expression morphing into one of astonishment. This little heavyweight truly had some power. The Timberwolves fans erupted in gasps of disbelief. Seeing the awe he inspired in the crowd, Randall's lips curled into a proud smirk as he eyed an almost open basket. Preparing for a layup, just then, as the ball began its ascent, Pan soared into action, shooting straight up, effortlessly snatching the airborne ball with a single, powerful hand. Randall, witnessing this incredible feat, could only gape in disbelief, his body twitching in shock. What the hell? He clearly saw Pan's vertical leap. His chin was well above the rim. Randall had anticipated Pan's interference and deliberately tossed the ball higher, aiming for a spot unreachable by mere mortals. Yet, who could have foreseen that Pan possessed such extraordinary leaping ability? Was he, perhaps, raised on springs? Not far from the commentary booth, chaos erupted. What is he doing? Is he aiming for the heavens? One commentator, wiping the cold sweat from his brow after Pan landed, murmured in astonishment. Did you notice the details? Pan's block was executed from a vantage point above the rim. Such a terrifying vertical leap implies immense strength in his lower body. The implication was clear. There was no way he could be weak in the legs. The Timberwolves fans collectively gasped. Their emotions were a whirlwind of admiration and resentment. Their love stemmed from Pan being their chosen first pick, a once great player with monstrous talent. It was evident that Pan could inherit the legacy of the old Wolf King, becoming the new beacon for the Timberwolves. The hate, however, arose from the fact that this monster, who should have been playing for their team, was now opposing them with no mercy. In an instant, the Timberwolves fans were split. Some praised Pan while others continued to boo. Yet Pan was indifferent to it all. After executing his block, he casually tossed the ball to Russell. Noticing the Timberwolves players still in shock, Russell joined his Lakers teammates in a triumphant shout, "Fast break! Fast break!" As the Timberwolves players regained their composure and hurried to catch up, the fans watched in awe as Pan surged forward. First, a tomahawk dunk from the free throw line, then a jaw-dropping block. Now he was on a fast break. If he was truly exhausted, wouldn't Randall, who had just been knocked down and blocked, be on the verge of collapse? "Stop him!" Timberwolves coach Sam Mitchell shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Desperate to prevent the Lakers from gaining momentum in just 3 possessions down the court, the Timberwolves players shared his urgency. Randall was sprinting with all his might, his legs nearly smoking, yet he could not keep pace with Pan. The good news was that Russell was being delayed, hampering his passing opportunity by the time he maneuvered around his defender for a passing chance. Randall had already positioned himself beneath the basket, ready for defense. Many Lakers fans at home wore expressions of concern, believing their team would seize this opportunity to score again. Meanwhile, Supan, now deep in the paint, glanced back at Randall, who was desperately trying to push him out of the way, and turned to Russell, beckoning him. Pass it directly. Russell, without a moment's hesitation, directly passed the ball into Supan's hands. Once Supan had possession, an instantaneous transformation enveloped him, his presence exuding an aura of intimidation. With fierce determination in his eyes, he became an imposing war deity in the paint, warding off any challengers. He backed into his opponent, pivoted smoothly while clutching the ball, and pressed his body against Randall, bulldozing his way through. Bang! Although Randall possessed considerable strength, it was only enough to contend with those within his limits. In a clash of titans, Randall was sent sprawling in the next moment. Supan showcased his rarely seen footwork, evading Randall with ease, with a vantage point that allowed him to look down at the hoop. He leaped, grasping the rim with both hands and forcefully slamming it down, yanking the net with ferocity. The speed of his ascent and the fluidity of his movements were such that Randall barely had time to react before Supan had already taken flight. However, as Randall regained his composure, confusion etched across his face. What is that noise? Creaking. Wait, could it be? In a flash, he spotted the culprit, Supan, sprinting away. Following suit, Randall swiftly dodged aside. I'm coming. Meanwhile, the tardy Roy Hibbert was shouting, seemingly utilizing his voice to assert dominance. Yet in the next instant, the basketball hoop, akin to a chastised child, bowed down before him. Oh no, Randall exclaimed, hastily sidestepping. But it was too late. Hibbert, having just turned around, witnessed his teammates scattering in all directions. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, Hibbert felt a sudden sharp pain in his back. Boom! The crowd watched in disbelief as he was struck by the collapsing backboard, becoming a tragic spectacle beneath it. The hoop had been demolished. Hibbert had been crushed. O-H-M-Y, God. In a moment the hoop fell, the commentators erupted in applause. What are we witnessing, ladies and gentlemen? The destroyer of rims has finally arrived. In the NCAA. Supan had garnered fame for dismantling hoops, and now the audience was left wondering if he could replicate such feats in the NBA, and indeed, in his rage-fueled mode, he accomplished just that. Dismantling the hoop may have taken time, but it was inevitable. The spectators were left dumbfounded, all standing with their hands on their heads, faces filled with disbelief. T.O. topple a basketball hoop. What kind of terrifying strength must this man possess? This is beyond comprehension. If he were to throw an elbow, one might very well find themselves staring at the gates of heaven. These players earn millions, yet must they risk their lives for a mere game? Most importantly, who spread such false rumors? Supan's vitality is evidently unparalleled, especially for Randall, who was relieved to have his legs carry him away. Otherwise, he would have been the one on the receiving end. In the aftermath of this slam, Randall profoundly recognized the chasm between himself and Supan. A nuclear weapon. Time to flee. Meanwhile, Roy Hibbert lay beneath the backboard as his teammates remained in a state of shock, shouting in disbelief, "Oh no, don't just stand there, come help me." Hibbert was exasperated, questioning the intelligence of his teammates who failed to notice their leader pinned beneath the backboard. Once they snapped back to reality, the Timberwolves players began to intervene, attempting to lift the fallen hoop. Goodness, this hoop is heavy. How on earth did Supan manage to break it? Randall grabbed hold of the backboard, trying to exert force to move it, only to find his strength insufficient. On the count of 3, "Let us do this together," he shouted. Point 1, 2, 3. Ouch! What is happening? Perhaps due to a lack of chemistry with their new teammate, Randall and Wiggins misaligned their efforts, causing the backboard to slip from Randall's grasp once more. With a resounding crash, Hibbert was struck yet again. "Oh no, are you trying to kill me?" Hibbert lamented, utterly despondent. Truly, when one is in distress, chaos ensues from all corners. Hibbert's disastrous predicament only amplified the frenzy surrounding Supan's slam. Various media outlets erupted in coverage. News of Supan's rim-breaking feat surged to the top of trending lists within mere minutes. A new hit song. Could there be more sensational news on the horizon? A celebrity arriving at the airport. What's so interesting about that? Wait, the prodigy from the East to shatter a rim. When did this happen? How did I miss it? Numerous working fans found themselves idly scrolling through their phones, sneaking peeks at the game in the office. Everyone was too wary to openly watch the match. Soon, more news regarding Supan inundated every trending platform. Simply opening one's phone revealed videos from a scene. Fans on forums were in an uproar. Wow, no wonder he's trending. This is unbelievable. I was hesitant to watch, but now I have no choice. Goodness, he shattered the rim. What on earth? Are there such talent in our nation? A newcomer, perhaps. Sit down. This is merely Supan's standard performance. Clearly, you haven't watched enough basketball, my friend. Meanwhile, Anne Hathaway in a five-star hotel was left in shock. Having just exited the restroom, her legs trembled as she clutched her lower back, her eyes reflecting sheer terror, filled with a sense of foreboding. Even she anticipated the sheer force of an enraged Supan. It seemed that last night, Supan had spared her life. Hathaway pondered, if he were to collide with her at full force, her petite frame would surely be sent soaring to the ceiling. This led Anne Hathaway to resolve silently that she must avoid Supan whenever he was in a rage. The reason was simple. She had no desire to become the first Hollywood star to meet her demise in such a manner. At the Target Center, the game was momentarily halted due to the damaged hoop. Timberwolves staff were working diligently to repair the rim on the sidelines. The Timberwolves players wore grave expressions, heads bowed, unwilling to speak. Others might assume they were lamenting Supan's spectacular dunk. In reality, they were all contemplating how to avoid playing the rest of the game as NBA players. They had previously attempted to emulate Shaquille O'Neal's feats of strength. But they were all well aware that NBA hoops are specially reinforced. Despite their best efforts, they could only manage to tilt the rim slightly. The staff, equipped with a level, could rectify the situation in under 10 minutes. The power required to topple the rim was beyond their wildest imaginations. Moreover, recalling the taunts they had directed at Supan prior to the game, he now resembled a furious bull, ready to retaliate against anyone in his path. If he were to lose control, the Timberwolves players felt a chill run down their spines. After all, they entered the NBA to earn a living, playing basketball to put food on the table. Today was merely another workday. Who would have thought they'd be gambling with their lives? Not to mention the spectators, who had initially intended to mock Supan in hopes of rattling the rookie and securing an easy victory for the Timberwolves. But now, witnessing Supan's destructive prowess, they only wished for him to calm down, that if their taunts provoked him into a frenzy akin to that of the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Who knew what might unfold? Who claimed Supan was lacking vitality? This was far from a player who had been drained. Heaven bears witness, I just mentioned that it was Randall and Hibbert who had their bodies utterly drained. Meanwhile, Supan's maneuvers left even his own head coach, Byron Scott, dumbfounded. Although he had previously seen a video of Supan shattering a basketball hoop during his college days, once Supan entered the NBA, Byron Scott never anticipated anything like this. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through Scott's mind, awakening him in an instant. If that's the case, he thought, why not exploit the opportunity to call timeouts excessively? When the situation arises, he could simply signal Supan to break the hoop, thereby gaining a chance to pause the game. This tactic could prove to be a formidable weapon in the playoffs. After all, if the hoop is broken, he could claim to the media that the NBA had not reinforced it. Moreover, with the team supporting him financially, what could he possibly fear? I truly am a clever little fox. Lakers fans exchanged puzzled glances as they witnessed their coach erupting in bizarre laughter. I end this match. Supan's feat caused a delay of over 10 minutes. The commentators chuckled as they observed the Timberwolves struggle to repair the hoop. Henceforth, Supan's games would necessitate the preparation of 5 basketball hoops in advance. Indeed, 5 hoops would become a fundamental requirement for all 30 NBA teams. Otherwise, one player alone would not suffice for an entire game. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Roy Hibbert was escorted away by the Timberwolves medical staff to receive treatment on the bench. Coach, after careful consideration, I believe he should be fine, said the doctor. Ouch! It hurts. Doctor, take another look at me. Roy Hibbert lamented in agony from the bench. The team doctor's expression darkened, as this marked the 3rd examination for Hibbert. After each assessment, he insisted that his back hurt, causing the doctor to grow anxious, fearing a misdiagnosis. However, after thorough examinations, the doctor concluded one thing. This fellow simply did not wish to continue playing. He was too intimidated to face Supan again. seeing Hibbert's steadfast refusal to return to the court. The doctor had no choice but to concede, stating that he would take him back to the locker room for further examination. Upon hearing this news, Hibbert was elated. His back no longer pained him, nor did his legs, and he swiftly returned to the locker room. Randall gazed enviously at the departing Hibbert, wishing he could tell the doctor. Check me too. Meanwhile, the game raged on. Without Hibbert, the Timberwolves were utterly incapable of stalling Supin. In the final 38 seconds of the first quarter, Supin seized an offensive rebound and scored, amassing 36 points for the quarter. In a frenzied state, Supin shattered the NBA's record for points in a single quarter, previously held by George Iceman Gervin and Carmelo Anthony with 32 points. Supin's accomplishment was nothing short of extraordinary, as he also contributed 12 rebounds and 6 blocks within that quarter. Supin demonstrated his prowess, boldly asserting, "I, Supin, am not weak." This was sheer madness. The commentators were in a frenzy, exuberantly announcing to the crowd, "You know, it's rare to witness such history in the NBA over the years." For 3 consecutive games, Supin achieved double digits in a single quarter, an unparalleled rookie performance. Moreover, in this match, Supin shattered the NBA's single-quarter scoring record with 36 points. Do you grasp the significance of this? He became the first player in NBA history to score 30 points and secure 10 rebounds in a single quarter. Particularly remarkable was that while achieving this double-double feat, he also recorded 6 blocks. He has now become the youngest player in NBA history to score 30 points in a single quarter. These records, within the next decade of the NBA, may remain unbroken. The commentators were animated, their excitement palpable. The records Supin broke in this quarter were countless. Meanwhile, Timberwolves fans were left in utter disbelief. They had witnessed exaggerations before, but nothing quite like this in the first quarter. The Lakers granted Supin unfettered freedom to unleash his talent against the Timberwolves. Without Hibbert to obstruct him, Supin faced the Timberwolves' feeble interior defense with unparalleled ease. One could almost sense that as long as the camera focused on Supin, the outcome of the play was a foregone conclusion. Once he acquired the ball, it would seamlessly transform into points as countless records fell to Supin. The lead between the two teams widened to 18 points. The match had barely begun, yet the suspense had already evaporated at this moment. In the VIP box, Timberwolves general manager Scott Layden felt his heart racing. Prior to the game, he had entertained the notion that a miracle might transpire. Countless media outlets reported on Supin's subpar condition, suggesting he was physically drained, leading Layden to contemplate popping champagne in celebration of his retained managerial position. However, the game unfolded like a roller coaster ride, up and down, in and out, a thrilling experience. Just moments ago, he was elated, but half an hour later, Layden wished he could return to draft night and slap himself twice. Now his managerial position seemed on the verge of slipping away. Despairing, Layden leaned back in his chair, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to escape the Earth in a spaceship. Least if he fled the planet, he would no longer have to confront this chaotic reality and his dismal existence. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves fans paid the price for their actions. Every taunt on the court transformed into points, mercilessly battering the Timberwolves' hoop. Supin racked up a staggering 55 points, and he achieved this feat in just 3 quarters. Furthermore, Supin contributed 26 rebounds and 11 blocks in this game. Indeed, Supin had secured the first triple-double of his career. Just as he had proclaimed in his previous game, the triple-double truly manifested in the next match. Remarkably, it was a blocks triple-double. By the end of the third quarter, the point differential had reached 26. Their promising rookie fought valiantly on the court, striving to prove his worth, while the opposing rookie clocked out after 3 quarters. What stung the most was that they once possessed such talent, even if it was just for a fleeting moment. Countless Timberwolves fans lamented in heartbreak. The commentators, indifferent to the fans' anguish, continued to stoke the flames by enumerating Supin's records throughout the game. Never before had any number 1 pick demonstrated such prowess upon entering the NBA. Supin is now the youngest player in NBA history to score 50 points. He accomplished this in just 3 games. A historical first, while the previous record holder, Brandon Jennings, took 7 games to achieve the same today as for the triple-double. Supin has also become the youngest player in NBA history to secure a triple-double. Furthermore, he holds the record for the fastest blocks triple-double in NBA history. He's the only player in NBA history to achieve a triple-double in just 3 games. Moreover, he is the first to score over 50 points in a single game, while also recording 10 blocks. With 50 points, 26 rebounds, and 11 blocks, this unprecedented triple-double leaves no predecessor or successor. Let us commemorate this historic moment. After the commentators expressed their deep emotions, the two suddenly sensed something amiss in their surroundings. Logically, after such remarks, the fans should have erupted in applause. Even the opposing team would offer their utmost respect to the players. However, tonight, the atmosphere in the Timberwolves arena was eerily tranquil as they surveyed the area. They noticed that numerous Timberwolves supporters had begun to exit the venue prematurely, causing them to furrow their brows in concern at a throng of Timberwolves fans, clutching the foldable benches provided by the arena, surged towards the exit. The two commentators wiped the cold sweat from their brows. It was clear that this night in Minnesota would not be peaceful. As the game concluded, the Lakers triumphed decisively over the Timberwolves. The media hastily began to draft their articles, eager to release official statements. In this match, apart from Subhan's astonishing stats of 55 points, 26 rebounds, and 11 assists, no other player managed to break the 20-point mark. Russell recorded an impressive 18 assists, maintaining his remarkable playmaking prowess. Conversely, the Timberwolves players delivered performances that were hard to describe. Randle scored a mere 8 points, along with 3 rebounds and 1 block, while Hibbert logged an astonishing 0 points. 0 rebounds, 0 assists, and 0 blocks. It was evident that Hibbert had not been bested by Subhan, for he had hardly participated in the game, were it not for the fact that both sides fielded their third-string players in the final moments. The Timberwolves might have faced a record-breaking defeat beyond 58 points. After the game, reporters at the scene swiftly packed their equipment, prepared to leave the arena at a moment's notice. Indeed, the Minnesota reporters had no desire to encounter Subhan in a frenzied state. "Where are you all going?" However, Subhan abruptly pulled one reporter back. "Sue, is there something you need?" The reporter stammered, his voice quivering. "Interview. Where do you think I'm going?" "I'm right here." The reporter wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Well, all right, then." Subhan's expression suddenly turned serious. "Before you conduct your interview, I have a few questions for you. Go ahead." The reporter nodded. "Were you the one who took that photo of me leaning against the wall of my hotel?" The reporter immediately broke into a cold sweat, evading Subhan's gaze and fervently shaking his head in denial. "How could that be? That was a local reporter from Utah." "We are from Minnesota." "So you reported on that incident, didn't you?" "Absolutely not. That was the newspaper's doing. We're merely reporters who interview and take photos, not publish news." "Then let me ask you this. Am I not formidable?" The pressure weighing on the reporter compelled him to adopt a different demeanor. Standing beside Subhan, he feigned anger as he scolded, "No, of course not. Who would say something so immoral? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? If Subhan were weak, then there would be no strong men in the world." Subhan nodded in satisfaction and continued to press. "So, do you think my legs are weak? Am I a soft shrimp?" "Of course not. Who would say that? Sue, you are the epitome of an invincible tough guy in the NBA. No one is stronger than you. Not even the titanium alloy Wilt Chamberlain." Observing the lethal glint in Subhan's eyes, the reporters reacted swiftly. After all, when faced with the choice between their lives and popularity, they were acutely aware of which held greater importance. "That's more like it." Subhan finally nodded in approval. This battle was indeed exhilarating for Subhan. Not only did he conquer his opponents, but more importantly, he spoke for himself through his prowess. Subhan, the NBA's foremost tough guy. However, when faced with questions regarding Kobe, the reporters' inquiries became notably sharper. "Kobe, given that Subhan has already accumulated a plethora of sensational headlines at such a young age, do you believe someone like him can truly become the future successor of the Lakers?" Upon hearing this question, Kobe's smile instantly froze. He cast a cold glance at the reporter who had just posed the question. Clearly, this Minnesota reporter was attempting to sow discord. Thus, it was a true test of Kobe's response. "All I remember is that we have decisively triumphed over our opponents." The reporter awkwardly scratched his head. Kobe's implication was unmistakable. In the NBA, victory is the ultimate truth. The Shaquille O'Neal of the legendary Showtime duo also had his fair share of off-court antics. Yet he still achieved 3 consecutive championships, didn't he? Magic Johnson transformed himself into an AIDS patient, yet that did not hinder his quest for a championship. Kobe's underlying message was clear. Pan is undeniably the Lakers' future. There is no room for doubt. Meanwhile, the media fervently promoted Pan's performance that night. Various records shattered undoubtedly positioned Pan as the most talked-about figure in the NBA at present. With 55 points and a triple-double, such rookie statistics had set the entire league ablaze with excitement. Meanwhile, fans from the homeland also stumbled upon numerous sensational headlines surrounding Pan, unlike overseas fans. Domestic supporters immediately began to question the authenticity of the news. What is this nonsense? Did it really start with just one image and the rest was fabricated? I feel like the overseas fans might be a bit dim-witted. Just look at the comments below. Sure. If you keep talking like this, some people back home are going to get anxious. After all, the air abroad is sweeter. This is hilarious. If Pan is weak and has soft legs, then if he can score 55 points, wouldn't that mean a normal performance would yield 100? Many fans promptly began to scale the Great Firewall to engage in heated debates with overseas supporters, showcasing the intensity of domestic fans. Interestingly, at that moment, many overseas fans were also vehemently criticizing the media. The media's misleading narratives made them feel like clowns, toyed with by the other side. However, amusingly, after this battle, this group appeared to reach some sort of consensus, bestowing upon Pan a new title, the mighty man of the homeland, at that moment, on a certain video platform in the homeland. A basketball commentator named Su Jingyu released a video that quickly spread throughout the NBA circle. Su Jingyu? I know him. He's that clown. Quite amusing. Indeed, he always claims Curry is the best in the world. With the Curry gravity nonsense, right? And then there's Durant, who gets dragged into it as well. That he has definitely just try to ride the coattails of the hype. This guy only praises Curry and I'm used to it. He's the type who brings one down while lifting another. Yeah, the Wong Ming crowd selling kits is certainly disgusting, but I think this guy is even more absurd. He doesn't understand the game and just spews nonsense. Many viewers were already venting their frustrations on forums before watching the video. In the video, Su Jingyu was in his iconic sauna-themed room, placing his phone on the table, his square face adorned with a serious expression. He pushed up his glasses and spoke earnestly to the fans. Welcome to Su Sports. Today, we're going to discuss Pan. First, let us congratulate the Lakers on achieving 3 consecutive victories this season. And let us celebrate Pan for breaking multiple historical records, surpassing Chamberlain. What a delight. Viewers were left bewildered. Something was off. Typically, this guy would start his videos by praising Curry, then sharply critique other players, and finally conclude by glorifying Curry-esque greatness. Today, he was clearly deviating from his usual script. At this moment, Su Jingyu cleared his throat, his tone suddenly becoming animated. Some friends just blabber on about Pan, calling him a soft shrimp, saying he leans against walls, and that his career won't last long amidst the gossip. Isn't that just nonsense? Did you see Pan's performance? It was terrifying. He shattered the backboard with ease. If he is soft, then tell me, who in the entire league isn't soft? And as for the gossip, let me ask you this. Among those who enter the NBA, who doesn't have a few sensational stories? How did Jordan become a 6-time champion, the greatest of all time? Furthermore, as a representative of explosive physical prowess, Pan is in the prime of his youth. Yet in the mouths of certain individuals, it seems as if Pan's thermos isn't filled with goji berries. He is on the verge of collapsing. As Su Jingyu retrieved a bottle of cola from beneath the table and took a couple of swigs, the initially disgruntled fans found themselves momentarily dumbfounded. Was this fellow also a supporter of the Baosu faction? Yet, it was precisely Su Jingyu's vocal outbursts that articulated the frustrations harbored by numerous domestic fans. Once he had calmed his emotions, he seamlessly transitioned back to his characteristic comedic commentary style. Let us imagine a scenario where one day, extraterrestrials attack Earth and seek a human representative. The International Federation promptly convenes a global conference to deliberate on whom to send as a representative. At that moment, representatives from various nations would raise their hands and feet in a fervent vote for Pan, who would then step forward with confidence. when the aliens dissect Supan's physique. They would discover that human bodies are, in fact, composed of gears, with the skin being titanium alloy, and that the sustenance consumed is not ordinary food, but rather burnt oil. This is what Supan embodies. Enough of the speculation regarding past and future DPOYs. I assure you, it is utterly inconsequential that Supan is tall, broad, and performs astonishing dunks. Gobert may be soft, but Supan is tough. Tyson Chandler simply cannot compare. Upon hearing this, many fans erupted in laughter. This segment went viral, rapidly disseminated among fans, igniting fervor across domestic forums. That moment, the most distressed individual was none other than Scott Layden, the general manager of the Timberwolves. Initially, he had entertained the notion that Supan's lackluster performance might lead to a victory over the Lakers, thereby securing his own position. However, the Timberwolves suffered a staggering loss of nearly 30 points. A glance at the Timberwolves forum revealed a singular demand: dismiss him. Meanwhile, the Lakers were basking in a 3-game winning streak, sitting at the top of the league, while the Timberwolves languished at the bottom with 3 consecutive defeats. They had vowed to endure the struggle together, yet the Lakers had clandestinely greased the wheels of their success, courtesy of Layden himself. Faced with this predicament, Layden realized that if he did not take decisive action soon, he would undoubtedly find himself dismissed. Thus, the innovative general manager devised a plan. The day following the game, he promptly reached out to Kupchak. The central theme of the conversation was clear. He sought a trade. He was prepared to offer Andrew Wiggins, Zach LaVine, Julius Randle, and Jordan Clarkson in exchange for Supan. Upon hearing these names, Kupchak was momentarily taken aback that, to be frank, such a trade proposal had the potential to send shockwaves throughout the league. It was a stunning one for exchange, practically offering an entire starting lineup in return, including the promising talent of Andrew Wiggins. However, as Layden expressed his desire for Supan, Kupchak simply remarked, "You are a good man," before promptly ending the call. Kupchak was not so naive as to overlook that the 4 players offered were merely a means to acquire Supan. He had no intention of trading away such a valuable asset. As Layden listened to the dial tone on the line, he felt utterly defeated. His last resort had been extinguished before it could even be executed. Less than an hour later, Layden received a termination notice from the Timberwolves owner. Disheartened, he recognized that this dismissal was inevitable. He had long prepared himself mentally for it. After packing his belongings, he set about seeking new opportunities. After all, after years in the NBA, he still yearned to prove himself capable of building a dynasty. He began reaching out to other teams in the league, inquiring whether they required a general manager or would consider him for any other position. However, the responses from various teams were unequivocal. Stay away. Layden was plunged into despair. He had lost his job and tarnished his reputation. The prospect of continuing to survive in the NBA's management hierarchy seemed nearly impossible. Fortunately, he still had some connections within the league. After making several inquiries, a friend finally returned his call. With a hesitant tone, the friend mentioned that there was indeed a team in need of personnel, but they were not looking for a general manager. Rather, they required a coach. Without a moment's hesitation, Layden responded affirmatively. Coaching works for me. At this point, he simply wanted to be wanted by any team. Reputation could be rebuilt over time, but exiting this circle would mean a complete departure. Furthermore, he had previously served as a coach, having transitioned from an NCAA coach to an NBA coach, and then elevated to the position of general manager. Being an NBA coach was still appealing. Even if it meant starting as an assistant, worst, coaching at the collegiate level would suffice, as the compensation often rivaled that of NBA coaches that moment. His friend mentioned that a high school, Brigham Young High, was in need of an assistant coach. Layden was left utterly dumbfounded. A high school coach, and as an assistant, no less. I have just descended 3 tiers in my career. In fact, it amounted to a 7-tier drop. From NBA general manager to assistant general manager constitutes a 1-tier decline, while moving to an NBA coaching position is a 2-tier drop. Transitioning to an assistant coach is a 3-tier drop. To a college coach is 4 tiers, and to a college assistant coach is 5 tiers. Now, from there to a high school coach is a 6-tier drop, and finally, to a high school assistant coach is a 7-tier decline. Just because of one decision, he had experienced a staggering 7-tier fall. Even the stock market's sharp declines could not compare. Nonetheless, at least it ensured he would have a meal to eat. The mortgage should be manageable. Thus, gritting his teeth, Layden accepted the position. That very evening, news of Layden's dismissal and subsequent appointment as a high school assistant coach broke, sending shockwaves throughout the league. Fans were left incredulous. Wait, the Timberwolves general manager is now a high school coach. Surely this cannot be true. They were utterly flabbergasted. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in their experience. However, whispers circulated within the circle, suggesting that Supan had accelerated Scott Layden's dismissal. This battle had indeed turned the Timberwolves into a laughingstock. Randall and Hibbert had been thoroughly outmatched, resulting in the general manager's ousting. Fans across the league mocked the Timberwolves for their mysterious maneuvers. Meanwhile, Supan's explosive performances garnered attention from numerous female celebrities, all eager to become his girlfriend. Notably, several starlets publicly announced their intention to attend Supan's games, catapulting him into the spotlight of both the sports and entertainment industries. Among them was Kendall Jenner, the youngest member of the Kardashian clan. Sister, you and Supan have had your moments. Haven to you. In New York, Kendall was engaged in a conversation with her sister Kim Kardashian, discussing Supan. It was no longer a secret. Kim chuckled behind her hand. Not just me. Your other sister has as well. The Kardashian family's existence revolves around mingling with various celebrities, and leveraging their assets have become nearly an open secret. Upon hearing Kim's words, Kendall felt a twinge of annoyance. You two started so early. What happened to saving the good stuff for your sister? However, she quickly licked her lips. Her curiosity piqued. Is it true that Supan is insatiable? At the mention of this topic, Kim's eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation. That is a memory I shall cherish for a lifetime. In an instant, Jenna comprehended the situation. If even Kim Kardashian could be conquered. It was evident just how formidable Supan's prowess was. Being relatively inexperienced in this realm, Jenna naturally yearned to experience Supan herself. Just having crossed the threshold of 20, and as the least noticed member of the Kardashian clan, she found herself lacking in competitiveness compared to her two elder sisters, who had long since achieved fame. Thus, it was time for her to carve out her own notoriety, and engaging in romantic liaisons with celebrities was certainly one of the avenues she could pursue to achieve prominence. Moreover, Jenna was genuinely enamored with Supan, a superstar of extraordinary beauty, impeccable fashion sense, and immense potential. Should she manage to align herself with Supan, her future reputation could very well eclipse that of her two sisters. Furthermore, Jenna believed that her two sisters were at a disadvantage due to their age. Supan's interactions with them were merely superficial. In contrast, Jenna was closer in age to Supan, even being a year younger. Perhaps Supan would indeed be drawn to her youthful and alluring persona. Boys often gravitate towards contrasts. With this thought in mind, Jenna began to mentally orchestrate her first meeting with Supan. She even wished fervently that the headlines the following day would be filled with sensational stories about her and Supan. Whether Supan would be attracted to someone like Jenna remained uncertain. However, what Supan did understand was that a familiar scenario had resurfaced. Upon returning to Los Angeles from Minnesota, Supan encountered another acquaintance at the airport, Jessica.